After getting drunk, your brother-in-law was involved in a hit-and-run accident. Your in-laws want you to take the blame, and even your wife, Lan Chi, says you must help with this. In your previous life, you learned to be a gangster and valued loyalty, believing that taking the blame for your brother-in-law was a way of showing responsibility as a brother-in-law. However, once you were inside, your wife and her family not only did not appreciate you, but your wife also sued you for divorce. The final outcome was that you left with nothing, and after being released from prison, you were also fired from your job. From then on, you lived a life of unfulfilled aspirations and ultimately died a tragic death. Opening your eyes again, you returned to the moment when you signed the confession for your brother-in-law. Now that you have a second chance at life, how could you possibly let him have his way? At this moment, my mother-in-law is performing with tears and snot. Li Hua, just help mom this once. Sign this confession of responsibility. If you, as the brother-in-law, don't help him, no one else will be able to help him. You lower your head to look at the so-called confession of responsibility. I, Li Hua, admit to fleeing the scene after hitting someone with my car at 2:26 a.m. on May 2, 2006, on Dongguan Road. Then you raise your head to look at your mother-in-law in front of you. Jiang Guifeng, I will absolutely not sign this name that you love to sign. What did you say? You dare to call me by my name? Refuse my request? Jiang Guifeng could hardly believe her ears. She had never even considered the possibility that she could be rejected. What's wrong with calling your name directly? What's wrong with rejecting you? You stood up and glanced at her coldly. From now on, the affairs of your Lan family have nothing to do with me. I will have the divorce agreement delivered to Lan Chi soon. After saying that, you turned and walked out the door, completely ignoring your mother-in-law's shouting behind you. Once you exited the residential area where the Lan family lived, you lit a cigarette and took a deep puff. At this moment, the phone in your pocket rang. You glanced at it and smiled slightly. What was meant to come would always come. Li Hua, what do you mean? What's wrong with taking the blame for my brother? Given our family's relationship, even if you take this blame, there won't be any serious consequences. What are you afraid of? The voice on the other end was slightly out of breath, as if she was doing some exercise, and you knew Lan Chi wasn't a woman who liked to exercise. She can't be doing that, can she? Knowing that Lan Chi is someone else's secretary, it becomes a very reasonable possibility that on a weekend afternoon when no one knows where she is out on a date with that man. However, none of this has anything to do with me. Since there are no serious consequences, why doesn't your brother confess himself? You feel a bit bored, so you decide to tease her. What nonsense are you talking about? My brother has a bright future, how could he have any blemishes? Lan Chi retorted without a second thought. Then there's nothing more to say. You listen to the heavy breathing from across the table, feeling a bit anxious. Although you no longer have feelings for Lan Chi, at least at this moment, she still counts as your wife in name. What does it mean to hear your wife calling you in front of someone else? Am I just a part of their game? This is too twisted. Li Hua, don't think that if you don't plead guilty, we won't be able to make you take the blame. As long as I come forward to testify, you won't be able to escape, and I will also divorce you immediately. Lan Chi was also a bit anxious and shouted directly, but her urgency seemed to excite some people even more, making them work out even harder, to the point that her sentence was interrupted several times. You can try, but if I were you, even if you look for a man, you should find a capable one. Someone who can still let you speak when doing such things. It's really useless. After saying that, you hung up the phone. In a villa somewhere in Yunzhou, Lan Chi leaned against the window, somewhat angrily tossing her phone forward. Next to her was a middle-aged man. This kid has quite the nerve. Let's make sure he knows what's what. You go testify that the one driving that night was him, and I'll make a call to ensure he stays in there a few more years. The middle-aged man's tone was very displeased. At this moment, after you hung up the phone, you spat to the side, disgusted by Lan Chi, who actually called herself while doing that. It was simply outrageous. You needed to quickly get rid of this trashy woman. You returned to the dormitory of the municipal party school and began to write a divorce agreement. After finishing, you just lit a cigarette when Wang Zhuo walked in. Wang Zhuo, who entered the municipal party school at the same time as you, was also an ordinary lecturer. Wang Zhuo said that Director Zhou, the chief secretary of the municipal party committee, is about to be reassigned, and Secretary Lin needs to select a new secretary. Hearing his words, Li Hua, however, was moved in his heart. He suddenly remembered that in a previous life, it seemed that this secretary's position had once been very close to him. During his time at the party school, he published a number of articles in several publications in the province and city, and was said to be quite appreciated by Secretary Lin. Originally this time to change the secretary, Secretary Lin has some belonging to him, and even have begun to carry out background checks on him. But it was at this critical moment that he took the fall for his brother-in-law and was arrested. Secretary Lin of course couldn't use someone with a stain on him, so his examination of him ended before it even began. Of course, these things Li Hua did not know at that time. These are his later another marriage. Once Secretary Lin Big Secretary Zhou Director, later served as Qingyang District Committee Secretary Zhou Guangliang personally told him, Li Hua in his previous life, of course, chagrin, to become the secretary of the Municipal Party Committee Secretary, that is definitely an opportunity to step forward and upward in this life all over again. He must not let this opportunity slip away. After Wang Zhuo left, Li Hua found another manuscript paper and began to prepare for the meeting with Secretary Lin. As a born-again person, with a very good understanding of Secretary Lin's later ruling thoughts on development planning, there are still a lot of things he can prepare. Since Secretary Lin was interested in him because of the articles he had published, let's put more effort into that, especially, now that he should be in Secretary Lin's sights. Some things would be easier to do. Li Hua couldn't stop writing and worked straight through until late at night. He went to sleep in a jittery state. He was afraid that something like being reborn was just a yellow dream, and after waking up from the dream, there would be nothing left. When he woke up the next morning he was thrilled to find that nothing had changed and that he was still as young as ever in the mirror. So he went home early in the morning. No, I should say his former residence. That place should be Lan Chi's home to be precise. When I reached home and opened the door, not surprisingly, it was again unlocked from the inside. This situation was simply too normal for Li Hua. This place called his home was not something he could freely enter. In the past, he might have waited at the door, waiting for Lan Chi to wake up and go out, or at least until there was movement inside before knocking. But now Li Hua just wanted to say wait a stutter. Bang bang bang. He began to slam the door as hard as he could. What do you want so early in the morning? Are you full? After half a day of smashing, the door was finally opened, and a furious Lan Chi stood there. To be honest, her appearance conditions are really good. Tall body, pretty face, snow white skin. At first glance is really quite attractive. But now Li Hua's heart only had disgust. He knew very well how serpentine the heart of the peach-faced woman in front of him was. Divorce. Li Hua didn't want to say a word more to her. What? How dare you talk to me about divorce? Lan Chi was first furious. The whole person looked like she was about to explode. Then, as if she suddenly remembered something, she regained her composure all of a sudden. Wait, I'll show you that this will be the decision you regret the most. With that, she slammed the door. When Lan Chi came out again, she was already fully dressed. She didn't have any nonsense. She directly went to the Civil Affairs Bureau with Li Hua. The two of them rushed to be the first, and got the divorce certificate. Now, you can start preparing for regret. Lan Chi sneered and took the lead out of the Civil Affairs Bureau. Li Hua was a bit unsure, but when he stepped out of the Civil Affairs Bureau's gate, he was blocked by several police officers. Are you Li Hua? We are from the Qingyang District Traffic Police Brigade. Someone reported you for a hit and run. Now please go back with us to be investigated. Chapter 3, It's not that easy to catch me. Lan Chi stood on the sidelines, smiling and watching all this with great satisfaction. These traffic police were naturally found by her to give Li Hua a deep lesson. This guy, how dare he take the initiative to tell her that he wants a divorce? He simply doesn't know how to die. You want a divorce? Yes, I can. I'll let you in right away if you leave. Although the Lan Chi family originally had the intention of letting Li Hua take the blame and go in, only before they still hoped that the latter would turn himself in to finish the matter. After all, this would ensure that everything would be safe. However, the development of things and their imagination is not quite the same. In their eyes, the nesting Li Hua unexpectedly do not know because of what hardened up, resolutely refused to top this crime. Therefore, Lan Chi, with the support of the man behind her, simply reported Li Hua directly and personally. Even though she knew Li Hua still wouldn't admit to it, it didn't matter anymore. With her personally as a witness and the traffic police having received instructions from their superiors, what could that punk do even if he didn't admit it? This case could just as easily be a death sentence. Thinking of this, Lan Chi's heart was a burst of pleasure. It would be even better if Li Hua could run to her and beg bitterly. Only, Li Hua's reaction took her a little by surprise. Is this your way of arresting me? Or are you just inviting me in for questioning? He asked blandly. At the moment, you are only being asked to assist in the investigation. Everything will be determined based on the results of the investigation. That lead policeman's answer was dripping. After all, according to the relevant regulations, they couldn't directly arrest Li Hua yet, and could only bring the latter back for investigation first. Of course, in the course of the investigation, if they determine that the chain of evidence is sufficiently complete to almost lead to a conviction, then they can report it to the procuratorate for approval of arrest. I can cooperate with your investigation. Only, if you want me to go with you, there are still some problems with the formalities, Li Hua said. Be honest with me. It's every citizen's duty to cooperate with the police. Don't you play any tricks with us. The other policeman's temper looked a bit bad, and he directly started to yell and scold. When the police come out to arrest someone, the target usually either flees hastily or cooperates honestly. Where else would anyone dare to play any kind of lip service with them? I'm honest. I'm just afraid that you guys will get into trouble. Li Hua suddenly laughed. I'm a representative of the Qingyang District People's Congress, so if you want to find me to assist in the investigation, your formalities are not enough, and the relevant laws in this regard should not require me to popularize them for you, right? He had actually considered the tricks the Lan family could use, including directly calling the police to arrest himself. Fortunately, he knew a certain leader of the Qingyang District People's Congress before, and mixed himself with the identity of a deputy to the People's Congress, which is a perfect talisman at this time. Several police officers all froze for a moment. They didn't expect this kid across the street to have this identity. They couldn't help but sneak a glance at Lan Qi, who was watching the show from the side. What's wrong with a deputy to the National People's Congress? But it is just a district deputy. He has committed such a big thing. Does he still have the qualification to continue to be this deputy? Ranchi looks a little peeved. She didn't expect to see the scene where she didn't see Li Hua begging herself bitterly, but instead saw that the police she had called and couldn't do anything with the latter. This was so far from what she wanted to punish Li Hua for, so she rushed right up and directed the officers. In her eyes, a district deputy to the District People's Congress was nothing at all, and the people behind her could strip away that identity at any time, so there was absolutely no need to care. Or else I'd say you're just legally blind. Li Hua coldly rushed at her before turning his head to look at the policeman. Is there anything else? I'll leave if there's nothing. Miss Lan, if we want to restrict the personal freedom of a district-level deputy to the National People's Congress, we have to get permission from the Standing Committee of the Congress at that level. We can't do it on our own. The police officer leading the team saw that Lan Qi was a bit impulsive and hurriedly explained to her. You guys take him down first. I'll take care of the NPC side. It's just a matter of 2 phone calls. Don't let him get away. Of course Lan Qi was not willing to let it go. She was especially furious when she saw Li Hua making a dismissive gesture of shaking his head as he walked away. Why? Why did this man who hadn't even dared to fart in front of her for over a year before now have the audacity to be so bold? Isn't it just a layer of skin of a district deputy? That's not even a fart to the man behind her, who can be given a complete rakeover in 1 phone call. She must not have let him off so easily. Do you guys have to get a call from the leader before you'll do anything? Fine. I'll make the call now. Lan Qi could not help but burst into a rage when she saw that the several policemen were only stopping themselves, not bothering to block Li Hua at all. These police officers, they are not giving her any attention at all. They don't take her words as words at all. Well, let's see if you listen to your leaders. Lan Qi stepped aside, dialed the phone in her hand, sprinkled a few words of pettiness at the other end, and within a short while, the police received a call from above. Arrest them first. We'll hear from the District People's Congress soon. The leader had said so. What else was optional for those few policemen? They directly and quickly chased after Li Hua in the direction he had left. Lan Qi was wearing high heels, not too convenient for running, but she did follow a few police officers that way as fast as she could. She had to see Li Hua being taken down by the police in order to feel pain in her heart. It's better to just put that kid on the ground. She expected it hard in her mind. However, when she caught up with them a little late, she found a scene that was completely incomprehensible to her. Those police officers who were originally supposed to take down Li Hua ruthlessly, this time they were actually carefully surrounding the latter. And Li Hua, the guy who was supposed to have been taken down, even pressed to the ground and struggling, was at the moment very calmly making a phone call. What's going on here? Are these cops crazy? Or did that loser suddenly have some kind of magic? Lan Qi walked forward with some uncertainty, and then that familiar voice reached her ears. Okay, Director Zhou. I know. I'll go to the Municipal Party Committee now. You can rest assured that I will definitely perform well, and I definitely can't let you and Secretary Lin down. This I certainly know. Without your recommendation, how could I have this rare opportunity? Whether it is successful or not, I will remember your kindness. When he finished, he hung up the phone, then glanced at the police officers surrounding him. Comrades, I'm going to make a trip to the city council now, so why don't you guys put your business on the back burner? His tone was as calm as before, and if he hadn't heard what he had said on the phone earlier, no one could have imagined that this was someone who had just been summoned by the number 1 person in the Municipal Party Committee. How can he? That's not possible. Lan Qi had a dizzying moment, and she suddenly felt as if she had missed something. Chapter 4 First Trip to the City Council. Li Hua arrived at the entrance of the Municipal Party Committee compound. Looking at the scene in front of him, his heart was slightly nervous. This could be the highest center of power in the city. Anyone who can work in this office will be respected if they take it out and put it outside, no matter what their rank is and no matter what job they do. And you, yourself, now finally have a chance to possibly work here as well. And it's up to you to seize this opportunity and change your destiny. Stand still? What are you doing here? At that moment, a rather superior voice came out. Li Hua followed the voice and looked over. The doorman of the Municipal Party Committee's communication room was looking at him with a few wary and a few disdainful eyes. The doorman of the Municipal Party Committee compound, naturally, was also full of superiority, because they think they're different from all the other doormen. Chancellor's door 7 pints of officials. They as the Municipal Party Committee compound of the door guards, call the city's first door guards always without any problem, so they naturally look at people in a condescending way. Of course, it's not like they give condescending looks to anyone. In the Municipal Party Committee compound as a doorman, they have long been practiced in the eyes of fire. Come to the person is to do business with the leadership or sue the people. They see clearly. Although Li Hua is a scholar, elegant, tall and handsome, in the eyes of the doorman, he is no more than an ordinary citizen, completely without any leadership temperament. This kind of person he certainly wouldn't treat well, so he had a very nonchalant attitude. Hello, my name is Li Hua. Director Zhou informed me to come here. Li Hua had been in jail in his previous life and had suffered a lot of stares. This level of condescension was nothing to him, and his attitude remained very proper. From the moment he arrived at the door of the city council compound, he was already in the preparation stage. He knew that Secretary Lin of the Municipal Party Committee and Director Zhou's observation of him probably wouldn't start at the front door, but he still had to perform perfectly right from here, because this may be his only chance, and if he doesn't take advantage of it, he'll be left with regrets once again. Director Zhou informed you to come? You're that Li Hua? The doorman instantly panicked a bit. Zhou Guangliang had of course informed him that a man named Li Hua would be coming by later to let him off the hook. As the city clerk's first secretary, he certainly wouldn't overlook these details. You go in. The doorman, after all, was also someone who was used to seeing big scenes, and although he temporarily panicked for a moment, he quickly stabilized his mind. After all, the kid in front of me is so young and came alone. Maybe it's some unit sent to run errands. There's really no need to take it too seriously. But the contempt and disdain in his tone was a little less. Excuse me, how do I get to Director Zhou's office? It's my first time here. Yet Li Hua didn't go in immediately, but asked again. That building up ahead, 3rd floor, is on the far right. The doorman pointed. Although Director Zhou had greeted him and he didn't dare to make things difficult, he still had disdain for this young man in his heart. Can't even find one of the most important offices in the entire city council. Seems like a rookie. No need to take it seriously at all. Thanks. Li Hua nodded and stepped through the door of the Municipal Party Committee compound. This step was a small one for him, and at the same time a big one in the absolute sense of the word. With this step, his hand, which had been trembling with excitement, suddenly calmed down. Now that I'm here, let's do what I previewed in my mind yesterday. The front of Secretary Lin's office is the busiest lot in the entire city council no matter what time of day it is. There was a sliver of benches filled with people, and there were so many people lined up waiting to report to the leaders that they even had to line up outside the door. Li Hua walked over and saw this one person who was sitting upright or even talking only dared to cross their ears and didn't dare to make a loud noise. In his heart, he couldn't help but feel a little amused. But then again, he couldn't laugh at all, because he knows very well, these seemingly honest people, each in their own units that are a word of honor to speak the truth, even in the city are also quite remarkable characters, because without the rank of a full division, there is no qualification at all to come to Secretary Lin to line up to report on the work. However, Li Hua, a small lecturer who wasn't even an associate section, bypassed them and walked over to Zhou Guanliang's desk. Hello Director Zhou, I'm Li Hua. Find a place to wait first. I'll call you when I get to you. Zhou Guangliang raised his head and glanced at Li Hua, slightly surprised in his heart. Is this the young man who wrote several articles that were even appreciated by Secretary Lin? That's a little too young. Of course, if it was just those few articles, Zhou Guangliang wouldn't have been too concerned about Li Hua. The key is the email one received last night. The article titled, An Introduction to the Next 15 to 20 Years in the City of Cloud State. In that article, there were many thoughts that were similar to Secretary Lin's planning for Yunzhou City, which definitely shocked Zhou Guangliang beyond measure. You have to know that Secretary Lin was the mayor of Yunzhou for 2 years and the secretary of the Municipal Party Committee for 3 years. And it was only in the continuous work that he had such foresight and made such a plan for Yunzhou. A lot of planning. Even Zhou Guangliang, the personal secretary, only know a rough. Yet this young man can be in the article many times relevant. This is how rare a thing. Zhou Guangliang reported this matter to the leadership as soon as he got to work today and forwarded that email to Secretary Lin. That's what led to this trip to the city council office for Li Hua. Okay, Director Zhou. Li Hua nodded, turned around and headed outside. There was a full line of people on this aisle, and if he wanted to wait, he'd have to go around the corner and wait. But waiting for Secretary Lin's reception, it was absolutely impossible to be impatient, even if there was a long line. Wait! Zhou Guangliang hurriedly called out to Li Hua when he saw him walking further and further away. Just take a seat next to me for now. With that, he dragged a high stool out from under his own desk and placed it beside it. Now, the leaders who were still silently observing were all shocked. In fact, they had been very surprised by Li Hua's appearance before. After all, the kid looked so young and a new face that no one had ever seen before. Everyone wondered who he really was and why he could also come to the door of the city clerk's office and wait to be received. But such things as who the leader wanted to see had nothing to do with them, so people didn't think much of it. But Zhou Guanliang's action directly raised the importance of this young man several steps up, because giving him a stool to sit on means giving him a plug. Who the hell is this kid? Why does he get this kind of treatment from Director Zhou? Everyone mulled it over in their minds, and some had even begun to talk to each other. Chapter 5 Face-to-face with the city clerk. Of course, despite everyone mulling this over, no one dared to have any say in the matter. There is no way. Who arranged to see the leader was originally Zhou Guangliang, the municipal party committee secretary's job, with him on good terms, is to be able to have the qualifications of the insertion of the queue. Why else would everyone, who are obviously lords of one party, either the secretary or the secretary, still have to get along with this little secretary? So, since Zhou Guangliang had told that young man to sit there and wait to cut in line, everyone had no choice but to let him cut in line by default. Sure enough, after a while, the door to the secretary's office was opened, and a man in his 40s came out red-faced. He smiled and greeted everyone, and left with a big stride. Just as he left, Zhou Guangliang went in, and half a minute later he came out again. Li Hua, the leader wants you to go in. Li Hua hurriedly stood up, stabilized himself, and then walked quickly into the secretary's office. Inside the office, Lin Yi, the secretary of the municipal party committee, was sitting on his wide, comfortable seat, looking down at a document. Although he didn't raise his head, his powerful aura had already emanated, and Li Hua only felt a sense of suffocation. Not bad for a senior leader with an amazing aura. In order to calm himself down, Li Hua began to think about Lin Yi as a person. According to his memories from his previous life, Lin Yi had been the secretary of Yunzhou City for 7 years, which meant that he would continue to be the secretary here for another 4 years. Of course, his influence on Yunzhou is not just limited to this 3 years mayor 7 years secretary of the decade, because he was high up to the province as a deputy provincial leader, but also still has been concerned about Yunzhou. So, after the 10 years Yunzhou's development route, basically in accordance with the route planned before he went, the subsequent secretaries and mayors, while not so much as puppets, never dared to step outside of his planning, because Li Hua remembered very clearly that until he was reborn, Lin Yi hadn't retired yet. At that time, the latter should have been 64 years old, and in our country, what it meant for a leading cadre not to have retired at the age of 64 was very clear to Li Hua. Thinking about this, he became even more determined to hold on to this thigh. Perhaps at this time in his previous life, he would have felt that hugging his thigh was a somewhat humiliating thing to do, but after experiencing so many storms, he had long since realized that one's success was absolutely inseparable from the support of noble people, and Lin Yi would be his first nobleman. Of course, it also depends on his performance. Thinking about it, Li Hua's heartbeat finally smoothed out a bit. Sit down. Lin Yi's first words when he opened his mouth surprised him a bit. Still, Li Hua honestly pulled out the chair across the desk and sat down. Of course, he only dared to sit on 1/3 of his ass at all. This kind of sitting, which probably saves just a little bit of energy compared to standing, is also quite tiring. But isn't facing a leader a tiring task in itself? Did you write this piece on the future development of Yunzhou? Tell me, how did you come up with so much? Just then, Lin Yi opened his mouth. His voice wasn't loud or deliberately majestic, but it had a magic that was impossible to ignore. Li Hua knew that the real test had finally come. It's never okay to be too humble in the face of questions from a leader of this caliber. If you say you are thinking out of the blue, then the leader will be very upset, because what he writes in this article is not even his own vision of the future, but the memories of the past by someone who has returned from the future. And these memories are basically created by the great leader in front of you. So you're not asking for trouble if you want to say that the great leader's ideas are your blind ideas? This is a long story that starts with me going to college. Li Hua had already thought of a response to what he said. Going to the provincial city to study in the university is the first time in my life to leave Yunzhou. The developed cities in the south of the Yangtze River shocked me, but also let me start to think about my hometown in the end where the difference is. In the years of studying in college and graduate school, I traveled to several cities in the south of the province's Jiangnan, and seriously compared them with Yunzhou City, so I can say that this article, after close to 8 years of thinking, before I wrote it, it took years for the leader to have such a plan, so it shouldn't be too much of a problem to think about it for 8 years on your own. Of course, in order not to be more superior than the leader, Li Hua also made a point of infantilizing some of his ideas in the article. It's very appropriate for who he is right now. You've had this realization since you were in college? Lin Yi was obviously a bit surprised. The average person starts college at the age of 18. At this age, most people are thinking about how to play, and some others have in mind to study hard, and those who can think about regional development are definitely few and far between. Is it hard to believe that this kid's family background had an influence in this regard? Because of the urgency of time, Lin Yi hadn't had time to investigate Li Hua's background, but this matter was nothing more than a trivial matter to him. Even with such a family background, it was not easy to have such thoughts at that age. Lin Yi certainly wouldn't let these things affect him. After all, Li Hua's origins are not the issue. The point is how he came up with those elements in the article. In fact, I haven't had this kind of idea at all before I went to college. That is, when I went to college, in the moment when I walked out of the train station, the prosperity and beauty of the city of Jinling deeply shocked me, and just in that moment, I immensely hoped that one day my hometown could be as prosperous and beautiful and rich as this. Li Hua explained. These things are nothing more than a statement, and the power of interpretation is in his hands, and he can say whatever he wants. That's not the point. The focus is on the next question. Tell me more specifically about your ideas. I see that this idea of one body and two wings that you're proposing seems very interesting, Lin Yi said without moving. In fact, this idea, but also with reference to the views expressed by many experts and professors, the core idea is to take advantage of our Yunzhou local advantages, combined with Yunzhou's own economic development status, location conditions and industrial layout and other actual circumstances, to find out the road suitable for us to go. Our Yunzhou is a coastal city. Yunzhou Port is the only Zhenghai province, the country's coastal 12 hub port one. At the same time, we are the east of the Asia-Europe continental bridge. Can radiate to the hinterland of the influence should not be limited only to the surrounding cities and counties or even the province. The central region and the western region is also an important constituent of the line of sight we can put. When it comes to specifics, Li Hua is still very vocal. After all, these were all concepts that Lin Yi had put forward and that had been continuously studied and clarified by countless experts and scholars and even government officials in later generations. Even though he didn't dare to be too specific and ahead of his time in order to keep himself from coming across as too outrageous, just saying these things was enough to shock people, especially Lin Yi, whose eyes were getting brighter and brighter as he listened to Li Hua speak. Chapter 6: The Unexpected. Lin Yi had never felt like this before. He felt that what he had been thinking in his mind all these years, and what he would often talk about with different people in different occasions, would be eloquently talked about by such a young man in front of him. He even had the feeling that this young man was the roundworm in his own stomach. This kid understands me. Lin Yi's heart was slightly agitated. This is actually quite rare for a leader at his level, especially still agitated by such a young man who basically had no rank and was the equivalent of a small shrimp in his eyes. It's unparalleled. Outside the office door, a number of the leaders had been a little too seated. After all, a raw face came out of nowhere and cut in on everyone's queue to meet Secretary Lin in advance, something that had never happened before. Director Zhou, who was that one just now? It seems like we've never seen him before. Is he the son of one of the leaders in the province? A few people who thought they were still on good terms with Zhou Guangliang came over and began to inquire about the situation. For those of them, being informed, especially as it relates to leadership, is a very important thing. After all, the matter of being an official is also like walking on thin ice. The slightest mistake will be just may fall into the abyss. Everyone will know the specifics later. Zhou Guangliang, however, kept his mouth shut, refusing to reveal anything half as substantial. In fact, he's revealed a lot, because in his opinion, Li Hua is actually interviewing for a job, and if he succeeds in the interview, he will have to sit here instead of himself in the future. So these leaders present in the room will inevitably all know about his situation. If he fails in the interview, then he will still be a party school lecturer. Do you know that it does not matter to these leaders at the director level? Other than that, more words were absolutely impossible for Zhou Guangliang to say. Don't look at him as Secretary Lin's own man in everyone's eyes, knowing a lot of things and being able to reveal a lot of information. But he knows in his own heart that any information he reveals is basically implied or tacitly allowed to be revealed by the leadership. And what the leader didn't want him to reveal, he definitely kept to himself. If you can't even do that, you simply can't play the important role of a leader's secretary. As for Li Hua, it was still unknown whether this guy could be left behind. so of course Zhou Guangliang didn't dare to say anything nonsense. Although in his judgment, the possibility of that guy taking his place was very high, but in the official world, nothing was foolproof, especially when dealing with leaders. Even the slightest problem can lead to a full-blown disaster, so it's better to wait for the results. Everyone is waiting, and this would be Lin Yi, who had already been listening to Li Hua for more than 20 minutes. He had planned to leave this potentially new secretary of his only 10 minutes, and now it was way beyond that, but he didn't half want to interrupt the other man, because he was greatly inspired from Li Hua's narration. There were a lot of things that he himself originally only hazily had so much feeling about, but after listening to the other party's narration, it was as if he had picked apart that layer of gauze, and everything became clear. It's condescending to make this young man a secretary. Lin Yi sighed in his mind. He was originally interested in Li Hua's article, thinking that the latter has some talent, put on their side to write materials to exercise. The future may be able to put out some as, but now he had changed that mind. It's talent that needs to be put into a more important position. You said it well. Finally ended his own narrative of Li Hua felt some dry mouth and tongue dizziness. Stopping, he was a little surprised that he was able to say so much in one breath in front of the face of a hand of the city. However, Secretary Lin's affirmation gave him a great encouragement, invigorating his entire being. Even his back straightened a few points. But young people can't just talk, they also have to be able to do, and very often, doing is more important than talking. You have to remember that. Lin Yi continued to encourage. Thank you, Secretary Lin. I will definitely keep your teachings in mind. Li Hua accepted with an open mind. To be honest, all of the things he said were things he had experienced in his previous life, but if he were to actually do them, it was still unknown if he could do them well. But, after all, one is so many years ahead of the curve in terms of insight. There's no reason to do too badly, is there? He had a bit of confidence in his heart, too. Well, you'll report to the Municipal Party Committee office tomorrow. That's all for today. Lin Yi nodded and picked up his teacup. Li Hua knew that his conversation with Secretary Lin today was over. He stood up in a hurry and returned the chair to its original position, bowing at the same time. I'll definitely work hard and definitely won't fail Secretary Lin's expectations. Walking out of the secretary's office, Li Hua only felt an inner relief. He could sense that Lin Yi's opinion of himself should be relatively positive, which meant that his position as secretary of this municipal party secretary was basically secure. From a lecturer at the party school of the Municipal Party Committee to the secretary of the Municipal Party Committee, this span can be considered a step forward for everyone. Even though Li Hua had been a man for 2 lifetimes and had a far greater capacity to endure than the average person, this would still feel a bit of weakness in his feet. And as soon as he came out, the eyes of those leaders outside all converged on him. This kid, but he was in Secretary Lin's office for a whole half hour. You should know that Secretary Lin has always been efficient in his work. Even when listening to his subordinates report their work, he is concise and does not waste time. That was why so many people were gathered at his door waiting to report on their work, because everyone knew that even if 30 people had to report to Secretary Lin on a single day, he would be able to listen to all of them. However, is such a pay attention to the efficiency of the work of simple and clear leadership? Even gave the boy half an hour of time. This is absolutely hard under and have a very important work to have the treatment. Everyone was sighing in their hearts, but at the same time they were very puzzled. So who the hell is this kid? And what the hell did he say in Secretary Lin's office to take so long? Director Ma, it's your turn. Zhou Guangliang also stood up, but he was the one who first signaled the leader who was first in line to go in, but he himself walked to Li Hua's side. Comrade Li, everything's going pretty well, isn't it? I'll see you off. Although others did not know Li Hua's situation, he was still well aware that this person was likely to be his successor. Although as a senior, Zhou Guangliang could have some superiority, but at the same time, he knew very well that perhaps in the future, if he wanted to see Secretary Lin, he would need to go through this young man as well. So getting closer while you can isn't a bad thing. Chapter 7 is not normal. Compared to those directors and whatnot, Zhou Guangliang knew Lin Yi better, and knew the reason why Li Hua had gone in more clearly, so he was more able to appreciate the implications of that half hour's duration. It's a lot more than just the secretary stabilizing. This half hour meant that Secretary Lin appreciated Li Hua very much. When he first met Secretary Lin, he didn't get such a long reception. Although it is a long time to follow the leader and perform, a good start is half the battle, isn't it? At least in the eyes of Zhou Guangliang, Li Hua's this interview is definitely very successful. Their own this sat for more than 4 years of the secretary position, probably to change someone to do. And, of course, he's not at all half sorry, because every secretary's ultimate way out is to be exiled. Zhou Guangliang has followed Secretary Lin for so many years, saddled with the effectiveness of the horse. Waiting for is not also the day to be exiled? although it is said to follow the side of Secretary Lin is very powerful. Every cadre in the city to be polite to their own, but the secretary is frankly to serve people's work. Where is it compared to their own to go to be the leader of the people to be served by others? Cool it. Of course, with the Secretary Lin's side of this period of time, his harvest is also very big. Not only with the city's vast majority of cadres above the division level have achieved a good relationship, but also to mention their own level from the deputy section of the deputy division. However, the most important gain was that he became Secretary Lin's absolute confidant, his own man, and wherever he went in the future, no matter what position he took, his body would bear the label of Secretary Lin. And now, the young man in front of him was most likely going to be labeled as such, and that meant they would be one of their own. Even though there can be competition between your own people, it's better to get on good terms first in comparison. Therefore, Zhou Guangliang showed extraordinary friendliness to Li Hua. The friendliness was beyond the comprehension of the other leaders present. Take care, keep in touch when you have time. Zhou Guangliang kept sending Li Hua to the corridor and stuffed a business card of his own in his hand before waving goodbye. Upon his return, he was once again surrounded by several familiar leaders. Director Zhou, who exactly was that person just now? Even if you won't tell us the truth about him, at least tell us his name and workplace. We're not supposed to have to deal with him from now on, are we? These people who make it as leaders are not cuties. They're all well informed. 2. They naturally knew that Zhou Guangliang was about to be released, and Secretary Lin was picking the candidate for the new secretary. The reason why we didn't think in this direction at first was mainly because we thought that even if Secretary Lin wanted to pick a new secretary, he would also choose within the scope of the Municipal Party Committee office. And it's unlikely that he would look for a fresh face that we all don't know to take up this important position. However, with the development of the situation, this young man even stayed in Secretary Lin's office for as long as half an hour. And after coming out, Zhou Guangliang was still so friendly to him. And seeing all this, if people still can't make any judgments, then it would be too unqualified. Once everyone has their judgment, it's important to get a quick look at that young man and then find a way to get close enough to burn the cold stove ahead of time. His name is Li Hua, and he's still a lecturer at the party school of the Municipal Party Committee. Zhou Guangliang certainly wouldn't refuse such a request, and he couldn't refuse it either. After all, these people in front of him could all be called people with great magical powers in the cloud state, and if they wanted to find someone, they would be able to do so even if they dug up the ground. Since Li Hua had already appeared before them and received their attention, he would definitely be found by them. In that case, it would be better to sell the favor yourself. Satisfied, several leaders returned to their positions, pulled out their cell phones, and began to busy themselves. And at this very moment, in an office building a few kilometers away from the municipal government building, a man in his 40s was knocking on the door of an office with a document in his hand. Director Qin, this is the document sent to us by the district prosecutor's office to report the arrest of a district People's Congress deputy. Director Qin is a man in his 50s, looking not old and vigorous, very much a feeling of being limited in talent by the so-called pension unit of the NPC. Oh, what's the charge? He took the paper and asked as he read it. Hit and run, the man replied. Li Hua? Is that Li Hua from the party school of the Municipal Party Committee? Director Qin frowned when he saw the name. Li Hua was invited by him to join the District People's Congress, and widely inviting people who have achieved some success in their work in units outside the district but who live in the district to serve as deputies to the District People's Congress was a strategy he appointed after he became the executive deputy director of the Qingyang District People's Congress. Li Hua works in the party school of the Municipal Party Committee, although it is only an ordinary lecturer, but there is still some room for development. Maybe at some point you can have contact with the leadership of the Municipal Party Committee, which is an important reason why Director Qin absorbed him to become a deputy to the District People's Congress. Now, he could not help but feel a little disgruntled when he saw that this young man, whom he had once favored, was in danger of being arrested. Shouldn't you say hello to him first for something like this? Is it because he's been dropped to the second line that he's off the radar? Director Qin should not come to the age of the National People's Congress came to the National People's Congress. The heart of the gas would have been a little less than smooth. To see the problem is also easy to radical. Obviously, this one arrest report application and hit him on the muzzle of the gun. Is the evidence conclusive? You can't arrest the wrong person for something like this, he asked coldly. There's nothing wrong with the evidence. It's this what's-his-name guy's wife who personally came forward to testify, and the car belongs to his family. So it's basically enough to convict. The man replied. Director Liu knows this case very well. Director Qin suddenly raised his head and gave him a strange look. The matter was indeed a bit strange, as the man was the head of the office of the Standing Committee of the District People's Congress, and theoretically, was not supposed to know much about the case. Moreover, that previous questioning by Director Qin was not actually a question for him. but rather he was asked to help pass on a message that it was going to the district attorney's office. Yet this Director Lu pretended not to hear it and gave a direct answer, which was indeed something not quite normal. This guy, he's still a little undeterred. Director Chin frowned slightly as he mulled over how he should handle this matter better. Director Lu, on the other hand, had a smug smile on his lips. He knew that Director Chin, the old fox, was not very easy to fall for, but today, there might be some unexpected gains as well. Chapter 8, there are also fights within the NPC. Director Chin and Director Lu are two people who don't get along very well. This is normal, because the General County People's Congresses, District People's Congresses, such units, the daily work is done by the Director of the Office of the Standing Committee. After all, the Director of the District People's Congress is concurrently appointed by the Secretary of the District Party Committee. The main work of energy are to be placed on the District Party Committee. It is impossible to care about this side of the NPC. The Deputy Directors, on the other hand, are basically old leaders who have retired from the second line. They usually just attend important occasions once in a while, and their day-to-day work is not much of a concern. Therefore, in general, the Director of the Office of the NPCSC in the hands of more or less can still manage something, a little power. However, the Qingyang District People's Congress is an exception, because they have Director Chin as the Executive Deputy Director. Director Chin is actually just over 50 years old. He was transferred to the NPC as the Executive Deputy Director at the age of 48 from his position as the Deputy Head of the Standing Committee of the District. At this age, it was originally just the right time to be young and strong, and should continue to strive hard in the position of Deputy District Commissioner, and it is not impossible to even go to the next level. But Director Chin was relegated to the National People's Congress, NPC, for some inexplicable reason and became a dispensable and idle post. He was certainly not happy about it, but there wasn't much he could do about it. After 2 months of sulking, he suddenly became interested in the work of the National People's Congress, NPC, and grabbed all the power of the NPC into his own hands, which is also considered to be self-indulgent and self-congratulatory. But he is so entertaining does not matter, so that the original hand is still a little bit of power in the hands of Director Lu suddenly turned into a completely no power of the staff. The latter is of course also reluctant, but where he has a little relationship ability, will not be in the National People's Congress such a place as what the Director of the Office, not willing to have any way, but the conflict had just built up, and resentment had been slowly growing in his heart. Until today, Director Lu finally waited for an opportunity, a chance to make Director Chin make a mistake. The matter of the Procurator's report for arrest authorization could not be considered an opportunity, and although crimes committed by deputies to the National People's Congress were relatively rare, they were not unheard of, and as long as there were no problems with the procedure and the evidence was sufficient, it was certainly not possible for Director Chin to have made any mistakes in such a matter. What made Director Lu feel like he had waited for his chance was a phone call from Jiang Qinghao. The name Jiang Qinghao is not very famous in the folk of Yunzhou City, but in the political world of Yunzhou City, it can be said that almost no one knows about it, because he was the secretary of Su Zhanyang, the deputy secretary of the Municipal Party Committee. Director Lu never imagined that he would receive a call from Su Zhanyang, and the latter's concern was this small report for permission. What does that mean? This means that this NPC deputy named Li Hua, who was reported for arrest, has offended Grand Secretary Su, and if he offended Great Secretary Su in Yunzhou City, he didn't need to think about it to know that there would definitely not be a good ending. Anyone who tries to bail him out is going straight to hell. Of course, Director Lu also knows very well that Director Chin's previous behavior was not necessarily because he wanted to protect the one called Li Hua, and he probably also just wanted to show his presence and show his leadership authority. This was something that Director Chin often liked to do, and it was also something that Director Lu had deliberately steered out. But how would this behavior be reacted to if Grand Secretary Su knew about it? Director Lu was really looking forward to it. This may be the coming out he's been waiting for. Let's put this document here with me first. I'll study it before I say anything. Finally, Director Chin made his final decision. Director Lu knew that by withholding this document, he wasn't trying to bail out the guy named Li Hua, but more like releasing a grievance against the prosecutor's office. What Director Chin hoped for was at least a personal call from one of the leaders over at the prosecutor's office, who would raise his hand and sign the document as long as it showed an attitude, because that's the kind of respect he needs. However, he didn't know that behind this matter, it wasn't just as simple as an ordinary prosecutor's office reporting the arrest of a deputy to the National People's Congress, and Director Lu's concealment had prevented him from being able to grasp the full information. Okay, I got it. Director Lu's heart was bursting with joy. The first thing he did when he got back to his office was to call the prosecutor's office and tell them that the matter of reporting for a permit had been squashed by Director Chin. Director Lu didn't go directly to Jiang Qinghao. because then the implication of suing would be too obvious. Jiang Qinghao is not a little cutie. Will not be used flat out like this. Director Lu believes that the Procuratorate has a way of relaying this message to Grand Secretary Jiang. In addition, it is precisely because of this kind of paraphrase that some misunderstandings that would never have arisen from a direct conversation originally will appear. And this is also the brilliance of Director Lu. Sure enough, after a short while of work, he once again received a call from Jiang Qinghao. Director Lu, please help me find Director Qin and have him answer the phone. Jiang Qinghao's tone on the phone was clearly a bit unhappy. Everyone in the official circles of Yunzhou knows that he is a person with a somewhat narrow mind and is not very easy to get along with. Director Qin didn't give him a very painful time to get things done, so obviously he had been somewhat offended. He hadn't even bothered to ask for the exact course of events. For a person of his status, looking for a district-level NPC to do such a small thing, there is no need to ask about the specific process, and not doing it right is already an offense to him. Okay. Director Lu snickered in his heart while jogging all the way to Director Qin's office once again. Seeing the leader who had turned in his chair, leaving only the back of one chair facing the door, he did not hide the mockery on his face at all. Director Qin, this is a call from Director Jiang of the Municipal Party Committee office. It is not necessary to be too specific to talk to insiders. Just one sentence of Director Jiang of the Municipal Party Committee office. Then everyone in the official world knows who the person on the other end of the phone is. However, when Director Qin turned over, Director Lu realized that the other party was also on the phone. Only, no matter what call he was taking, it wouldn't be able to match the call from Director Jiang of the Municipal Party Committee office as more important, right? Director Lu sneered in his heart, but on his face, he had long since replaced it with the same gentle and humble expression as before. This time, however, he guessed wrong. Director Qin didn't pay attention to what he said was Director Jiang's call. Instead, he gestured and told him to wait. Wouldn't this be better? Director Lu exited Director Qin's office and just stood in the doorway, putting the phone to his ear. Director Jiang, Director Qin is answering the phone. Why don't we wait and let him get back to you? No need to return. Just wait next to him. I'll see how long he can answer this call. Jiang Qinghao's voice already sounded very stiff. Chapter 9 gets complicated. So Director Lu took his cell phone back to Director Qin's office and just stood there, waiting for the latter's call to finish. He knew that Jiang Qinghao must have been very unhappy by now, and this unhappiness would increase as the wait became longer. Lao Qin, I'll see how you'll explain to Jiang Qinghao later. If you don't explain it well, you'll probably have to go back to your rightful place altogether as the deputy director who was supposed to have a name. Director Lu could barely hide the excitement in his heart. Director Qin's call didn't last too long. He hung up quickly, and he had a strange expression on his face, as if he had been pondering something. Director Qin, Director Jiang is still waiting for you on the phone. Director Lu coldly reminded from the side. Director Qin was really taken aback, but he didn't pick up the phone. Instead, he picked up the document from earlier. This, not approved. You let the prosecutor's office investigate it properly again. Mustn't make any mistakes. Only after saying this did he take the phone in Director Lu's hand. Hello Director Jiang. I'm Qin Bo. Director Qin is really a busy man. Wanting to talk to you on the phone is quite difficult. Jiang Qinghao was on the other end of the phone, not even hiding the dissatisfaction in his heart. His phone had never hung up, so naturally he had heard Director Qin's words just now. Isn't the one that got the prosecutor's office to look into it properly again the one that was just sent in to report a warrant for arrest? What else could the NPC be up to besides that? This thought made Jiang Qinghao very angry in his heart. He felt that Qin Bo, this old man, was protecting Li Hua. As for the reason, he didn't know and didn't want to know. Whatever the reason was didn't make any sense to him. He only valued the result. Director Jiang really knows how to joke. You're looking for me. I think you also want to inquire about Li Hua, right? Qin Bo laughed dryly. He thought Jiang Qinghao's anger was just because he was slow in answering the phone. But it couldn't be helped, because the call he had taken earlier was also important. And he had gotten a very important message. Qin Bo felt that Jiang Qinghao was probably calling about this matter as well. Yes, I was inquiring about Li Hua. What does Director Qin plan to do about it? Jiang Qinghao sneered. He did not think that this old thing even dared to take the initiative to bring up this matter. It is hard not to think of what to say to fool himself, but there was no way one could be fooled, because cleaning up Li Hua is not his own business. It's the leader's intention. How can I handle this? Qin Bo first froze, then couldn't help but laugh bitterly. Just now that phone call is also, that is a city inside the director. Heard that Li Hua was Secretary Lin selected as a secretary, and then inquired about the previous self forced that guy into the Qingyang District People's Congress. So he thought he had some relationship with him. It doesn't really matter. It's all coincidence. However, This is something that can be utilized. And it's actually kind of a relationship. Bo began to think about it. However, his words sounded extremely harsh in Jiang Qinghao's ears. It's obvious that Li Hua's report for an arrest warrant was suppressed by you, and you still say you can't handle it? It's in my face, isn't it? And still treating me like a cutie. To fool around. Li Hua's matter is very complicated. Even the leaders are concerned. I hope Director Qin can take it seriously and not make any wrong choices. Jiang Qinghao simply threatened directly. It's also his go-to killer. But whenever he had something he wanted to make sure someone else would definitely do, he would mention that the matter was of concern to the leader. Other people don't know whether it's a real leader's concern or a fake leader's concern, and after hearing him say so, they naturally have no choice but to do it honestly. Jiang Qinghao often foxed around like this, and also secretly did a lot of his own things, but this time, he said so but there is no pressure at all, because this time it is really the leader's concern, or the leader took the initiative to let him come to make this greeting. He was sure that there would be absolutely no problems. Li Hua and I really aren't familiar with each other. It was because I thought he had some potential that I invited him into the District People's Congress in the first place, but we haven't had much contact with each other, and I really don't understand his situation. Bo was really a bit scared. He thought that even Su Zhengyang, the deputy secretary of the Municipal Party Committee, had started to pay attention to Li Hua, wanting to learn more information about that young man from him, but he really can't give it out. What he knows about that young man is all limited to those on the file. It's all a matter of finding out. Familiarize yourself with what? Understand what? Director Qin, are you confused? Jiang Qinghao was confused by his answer. Didn't Director Jiang call over to find out what's going on because Li Hua was chosen as Secretary Lin's secretary? Bo was also a bit confused. What? What did you say? Li Hua was chosen by Secretary Lin to be his secretary? Jiang Qinghao was shocked. He didn't know anything about it. He knew that Secretary Lin wanted to change his secretary, but how could the candidate be Li Hua? No one had ever heard of any relationship between Li Hua and Secretary Lin. Even the closest people around Li Hua didn't know. How did you know? Is this matter certain? Jiang Qinghao hurriedly asked after him. If this is true, then the situation becomes complicated. Jiang Qinghao still knew something about why his leader wanted to clean up Li Hua. After all, he was the leader's beloved sidekick. It was impossible that he didn't know anything. That's why he was able to realize the seriousness of the problem. Just now the City Education Bureau's Zhao director called me, also inquired about Li Hua's matter. He told me that Li Hua was selected by Secretary Lin as a secretary. Just talked for more than half an hour in the secretary's office. Words. I thought you were also asking about this matter. Bo was also very surprised. So Jiang Qinghao isn't here to inquire about Li Hua? But in his words just now, he mentioned Li Hua again. What was that for? Just then, Bo suddenly glanced at the document placed on his desk, the one sent by the prosecutor's office to report the arrest permit, and he suddenly realized something. Shouldn't. Okay, I know. That's it. Jiang Qinghao of course wouldn't explain anything to him as he hurriedly hung up the phone. Bo glanced at the cell phone that had been hung up and handed it, along with the document on the table, to Director Liu, who had been standing by his side. This report for a warrant of arrest. Send it back to the prosecutor's office so they can re-investigate it. Got it? Understood. Director Liu had been listening to the phone call between Bo and Jiang Qinghao, and he certainly hadn't missed anything crucial. At this moment, a wave of shock had risen in his heart. Chapter 10, The Mother Tiger of Party Schools. In the Municipal Party Committee building, a middle-aged man was facing the window and looking out, only leaving the people behind with a not-so-tall but imposing back. Sure Linny wants to use Li Hua as his secretary? It should be 9 times out of 10. More than 10 meters behind him, Jiang Qinghao, the second secretary of the Municipal Party Committee, stood there respectfully, his body slightly bent. Li Hua went to Secretary Lin's office today, plugged in a bunch of directors, stayed in there for half an hour, and when he was leaving Zhou Guangliang sent him outside the corridor. Jiang Qinghao knew that when reporting things to this leader of his, he only needed to state his judgment a little bit, and the next thing was just to say exactly what happened, and the leader would have his own judgment. Su Zhanyang tilted his head and looked towards an angle off to his right, and that direction was exactly where Lin Yi's office was. The Municipal Party Committee has a relatively strange phenomenon. That is, the secretary and deputy secretary of the office is not only not on the same floor, and even on the two sides of the building, almost can be counted as the furthest away from the two offices. In fact, this was not the case before. Before, these two offices were on the same side, that is, upstairs and downstairs, and they were very close to each other. Until Su Zhanyang became this deputy secretary, he directly asked to change the location of the office. As the deputy secretary of the Municipal Party Committee, he naturally would not be refused such a simple and small request as a change of office. and so the secretary and deputy secretary's office became distant from that point on. Let's put this matter aside first. Su Zhengyang looked at it for a while, returned to his seat and sat down, and began to continue dealing with his own matters. It was as if the incident had just passed. In fact, ever since Lin Yi had received Li Hua, this matter had already ended. Not to mention that Li Hua was originally wrongly accused. Even if he wasn't wrongly accused, it's unlikely that anyone will ever hold on to him again, because he is the one who has just been recognized by the city clerk, the city's top official. Lin Yi had already been operating in Yunzhou City for 6 years, from mayor to secretary of the municipal party committee. In these 6 years, although it is not so much that the city of Yunzhou is operated as an iron barrel, completely turning into their own world, but it has also established absolute authority, at least on the surface. Absolutely no one would dare to challenge his authority. Even for an ambitious guy like Su Zhengyang, at most he would dare to make some small moves behind the scenes, and he would need to be honest in the open. And at this time, whoever dares to touch Li Hua is challenging Lin Yi's authority. Isn't that tantamount to Secretary Lin not knowing his people well? No one has the guts. Even if Su Zhengyang wanted to sneak around and make things happen, who would be willing to throw away everything they had and act as that charging dead soldier for him? Therefore, Li Hua was now absolutely safe. Maybe something else will happen to him later for some other reason, but at least for now, absolutely no one will dare pick on him in any way. Su Zhengyang could only give up helplessly. Zhang Qinghao exited the leader's office, then took out his cell phone and made a call to the Qingyang District Police Department. Of course, he wasn't calling to explain anything to them. He was just telling them that the previous operation was cancelled. As for the reason, he was sure that they would know. Li Hua didn't realize that in just such a short while, because of him, another dark wave had been set off. He just silently went back to the municipal party school, went back to his office, and started to get ready to have to pack his things. He knew that if nothing went wrong, he probably didn't really need to continue working here. There was no attachment to this place in his mind. The job at the municipal party school was easy and didn't have too many hookups, but it was boring. Plus he has a very annoying leader, which makes his job as a lecturer kinda pointless. It's good that it's almost over. Li Hua sat in his seat and looked at the things on the table in front of him. He hadn't started yet, but he was already mentally figuring out what to take with him. Old Li, where were you this morning? Why didn't you even take a vacation? The tigress got mad twice and swore she'd give you a good time. He had just sat down when Wang Zue came over. The tigress in his mouth is the boss of the two of them, the deputy head of the teaching section of the party school, Lu Wenwen. This is a woman in her 30s, extremely short-tempered, not moving. Almost every lecturer in the party school has been scolded by her more than once. However, because of the legend that she had a very strong background, even though she was so grumpy and offended so many people, she still lived well and her status was not affected in any way at all. Li Hua's tardiness falling into her hands would definitely not be a good thing. Being scolded is just the easiest result, and there may be further punishments like writing a review and deducting salary and bonus. Section Chief Lu is furious. That's not every day. Can't eat me, Li Hua said faintly. If it had been before, he'd still have been a little freaked out to hear that Ryuan was furious because of him. Even if there would be no substantial punishment, being yelled at by a woman in front of a large group of people was a humiliating thing to do. But now, he was no longer worried about it. He didn't even know how much longer he could stay at the party school, so how could he still be afraid of a deputy chief of the party school? If you want me to say, why don't you just let her eat it once? She's not that bad looking. It's not like she's had thoughts about you for a day or two. And she's probably angry every day because she can't eat you. The expression on Wang Zue's face suddenly became a bit obscene. Many people in the party school are saying that Lu Wenwen must have some thoughts about Li Hua. After all, the latter was tall, handsome and still young and strong, which was still very tempting for a young woman like Lu Wenwen whose husband had been away from home for a long time. And, most importantly, when Li Hua first came to work at the party school, Lu Wenwen was still very nice to him. And it was only after 2 or 3 months that he slowly treated him the same as anyone else. Nay, even worse than he treated anyone else. Everyone was speculating that it must have started with Lu Wenwen trying to show her goodwill and get close to the young handsome man in order to achieve her ulterior motives. Then the attitude changed for the worse and that was naturally an irritation after never being able to get the job done. Of course, this was just a blind guess. No one ever dared to say it to his face. That is, Wang Zue thought that he was on good terms with Li Hua, and only then would he make this kind of not-so-great joke. You really are enough. Li Hua was a bit helpless and just wanted to retort something. Just then, a rather sharp voice interrupted him. Li Hua, you still know to come back to work? Where have you been all morning? Did you think I couldn't fix you? A woman around 30 years old, quite attractive but with a shrewd movement posture stormed into the office aggressively. Chapter 11, What an attitude. Chief Ru, Seeing him, Wang Zuo was like a frightened rabbit, directly bouncing up from his seat, and then the whole person ran outside. You guys talk, I'm going out to see what's for lunch. After saying that, his person had disappeared out of the door. Lu Wenwen didn't care about any of his movements at all. At this moment, all of her attention was focused on Li Hua's body, her eyes staring straight at the latter. In the morning there is something. I did not come over. It's my fault. Lu Section Chief. You can criticize. Let me write a check to deduct wages and bonuses are not a problem. I'll admit it. As soon as Li Hua saw that Lu Wenwen was coming, he didn't have any hesitation and directly admitted his mistake. Although he didn't need to be afraid of Lu Wenwen anymore, but he was already a person who was about to leave the party school, so naturally there was no need to have any conflicts with others before he left. Perhaps some of them would be so excited at this time that they would not take anyone seriously, and a big fight with Lu Wenwen would be possible. But Li Hua won't do that. He wouldn't have thought that the matter of his going to be secretary to Secretary Lin was a done deal. Or rather, unless his ass was already sitting in that position of Zhou Guangliang, otherwise, he wouldn't even feel that he had become Secretary Lin's secretary. He knew very well that the more critical moments like this, the more he needed to remain calm and low-key. At this point in time, it was estimated that there had to be an unknown number of pairs of eyes staring at oneself, but whenever there was something on oneself, it would be taken out and magnified by those people, and it might cause any bad influence on oneself. He had watched so many people who had fallen before success in his previous life that he naturally learned their lessons and would not make the same mistakes as them. Seeing that Li Hua actually conceded so dryly, Lu Wenwen was somewhat at a loss for words instead. Although she is the former's leader, she is just a small vice president of the academic affairs section. Criticizing and punishing people to write a review is already the limit of her power. Strictly speaking, she does not even have the power to deduct people's salary bonuses. What could she say when people had said things to such an extent? But looking at Li Hua's attitude of admitting fault but not conceding defeat, a fire just flared up in her heart. She didn't understand how it was so hard for her to look pretty and have a good family background, just wanting to have something instinctively human with this kid. She felt that it was Li Hua's insult to her, and she had been very resentful, wanting to get that back, but never succeeding. Can't we just let it go this time? Absolutely not. Look at what kind of attitude you have. Is this a good attitude of admitting your mistakes? You're clearly broken. Lu Wenwen roared through clenched teeth. You think your business is simply a fine and a review? I'm telling you, you're wrong. I'm going to report to the hospital's party committee to have you disciplined within the party. Li Hua's fire rubbed off. If Lu Wenwen wanted to target him, whether it was to make him write a review or to fine him, he was able to accept it and just put up with it. After all, for him right now, making sure that he didn't make mistakes and find fault with those who were ready to pick on him with a magnifying glass was the most important thing. However, Lu Wenwen even wanted to blackmail the hospital party committee to give himself a party disciplinary action, which cannot be tolerated. Party discipline such things, for those comrades who are not very enterprising, irrelevant, at most 2 or 3 years without the qualification of the evaluation of excellence, will not affect the normal salary of a dime. It does not matter. But for Li Hua, it was incredibly important. This is because, according to the relevant regulations, a comrade who has been disciplined by the party is not allowed to be promoted within 2 years. Li Hua is now just an ordinary lecturer at the party school, enjoying a deputy section level as an ordinary section member because of his relatively high graduate degree. However, once he was transferred to the municipal party committee office, then this deputy section level can be more than just a treatment. It is bound to be immediately and directly implemented. After all, the deputy establishment of a unit like the party school is a bit tight. But the municipal party committee, that's a grab bag. How could Li Hua, as a secretary directly serving Secretary Lin, not have the appropriate rank? Not only will he immediately implement the deputy section grade, he will also address the full section grade or even the deputy division grade within a very short period of time. This is why many people are very much want to go to the main leader as a secretary, because when the secretary not only can become the leader's own people, even the level brush up is particularly fast. The simplest example is Zhou Guangliang. This guy was just a small deputy section chief 4 years ago before he was with Secretary Lin, but after following Secretary Lin, in just 4 years, he realized the leap from deputy section chief to deputy division level, and once released, it is bound to be a deputy division level with quite a heavy weight, and it is even very likely that he will be promoted to the position of a substantive full division in a very short period of time, since Li Hua would most likely become Secretary Lin's secretary. Plus he also had the advantage of being a reborn person with foresight. His expectations would certainly not be lower than Zhou Guanliang's. Staying by Secretary Lin's side until the deputy division level is what he expects of him. However, if one's body is carrying a penalty, then this expectation is bound to be directly disappointed. A disciplinary action will not only directly make himself no way to get any promotion in 2 years, but also may affect Secretary Lin's perception of himself. Therefore, Li Hua would never allow this to happen. Chief Lu, I think I don't have any problems with my attitude. I have great respect for you. If you think that it's not enough for me to admit my faults and punishments, and you have to apply for a party disciplinary action against me, then I'll talk to you about this in front of the school leaders. Li Hua stood up straight away and stared at Lu Wenwen dead in the face. His stature was tall, screwing up a whole head than the latter, so much so that there was a direct feeling of condescension. At least in terms of momentum, it was still quite bluffing. Looking at how fierce he was, Lu Wenwen was also taken aback, slightly discouraged, but immediately regained her anger and arrogance. What does she have to be afraid of? The executive vice president of the party school and her father are good friends. Who can reason with her at the party school? Fine. You want to go to the school leader? We'll go to the school leader right now. I'd like to see if the school leader will shelter you. A guy who made a mistake and still has a bad attitude. Lu Wenwen said loudly. What are you guys yelling and making noise for here? What's it like? However, just at this time, a majestic voice rang out, and an old man in his 50s walked into the office with his hands behind his back and a frown on his face. He was followed by several others, all of whom were senior members of the party school. Uncle Zhou, this Li Hua is really getting over the top. He didn't show up for work all morning, and when I criticized him, he yelled at me. He simply didn't take the rules and regulations of the party school, or even the party's rules and regulations, into consideration. I feel that he must be severely disciplined before I can do anything about it. Chapter 12, The Leaders Are Running. Lu Wenwen saw the visitor and felt that her backer had arrived. The one who came was no other than Zhou Shuetian, the executive vice president of the party school of the municipal party committee. Zhou Shuetian and Zhou Guangliang were both surnamed Zhou, but there was no kinship between the two. The former had tried to test how many generations upwards the two of them could get to one ancestor, though the latter apparently wasn't too interested in that. Moreover, Zhou Shuetian is a local, but Zhou Guangliang is a cadre from the field examined, and it is normal that there is no contact with each other. Of course, even if there is no relationship with Zhou Guangliang, Zhou Shuetian is still considered a not-so-small figure in the Yunzhou political scene. Although this unit of the party school does not have much real power, but because most of the cadres in the city will have or have had the experience of training in the party school to further their education, so it is still very easy to get involved. Coupled with the fact that the party school's hand is the deputy secretary of the municipal party committee Su Zhenyang concurrently, this big brother's daily work is so busy. Concurrently serving as the party school president is only symbolic, so the party school's main power is basically in the hands of the executive vice president Zhou Shuetian. It's basically even his kingdom. So, when Lu Wenwen saw him coming, her heart immediately settled down. She believed that with Zhou Shuetian backing her up, it would naturally be no problem to clean up a small lecturer. As for whether or not the vice-chancellor would back herself up, that wasn't even a question in her mind. Zhou Shuetian was still drinking with his own father in his own home last night, and the two of them were so good that they could almost wear the same pants. So how could he not take care of his old friend's daughter? This is verified by countless previous events and does not need to be revisited. This time, however, something unexpected happened to Lu Wenwen. Facing her who came face to face crying, Zhou Shuetian unexpectedly dodged directly away as if he had not seen it at all. He walked directly to Li Hua's side and took the initiative to extend his hands, shaking the latter's right hand affectionately as if pulling a superior leader. Comrade Li Hua, you're not in shock, are you? Lu Wenwen is indeed a bit unlikable. I'll deal with her. You mustn't have a bad opinion of our party school because of her. This is the first stop in your career after all. Hearing these words, Lu Wenwen's eyes almost didn't fall out. How could she not have thought that Zhou Shuetian, who had always been above board and had eyes only for the higher-ups, with little goodwill for the people below, would say such flattering words to Li Hua? Is this old man crazy? Willow was tempted to ask out loud, but she didn't dare. Moreover, she found that not only did Zhou Shuetian run to Li Hua's side, but all those party school leaders who followed Zhou Shuetian along also ran to Li Hua's side and shushed him. Among them are the vice principal who ranks after Zhou Shuetian, the head of the academic affairs section, the head of the cadet work section, and the head of the training section and so on. All of them are the leaders who speak more effectively in the party school. Li Hua has been working in the party school for a year now, and the words he has said to the leaders only add up to not as much as this half a minute. What the hell happened? Lu Wenwen was completely confused. It seemed to her that the party school leaders had all gone mad. The leaders certainly can't all be crazy. The reason they came over was naturally because they all already knew about the fact that Li Hua was going to become Secretary Lin's secretary. After those directors knew Li Hua's identity, the most direct way to find out about this person was of course to call the leaders of the party school to ask for information. so one way or another, even if they have something to hide, will not be completely honest. These leaders of the party school can also guess a rough. The party school is a chicken nest, and a golden phoenix has come out again. To be honest, it's actually quite normal for a place like a party school to have lecturers who are looked up to and promoted. Party schools are supposed to be places for training talents, so if the lecturers themselves are not talents, how can they possibly teach the officials who are of a very high standard? Only one step up from a small lecturer, directly into the secretary of the municipal party secretary. This kind of thing is really rarely happened. Not to mention that this small lecturer to the party school to work is only about a year, even if it seems to be a little background. But this little background with the secretary of the municipal party committee compared to the secretary of the municipal party committee, then nothing counts. So, all the leaders of the party school who could come came. In addition to wanting to get close to Li Hua, everyone also wanted to see what this young man had gotten so far with just one step. Thank you so much for all the love from the leaders. Thank you all. Although everyone was talking about this matter of him being promoted explicitly and implicitly, but since the matter had not materialized, Li Hua did not admit it. He was just being thankful, and it never hurts to be thankful. As for anything else, he didn't mention any of it. It's not even 100% sure of anything yet, and you're just blabbering about it. So if something goes wrong, wouldn't it be a laughing stock? Even if it doesn't go wrong, you're only making a bad impression by gloating yourself before the final result. Now for Li Hua can be called the most important step in his life. He must be careful to be careful. The school leaders smiled and complimented while also marveling in their hearts, putting their hearts in the right place. They felt that even if they were the ones who got a chance to go and work beside Secretary Lin now, they would inevitably be complacent and very excited, and a little bit of uptalk would be possible. But this young man was surprisingly so composed that even though everyone else already knew about these things, he himself only kept his mouth shut. No wonder he was valued by Secretary Lin. This composure alone is enough to defeat 99% of young people under 30. Well, everyone don't just empty words. Now is the point of lunch. Our party school do the host. For Comrade Li Hua a good celebration. What do you think? Finally, after trying to find out nothing, Zhou Shuwen put a stop to everyone's various platitudes. He certainly knew that the matter had not been finalized, and if it had been, he, the vice-chancellor of the party school, would surely have been notified, so it made sense that Li Hua didn't want to mention it. However, the party school cannot not show. The key is not to miss this last opportunity to get close to Li Hua, so he decided that he wanted to celebrate Li Hua in the name of the party school, which was really just a way of trying to find a more convenient way to get close to him. Naturally no one objected to this proposal, and everyone needed such a more appropriate occasion. Principal Zhou, all the leaders, the 8 characters have not yet been set in stone. The celebration I think we should not do it first. When it is finalized, I will invite all the leaders and colleagues as a thank you for taking care of all of you this year. Do you think it is okay? Only Li Hua firmly refused this so-called celebration. Chapter 13, Getting Closer. Li Hua of course will not agree to this so-called celebration, which if it reaches the ears of the leadership, do not know to change into what kind of. Although the leader also hoped that he would be proud to work at the leader's side, a big celebration of such a thing still seemed too much of an exuberance. In contrast, it is much more acceptable to thank former leaders and co-workers by inviting them to a meal before leaving the organization. But in reality, there is no difference in the form of the two. It is all about having a meal and a drink together. So he was recognized for this proposal. It doesn't matter who is nominally buying as long as it allows for occasions where people can get closer. Anyway, by the time the checkout time operation on the line, after all, even the party school such units, each year there is a certain amount of hospitality. Now do not use if the end of the year will have to spend money on a raid. Do not use for nothing. Having finally dealt with the leaders, Li Hua took another look at Lu Wenwen, who was still frozen next to him. He was also surprised the woman hadn't left yet. Section Chief Lu, do you think I should write a review? Li Hua didn't understand what she meant, so he tested the waters. Li Hua, you're going to the municipal party committee and you were still teasing me there just now. Do you think I'm easy to cheat? Lu Wenwen looked at him, her eyes filled with anger. In her opinion, Li Hua must have known about the news that he was going to the municipal party committee for a long time, and even didn't show up this morning to go to the municipal party committee side for an interview. In this situation, he came to pick a fight with himself, and he went and didn't disclose any information at all. Isn't it obvious that he wants to embarrass himself? Are going to be transferred to the municipal party committee to go to the person is still being punished by themselves. This matter to the end. Embarrassed only themselves. Lu Wenwen felt that Li Hua must have done it on purpose, and the hatred in her heart became even stronger. Section Chief Lu, you misunderstood. I didn't mean that. Li Hua was somewhat helpless. He didn't want to offend anyone right now, and other than the Lan family and the one behind them, he didn't want to make more enemies. The experience of his previous life had taught him to plant more flowers and fewer thorns in order to go the long way. A competent politician is sure to be able to make friends with all those who can be friends with all of them. Even if you can't be friends, you can't easily be enemies. You don't have to say anything, I won't just let it go. With a twist of her head, Lu Wunwun left the office. Li Hua shook his head and laughed bitterly. He thought carefully about it, and Lu Wunwun shouldn't be able to do anything that would affect his ability to take the most crucial step, so he simply stopped caring. He hadn't wanted to start packing now, but since everyone already knew he was leaving, it didn't matter if he packed and packed. Li Hua quickly finished packing up his own things in the office, then went back to the dormitory and began to pack up his things in the dormitory. Went to the municipal party committee. Naturally, it is not good to continue to stay in the party school dormitory to live. Of course, it's definitely not going to be the party leaders who won't let him live. On the contrary, I'm afraid the party school leaders can't wait for him to stay longer. But Li Hua knew that if he continued to live in this party school dormitory, he was afraid that he would not be allowed to be quiet in the future. And continuing to live here will also make people gossip. A person who does not work in the party school still have to live in the party school dormitory, or a little less than the name. He might as well take advantage of this opportunity to move. I believe that when he reaches the side of the municipal party committee, he won't be left without a place to live. The accommodation will only be much better than now. There were more things in the dormitory, and Li Hua pretty much packed all afternoon until he got a phone call at around 5 o'clock. Hello, I'm Li Hua, older brother. I'm Zhou Guangliang. I have good news for you, Director Zhou. Go ahead. Li Hua immediately stood up straight. Even though it was only over the phone, his posture was exactly the same as if he were speaking directly to a leader. The phone certainly doesn't convey a person's posture, but if your posture isn't up to snuff, the manner in which you speak might be affected as well. And someone with some sensitivity will definitely be able to pick up on that. Li Hua would never let himself make that mistake. Secretary Lin has decided to transfer you to the municipal party committee to work in one place. The specific process may need to go for a few days, but you can come to work in one place tomorrow. Zhou Guangliang's tone was very cordial. He said a place is the division he is now in. The main work is to serve the municipal party secretary Lin Yi. It can be said that the entire one place, all the staff, up to the director down to every ordinary section, can be counted as Secretary Lin's secretary. But there is a big difference in these secretaries. The role Zhou Guangliang performed was that of Secretary Lin's personal secretary, and his main job was to follow him around all the time, serving any of his needs whenever and wherever they arose. And the remaining comrades in one place, part of it is considered to serve those not very urgent needs of Secretary Lin, while the other part, it can even be said that it is for him Zhou Guangliang. Of course, this service was also so that he could better serve Secretary Lin. Li Hua came to one place. Naturally, it could not be to do those unimportant service work. Zhou Guangliang knew that the position he was sitting in now, in a few days, would be replaced by this young man. Thank you so much, Director Zhou. I know that without your strong recommendation, it would be absolutely impossible for me to have this opportunity. Li Hua hurriedly expressed his gratitude over the phone. He knew very well that Zhou Guangliang had given himself this call at this time. In addition to informing himself, he also had the intention of selling good. Then this thank you from himself could be considered a way to make his selling good fall into place. Of course, this gratitude was also from Li Hua's heart. If Zhou Guangliang hadn't shown that email of his to Secretary Lin so promptly, he was afraid that he wouldn't have this opportunity now. After all, at that time, Lan Qi, that crazy woman, has forced the Qingyang District Traffic Police to arrest themselves. Once they were arrested, the charges were carried out. Then no matter how much Secretary Lin looks after himself, it is unlikely to use himself as a secretary again. This he knew very well. Older brother is really too polite. Your matter is so important. What role can I play? Zhou Guangliang smiled in satisfaction on the other end of the phone. This Li Hua is smart and grateful, which is a good thing for him. We'll be colleagues from now on, and still the closest comrades in arms. Calling Director Zhou seems too formal. I'm a few years older than you. Just call me Brother Zhou. Although Zhou Guangliang was a senior, he had been far away from Secretary Lin since then, and some things had been requested to Li Hua's head instead, so he was now willing to draw closer to the latter. I'll call you Brother Zhou then. I don't know if Brother Zhou has time tonight. I still have a lot of questions I want to ask you. If it's convenient, can I bother you at your home? Li Hua was also dry and directly called on Brother Zhou. If there were no surprises, the other party would definitely be one of his own in the future, and he was in need of drawing closer to the other party. Chapter 14, Visiting Zhou Guangliang at the door. Zhou Guangliang did not expect Li Hua to be so direct and to visit his home in the evening. However, on second thought, If he wanted to meet Li Hua and talk about something concerning Secretary Lin, then there obviously wouldn't be any place better than his own home. Anywhere out there, even if they are trusted. There may be years on the walls. Chatting about other things is no problem, but if it is to talk about things about the leadership, especially there may be involved in some personal matters, then it is not good. And Zhou Guangliang felt that Li Hua's so-called need to ask for advice was most likely to ask for advice on how to serve Secretary Lin well. I have to say that this young man is really motivated and also able to catch the point in the shortest possible time. Serving Secretary Lin is the top priority of the work of those of them. Since Zhou Guangliang had been with Secretary Lin for 4 years, this would show that his service was able to satisfy Secretary Lin. So Li Hua is now coming to take over the job, and learning from him is the quickest and most appropriate way to do so. Okay, since you have this heart, it just so happens that I don't have anything to do tonight. You come to my house, let your sister-in-law fry 2 dishes, and let's brother and sister have a drink. Zhou Guangliang agreed to this matter after a little thought. Of course, being the secretary of a major leader, normally, his time after work in the evening is hardly his own. After all, the main leader even after the shift, there will be a lot of things to be busy, whether it is overtime work or socializing. In short, for the leadership, belong to their own time is really very little. Then for the leadership of the secretary, naturally, it is also to follow at any time ready to serve. But Zhou Guangliang is an exception, or rather Secretary Lin is an exception. He was a leader who was very uncomfortable with socializing. He didn't even like working overtime very much. Linny has always believed that any work should be done as much as possible during working hours, and it's a sign of lack of ability if you can't finish the work at work and leave it until you get off work to do it overtime. Of course, as the main leader of the municipal party committee, managing an entire prefecture-level city, unexpected situations are certainly many. After work suddenly appeared work, he is no problem absolutely will be fully dealt with. But for those who go to work on the work arising from the work, he tried to be completed during working hours. Coupled with the fact that he didn't like socializing too much and tried to avoid such things as much as possible, this led to him having quite a lot of private time, and along with that, his big secretary Zhou Guangliang also had a lot of private time of his own. Of course, Zhou Guangliang could be very busy if he wanted to be, even if Secretary Lin didn't need his services. After all, the city's large and small various directors of various counties, which one does not want to familiarize themselves with him more familiar to deepen their feelings? Only, Zhou Guangliang knows that the leaders do not love to socialize, then certainly will not like a secretary who loves to socialize. So for these invitations, he never shrugged them off when he could. Anyway, he, the number 1 secretary of the municipal party committee, said that he had something to do, or that he had to follow the leader. So who could say that there was anything wrong with him? In the long run, other people stopped inviting him to any social functions, but instead, the secretaries of those deputy secretaries and deputy mayors all looked a bit busier than him. Of course, the result of doing so is that his family is very harmonious. The two have been married for several years, had a child, because Zhou Guangliang basically every day to go home to help do some chores with the child. So the couple's relationship has been very good. Li Hua was also very knowledgeable about the situation, and in fact, he was familiar with Zhou Guangliang's family, because in his previous life, the wife he later married again was a relatively close relative of Zhou Guangliang, and the two families were quite close. He also took advantage of this relationship to learn about some of the city's lesser-known things, including the fact that Secretary Lin had once almost sought out himself as a secretary. Now, he's going to use that relationship again. Li Hua's reason for going to Zhou Guangliang's house was partly so that he could deepen his relationship with the latter and learn more about how to better serve Secretary Lin. And another very important aspect was that he was going to get reacquainted with Zhou Guangliang's wife and cousin of his second wife in his previous life. In his previous life, Li Hua only met his second wife when he was 34 years old, although the two of them fell in love at first sight and quickly got married. But that didn't mean he had to wait until that time to recognize her in a new life. Honestly, Li Hua couldn't wait to see her now, the one he loved forever. Only, counting the age, she should still be in her senior year of high school now, so he still couldn't do such a beastly thing. He still had to wait for a while. However, Li Huasheng was afraid that the wings of the butterfly he brought with him from his rebirth would cause any adverse effects on the two of them, so he decided to contact her relatives first to create an environment where he could appear at any time. As soon as she grows up just a little bit more, he's going to make his move, and in this life, he can't wait until he's 34 years old to see her again and fall in love with her. So, in the evening, Li Hua came to the address Zhou Guangliang gave him with a big bag. It was a house in the family compound of the municipal party committee, and it was also Zhou Guangliang's current home. Li Hua went up and knocked on the door, which was opened by a very pretty young woman. Table, may I ask if this is Director Zhou's house? Looking at that familiar but much younger face, Li Hua, a cousin, almost directly called out, but fortunately he braked his mouth in time. Yes, you're Li Hua, right? Guangliang told me about you coming. Hurry up and please come inside. Zhou Guangliang's wife, Yu Xiaoyun, very enthusiastically opened the door to let him in, obviously already knowing from her husband about the guests coming to the house tonight. Li Hua is here. Why don't you just come and bring so many things? We don't do that between us. Entering the room, Zhou Guangliang also walked out from the living room holding a child. He couldn't help but shake his head when he saw what Li Hua had brought with him. Although the occasion everyone walks around, a little token gift is essential, such as not too expensive cigarettes and alcohol, and people are generally not too likely to refuse. But he wasn't familiar enough with the young man, after all, and he didn't know if there would be anything in the gift the guy brought that would violate policy. These things still need more attention. Brother Zhou, I've brought some good stuff here. Li Hua smiled and lifted a black bag in his hand. This is what I saw when I passed by the market. 2 big dog-leg fish. I'll braise it later. It's kind of an extra dish for us tonight. Dog-leg fish? Fresh from the market? Freshly killed? When Zhou Guangliang heard this, his eyes lit up. Chapter 15. Zhou Guangliang is a great lover of seafood, but what he likes is not those expensive crabs and abalones and other seafood, but those very affordable sea fish. What with pomfret, scallops and the like he loves to eat, and his favorite sea fish has to be the dog-leg fish. Unfortunately, he doesn't know how to cook per se, and his wife's cooking skills are very limited, so there aren't many opportunities to eat dogfish at home. He could certainly order this dish when eating out, but he had to maintain his image outside, and at the same time, he didn't quite dare to reveal his preferences too much, and often had to control himself, lest those with an agenda would catch the opportunity to lavish himself with gifts, so he rarely showed his great fondness for seafood outside as well. But who would have thought that tonight, this little old brother, who met on the first day, would know to bring his favorite fish to his home as a guest, and also claim to know how to make this kind of fish, which made Zhou Guangliang a little surprised. After all, 2 dog-legged fish are not worth a few dollars, are sure not to make any mistakes, and it's simply great to quench a craving. Of course, Zhou Guangliang's conscience was not without any suspicion at all. After all, his own so-secret preferences were known. It would always make people a little less comfortable. Yes, because I especially like dog-leg fish, so I couldn't help but buy it after seeing it today. Sort of also recommending my favorite food to Brother Zhou. Li Hua's answer dispelled any doubts in his mind. Turns out this guy likes dog-leg fish, just like me. The discomfort inside Zhou Guangliang's heart completely disappeared, and he even felt closer to Li Hua in his heart because of the common hobby. Sister-in-law, let's borrow your kitchen. Plus here's a set of parent-child game cards you can play with your kids. Li Hua not only brought gifts for Zhou Guangliang, but also for Yu Xiaoyun. He knew that although the latter was a mature woman, her mind always had the part of a little girl, and until more than a decade later, she still liked to play with the gifts that her own children had played with when they were young, so it was naturally very appropriate to give her a set of card games that she could play with her children. This kind of gifting that understands other people's preferences is so easy. Li Hua sighed in his mind. As expected, Yu Xiaoyun was very happy after seeing his gift, but she was also a little embarrassed. Kuryu, what kind of guest lets someone cook the first time they come to the house? Come quickly and chat with your guest while I make this fish for you. She looked to her husband. It's okay, Li Hua is not an outsider. You don't want to spoil such a good fish. Just let him do it. You go and play with the kid for a while. Zhou Guangliang walked over and handed the child in his arms to his wife before rolling up his own sleeves. Older brother, I'm really sorry to make you cook. I'll give you a hand. You mustn't be polite if you need any help. Yu Xiaoyun saw that her husband had said so she naturally stopped saying anything and took the card game and carried the child to the bedroom to play. And in the kitchen, 2 men got busy. Although Zhou Guangliang couldn't cook, he still didn't have any problem with the housework, and he played the hands without any pressure. As for Li Hua, no matter if it was during the days when he was a cow in the Lan family or the time afterward when he was down and out, he was a person who had to cook himself, so he had no problem with his cooking skills, and could even be said to be very good, especially the dish of braised dog-leg fish, because in his previous life Zhou Guangliang liked to eat it. He had put a lot of effort into this dish in order to bring the two closer together, and he could definitely guarantee that it would be made to suit the latter's taste. In a short while, the fish was ready, and together with the 4 dishes Yu Xiaoyun had made earlier it was a total of 5 dishes. We people in Yunzhou preach that you can't have 5 courses for dinner, saying that this is a graveyard dish, so I'll just shoot another cucumber. Li Hua said, another sharp shot of cucumber, and then the 2 of them came together to the Zhou family dinner table. Xiaoyun, stop playing, let's eat first, try the fish that old brother made, Zhou Guangliang shouted at the inner room. Yu Xiaoyun walked out with her child in her arms. They only have 2 people with the kids, But the two of them worked together to make cooking and eating very easy, a divine couple to be envied. This would be the time when Zhou Guangliang held the child for Yu Xiaoyun to eat, and Li Hua sat across from the two of them without moving his chopsticks. Looking at their loving appearance, he couldn't help but feel a sense of emotion. In fact, even in the previous life, Zhou Guangliang two families are the model couple in the circle of relatives. That time Zhou Guangliang has been counted in a high position, but as long as possible, he will come home to accompany his wife to do housework together for dinner. Older brother, you also make really great dog leg fish. Whoever can marry you as a wife, it must be a blessing for her, Yu Xiaoyun said with a smile. Although she didn't like fish as much as Zhou Guangliang, the taste of this fish also made her very satisfied, so naturally she had to be polite. Ahem, Xiaoyun don't just eat the fish, eat something else, don't let the food get cold. Zhou Guangliang heard his wife's words and hurriedly coughed twice to interrupt her. Yu Xiaoyun didn't know, but he was very clear. Although it was less than a day, but Li Hua has been married and even divorced, things he already knew, and even reported to Secretary Lin over. Of course, that didn't stop Secretary Lin from wanting to use him. After all, family matters are only family matters, and as long as they do not involve work, they will not affect his appointment of a cadre. However, after all, people are just divorced today. Yu Xiaoyun's words must be a little inappropriate, but do not want to scold his wife, so Zhou Guangliang can only use a more subtle way to remind her. It's okay brother Zhou, sister-in-law, I've actually just gotten divorced, so if sister-in-law has a female friend that she finds suitable, you can introduce her to me. Li Hua smiled at the somewhat dazed Yu Xiaoyun. Better introduce me to that little cousin of yours, he murmured in his mind. I'm sorry, I didn't know about this, never mind, I'd better hurry up and eat. No more talking. Yu Xiaoyun realized why her husband had to interrupt herself. She told a newly divorced person who said that if she married him, she would be blessed, which is not tantamount to revealing the scars of others. She quickly finished her meal and then went back to her bedroom with the baby in her arms to continue playing her beloved card game. Alright old brother, no one can influence us brothers to have a drink now. Zhou Guangliang watched her go before he fished out a bottle of Wulianye from the cabinet behind him. Usually your sister-in-law is strict about not letting you drink, but thanks to you today, I can quench my thirst. With that, he started to pour Li Hua a drink. Chapter 16 The Importance of Details. I'll do it. Li Hua hurriedly grabbed the bottle and poured a glass for the other party before filling his own glass. As for the words Zhou Guangliang had just said, he was just listening to them and wouldn't take them seriously. Saying that Yu Xiaoyun controlled his drinking, this was indeed possible. After all, I'm afraid that no woman in the world would like her husband to drink every day when he had nothing to do. But to say that Zhou Guangliang was using this opportunity to drink some wine to relieve his hunger, that would not be believed by Li Hua even if he was beaten to death. This guy is also the secretary of the municipal party committee. Every day to ask him to drink from the municipal party committee compound door queue can be lined up to the civil affairs bureau to go. He wanted to drink a mouthful of wine to relieve their own door? However, Li Hua was still excited that Zhou Guangliang could say such things to himself, and he knew that it showed that the other party wished to have a good relationship with him, even though the relationship between the two was even good in their previous life. But in their previous life that was after all 10 years later, and no one could guarantee that 10 years ago Zhou Guangliang would still be able to establish such a good relationship with himself. Even Li Hua wasn't 100% sure, and he had always been vaguely uneasy in his mind. It wasn't until now that his heart was completely set. The two didn't stay up too late or drink too much of this meal, and once the bottle was finished, they were both self-conscious that they didn't want to keep drinking. Splitting a bottle of wine between two people was child's play for their drinking capacity, but both of them were the ones who had to serve the leaders, so naturally they wouldn't let something like a hangover have a chance on them. Their meal was still mostly about talking. Zhou Guangliang saw that his little old brother was so up to the task, and ran to his house to cook and bring things before he even picked up his own shift. So naturally, he would not be stingy. He basically told some of the latter's personal preferences and habits that he had summarized by following Secretary Lin. For example, Secretary Lin prefers to drink black tea from the southeast and not so much green tea. For example, Secretary Lin's habit of reading the newspaper every day is to read the cities and then the provinces and finally the countries. For example, Secretary Lin. These are very, very small details, but if such details are mistaken, they can make leaders feel uncomfortable. If the leader is not comfortable, then how can you, the follower secretary, do a comfortable job? This night, it was basically Zhou Guangliang speaking and Li Hua listening, and after he had listened, he tried to memorize it in his head. After all, these things are not appropriate either to record or write down in a small book. These are the personal privacy of Secretary Lin. If it is circulated out, that would be too much? Okay, basically almost these. Secretary Lin is still relatively easygoing. As long as you do not make any mistakes of principle. Habits for a moment to follow is not too important. Remember when I just with him, but also often make mistakes. This is not also over. Finally, at around 9:30, Zhou Guangliang put down his chopsticks and picked up the last glass of wine. Thank you so much brother Zhou. You've helped me so much. Li Hua gratefully picked up his wine glass. Although this kind of thing was something that could be groped for, if it was groped for too slowly, it would ultimately affect one's opinion in the eyes of Secretary Lin. It's definitely very rare to have someone share these things with you without reservation. Li Hua didn't stay at Zhou's house for much longer. People had to rest at night as well. He finished his meal and was ready to say goodbye and leave. You just came to the municipal party committee office to work. Always have to have a little something around and other people to walk around favors. These cigarettes and wine you take. Not enough into me here to get. Zhou Guangliang, however, took out 2 bags and asked him to bring them back. It was a gift box of 2 bottles of Wuliangye, and about 4 or 5 Chinese cigarettes. No. How can I take brother Zhou's things? Li Hua hurriedly pushed back. These cigarettes and wines, in terms of price, were many times or even 10 times higher than the gifts he had brought, and he didn't dare to take them. These things are nothing. I haven't spent any money. You are in need now. Just take it. Zhou Guangliang, however, could not help but harden the things into his hands. He wasn't really talking out of his ass when he said they hadn't cost anything. Although it is said that Secretary Lin is relatively clean and honest, not much to accept gifts, but a little bit of cigarettes and alcohol is still considered to be within the scope of the normal walk. He will not completely refuse. The truth is that it is impossible for anyone to completely reject all the good intentions of others, no matter if they are still walking around with others in society. Of course, to Secretary Lin this level, although not to say that it is open to receive, but a little leakage, that tobacco and wine and other things are more than enough. So he would distribute them to people like secretaries and drivers around him, and he would also take some for his relatives and friends on New Year's holidays. As a close secretary who has been with him for 4 years, Zhou Guangliang has taken a few cigarettes and alcohol from him, and there is certainly no problem with taking things from his boss, and no one would think that a secretary of the municipal party committee would still need to give a bribe to his own secretary. What's more, the people who want to send cigarettes and alcohol to Zhou Guangliang can also line up in a long line, and even if he controls the collection of a little bit, in the end, there are still a lot left, so he really had a lot of this stuff at home, and the ones he gave Li Hua were just taken out of the cupboard at random. How can this be a good thing? Li Hua took the things, but he was still polite inside his mouth. He also knew that all these things were considered within the scope of normal human interaction, and that the kind of things he would have to face in the future would be very, very many, and how to control them would be a learning experience. Perhaps Zhou Guangliang giving himself these things was itself a reminder. Alright, let's stop being polite. Brother and sister, be careful on the road. Zhou Guangliang sent Li Hua out the door and watched him go down the stairs before closing the door back behind him. Is he the new secretary chosen by Secretary Lin? Looks really young. I didn't realize it's all divorced and obviously cooks well. Yu Xiaoyun walked out of the bedroom. The baby had been put to bed by her and was now out with the intention of clearing the table. I'll do it. Zhou Guangliang hurriedly grabbed forward. If nothing else, he should be the one to take over my job. Then he should be the most promising bachelor in the city. Even if he's divorced, he's still very attractive. I'll have to take a look to see if any of those little girls in our unit are interested. Yu Xiaoyun didn't stop the movements of her own hands, but her voice became clearly excited. Women seem to become fond of introducing people to each other as soon as they get married and have children. And this is especially true of women in the system. Li Hua might have been able to think before he came that one small goal of the several goals he had for coming to Zhou's house today had already been achieved, and he had managed to cause Yu Xiaoyun to want to introduce him to the idea. However, this result, but let him how did not expect. He wanted people, not Yu Xiaoyun now in the head of the calculation of those Chapter 17 Shining in the Municipal Party Committee Compound. Of course, at this time, Li Hua knew nothing about this, and after he returned to the party school dormitory, he lay down on the bed and quickly fell asleep. Although he had already packed all his things, he naturally had no way to move out right away because he hadn't reported to the city council yet. And of course the leaders of the party school will not be in a hurry to let him move out. And everyone has a tacit understanding not to mention this matter. Li Hua got up at 6 o'clock the next morning. He carefully washed himself first, feeling that there were no more slip-ups, before putting on a very simple and formal outfit. This outfit was bought when he got married, but he and Lan Qi didn't have a wedding, so he didn't have the chance to wear even such a formal outfit that was much simpler compared to his wedding attire. Of course, now that Li Hua was aware of why he didn't have a wedding, he was even putting the suit to good use. After packing everything up, he didn't rush out the door, but sat down in a chair. It was still too early in the day, just after 7 o'clock, and the normal start time for the city council was 8:30. The average person would probably rather rush over early than wait in the dormitory at a time like this, but Li Hua didn't do that, because he hadn't actually officially become a member of the municipal party committee office yet, and now that he had gone there, he didn't have a desk of his own or anything, so he could only stand outside and wait, which would instead be even more awkward and noticeable. It's better to get there a little early for work, so that even if you have to wait, you don't have to wait too long. Of course, even as he sat here, Li Hua wasn't idle. He first recalled all those that Zhou Guangliang had told him last night about Secretary Lin's habitual hobbies. After he was reborn, he realized that no matter whether it was his memory or physical strength or any other aspects of his basic abilities, he was much better than in his previous life. He wasn't sure if this was because he had become younger or if it was a perk of being born again, but anyway it was a good thing and he accepted it openly. The words Zhou Guangliang had said last night were firmly memorized in his mind, as if they had been engraved on it. After reviewing these, he began to recall the changes in Yunzhou in his previous life. These things are relatively difficult. After all, he also served a few years in prison in his previous life, and after he came out, he was busy with his livelihood, and did not pay too much attention to the city's development plans. But, even though it was a difficult thing to do, he was still trying to review it. He needed to use these memories to figure out which things were the most important things in Secretary Lin's mind right now that had to be done right away, which things were less important that were okay to put off a little bit later, and which things Secretary Lin didn't do that the succeeding leader behind him did. Time passed quickly in Li Hua's recollections, and he finally set off and arrived at the municipal government compound once again. This time, when he walked through the gate again, the doorman was no longer stopping him. Recognizing people is a very important skill in a place like the city council compound. Although Li Hua had only been here once, and although the matter of him being transferred to work for the municipal party committee was just a rumor for many people and had not been confirmed, for the gatekeepers of the municipal party committee compound, they already knew that this person did not need to be blocked. Sure enough, even just being a doorman at the municipal party committee compound required a high level of quality. Li Hua couldn't help but feel emotional as he stepped through the door. He arrived at the municipal party committee compound 20 minutes early, and first came to look outside Secretary Lin's office. The door was closed, which meant that neither Secretary Lin nor Zhou Guangliang should have arrived. Li Hua didn't wait outside Secretary Lin's office. He turned around and went downstairs, standing in a corner in front of the building. Here, he could be less noticeable while still being able to see all the people who came, and be able to see Zhou Guangliang for the first time. When he came to report to the municipal party committee, he could only look for Zhou Guangliang. Li Hua didn't have to wait too long. It didn't take long for an Audi with Jiangji 00001, the city's brightest license plate, to stop at the front door. Zhou Guangliang got out of the car from the co-driver's seat and jogged all the way to the back, pulling the door open for Linny before following the latter sideways, ready to go to the office together. At this time, Li Hua also took a few steps forward, making a slight noise. In this case, when there is a movement around, it must be the secretary who needs to be observed. The leader is not likely to be affected by such a small movement. Zhou Guangliang turned his face to look and spotted Li Hua. He nodded at the latter, then took a step forward and whispered next to Ling Yi's ear. Comrade Li Hua is here. His original idea was to tell the leaders about this. After all, this Li Hua is Lin Yi let transferred to the municipal party committee office, a place to come. Now people come, always have to inform the leaders. As for other arrangements, this if still let the leadership worry. Then Zhou Guangliang the secretary can be too unqualified. However, Lin Yi surprisingly also turned his face a bit and saw Li Hua. Li, come to my office. He waved at Li Hua. This action not only caused both Zhou Guangliang and Li Hua to be taken aback, but also caused all the people around them to drop their glasses. It was important to realize that the every move of the municipal party secretary Lin Yi was definitely the most talked about in the entire municipal party compound. For anyone, any action of Secretary Lin may hide very many clues that need to be analyzed. No one expected that he would wave at a raw face that no one had seen before as he was going up the stairs in front of the office building, signaling the man to go to his office. In the past, this kind of thing was an honor that could only be enjoyed by the Secretary General and a few Under-Secretaries General. Who the hell is that young man? Many people were puzzled. Of course, there were still a lot of well-informed people in the municipal party committee compound, and soon enough, Li Hua's situation was already known to everyone. But these covert maneuvers didn't affect Lin Yi, and after he finished that sentence, he continued walking towards his office. Li Hua, on the other hand, first froze for a moment before immediately walking to a position slightly behind Zhou Guanliang's side, and just followed the two of them. This kid, what a life! Surprisingly, he was able to be given a look by Secretary Lin. Many people looked at Li Hua's back with envious eyes. The matter of Secretary Lin needing a new secretary was not a secret in the municipal party committee compound, and many people had been making some secret moves, but now it seemed that this young man was the real winner. Lin Yi returned to his office, and the first person to get busy was Zhou Guangliang. He was opening windows and pouring water, and watering the greenery in his office. Li Hua just stood there and watched quietly, with no intention of helping. If he wanted to help with this kind of favor, he had to be qualified to do so, and right now, he didn't have this qualification. Zhou Guangliang quickly finished his work and retreated, leaving only 2 people in the office. Li Hua could hear his heart thumping. Tell me, according to your vision of our Yunzhou city, what is the first step we should take right now? Finally, Lin Yi opened his mouth. Chapter 18. You're hosting. To be honest, the question asked by Secretary Lin didn't seem like a test for a follower secretary. Provide ideas for the leadership is indeed an important responsibility of the secretary of the followers. But Secretary Lin asked this is not just a question of ideas. This is all counted as a specific operational steps. If Li Hua was the mayor of Yunzhou City, there was no problem being questioned by the municipal party secretary to discuss it in this way. But his current status was still just a small lecturer in a party school, and this kind of question was simply not something he should answer for him. But Secretary Lin had asked, so of course he couldn't possibly not answer. So Li Hua gave an answer after briefly thinking about it. Build a rapid transit line, connect the 2 urban areas, as well as the harbor and the train station, the downtown and the scenic area all together. He had just recalled this morning that in his previous life, before Secretary Lin had proposed the development plan of 1 body and 2 wings, he had already begun to build rapid transit buses to shorten the passage time between urban areas. At that time, no one had yet to connect this matter with the development of the entire Yunzhou city, and there were even many people who cursed this as a performance project corruption project because of the huge project temporarily affecting the travel. In all fairness, the construction of the BRT lines in the previous generation did give rise to some corruption problems, and quite a number of officials were brought down as a result. However, the positive impact of the BRT after it was built was significant, and until Li Hua was reborn, it was playing a very positive role, and even became one of Yunzhou's business cards for a time. At that time, there has long been no one to scold the rapid transit, and even for many ordinary people, they cannot see the Secretary Lin's long-term construction of Yunzhou's big plan, can only see the rapid transit to bring their own convenience. Every time you mention the Secretary Lin, you have to praise the merits of the rapid transit. Therefore, this rapid transit line is not only very beneficial to the development of Yunzhou, but also valuable to Secretary Lin's personal reputation and to the daily lives of ordinary people. This project can be regarded as beneficial to the country and the people, and there is no reason not to engage in it. The saying that we must first build roads to get rich is not only useful in rural areas. You mean that more than 1 BRT is going to be built? Lin Yi actually had a plan to build a BRT in his mind for a long time. However, in his current conception, there is only 1 BRT line connecting the 2 main urban areas of Qingyang District and Market Harbor District, and he has not yet considered the routes in the various scenic areas as well as the downtown area and the counties below. This can't be blamed on Lin Yi. After all, now Yunzhou City's tourism is not much developed. Although Yunzhou City is considered a tourist city with mountains and water, but the fame is not big enough, coupled with the domestic tourism trend is not strong, so the number of people who come to visit each year is not too big. Only in the peak of the tourist peak time will make the public transportation system feel the pressure. However, Li Hua, as a person who has been there before, knows very well that in a few years, the heat of domestic tourism will come up. At that point, places where the hardware can't keep up will fall behind. Yunzhou in the previous life as at this time fell out of the line. Although the back again for the tourism line urgently added a few rapid transit lines, but still missed the golden period of tourism development. The result is to make Yunzhou such a city that should have been in the tourism business has a great deal of development instead failed to come out on top. Of course, the reasons for the lack of tourism development in Yunzhou are diverse, and not just as simple as the lack of bus routes, but things always have to be done little by little, and so does the development of tourism in Yunzhou, which always has to be improved little by little. That's right. For example, the scenic areas. Our Yunzhou city is considered a more suitable place for tourism in the province, but compared to other cities, our scenic areas are mainly natural landscapes, most of which are far away from the city, and tourists spend even more time on the road than they do in the scenic areas. And if we were to build a few rapid transit lines to link up a few of the city's famous scenic spots all in a row, it will allow tourists to play a few more places in a limited time, and it will definitely be of great benefit to the development of the city's tourism industry. Li Hua said seriously. So, you're optimistic about the prospects of tourism? Secretary Lin's mind was jumpy. and all of a sudden he jumped back to the prospects of tourism. This is because the construction of a BRT line is a very costly project, and this is a big loss if there cannot be any positive gain after it is completed. The line connecting the two urban areas is not to be worried about, and the mere fact that it reduces the travel time between the two urban areas from an hour and 20 minutes to 40 minutes is completely overpriced. But several scenic areas are all in the countryside, or even in the mountains, so if we want to connect them all, I'm afraid the cost will be even greater. So it's hard for Secretary Lin not to have concerns, which could have serious consequences if the money is spent in tourism doesn't heat up. Now the domestic economy is developing very fast. The national income is also growing very fast. Many people are beginning to slowly to enter the stage of rich. Everyone has money. After solving the problem of food and clothing, will begin to entertain. And tourism is a very good and very popular means of entertainment. I judge that in the short term, 3 to 5 years, in the long term, 6 to 7 years, the domestic tourism business will be hot. Li Hua said confidently. These were things that had actually happened in his previous life, and he certainly said them with confidence. In fact, tourism didn't get hot all of a sudden, but has been growing at a relatively steady rate. It will be difficult for the city of Cloud State to keep up with this development without being able to do a better job of advancing its hardware facilities. Well, Lin Yi nodded, the appreciation for Li Hua in his eyes becoming even more obvious. In fact, what Li Hua said was basically the same as what he was thinking, but that would have been amazing for him. After all, he is the secretary of the municipal party committee of a city, mastering many materials, understanding many information, standing high and looking far, can have such a judgment is not unexpected, and Li Hua has only just graduated a year ago, and his job is only a small lecturer in a party school, but he can also have such a vision, which is really rare. Is he really a genius? Lin Yi sighed in his heart, regardless of whether this kid was a genius or not, it would be a shame if he was just a secretary for himself. He had higher expectations for Li Hua in his mind. If, for example, you were to preside over the construction of BRT in our city, would you be confident that you could do a good job? Finally, after pondering for a long time, Lin Yi asked a question that almost didn't scare Li Hua to death. Chapter 19, Step by Step. Li Hua indeed almost didn't die from this question. Let him run the BRT construction project? Where did he get that from? The construction of rapid transit is not a small project. Just to connect Xingyang District and Market Harbor District, it is necessary to build a high-standard highway up to 40 kilometers long, the cost of at least $1 billion or more. And that's not even counting the one dedicated BRT station that needs to be built on this road. There's also the road widening and reconstruction project in the city, the demolition of some buildings that affect traffic, and the money that needs to be spent to buy a new batch of BRTs. It all adds up to $1 billion or so, if not $2 billion. Can such a big project be worthy of being presided over by a small lecturer like yourself? For a project like this, it is usually the secretary of the municipal party committee or the mayor who personally takes charge of the project, and then a deputy mayor is in charge of the construction as the chief director. Li Hua is not even a deputy section chief, so what qualifications does he have to dictate on such a major event? However, he knew very well that Secretary Lin was not the type of person who liked to joke around, and since the latter had said so, he must have had this in mind. Where can I be in charge of such a big project? At most I can help out with ideas and suggestions, Li Hua replied. It's nice to be able to come up with ideas and suggestions. Lin Yi nodded. Go ahead and find Koryu. He'll set you up. Li Hua exited the city clerk's office in a daze. He didn't expect the conversation to end so quickly. Is it hard to believe that putting yourself in charge of the BRT construction project is a test run by the leadership? But one is a civil servant at the bottom of the ladder. So what is there to try? Li Hua, despite his 2 lifetimes, was still not quite able to feel the mind of these big leaders, especially this kind of big leaders who hadn't had much contact. He didn't realize that Lin Yi wasn't like those leaders who like to give their subordinates pie to get them excited. He is a somewhat implicit leader. A lot of things, he has already belonged to let his subordinates to do, but before it is not fully determined, he will only give his subordinates a vague reminder, and will not say too clearly. After all, there are variables in everything. And although Lin Yi is the hand of Yunzhou City and is in full control, he doesn't dare to guarantee that everything will go according to his heart, and he won't say anything to death. However, what he can bring to his subordinates is much more than those masters of pie painting. Li Hua walked out of Secretary Lin's office somewhat bewildered, and then, to his surprise, he realized that the place where he had lined up yesterday now had a long line once again. Those people act as if they don't have to go to work, and every day they run to the door of the city clerk's office to line up. Really idle. Of course, Li Hua knew very well that those who were able to qualify to line up here could never have one that was idle and had nothing to do. The rank of a full department is the threshold for queuing up here. And those who are not even at the rank of a full department are not qualified to even think of queuing up here. Of course, this is not to say that you must be at the level of the main department to see Secretary Lin. Less than the level of the main department is also possible to see the secretary of the municipal party committee, but only if you get the leadership of the call. Just like Li Hua. In terms of qualifications, he didn't deserve to be here in line at all, but because Secretary Lin had rewarded him and summoned him, he had inserted himself in front of these division leaders for 2 days in a row. And this time, everyone already pretty much knew who he was. So what Li Hua saw was a kindly smiling face, nodding enthusiastically in greeting. Although the division-level bigwigs still had their own reserve and were not yet ready to kiss the ass of a not yet appointed secretary who wasn't even at the subsection level, goodwill had to be unleashed. When this young man sat in Zhou Guangliang's seat, everyone came over and had to ask him to help line up Na. Li Hua nodded to them in a somewhat flustered manner as a greeting. Facing so many secretaries of the bureau at the same time still made him a bit nervous. After greeting him, he walked next to Zhou Guangliang. Director Zhou, Secretary Lin said to ask you to help arrange for me. In front of outsiders, he still didn't call out that brother Zhou directly. Well, wait a minute. Zhou Guangliang stood up and walked into Secretary Lin's office, and soon came out again. Director Liu, you can go in first. He nodded at a middle-aged man with a somewhat shiny forehead before leading Li Hua out of this long corridor and into a very large office next door. There was also a small office inside this large office, and Zhou Guangliang led Li Hua directly to the door of that small office. Good morning, Mr. Chow. Here comes Mr. Zhou. Zhou Chu is busy na. The men, women, and children in the office all stood up to greet Zhou Guangliang, and the latter responded to each of them one by one with a smile. After responding to their greetings, Zhou Guangliang knocked on the door of that office. Come in. A voice with a not-so-great middle voice came from inside. Nyo Division. This is the Li Hua I told you about yesterday. His transfer formalities are going through, and he'll be in one place now for the next few days to learn from you. Zhou Guangliang walked in and brought Li Hua to a man whose forehead was even shinier than that of the previous director Liu. The man raised his head, his face a little waxy, and even when he saw Zhou Guangliang, he didn't enthusiastically get up. Instead, he looked Li Hua up and down. Alright, let him sit at the table against the door first. The Ox Division scowled for a while before finally nodding. Nyo Division is a division chief, but also the municipal party committee office famous pencil. Theoretical knowledge is quite solid. You in a place to learn well with him. Zhou Guangliang turned his head and seriously admonished Li Hua, saying that I have solid theoretical knowledge in front of a party school lecturer. Guangliang, you are laughing at me. Nyo Chu grinned as if he was laughing, but that expression looked really a bit ugly. Nyo Division, you don't have to be modest again. Your level that is there for all to see. Which one of our municipal party committee office doesn't need to learn from you? Ah? Zhou Guangliang's smile looked much more sincere. Alright, go if there's nothing else. I still have to go over Secretary Lin's speech for the afternoon event one last time. Division Nyo waved his hand as if he wasn't quite willing to say anything more to him. Nyo Division, this person. Very talented. But the body is not too good. Otherwise maybe now will be in a higher position. But also because of this, so his mind is not very good. You have to pay more attention. Zhou Guangliang led Li Hua to his position and whispered instructions as he walked. Also, don't look at a place that isn't considered an adult and isn't much. But everyone here is extraordinary. So don't underestimate any of them. Chapter 20, The Reuse of Li Hua. Li Hua nodded silently. In fact, without Zhou Guangliang reminding him, he also knew that those who were able to mix into one of the municipal party committee offices must have a few brushes. After all, the entire one place can be called Secretary Lin's secretary, and Zhou Guangliang is just one of them. It was only that he was more able to gain Secretary Lin's trust compared to them, and was closer to the latter. Now, Zhou Guangliang is going out and leaving. Theoretically, it should be one of these people in one place to pick to replace him. But Secretary Lin's requirements for secretaries don't seem to be that simple. One place is closest to him and has been observed by him the most, but he still has to look from a wider scope, which can only mean that none of these people are able to get enough recognition from him. However, these people in one place may not think so. In their minds, it was the newcomers who stole the opportunity that had belonged to them. In fact, this kind of thinking can't be said to be completely wrong. After all, if Secretary Lin really can't find a suitable secretary outside of one place, then he can only pick one in one place. Therefore, even people who were not originally considered small-minded, it was hard not to be influenced by this kind of thinking, and it was really a difficult thing to make them treat Li Hua kindly. This situation was not expected to improve until Li Hua actually became Secretary Lin's secretary for some time. Zhou Guangliang can get a comrade's respect, because he has been with the Lin secretary for 4 years, deeply trusted by the latter. Coupled with his own qualifications and abilities are enough, but also hung a deputy director of the position, so we have to be unconvinced. But you, Li Hua, are not even a deputy section level, and have not demonstrated any level of competence, and just being looked at by Secretary Lin. What makes people take you seriously? You know, those who can stay in one place can be said to be those who were looked upon by Secretary Lin, who can admit that they are inferior to others. Li Hua sighed as he sat in his seat. It seems as if the days won't be as good as previously thought. However, after a few days in one place, Li Hua was surprised to find that the days weren't as hard as he thought they would be. It was true that the original ones in one place didn't think much of him, but they didn't bother to target him or anything because of that. After all, we are all quite busy, and a place right next door to Secretary Lin. If it is because of this bit of an delay the work or attract the attention of the leadership, then it is not worth the loss. The best option for everyone is for someone else to target and suppress the new guy a bit while they watch from the other side of the fence. But those who can stay in one place are cuties who will be used as guns by others. Who is the one who will be used by others? The end result would only be that Li Hua sat there alone for days reading the documents, and no one ever paid any attention to him. However, he is also happy to have a clean, and he read those documents, all of which Secretary Lin instructed Zhou Guangliang to find to him. Is there about the city's urban road planning, urban construction situation? Li Hua also realized that perhaps Secretary Lin's earlier comment about letting himself preside over the construction of the BRT project was not a joke. At the very least, one is bound to be involved in this endeavor. His guess was correct. On the third day of his arrival at the Municipal Party Committee, his transfer procedures were finally completed, and he was now an official deputy director of the Municipal Party Committee's office of one section, with a clear rank of deputy section level. This one mobilization seemed uneventful and didn't cause much commotion, but in the eyes of many who were familiar with Li Hua, it was tantamount to a step up. To know the Municipal Party school lecturers even when the time is long, with the level, but also just empty head level, without any substantial power, go out to the outside. There that level is not good at all. However, the sections of the Municipal Party Committee office, especially the sections of a core division such as one place, that went outside, the degree of respect received, but far beyond their level. An ordinary section officer in one place can at least enjoy the treatment of a full section when he goes outside. A deputy chief officer of a division will be treated at least at the deputy division level when he goes outside. It's also very normal for a full director of a division to go out and call themselves brothers and sisters to those full divisions like the chiefs and prefects. As for like Zhou Guangliang, the level is only deputy division, not to mention those secretary county commissioner director, even if the ranking is more back of the deputy mayor saw him, also have to smile and greet, mouth call a Zhou old brother. It can't be helped. Who made them all people who can directly contact with the hand of the Municipal Party Committee directly? Therefore, these days, although Li Hua was more coldly received in one place, but out of the door of one place, even if it was also in the Municipal Party Committee office, he was treated much better. When comrades from other offices see him, whether he knows them or not, they will take the initiative to smile and greet him. Do not say that the other offices of the ordinary comrades, even if those offices of the first and second hand, see him, the attitude is also very kind, and even a surname of Han, deputy director of the Municipal Party Committee office, also pulled him to talk for a while about the short and long things. Of course, there were those who were kind and friendly to him and those who treated him badly. Li Hua was on his way to work one day when he came across a guy who looked a few years older than him in grade, but was rather condescending. The guy grunted harshly at the sight of him, threw his head back, and walked away. Li Hua felt a bit puzzled at that time. Why would a person he didn't know show such strong hostility towards him? Later on, he also only heard others address the latter as Mr. Jiang when they greeted the man. Li Hua didn't know what Jiang Chu was, and he didn't take the matter to heart. After all, for him, as long as he served Secretary Lin well, then all else would not be a problem. Only, just as he was peacefully waiting for his chance to serve Secretary Lin, another good thing that was deeply surprising to all had befallen him. On the afternoon of the day he was officially transferred to the Municipal Party Committee. The Municipal Party Committee held a standing committee, in which, proposed by Secretary Lin, the entire standing committee of the Municipal Party Committee discussed and approved the plan to build a rapid transit line project in Yunzhou City. The meeting decided to start preparations for the construction of bus rapid transit line project, the relevant preparatory work, to the Transportation Bureau, the Municipal Government Office of the Municipal Government Office of the Municipal Finance Bureau and other departments with. Li Hua, under the assignment of Secretary Lin, became one of the only two people sent by the Municipal Party Committee office to join the work of the preparatory team, the other being that Deputy Director Han. This decision instantly made everyone drop their glasses. Chapter 21 has to find a way to get money. Although the vast majority of people are still confused about the bus rapid transit, BRT, rot project and don't understand what BRT actually means. It doesn't stop them from understanding the significance of the project, because the initial budget given by the city's planning was $1 billion to $2 billion. You can tell just by looking at the amount of money that it's definitely a pretty big project. To be involved in the preparation of such a large project is proof of the leader's trust in this person. Deputy Director Han needs no introduction. He is the Deputy Director of the Municipal Party Committee Office, a highly qualified full department, and also a cadre that Secretary Lin trusts more. He was sent to the preparatory team, naturally, on behalf of the Municipal Party Committee to supervise and guide this preparatory work. But Li Hua would likewise be assigned to the preparatory team, which made everyone wonder. After all, everyone's previous guess was that Li Hua had entered the Municipal Party Committee office to work as Secretary Lin's secretary. But now, he hadn't even become a secretary yet, and he had advanced into the preparatory team of such a big project, and was specifically labeled with the title of Special Advisor. Everyone understands that the key to whether this advisor thing works or not depends on what the people in charge think. If the person in charge trusts this advisor, then this advisor can basically decide everything about the entire preparatory group all by himself. However, if the person in charge does not trust this advisor, then this so-called advisor can at best be regarded as a mascot without being asked. Li Hua into the preparatory group in the end, which form? No one understands. After all, no one knows the real steward of the city of Yunzhou Lin's secretary in the end what is in mind. What if this guy really went with Secretary Lin's instructions? So, a lot of people's minds started to come alive. Originally, Li Hua entered the Municipal Party Committee office this news, but only in a small range and a certain level of range, but he entered the Rapid Transit Line Project Preparation Team. This news spread became very large. In just half a day, he received a variety of phone calls. Most of the callers were some construction companies engaged in engineering, and some suppliers of building materials. I have to say, these businessmen are really fabulous. Li Hua had only just been useful to them for a while, and they had already found important contacts. Of course, these calls don't affect Li Hua's thoughts. He knew that since Secretary Lin had given him such an important job, he had to give it his best shot. If you want to be the best, then you must not be influenced by these messy contractors and building materials dealers. However, he also realized that those corrupt officials that he despised in his previous life actually had it rough. Sometimes it's not that their will isn't strong enough, but that the temptations they face are simply too great. Li Hua had heard at least no less than 5 offers that made him all overwhelmed just now on that pile of messy phone calls. And these offers don't even require him to help take the project. They just require him to be able to quickly and efficiently provide information about the preparation of the project. Apparently, the caller also didn't feel that Li Hua would necessarily be able to play much of a role in this preparatory group, but just to buy some news, they were willing to spend a price that would make even the reanimated quite a bit of heartburn. How much this could reap if he helped them take the entire project, Li Hua simply didn't dare to think about it. He also realized a very important thing at the same time. That is, as his position became more and more important in the future, the benefits that he could bring to some people with ulterior motives were also more and more. Then, the temptations one will face will become more and more powerful. By then, not only will money not be at this level, but there will be, in addition to money, beautiful women, hedonistic pleasures, and so on. I'm afraid it wouldn't be an easy task if I had to rely on my own determined heart alone to resist it. After all, if it was just you, you might not be short of money, but the people around you might not be in need of spending money. Don't you want your future loved ones and children to live in a bigger house and enjoy a better life? Their parents are getting older and older, and if they get seriously ill in the future, should they watch them leave them because they don't have much money to receive cutting-edge treatment? These were not Li Hua's random thoughts. These were things that had happened in his previous life. In his previous life, he was powerless in the face of these problems, because he was not only framed by the Lan family and sat in jail for 2 years and lost his job, but also in the future to fight everywhere under pressure and missed several consecutive opportunities to soar. Now, however, he's reborn and back, not only to give his life a chance to go to the top, but also to make sure that everyone he cares about and loves is able to live their best lives as well. That is why it is very important to earn a little bit of money that is clean and free of any problems belonging only to you. The first thing that came to Li Hua's mind was stocks. Stock investment is indeed one of the few ways in which civil servants can earn extra money. As a reborn, although he did not speculate on stocks in his previous life, but those few stocks that have risen particularly outrageously he still knows. As long as the brainless buy those stocks and put them there on the line, wait until they need to use the money, those stocks will be a huge fortune. But the problem is that even if you buy stocks and wait for the money to go up, you have to have a certain amount of capital to do so. Without enough capital, there aren't many stocks you can buy, and even if that stock goes up, the amount of money you can make is ultimately just a small number. and in the stock market is to engage in micromanipulation to earn money in the short term. This matter, Li Hua in the heart of the matter is not at all sure. He had never speculated in stocks, after all, and even if he was a reborn person, it would be difficult for him to make money by exposing him to this unfamiliar thing. Moreover, he was now transferred to one of the municipal party committee offices, and also joined the Yunzhou City Rapid Transit Line project preparation team, so it was foreseeable that the future work and life would be very busy. In this case, even if he could speculate on stocks, he would not have the time to keep staring at the market all the time to engage in any micromanipulation there. So, long-term money can be made through the stock market, but short-term money needs to be made elsewhere. Li Hua felt a little headache. If he didn't become this civil servant anymore, there were many ways for him to make money, but the current public office was too restrictive for him. While he couldn't think of an idea, a phone call suddenly came in. Li Hua thought that it was still like those who didn't know which businessman had found himself through what means before, and was planning to casually deal with a couple of sentences and hang up. But the slightly familiar voice that came from the phone gave him a sudden flash of light in his head. Li Hua, I'm your old classmate, Xia Dong. Do you still remember? We used to play soccer together after school. Chapter 22, The Past Comes to Mind. Old classmate, how are you? How are you? What can I do for you? In fact, Li Hua didn't remember this old classmate named Xia Dong, but he was no stranger to the name Xia Dong. The guy had become a relatively famous local entrepreneur in Yunzhou City after more than a decade in his previous life, and was considered a local representative of his alma mater's pride. But at that time, he wouldn't have remembered that there was once a classmate named Li Hua who used to play soccer with him. Not to mention that he wouldn't have wanted to find this classmate named Li Hua to catch up with him. Of course, the aura that flashed through Li Hua's mind after hearing Xia Dong's voice didn't really have anything to do with the latter's future development. What he focused on was the word soccer. The sport used to be his favorite, and in high school and college, he made the varsity team and was considered a hero for galloping around the field. But in his previous life, after being falsely imprisoned, he never played soccer again. Once the sport could not be taken up professionally, it could only be used as entertainment, and entertainment was something he did not deserve in his previous life. Yet what he was reminded of by it now had nothing to do with entertainment either, but something else. This year's World Cup is about to begin, and the way Li Hua thought of making money was buying soccer tickets. The 06 World Cup was the last World Cup that he spent more time focusing on in his previous life, and in the later years of the World Cup, although he would occasionally look twice, he no longer had so much time and energy to pay serious attention to it. There was only the 06 World Cup, and the reason he was able to spend so much time and energy watching this World Cup was not only because of his love for soccer, but also the Lan family, because at this time in his previous life, he had already signed a confession of guilt and gone to take the fall for that only son of the Lan family. Perhaps it was because he had turned himself in, or perhaps it was because the Lan family had contributed. So in the beginning, he was treated very well. Although locked up, they didn't need to be interrogated or worked on, and were allowed to read books and watch TV. Being locked up is still very depressing after all. In order to paralyze himself, and it just happened to meet the World Cup. Li Hua in his previous life went crazy watching the World Cup matches. He not only watched all the live broadcasts, but also watched the reruns several times. Although the Lan family suddenly changed their faces later on, directly turning him from being able to be bailed out to being in jail for 2 years. But that was all after the World Cup was over. So, if he buys tickets related to the World Cup, he is sure he will make a lot of money. Then just put that money into the stock market, or buy a house on some lot that is bound to be demolished and just sit there and wait for it to be demolished. Admittedly, he probably wouldn't make any great deal of money that way, but his goal was never to make a great deal of money. The only reason he wanted to make some money was so that he wouldn't be so embarrassed when he needed it that he would go down the wrong path. He wasn't trying to become some top tycoon. After all, the decades of experience in his previous life had long since made him understand the truth that in this land, power is the root of everything. As long as you hold power while not bowing down to others because of money, then you are the strongest. Li Hua's greatest goal in this life is to climb the heights on the path to power. Hey, old school, did you hear me? At that moment, the apparently much louder than normal voice on the phone pulled Li Hua out of his thoughts. Sorry, there was something over here just now. I didn't hear what you said, Li Hua said in a hurry. I mean, these old classmates of ours just happened to be ready to get together. I don't know if we have the honor of inviting you. The great leader. Xia Dong did not get angry, but smilingly repeated his previous words again. Gathering I've been quite busy lately. I really can't find the time to come. You guys gather. I'll treat you to dinner when I have time. Li Hua refused without even thinking about it. He couldn't believe that it was such a coincidence that he had just gotten into the city council and had been given an important position. And then some of his classmates wanted to have a dinner party and even approached him. After all, none of this had happened in a previous life. Plus this Xia Dong is also a businessman. And after he became famous in his previous life, he also had a construction company under his name. From this, the so-called reunion of the greatest possibility is that Xia Dong also want to pull the project through their own. But he was afraid to say directly that he was rejected, so he played a reunion of the name. Li Hua had little interest in this so-called class reunion. There were a few classmates who could still give him the idea of getting together now, but definitely not this guy who called. Great leader. I know you're busy, but this time the situation is special. Yet Xia Dong was not discouraged at all. Our Elmhurst joke, do you remember? Jinya. She came back to do some work, and I ran into her. So we said we'd organize a party, thinking that we'd find all the students from our class who could still be found to have a good time together. Kinya? Li Hua was slightly stunned. He was a native of Yubei County, Yunzhou City, and went to Yubei Senior High School in high school. And Jinya was the most outstanding and dazzling student in their class. She not only learns very well, every test is the top 3 in the grade, but also looks pretty and tall. Wherever she goes is a beautiful scenery. However, what Li Hua remembers most is not how outstanding and dazzling Jinya was in high school, but what happened 8 years later in his previous life. At that time, he was in one of the most downtrodden stage of his life. After coming out of prison and doing several things unsuccessfully, he put all of his assets are pressed in the then flourishing online store, opened an online store. As a result, his online store business is just engaged in an activity to sell a large number of goods, but was seized by the Industry and Commerce Department. The goods were all pulled away. At that time, Li Hua not only spent all his money, but also owed a large debt because he had to pay compensation to customers who had placed orders. He was almost at the end of his rope and had even tried to kill himself. It was at this time that he met Jinya, who, after hearing about his situation, took the initiative to lend him $50,000 to help him through that crisis. However, just as Li Hua was about to pay her back after a year's hard work to save up $50,000, he heard the news that she had committed suicide a year earlier. It turns out that the reason she lent him the money so easily in the first place was because she didn't want to live either. The kindness that he did not have the time to repay in his previous life was now possible to encounter. Li Hua suddenly felt that the opportunity to repay his kindness seemed to have come again. Well, in that case, I'll go over there. Chapter 23, Obnoxious Guy. Pearl Hotel is an old luxury hotel in Yunzhou City, which has been open for more than 10 years, and is considered a common memory of the first group of rich people in Yunzhou. By the time 2006 rolled around, the Pearl Hotel, which was a bit outdated in terms of decor and amenities, began to be less popular due to the number of new upscale hotels that it opened. However, being able to book a large private room here still reflected Xia Dong's strength. Of course, if another 10 years or so, the Pearl Hotel will be completely obliterated, and at that time, who has anything to do still go to the Pearl, and will even be subjected to other people's shame. Li Hua stood at the entrance of the Pearl Hotel, looking at the sign that was still considered to be quite tall now. The waves of the Yangtze River push forward the waves of the past, and the waves of the past are being tapped on the beach. Ah, yo, if it isn't Li Hua. At that moment, a somewhat annoying voice came from behind. Li Hua turned around and saw 2 men about his age walking towards him. One of them he was familiar with, called Jiang Mingho, a cousin-nephew of his former mother-in-law Jiang Guifeng's side of the maternal family. The other he didn't recognize, except that the face shape seemed somewhat familiar. But Li Hua wasn't surprised because Jiang Mingho, besides being his ex-wife's distant cousin, was also an alumnus from the same class in his high school. After graduation, he borrowed the relationship of the Lan family, also entered the Bureau of Transportation work, now should be more or less mixed to a half position, in the same classmates, is considered to be relatively good. Today was an alumni gathering organized by Xia Dong, and it was quite reasonable that someone like Jiang Mingho, who had mixed well, would be invited. Then, the other stranger who looked a little familiar should, not surprisingly, also be a classmate of theirs. Jiang Mingho, are you here for the party too? Li Hua didn't expect to meet these 2 guys before he even arrived at the party. He naturally had an immense distaste for the Lan family, and along with that, he didn't have any good feelings towards the Lan family's relatives. So, he was going to ask for clarification, and if these 2 guys were also here for the party, then he simply wouldn't attend. It wasn't because he was afraid of these guys, but simply hated them. As for Jinya, wanting to get her contact information wasn't a difficult thing for the current Li Hua, but how to repay the favor was more difficult. One only seemed to owe her $50,000, but more than that one actually owed her a life. Without her, he might have died when his online store failed. Where would he have had the chance to survive until the time he met his later wife? Therefore, in Li Hua's opinion, Jinya's kindness to himself was far more than simply borrowing $50,000. It could even be said that without her, there wouldn't have been a rebirth to the current self. So, for Li Hua, the best way to repay Jinya was not to just pay her back the $50,000, but to find out the real reason why she had committed suicide in her previous life, and to rescue her from that predicament. The reason for Kinya's suicide was something he had inquired about in his previous life, but he didn't mix well and had a hard time asking around, and didn't get anything definite, only a few vague rumors, so it wasn't so simple to save her now. What classmate reunion? Li Hua, you couldn't have been dumped by my sister and are trying to use the alumni relationship to get close to me again, right? I'm telling you, don't even think about it. Jiang Mingho sneered. He already knew about Li Hua's divorce from his cousin Lan Qi. However, it was clear that his status was not very close to the Lan family, and that was all the information he knew. As for Li Hua has entered the municipal party committee, and now even become a hot figure in the city. This matter, he is completely unclear. It's good that it's not. Li Hua let out a long breath. If these two guys wouldn't appear in front of him and get in his way, then he would be able to continue to attend tonight's party as previously planned. After all, for him, the first thing he had to do to help Jinya was to get close to the latter, or at least become good friends with her. What kind of crazy talk are you talking about? There's something wrong with you, isn't there? Jiang Mingho looked at him somewhat strangely. However, Li Hua was already too lazy to care about him and directly turned around and walked into the Pearl Hotel. Ming Hao, who is this guy? Why is he talking so aggressively? Do you want me to get someone to clean him up a bit? At this time, the person who followed Jiang Mingho, who looked somewhat familiar to Li Hua, finally opened his mouth. This guy is the lucky guy I told you about. The one who married my cousin in our class by some stroke of luck. Jiang Mingho looked at Li Hua's back with a somewhat irritated expression. He had always been upset that someone like Li Hua, who came from an ordinary background, would have the opportunity to marry a princess-like figure like his cousin. Later, after knowing that his cousin and Li Hua were divorced, he was very happy, and he felt that the latter should be very remorseful about the matter, and even when he saw himself, he had to cry bitterly, and had to ask himself to go and help to talk to his cousin to repair their relationship. But he didn't expect that when he saw Li Hua again, the latter, instead of having any remorseful reluctance, seemed to be completely unconcerned about the divorce. This made Jiang Mingho hate it even more in his heart. Why don't you show any pain at all for losing a family-in-law like the Lan family that you can rely on? Jiang Mingho felt that he had to do something to make Li Hua bitterly regret not being able to. Oh, isn't that Director Lan's son-in-law? Should we go and toast in a while? The man next to him was taken aback. Toast my ass. He's a ing son-in-law. My cousin has divorced him. He's a piece of now. Jiang Mingho suddenly stormed into a rage. However, he was also considered a bit of a city, although he did not have control over venting out for a moment, but after venting out, he still had control over his emotions. Wang Chang, doesn't your family have some relationship with the Pearl Hotel? You help ask around. What kind of people organized that class reunion, he said. Where was it held? Maybe, we really need to go and make a toast in a while. Alright, I'll go and ask. Wang Chang nodded. His family is doing engineering, and now the city has a big project to come out, or the Bureau of Transportation is responsible for. Then this Bureau of Transportation lands nephew of the deputy director of the position in his eyes naturally high up. Not to mention checking out a room of his classmates' partygoers. Even if he was asked to directly teach those people a lesson, he would not hesitate. Of course, he knew by looking at Jiang Mingho's expression that what this guy said about going to toast a glass of wine definitely meant two things from what he said about toasting a glass of wine. The cup of wine prepared by Jiang Mingho was only not good. Chapter 24, Not Giving Face. Li Hua didn't realize that he had been missed. He found the room by following the room number given to him on Xia Dong's text message, knocked on the door, then pushed his way in. It was a very large room with a very large table, enough to seat a dozen people no problem. However, there were not many people sitting at the table at this time, only 4 or 5. One of them, a white, chubby and not tall guy, saw him and immediately stood up to welcome him. Our big leader is here. Welcome the leader for taking time out of his busy schedule to attend this class reunion of ours. Although Li Hua couldn't remember the face too well, he could tell from the voice that this guy was Xia Dong. This guy is still talking with a bright laughter. Although the content of the words is not very good, but with his tone of voice, it is like a joke, so that people cannot get angry. Mr. Xia is criticizing me for coming late. In that case I won't dare to come next time there's something like this. Li Hua could only laugh along with him. Pretend I didn't say that. Pretend I didn't say that. Come, please sit down. Xia Dong very affectionately took Li Hua's hand and was about to push the latter towards the main seat. I can't sit in this seat. I'd rather sit next to it. Where would Li Hua be willing to sit in the main seat? He directly moved to the side and sat beside Jinya in passing. It wasn't that he had any thoughts about the latter, but he just felt that the two were sitting closer together, making it easier to communicate and able to deepen their relationship. There's always a need to know more about Kinya to find out what she couldn't live with in her past life, and then she can save her. We're all old classmates, and the seating isn't that elaborate, so just feel free to make yourself comfortable. Xiaodong looked at all. Li Hua refused to take a seat, and could only greet everyone to sit casually. In fact, there were only 5 or 6 people in total, and it would have been better to sit casually at this large table for a dozen or so people, and it didn't look as if there was anyone else. So after Li Hua sat down, Xiaodong began to pour the wine. I originally wanted to call more old classmates today, but everyone is quite busy with their own things, so only a few of us are here. But this is good. Fewer people are better for chatting. As he spoke, he poured his respective drinks. Alcohol is something that originally everyone didn't drink when they were still in school, but for some reason, as soon as the high school exams were over, everyone would drink. Li Hua still remembers, after the college entrance examination, their classmates gathering, a class of more than 40 people, including girls, only 2 or 3 do not drink, the rest of all drink, as if suddenly produced some kind of tacit understanding. This time is also the same, although there are only 5 or 6 people, but when Xiaodong poured the wine, but none of them said that they do not need to pour themselves the words that they do not drink, even including the school flower Genia also defaulted to be able to drink white wine. Come on, first gas, take a drink for our shared memories of Province Elgin. Everyone go down deeper. After pouring the wine, Xiaodong, as the one who invited the guests, directly led the group to raise their cups and made a demonstration in person, drinking a third of the wine in the 2.5 cups in one gulp. Watching several of his classmates, including Genia, unambiguously drink the same amount of wine, Li Hua sighed and followed suit. He had done a lot of business in his previous life, many of which required drinking to pull strings, so he had worked up a pretty good drinking tolerance. But these students should be just a few years after graduation. Look, I did not expect a person has been quite able to drink. Really unexpected. After a vapor was drunk, Xiaodong opened the food again, and after everyone had taken 2 bites, Xiaodong raised his glass again. Come on, let's drink the rest of this wine in 2 breaths. After drinking it, I'll introduce you to each other. Although we are all in the same class, and we all look quite familiar to each other, but I'll be honest, you may not necessarily recognize each other. Come on, drink first. Xiaodong finished, and another vapor and a half went down. The speed at which he was drinking had startled Li Hua a little. It's only been a minute and the first drink is about to be over. It's killing me. Of course, Li Hua knew that this speed could not be considered very fast on the occasion. In his previous life, those people he met in the business world, like this cup was never a mouthful. Where else could it be divided into 3 gas so much? However, he had been reborn. If he still drank the way he did in his previous life, Li Hua wasn't very happy about it, so he didn't raise his glass. Mr. Xia, this is a class reunion, mainly to talk about the past, to contact feelings. Those bad habits in your business should not be brought in. Let's drink slowly. Li Hua's words directly caused the other few people present to be taken aback. Since everyone here was invited by Xiaodong, the common person that everyone knew and was familiar with was Xiaodong. We all know. Don't look at this guy, short and fat, always face heaps of smiles. Looks as if harmless, very good to talk. But in fact this guy is not a good guy. He graduated from college and started to take over his family's business, and in just a few years he had already made a name for himself in Yubei County, and had squeezed 2 competitors out of the business by going bankrupt. Moreover, it was said that he was also a person with a relatively small amount of anger, and whoever offended him would inevitably retaliate back. Therefore, although the people present were not so afraid of Xiaodong, they were not willing to offend this guy, and people mentioned the wine, everyone followed along. After all, it's a normal drinking habit, and it's not like you're going to upset someone over something like that. Only this guy who came last dared to openly not give face to Xiaodong. This is to find trouble. Everyone's eyes got a little tense. Although this so-called class reunion, everyone was here for Genia, the school flower. No one wanted any conflict right at the drinking table. Oh, what the leader said is, it's me who was confused, and even brought that set in the business world to our class reunion. My fault. I'll dry this cup, as a self-punishment. However, Xiaodong did not show half a bit of unhappiness as everyone thought. He held the wine cup, smilingly gave a mouthful of dry, as if he really recognized his own mistakes. This time everyone was even more shocked in their hearts. They were even wondering if this Xiaodong was still the Xiaodong they knew. How come it seemed completely different? Or does this last classmate who came last, what's his name, have some kind of unimaginable status? Everyone's gazes turned to Li Hua's body, and they all speculated about the latter's identity. Li Hua sighed slightly in his heart. No wonder there are countless people who cut off their heads to move up the career ladder. This is the charm of power. Chapter 25 Introduction of Identity. Okay, now let me introduce you all, and then we can all split up. Xiaodong noticed the gazes but didn't take it personally. He didn't think he was doing anything wrong, because he knew very well that by the time everyone knew Li Hua's true identity now, they might behave even worse than him. This is Ming from class 14 during his senior year. He now works at the Industrial and Commercial Bank in Yubei County. This is Yang Pingjian, a student from class 22 during his senior year, who is now working at the Yubei County Construction Committee. This is Yin Wenbo from class 9 during his senior year. He's currently working in the 14 town of Yunguan County. Xiaodong quickly introduced all the other three boys, not surprisingly to Li Hua, these classmates of theirs, who were still able to come back to their hometowns to work. Basically, in addition to those who took over the family business, the rest of them entered the system. These three present were all working in the system, plus Xiaodong, who had taken over the family business, without exception. However, when Yin Wenbo was introduced, Li Hua gave him a special look, because this place, Four Teams Township, is the coastal township of Yunguan County, and is also the location of the southern wing of the 1 and 2 Wings plan that he reported to Secretary Lin. In the future, if this planning starts to be implemented, maybe he will have a chance to deal with him. In any case, when working at the grassroots level, it is always of some use to have 1 or 2 people who are familiar with the situation to introduce them. Of course, Li Hua had only paid attention for a moment. He knows very well that even if the planning of 1 body and 2 wings has begun to be implemented, he may not be able to occupy any unbeatable position in this tide of development. And even if there is no position for himself, it is still a toss-up, and it is a bit too much to think about contacting the grassroots now. Everyone recognizes this one, our school beauty Genia, but you may not know that Genia is also the strongest learner in our class. She's currently studying for her doctorate at Runmin University. She is the biggest talent in our class. After Xiaodong introduced those three, he paused before focusing on Genia. Obviously, the importance of the great beauty Genia in his mind was higher than those three. This was normal. After all, including Li Hua, all of them came to this party because of Genia. Don't look at the beauty itself has no position, as if it can't do anything, but relying on her to be able to save up this bureau. This is the greatest ability. Sure enough, after the introduction of Kimya, the eyes of those other three people brightened even more. Originally, they were interested in the schoolgirl, and after hearing that the schoolgirl was actually already a doctor, this interest became even stronger. After all, this would have been in 2006, and PhDs were still pretty rare. If a doctor wants to go back to Yunzhou and develop, if he is willing to enter the system, he can be directly recruited specifically and can also be given a fairly good rank and treatment. In comparison, although Yin Wenbo and the three of them were all already in the system, Xiaodong didn't bring their positions with him when he introduced them, indicating that they were all still just juniors at the moment, and compared to Genia, a PhD, they were quite a bit worse. Mr. Xia is joking. I just haven't found a suitable job, so I can only continue to study. If I had such a good job as everyone else, I wouldn't want to study this blog, Kenya said with a smile. She's not a nerd, even though she's in a PhD program, but instead she's a great talker and holds everyone else in high regard. A beautiful woman like her, with such an outstanding physical condition already and such a good personality, the attraction could really be considered almost unbeatable. Schoolgirl is too modest, Xiaodong laughed, then set her eyes on Li Hua. Last but not least, the one who needs to be introduced to you in the grandest manner is our most outstanding talent of this term, Director Li Huali. Director Li is now working in one of the municipal party committee offices. For Li Hua, Xiaodong understand is still quite a lot. He knows that the former has a high probability of being the new secretary selected by Secretary Lin, but also into the Rapid Transit Line project preparation team, counted as the city's most powerful young people inside the current wind. But he didn't introduce that much. There are some things that you can't just take and share. However, even if he didn't say too much, just the name of one place in the municipal party committee office was enough to shock Yin Wenbo and the others. They finally understood why Xiaodong would not mind at all if Li Hua did not give him face just now. Municipal party committee office, one place. That is specialized in serving the municipal party committee, a Hanlin secretary's office. Everyone who comes out of there can be considered a big shot when they get outside. Although Xiaodong mixed in Yubei County seems to be also good, but in the end is just a businessman. See the party secretary's side. Not kneel down to lick is already a very good performance. To be honest, the three of them, Ming, Yang Pingjian, and Yin Wenbo, all had the urge to kneel down and lick right now. If they could hug the thigh of a secretary of the municipal party committee office, then in the future in their own units, they would not walk sideways. So it's Director Li, What a pleasure to meet you. I heard Director Lee's great name a lot when I was in school, and it's true that he's a dragon among men. It's really an especially happy thing to have the honor of meeting Director Lee today. I'll have to drink more in a while before I can do that. All three of them coincidentally opened their mouths to rush Li Hua to get close. Even Jinya, blinking her big beautiful eyes, carefully observed this tall and handsome classmate. Li Hua sat there without changing his face, watching these so-called classmates fawning over him, his heart like water. As the saying is known from a previous life, if you are successful, you are surrounded by good people. Li Hua certainly didn't feel that he had succeeded now, but he had at least taken the first step towards success. Even if it was just such a little tiny achievement, it was surprising that these three classmates, whom he could not even contact in his previous life, had turned into very warm and good friends all of a sudden. And this span was really too big. However, they can be very warm and welcoming friends because of who they are, and they can also lose that status and immediately turn their backs on themselves. So this kind of warmth is good to look at, but not to be taken seriously. So Li Hua didn't respond with the same very enthusiastic response. He just nodded lightly and casually responded a few times to count as an answer. By this time, Xiaodong had already poured the wine and raised his glass again. Well, for the sake of this reunion of ours, let's all drink another vapor together. More for those who can, less for those who can't. This time, apart from Li Hua and Jinya, the remaining few people all finished their cups of wine in one gulp, none of them showing that they were not able to drink enough. Come on, pour more. Xiaodong immediately opened another pour. However, just at this moment, the door of the private room was suddenly opened, and Jiang Mingho and Wang Chang, both of them, one of them carrying a bottle of wine, swaggered in. Chapter 26, Tit for Tat. Why are you guys here? Looking at the two people who came in, Xiaodong's face, which had always been smiling, finally slumped for the first time. He is indeed this class of students in the broader friendships. The same class of students, but all the mixed a little bit like. There is no he does not know. The two men in front of him he also recognized. Not only recognized, but also impressed. Impressed mainly Wang Chang. This guy's family is also engaged in engineering. Is currently considered a major competitor of Xiaodong. The two have already fought several times explicitly and secretly. Therefore, when Wang Chang inquired that Li Hua was actually invited by Xiaodong, he immediately urged Jiang Mingho to come along. What's going on? I heard that you are here to organize a class reunion. Jianka and I think we are all a classmate. How also have to give face to come and sit. I did not think that your side is only so few people. The scale of this party is a little small. Our Xia's appeal is only so much? Wang Chang laughed recklessly. Although he also knows Ming Yang Jianpeng, those people usually have to give some face. But now, his family's business has been planned in the transfer to the city. The county's small civil servants naturally do not think much of it. Moreover, the most crucial thing is that Jiang Mingho is going to clean up Li Hua. So Wang Chang naturally wants to take this opportunity to drop some face on Xiaodong. Who let this guy barf with himself all the time? We're just a small-scale party, and we didn't intend to invite too many irrelevant people, especially those who have no quality, and it's even more unlikely that they'll be within the scope of my invitation, Xiaodong said coldly. Of course he knew that Jiang Mingho was a civil servant of the City Transportation Bureau, only for what he was going to do. The ordinary pawns of the City Transportation Bureau couldn't play any role at all, and it was only a douchebag like Wang Chang who would hold Jiang Mingho up to the sky. For Xiaodong, the most important thing was to take care of Li Hua. As long as you have a good relationship with this future star with an unlimited future, even if you don't get involved in this BRT project right now, the future is still promising. Xiaodong was not a ratty person. He always had a long-term vision. Who are you calling unqualified? Wang Chang was a bit enraged, but he didn't make any overzealous moves. He had fought with Xiaodong more than once or twice, and he knew very well that he was no match for the latter in terms of his lips, and as for direct action, that was even more so. Don't look at Xiaodong body short and fat, but it is quite flexible, and the power is too big. Usually 2 or 3 people may not be able to beat him. Wang Chang went up to do it is not asking for trouble. He turned his head to Jiang Mingho, hoping to get the latter's help. After all, the identity of the civil servant of the Transportation Bureau and the nephew of the deputy director of the Transportation Bureau's inner nephew is still very powerful in his opinion. However, it didn't matter if he took a look, but he realized that Jiang Mingho was actually staring straight at the girl sitting there. Wang Chang also hurriedly looked over, only to realize that the girl was very pretty, as if she was the school flower of that year. Are you Jinya? At this time, Jiang Mingho finally couldn't hold back and asked directly. It's me. Kinya looked up at him then, a little surprised. Hello Jinya, I'm Jiang Mingho. When I was in high school I sent you a love letter. You told me at the time that you don't want to talk about this now. You just want to study hard. When I graduate from college, if I still have this idea, I can go back to you. Jiang Mingho took 2 or 3 steps over and said with some excitement. Although these things had been forgotten by him before, seeing Jinya, the dead memories were instantly resurrected, and even the words spoken back then were remembered clearly. Yeah, that's what I said at the time, but you didn't look for me either, which means your mind isn't really that strong, is it? Kimya laughed lightly. Because of the number of guys who pursued her, she had long ago developed a well-established pattern of rejection. Let's just deal with it then and put it off until later. And if someone else goes to her later, then find another excuse to say no. And if they don't, wouldn't that be better? As for the likes of Jiang Mingho, who had forgotten at the time, but now sees and remembers, it's even better to cope with. You're not so strong in your thoughts and dismissed. As expected, after hearing her words, Jiang Mingho's expression was a bit obscure, and then, with a turn of his eyes, he saw Li Hua, who was sitting next to Jinya, and quite close by. Isn't this that brother-in-law of mine? What? Just divorced my sister, and he's already picking up schoolgirls? You're really enviable with this skill. Jiang Mingho's conspiratorial voice carried a few sour notes. He was indeed a little jealous of Li Hua. Why is it that this kid, who is from an ordinary family and just graduated, was able to get married to a girl as outstanding as his own cousin, and was so easily dumped and divorced by his own cousin, that he could turn around and get hitched to Jinya, a much prettier and more charismatic girl? As for myself, I at least have a good family, a good job, and I think I look much better than that Li Hua, so why can't I ever find a beautiful enough other half? That's just not fair either. There's still this kind of talent? Isn't your cousin the princess of Director Lan's family? How could there be someone who encountered such a thigh and still didn't hug it to death? Wang Chang heard Jiang Mingho's words and said loudly in feigned surprise. In fact, he had already known about this, but he still shouted it out in such surprise now, just to tell the crowd present that this one, however, was a relative of Director Lan's family. As for what kind of person Director Lan was, Wang Chang believed he didn't need to say anything more. He had just looked around at the people present. Basically all of them are mixed in the system. The only one who is not mixed in the system, Xiaodong, also knows the system very well. A Lan director's name is already enough. As expected, after hearing Director Lan's name, O Ming's men instantly stood in awe. We're all mixed up in the system, and we still know a little bit about what powerful relatives are in the current class. Therefore, as soon as everyone heard it, they knew that the Director Lan that Wang Chang was talking about was naturally the current deputy director of the Municipal Transportation Bureau. No one had thought that Li Hua had even had such a marital history with his family's daughter. However, in everyone's opinion, even though Li Hua was a staff member of one of the municipal party committees, having a father-in-law like Director Lan was already fine. After all, you're not the city secretary's follower secretary, are you? No matter what, at least from the expressions, the scales in Oming and the others' minds had begun to tilt towards Jiang Mingho and Wang Chang's side. Although they hadn't said anything yet out of steadiness, they were only going to be biased if there was really any conflict in a while. So what if she's Director Lan's daughter? Does anyone have to treat her as a treasure? Marriage is a matter of two people, and divorce is a normal thing when you can't get along. However, only Xia Dong, since the beginning, had been a supporter of Li Hua. Chapter 27. Li Hua, of course, knew very well that the reason why Xia Dong supported himself was because he knew more than others. But even so, it's not easy for him to support himself. After all, Lan's father is less than 50 years old as the deputy director of the Bureau of Transportation. It is said that there is also the Municipal Party Committee leadership support. It is likely to go further. Li Hua himself is now only just a small deputy section level, even in the Municipal Party Committee in an important government office. But the Municipal Party Committee in a staff of more than a dozen, and not all are very powerful. Therefore, he could understand the tendencies shown by several other students, and was slightly grateful for Xia Dong's support. However, he had no intention of having a big fight with Jiang Mingho here. The Lan family he was definitely going to clean up, but fussing with a distant relative of the Lan family over this at the drinking table was definitely not going to be his way of cleaning up the Lan family. This approach was so low and meaningless that it wouldn't even make the Lan family feel any pain or itch. Li Hua either didn't make a move. As long as he did, he had to make the Lan family feel great pain before he could do so. Alright, Mr. Xia. So, he reached out and stopped Xia Dong, who still wanted to continue arguing. You two go back where you came from and don't come into our private room to annoy people. Are you sure you want to let us go? Jiang Mingho was about to say something else, but Wang Chang suddenly pulled his sleeve, a mysterious smile appearing on his face. Of course, we don't welcome unqualified people in our private room. Alright, then we'll leave now. Wang Chang sneered, then looked at the three Oming on the other side. Several old classmates. In fact, our side is also a class reunion, and we also invited alumni from Yuchong. the City Transportation Bureau's Director Song and the City Construction Commission's Director Lu. Do you want to go over and get together? He said that Director Song and Director Lu are both middle-level leaders of the Transportation Bureau and the Construction Committee, and are also considered to be well-known alumni of Yucheng, who are little known locally. The Municipal Council itself is a full departmental-level organization, and its subordinate departments are full sections, and it is logical that the heads of these departments should be referred to as section chiefs, but I don't know whether it is to sound good or to have face. The General Municipal Bureau subordinate departments and sections will be called XX Division. The leaders of these departments and sections naturally become the director. Of course, in reality, their rank is still section level, and this will not change in any way. But when the officials like the official position is called to the big, such as the director of the song, he is the director of the Transportation Bureau Infrastructure Management Division. In fact, is the main section level cadres. If you call him song director he will be very happy, but you want to call him song section chief, he is afraid of having to swing the face. However, even two section-level cadres were tempting for the O-Ming trio. After all, their units are only section-level. The main section-level cadres for them, that is the unit a hand general existence. Of course they didn't want to miss this opportunity to be able to get close to this kind of leader. As for Li Hua, although it is a secretary of the Municipal Party Committee one, but after all, there is no real power, at best, can only be regarded as better informed. But what use were those messages of his to them? The common pawns? Might as well get to know the solid section chiefs of the city council. That's what you can really use. Since Director Jiang and Mr. Wang's side are also old classmates, it's good for us to go over and sit down. The three of them, Ming, barely looked around and walked straight over, ready to change places. They had come to this party because of Kimya, and now that Kimya didn't seem to be interested in them, there was little point in them staying. Besides, it's hard to say if Kimya will stay. According to their thoughts, Jinya would probably leave this private room as well and follow Jiang Mingho and the others over there. Jinya-san, do you want to come along too? We have quite a few people over there, all elites from all walks of life. Wang Chang nodded with great satisfaction before launching another invitation to Jinya. He knew very well that as long as Jinya as well as the other three were all taken away, then the two of them, Xiaodong and Li Hua, would become a complete joke. They organized this bull ***** class reunion. There were not many people, and the ones who came ran away. What is not a joke? I'm even. Kinya smiled and shook her head. Wang Chang's face stiffened, and he was about to persuade him again when he heard Jiang Mingho beside him snort coldly. Forget it even. Let's go first. After saying that, he directly turned around and walked out of the private room. Wang Chang led Ming and a few of them to follow in a hurry, and in less than half a minute's work, they were gone cleanly. Only Li Hua, Xiaodong and Jinya were left in the private room, sitting at a table big enough to hold a dozen people, which did look a bit empty. The small number of people is actually quite good. It's easy to talk. At this time, Li Hua suddenly raised his wine glass. He had previously shown that he wasn't really interested in the whole drinking thing, but now, he felt like having a little drink. He hadn't had a drink since he came back from rebirth and hadn't dared to relax a little bit. Now, maybe it's okay to not strain yourself so much. Yes, in that case, Wang Chang has finally done something that I can look at. Xiaodong also laughed. Kinya didn't say anything, just smiled and raised her glass. After the three had a few more drinks, the atmosphere became much more cordial. Fewer people would have made it easier to chat. Plus none of the three of them mentioned anything related to work or business. All they talked about was the past, the high school past, which instead made them all feel very comfortable. Damn, it's been a long time since I drank so painfully. When I used to drink with them, even if a pound of wine had gone down, I had to fight to stay sober and tell myself that I mustn't say anything wrong. And that's not drinking. Xiaodong drank the most and the fastest. After a few glasses of wine, simply took off the suit directly, pulled up the sleeves of the shirt to the bottom of the shoulders, completely missing the feeling of a successful person before. Jinya also laughed a lot more freely. Originally she was all pursed lips laughing. Now she could finally open her mouth and laugh. Li Hua didn't act as exaggerated as they did, but he did silently touch a cigarette in his mouth. After his rebirth, he had sworn to quit smoking, but now, he wanted to have one, and maybe this would be the last one. However, just as he had just struck the fire and had not yet had time to light his cigarette, Xiaodong's phone suddenly rang. Hello? I got it. I know. What the hell? Let the S at the city's Department of Transportation go to hell. When he finished, he slapped his cell phone heavily on the table and raised his glass again. To our youth, to our common past, to this brief moment of forgetting our work worries. Cheers. Chapter 28, The City is Deep. What happened? Looking at Xiaodong, who had already drunk a little too much and still swallowed a cup of 2.5 taels of white wine in a single gulp without a care in the world. Li Hua did not raise his glass, but looked at him very seriously and asked. He didn't have much intention of sticking up for Xia Dong, but he had heard a little something from those few short sentences of the phone call just now. That's something that might work for him. Li Hua, I'm very happy that you can ask me and care about this matter. However, if you care about me, I can't let you risk your life for me. This matter doesn't need to be in your hands, just do your job well, and when you become a big official in the future, then come back to promote me. Xiaodong was a little drunk, so what he said was a little on the nose, but it's not like he's completely drunk, so there's still a lot of rationality in his words. He knew that Li Hua had just arrived at one of the municipal party committee offices now, and his position was not stable, and he was still in a state of being watched by countless pairs of eyes. At this time, the most important thing for him to do was to keep a low profile, absolutely not to venture out and not to cause trouble, and to steadily get through this period of time, when he has been recognized by Secretary Lin and his position is secure. At that time, even the director will have to bow his head and be honest in front of him, but not yet. Therefore, Xia Dong, despite already being a bit on top, still preserved enough sense, which for a businessman like him, but can almost be considered a necessary quality. You don't have to worry about risking your life, just tell me who just called and what they said. Compared to Xia Dong, who was already almost on the verge of jumping up, Li Hua remained very calm. He sat there without much movement, still asking his questions calmly and unaffected. Although he also drank a lot of wine, he didn't drink as much as Xia Dong, and it seemed like his drinking capacity had gone up a lot since he came back this time, and these wines wouldn't make him show any signs of losing his temper at all. You really want to know? Xia Dong seemed to have calmed down a lot and sat down, looking straight at Li Hua. Yes, Li Hua nodded. I can tell you, but don't even think about doing anything after you've heard it. It's not good for you right now, rambled Xiaodong, still trying to analyze it. Don't worry, I have all these in my heart, so hurry up and say it. Li Hua interrupted with some impatience. Why is this guy getting wordy after a few drinks? Well, the one who called me just now, my second uncle, said that the director of the Infrastructure Management Division of the Bureau of Transportation, that's Song, the director of the city's Bureau of Transportation that Wang Chang and the others were talking about before, called him and told him that the new BRT line project wouldn't have anything to do with me. So he told me to hurry and go back to Yubei County to play. When this matter was mentioned, Xia Dong was still full of resentment. He is not only indignant that the director of the song speak hard to hear, even more indignant that people did not take him seriously. The call is also to his second uncle to call, not directly to him. Of course, the director of the Infrastructure Management Division of the Department of Transportation is indeed considered a very powerful position. All of the city's infrastructure in terms of transportation are managed by this division. For those businessmen who want to do road projects, he is the sky. Even some of the county governors and secretaries below, who want to build a road or something in their own counties, have to come and kiss this director Song's ass. It was naturally a normal thing for him to not put a small, modestly sized rich kid like Xia Dong in his eyes. Of course, Li Hua understood that the reason why that director Song would be so faceless to directly call about this matter was mainly because of Wang Chang's, or rather Jiang Mingho's, flirtation. Jiang Mingho is, after all, a relative of the family of the deputy director of the Bureau of Transportation. The weight is certainly much more important than a small engineering business. Director Song? Kind of interesting. Li Hua heard him out and didn't say anything more, just smiled. You mustn't be impulsive and do anything irrational. After Xia Dong finished and vented, she regretted it a bit. He was afraid that Li Hua would go and argue with that director Song over this matter, or even do something excessive. It wouldn't be good if it affected the matter of him being Secretary Lin's secretary. After all, many leaders don't really like their secretaries interfering in too many things, especially the kind that tails off before they even become secretaries. It was only that the state Li Hua was currently displaying to say that he would go and do something impulsive. That was also completely unlike it. After all, even after this guy heard his words, he just sat there very calmly, not even showing a bit of anger. Xia Dong suddenly had a feeling that the Li Hua in front of him seemed to give him a feeling of being completely impervious. Although he hadn't been very familiar with Li Hua before, Xia Dong was a businessman after all, and he still felt that he was better able to grasp his peers, especially his past classmates and whatnot. But this Li Hua, he really couldn't grasp it. This guy, just like those leaders in general, is very sophisticated, does not show his joy and anger, and definitely will not take a position easily. No wonder people are valued by the city commissioner. You're still a bit too much of an underestimator yourself. Thinking about this, Xia Dong couldn't help but be shocked into a cold sweat. He was thinking that it was fortunate that he had been very polite and respectful to Li Hua from the moment he met the latter. and had not said or done anything halfway over the top. If you say the wrong thing and do the wrong thing, you might just be remembered. After all, who knew this guy's city was so deep? Don't worry, I won't do anything. Li Hua smiled and turned his head to talk to Jinya. For a while, although he had been chatting with Xia Dong, in reality, he hadn't left Jinya out in the cold at all. He sat in the center, flanked by two people who were talking about different things, and surprisingly, he gave it all a good go. 2. The three of them ate for a while longer and were finally drunk and ready to leave. Xiaodan also suggested that we all get together again to sing and entertain ourselves. However, this proposal of his was rejected by both Li Hua and Jinya together, so everyone had to go back to their own homes. The three of them walked out of the private room and slowly walked out. On the way, Jinya was quite excited and was still talking about when we would get together next time, while Li Hua just smiled and didn't say anything. It's hard to say if he'll even have time to come out to dinner tomorrow, let alone that said next time. But in any case, the atmosphere was very harmonious. However, just as they were walking down the hall to check out, another group of people who had been drinking crookedly walked out. Yo, isn't this Mr. Xia? Didn't you just call to tell you to get your ass back to Yubei County? How come you haven't left yet? Wang Chang had sharp eyes and saw Xia Dong at once, and immediately yelled. Chapter 29, Li Hua's first target. Wang Chang, it seems unnecessary to report to you where I am. Although Xia Dong had also drunk a lot of wine, he was in a much better state than him. Moreover, after watching Li Hua's appearance just now, he was also learning to make his city deeper, so he didn't get angry and just coldly replied back. Of course you don't need to report to me. I just think that it's not much fun for you to stay in the city. You might as well hurry back to Yubei. That's where you can have fun. Wang Chang couldn't help but laugh out loud. In fact, both he and Xia Dong are currently trying to do the same thing, which is to slowly bring their business this way downtown. They were both from Elk North and had done all their previous business in Elk North. But Elk North is just so small and unaffluent that business is pretty limited. Those people of theirs have fought very fiercely in the business world of Yubei, and they are also considered to have a grudge against each other. However, in Yubei, Wang Chang's business is far from Xia Dong's. Therefore, when he came to the city for the first fight, he was able to completely suppress Xia Dong through Jiang Mingho's relationship, and he was still very proud in his heart, so he couldn't help but want to show off. Xia Dong was still angry, though he kept telling himself to be calm and urban, but being taunted in the face, if he still didn't have any reaction, it wouldn't be a calm and dignified city, it would be a wimp. However, just as he was about to rush over and have a theory with Wang Chang, Li Hua suddenly stretched out his arm to stop him. Forget it, there's no need to be general with him. Let's go. Li Hua, get out of the way. I must teach him a good lesson today. No. Xia Dong was very annoyed and naturally refused to just let it go. Xia Dong, what are you planning to do? It can't be that you're preparing to make a move at the Pearl Hotel, right? Or are you just calling out casually and don't dare to do anything at all? Wang Chang said over there with a smirk. The owner of the Pearl Hotel is his father's friend. If Xia Dong, if he were to strike with him here, it would be the wrong place. Really, forget it. The dog bit you. Do you still have to bite back a bite, can't you? Li Hua hugged Xia Dong tightly, lest the latter rush over to hit that Wang Chang. If they fought in such a place, no matter who took advantage and suffered a loss, the impact caused would be great. Or at least it would give Xia Dong no chance at all to get his hands on the BRT-Ra project. What did you say? Li Hua, you punk, do you think you can turn the tables by hugging the thighs of a dirt boss? I'm telling you, don't ever think that. When Jiang Mingho saw Li Hua speak, he was instantly on fire, especially when he saw that Jinya was standing right next to him, looking at the latter with some concern. His heart was even more furious. Look at me. I'd never get on the dog's bad side. Wolf all he wants. I won't pay him a moment's attention. Li Hua didn't even bother to look at Jiang Mingho and was still persuading Xia Dong. Finally, under his dissuasion, Xia Dong seemed to calm down and stopped struggling to rush up. Li Hua patted his shoulder and was ready to leave together. This young man, you want to leave after cursing someone? You don't think that the Pearl Hotel is a place you can leave so casually, do you? At this time, one of Wang Chang and his group, who was shy with a beer belly and looked like he had some leadership style, stood out, frowned and said rather unpleasantly, for Pearl Hotel to be able to mix so well in Yunzhou City, it certainly had a group of very impressive security personnel. The man who spoke came over so often that everyone over here was familiar with him, and as long as he opened his mouth, it was a very simple matter to clean up a young man. You're that section chief Song, aren't you? Yet Li Hua just looked at him without any fear. It's me. Director Song had his hands behind his back and was quite imposing, and those who didn't know saw him in this manner and really had no way of guessing just how big an official he had to be. I just heard about your prowess. I didn't expect to see it with my own eyes right away. I hope that when we meet again tomorrow, you'll still be so poised. Li Hua smiled a little before pulling Xia Dong and leaving. Director Song froze for a moment at Li Hua's words, and after he reacted, the other party had already left. Damn, this kid can really play hard to get. He talks a lot but runs faster than a rabbit. Wang Chang cursed somewhat indignantly. Do you guys know what that guy really is? I have to clean him up a bit, or else I'll still let him be arrogant. Director Song was also very angry. Li Hua didn't know that Director Song had already held a grudge against him and was going to find a way to clean him up, and he wouldn't have cared even if he knew. After leaving the hotel, he separated from Xiaodong Jinya and took a car back to where he was staying. His new home is Zhou Guanglian to the arrangement. In the Municipal Party Committee family courtyard, is a one-bedroom, only more than 50 square feet, but the sparrow is small and complete. Inside the things that have all have, life is very convenient. After going home and sleeping, Li Hua rushed to the office early the next morning. He packed up the things he had prepared and brought those things to Deputy Director Han's office. Bang bang bang. Li Hua knocked on the office door. Come in. Han Deputy Director named Han Wenyuan, 37 years old this year. In several municipal party committee office Deputy Director is considered relatively young. The level is not high, only Deputy Division level. However, anyone can see that Secretary Lin is very appreciative of him, and it is only a matter of time before he is promoted and reused. Especially this time, Secretary Lin sent him as a representative of the Municipal Party Committee to join the preparatory team for the BRT line project, which is a very obvious reuse. To know, in the past, this kind of work, are to arrange a Municipal Party Committee Deputy Secretary General to be responsible for, this time even sent Han Wenyuan this Municipal Party Committee Office Deputy Director, enough to see the leadership of his trust and value. Therefore, before Li Hua went to meet with the other members of the preparatory group, he also needed to report to him about his work, to understand the leader's thoughts, and then to introduce his own ideas about his work. Although Li Hua was considered to have a better understanding of Secretary Lin's thoughts, he also had to understand Han Wenyuan's thoughts. In officialdom, never think that it is enough to know just what a big leader thinks. No leader is to be taken lightly. Comrade Li is here. Have a seat. Han Wenyuan saw that it was Li Hua, and a few smiles appeared on his face as he nodded his head and gestured for him to sit down. Director Han, the first meeting of the preparatory group is coming up today, and I'd like to start by reporting to you some of my thoughts on the construction of the BRT line and some of what I've seen recently. Li Hua carefully sat down in the chair. He didn't come here just to exchange ideas with the leaders. Chapter 30, Deputy Director Han. Let's start with your thoughts on the BRT line project. Han Wenyuan understood his mind at once. Still, it was business that mattered, and it was business that he wanted to hear first, and as for the rest of those, he could listen to them after the business was over. Li Hua spent more than 10 minutes giving a report on his idea of BRT, which was actually a slight improvement on the reality of his previous life. This report, which he had also made to Secretary Lin, was more detailed and more comprehensive. He believed that Secretary Lin should have confided some of this with Han Wenyuan as well, so there was no need to say too much himself this time. I understand your thoughts. Han Wenyuan nodded non-committally after hearing this. One of the first essential qualities of being a leader, especially a mid-level one like him, is to be good at concealing one's thoughts. Even if Han Wenyuan has clearly heard, Li Hua reported to himself about the idea of rapid transit in Secretary Lin and his own account of almost the same. He did not immediately say words of support. The attitude of a leader is very important. If you show it too early, you will lose the initiative and let the subsequent development be out of your control. Although it was said that Li Hua's thoughts were the same as Secretary Lin's, in the preparatory group, the only one who could truly represent Secretary Lin in everyone's eyes was Han Wenyuan. Later, at the preparatory meeting of the Transportation Board, you will bring out this idea and discuss it with everyone. Thank you for your leadership. Li Hua knew that although Han Wenyuan did not take a position, he could let himself, a person whose rank was only vice section without any substantive position, bring out his ideas for discussion at the preparatory meeting, which in itself was already a kind of support. Some people may feel that this support is deserved. After all, their own ideas have been recognized by the municipal party secretary. You, a small deputy director of the municipal party office, why not support? But those who think like this can only be eliminated by the officialdom in the end. In the official world, no one will be your nanny. The leadership recognized you support you, is to give you the opportunity to use their own ability to get more people to recognize the support, rather than help you to get those people's support. If you can't even figure this out, it only means that you don't deserve to mix with the government. There's one other thing, and I don't know if I should be the one to say it. With business out of the way, Li Hua started to have to do something for himself. Whatever it is, it's always okay to talk, so go ahead. Han Man nodded farther. During this recent period, I have received many phone calls, all of them inquiring with me about various news about the BRT line project, and there are even people who have directly offered me a price to help get them involved in this project. Speaking here, Li Hua quietly glanced at Han Wenyuan's expression, because he knew very well that the other side must have gotten calls and requests like this one, too, and far more than he had gotten. So, when one is talking about this matter, it is very likely that one will cause resentment in the other party. After all, who knows if Han Wenyuan has some mind of his own on this big project? A project of this magnitude, even people without connections would want a piece of the pie, let alone a direct handler. However, Han Wenyuan was only looking faintly at the well-organized material Li Hua had given him earlier at this time, without the slightest fluctuation of expression on his face, and it was completely impossible to tell what was going on inside his mind right now. I think that this is a very bad phenomenon. The Rapid Transit Project is a major image project of our city, people's livelihood project, and even related to the economic and cultural development of the project. This project is likely to be the next period of time the city's work one of the center of gravity. If this major project is to be because of the greed of some people's selfish desires and suffered from a bad influence, that all of us who are involved in the project will inevitably be held responsible. Li Hua couldn't see what Han Wenyuan was thinking, so he just had to keep talking. And now, some bad seeds have begun to appear. And last night, I actually heard that some individual comrades have begun to circle the scope of the project contractors. Han Wenyuan sat there, his expression always unchanged, but his heart wasn't so consistently wave-free. At the beginning, he was a little less happy in his heart. He thought that Li Hua said so. It is possible that he wanted to interfere in the matter of engineering, contracting and construction. Such a significant matter was certainly not something that he, as a small deputy section chief, could be involved in. But Han Wenyuan wasn't in a hurry to take a stand. He just continued to listen. And when he heard the latter, he was a bit shocked. This is because the BRT project has only just made a start, and it still exists only in the minds of the leaders. And even the first step of implementation has not yet begun. In this case, some individuals have even started to circle the contractor's scope, which is a big deal. In particular, in Han Wenyuan's mind, he was the number one person in the preparatory group, specifically responsible for summarizing the results of the preparatory group's discussions and then reporting them to Secretary Lin. And he would be an important figure in the future after the project began. Therefore, he always thought that he was the one who could not be bypassed, whether it was the distribution of contracting for works or the procurement of materials. But now it seems clear that not everyone thinks so. There are a lot of people that don't seem to think much of him as the deputy director of the city office. This information you provided is very important. You're right. The BRT project is one of the most important projects in our city for the next period of time, and we must work on it with the utmost responsibility. No matter whoever wants to do those unseemly things on this project, they are the common enemy of our preparatory team. Han Wenyuan finally took a stand. I'll have an attitude at the preparatory meeting in a while, and you can also feed back to me if you have any substantial news. It's likely that a few outliers will have to be dealt with before everyone else can settle down. Okay, I'll do everything the director says. Li Hua took a long breath. He knew he had won the bet. Han Wenyuan must not have been able to let others share the pot of meat of the project without his knowledge. This guy has a mind of his own. As long as he has an idea, that's all that matters. Well, go back and get ready. Come wait for me in 10 minutes and we'll go to the transportation office together. Han Wenyuan began to pack up the things on the table. Before going to the transportation bureau for the preparatory meeting, he also had to meet Secretary Lin and listen to the latter's final instructions. Only after grasping the leader's thoughts will he have a way forward. Chapter 31, sitting directly on the podium. When Li Hua followed Han Wenyuan to the meeting room of the transportation bureau, it was already filled with dozens of people. But these usually high and mighty nostrils of the Transportation Bureau leaders are now facing the seemingly late two people but did not show the slightest dissatisfaction. One by one, they all got up and greeted with a smile, and smiled very warmly. I'm sorry comrades, Secretary Lin took a little longer to talk to me and came late. Han Wenyuan said with a slight apology. Director Han came over from the Municipal Party Committee, which is already a bit farther than our people in the Transportation Bureau. Plus he also had to busy himself with the Municipal Party Committee leaders. So it's understandable that he came a bit late. Su Qiangxing, the director of the Transportation Bureau who brought them in, showed great understanding, as if in his opinion, it would be an abnormal thing if Han Wenyuan wasn't late. Is everyone here? Let's hurry up and start the meeting if we're all here. Han Wenyuan nodded without changing his face and directly walked towards the center of the podium at the front to sit down. He was also slightly out of the crowd's league when it came to being kind. After all, if purely on the level, Han Wenyuan is only a deputy division level. And the presence of the Deputy Director of the Bureau of Transportation, Deputy Director of the Construction Committee and other people level, to be lower than the director of the Bureau of Transportation, director of the Construction Committee, director of the two full division level Big Brother, but he showed up to represent the city council. And how could the city council not sit at the center of it? So he sits like this, and no one else can pick on him. The two of them, Su Cheongshing, director of the Transportation Bureau, and Fong Lei, director of the Construction Committee, glanced at each other, and then walked over to sit on either side of Han Wenyuan. Li Hua began to walk towards the back of the conference room. He had arrived so late that all that was left were a few seats at the very back. However, he had only just taken not even 2 steps when he was shouted at by Han Wenyuan. "Comrade Li Hua, come sit over here," he said, pointing to a spot on the far side of the podium. Everyone was taken aback. Even though that's only the very edge of the podium, the very edge is still a podium. Director Han actually let this young man sit on the podium? Most of the people who came to the meeting were the middle-level leaders of the Transportation Bureau and the Construction Committee, as well as the leaders of their subordinate units. These people are not as sensitive to personnel changes in the city council, or if they know the names, there is no way to correspond with the people. Therefore, none of them knew that the guy in front of them was actually Li Hua, who had been the most hotly discussed in the city in the past few days. But those leaders above the level of deputy directorate are all aware of Li Hua, but even if they knew, they hadn't expected that Han Wenyuan would think so highly of Li Hua. Looking at everyone's uncomprehending eyes, Han Wenyuan smiled and gave a rare explanation. Comrade Li Hua was personally named by Secretary Lin to provide important references for the preparation of the BRT project, so I think it's necessary for him to sit in the front and explain the main ideas of the Municipal Party Committee to everyone. As soon as he said this, everyone immediately ceased to have any doubts. Secretary Lin personally named the person, not to mention the secretary of one of the Municipal Party Committee offices. Even if it is just an ordinary citizen, sitting on the podium to give them a meeting will not have any problem. There were only 2 people, their eyes still staring deathly at Li Hua, their eyes revealing very complicated contents. One of them was the same director of the Infrastructure Division of the Transportation Bureau, Song, who had just met with Li Hua last night. Last night, when Li Hua had told him in front of him that he was looking forward to seeing him again today, he had thought that it was nothing more than the other man pretending to scare people. How could he have thought that they would actually see each other again today, and in such a way that people are on the podium and they are off the stage? When he thought about the fact that this guy was with Xia Dong last night, and that he had said such harsh words to Xia Dong, Director Song couldn't help but tremble in his legs. As the director of the Infrastructure Division of the Municipal Transportation Bureau, he is also considered to be very prestigious in the city, and wherever he goes, he is very respected. However, this bit of his status was far from the city party secretary's redneck. If what he said last night threw this guy to the ears of Secretary Lin, then his own director of the Infrastructure Division will be the end of the Not only is the official at the end of the line, it is already very difficult to say whether people can live a good life. Cold sweat dripped from Director Song's forehead at the thought. However, he wasn't the one with the most mixed feelings among the people present. There is no one with more complicated feelings than Lan Tianyu, the deputy director of the Transportation Bureau. For others, Li Hua is just a city just hopefully rising a new noble. Everyone just try to make friends on the line, and will not be out of the way, even if the friendship is not nothing bad. But that's not the case at all for Randall's Jade, Li Hua, but the son-in-law that their Lan family had just abandoned. Before the family decided to force Li Hua to take the blame for his son, who would have thought that this guy would be able to enter the eyes of Secretary Lin of the Municipal Party Committee, and in just a few days, he would directly turn over completely. Can you blame the Lan family? Definitely not to blame. Lan Tianyu was angry and hateful in his heart, with a few moments of regret, but more than that, he was still angry. He believed that the secretary of the Municipal Party Committee would definitely not be looking at Li Hua for no reason, and just in such a few days' time in the latter's favor. This matter must have had an early clue, and a thing that has been known for a long time. Li Hua did not disclose it to his family at all, which can only mean that he has had second thoughts for a long time. He pressed on with the Lan family. To put it bluntly, this kid is not loyal enough to the Lan family. Lan Tianyu felt that the Lan family had counted on Li Hua's favor. Never mind the reason. At least they had married their daughter Lan Qi to this kid without counting anything, and as a result, this kid had been playing mind games behind their backs, which was really too hateful. He was so focused on his anger that he didn't notice that everyone was already seated and waiting for the meeting, and he was the only one still standing there. Of course, this is mainly because, as the deputy director of the Transportation Bureau, he was originally supposed to sit on the podium as well, but when Li Hua went up, the position that belonged to him was gone. That comrade is Comrade Rantaya from the Transportation Bureau, isn't he? Why is he still standing there? Is it intended to be a statue? At that moment, Han Wenyuan, who had already taken out all of his own speeches and prepared them, looked up, saw Lan Tianyu, who was standing there in a mortar and pestle, and directly asked out loud. There was a roar of laughter in the room. Comrade Ran Tianyu, why don't you hurry up and find a place to sit down? Are you waiting for me to give up my seat to you? Su Johnson blared at him viciously. Chapter 32, Correcting Attitudes. Rantaya was just laughed at as a punchline because he didn't find his place in time. Not many people knew the relationship that Li Hua, who was now sitting on the podium in all his splendor, and he had once had. Because Li Hua and Lan Qi got married in a very low-key way. They simply got a license and didn't have a wedding at all. The Lan family's argument at the time was that Li Hua's status was too low, somewhat losing the Lan family's face, and that he should wait until he made a name for himself later to make up for the wedding. But Li Hua, after so many years, has long been figured out. Their own for the Lan family is a cover for the existence of the ears, is in need of when used to plug the muzzle of the gun? Not even want to mention the useless time, even want to mention a little. How could the Lan family throw any kind of wedding for someone like themselves? Just pity their own parents at home. They are still full of joy out of a lifetime of savings, ready to give themselves a good, well-organized, a beautiful wedding. The results actually got this result. Although it had been years since then, Li Hua still couldn't forget the disappointment in the eyes of the two old men when he told his parents that he wasn't going to have a wedding. They even feel like they're the ones holding them back. But that's something that won't happen again in this lifetime. Li Hua made a heavy vow in his heart. He was mulling it over in his mind. And the meeting had officially begun. The first step of the meeting was for Han Wenyuan to read a document issued by the city council. In order to further implement the economic policies of the central government. In order to better implement the provincial government for the city's 5-year goals. In order to more effectively strengthen the link between Qingyang and Market Port 2 districts. Convenient for the people to travel. Paving the way for economic construction. By the Yunzhou Municipal Party Committee and the municipal government decided to open up the rapid transit line project in Yunzhou City with immediate effect. The relevant preparatory work? By the Municipal Transportation Bureau responsible for the Municipal Government Municipal Construction Committee and other units to assist. This document was issued as early as yesterday, and all the leaders who were able to come to this meeting have already read it. However, this process of reading out documents is essential. It's a matter of political attitude. In the domestic officialdom, many people's workability is not too good, personal integrity is even sloppy, is difficult to count, but is relying on the political attitude is too hard, but has been able to fish in troubled waters, mixed quite well. No matter what you do, political attitude comes first. Therefore, although everyone has already read this document, and although most of the contents of this document are empty words and nonsense without any substantive meaning, every leader present listened very carefully, or at least showed a very serious appearance. After Han Wenyuan read the document, he looked around and nodded in satisfaction as well. Everyone has the right attitude. In fact, this first meeting today was supposed to get everyone's attitude right. No matter what you do before, you need to get the attitude right first. With the right attitude, it is possible to do a good job. 9 times out of 10, it's not easy to do a good job if there's something wrong with your work ethic. Sure enough, after Han Wenyuan read out the document issued by the Municipal Party Committee, the second speech of the Secretary for Transportation Su Qiangxing, the main emphasis is also the attitude problem. He first emphasized the importance of this work, and then talked about the consistent style of work of the Transportation Bureau. In fact, are some similar to all the actions to follow the command of such an old saying. But the fact that such old sayings have to be taken in this place is proof enough of one thing. That is, Su Johnson probably also found out that because of the matter of such a big project, quite a lot of people had already begun to move. Although it is said that the Department of Transportation has to do a lot of projects every year, on the oil and water sufficient words, in the city is also counted. But it takes many years to see a project as big and as well capitalized as the BRT project. In fact, many cadres have in mind the idea of relying on the mountain to eat the water. Since we all rely on the Bureau of Transportation, it is natural to eat the traffic. In the past, they were all small scale, and they did not move to build a small road that cost millions or tens of millions of dollars. Even if people ate, they could not eat much, and it was very difficult to improve the quality of life of all of them greatly. But not this time. This is a big project, and it is said that the first batch of investment will amount to $1 billion to $2 billion. For such a big project, if we can give everyone a good meal, the effect will definitely be immediate, and many families will probably not need to struggle for several lifetimes. Therefore, from the inception of this project, a lot of people have been stupid, but Director Song is not the only one who has made a move. These things, although Su Changxing did not all see in the eyes, but he also has his own information channels, but also have their own judgment, able to know at 8 or 9. That was why he had to emphasize hard at this first meeting today. so that everyone would be honest. Some things can be done, but only if they are done in a proper manner and if the principles are adhered to, bearing in mind that normal work must not be jeopardized. Sue Johnson's words seem to be somewhat contradictory because sticking to the principle means that those things can never be done, but he also said that some things can be done, which is obviously contradictory. However, at least those leading cadres of the Transportation Bureau heard and did not feel any contradiction, because we all know very well, Sue Johnson's so-called principle is the leadership first. What good things can never leave behind the leadership? Absolutely cannot eat alone. As long as that principle is adhered to, then everything else will be fine. But these things, those who do not work in the Transportation Bureau and are not familiar enough with Sue Johnson will not understand. Everyone just feel confused. However, Sue Johnson didn't care if they could understand. Anyway, this project is definitely dominated by the Transportation Bureau. As long as one corrects the attitude within the Transportation Bureau, then everything is under control. After correcting attitudes, the meeting moved on to the next topic, which was a serious discussion about the project. The first and foremost thing to discuss is route planning. It's not like there's no road from Qingyang District to Market Harbor District at the moment. It's just that the road is rather winding and not very good, making it a pain in the ass to run. And the BRT line is bound to build one that can go directly from the center of Qingyang District to the center of Market Harbor District, with no detours or bad roads in between, so that the car can run very smoothly. So, the route must be mapped out first. And don't look at planning a route as just a few simple words. There is still a lot of stuff involved in the middle. Not only people from the Transportation Bureau, but even a few cadres from the Construction Committee are talking a lot about it. And everyone has their own views on the matter. Chapter 33. But Li Hua didn't expect that just planning a route could cause such a big argument, because in his mind, the best route was the one he had chosen in his previous life and used for 10 years or so. A decade of experience in a previous life has proven that that route is the way to go. But right now, everyone doesn't have the memories of those 10 years. They don't understand the situation, and it's not unusual for everyone to have different ideas. However, Li Hua felt that something wasn't quite right as he listened, because some of the routes were planned, which were really too outrageous, and completely out of tune. For example, in the previous life, this BRT line started from the train station, went to Haiyun Road, ran along Haiyun Road all the way out of Qingyang City, then built a new road named Yunzhou Avenue, bypassed Yunwu Mountain between the two districts, and then went straight to the Market Harbor City, connecting with Zhongyuan Road in the Market Harbor City, and then finally turned to the Ocean Road to the final destination of the Xiqiani Park. However, some of the expert leaders present proposed to take Jiefang Road, which was originally the main road in the city center, while others proposed to take the southern part of the city, which was under construction in the south, and then build a Yunwu Mountain Avenue after reaching the bottom of Yunwu Mountain, which would go around Yunwu Mountain and then to the side of the market port area. In short, there are those who say anything, but instead, there are fewer who directly suggest taking the Haiyun Road. Li Hua listened to everyone's words, and after carefully pondering over them, he understood what these people were thinking. If the BRT line takes Jiefang Road, then the current width of Jiefang Road is clearly insufficient and would require extensive reconstruction, which would involve a lot of demolition. Transportation Bureau and the Construction Committee of these middle-level leaders or experts, a large part of them are locals. They either have their own and the liberation of the road has an industry, or have relatives and friends in the liberation of the road has an industry, and may even be some of the people in the liberation of the road has a lot of industry to find to help. In any case, no matter which, go to the liberation of the road to engage in the demolition of the road for them to get a substantial amount of revenue. As for the liberation of the road so long, this demolition work will be a big project. Whether it is on the project duration or the amount of money will be a huge test. This kind of thing is naturally not in their scope of consideration. And those in favor of going south of the city are likewise not motivated by normal job considerations. This is because if the BRT line passes through the southern part of the city, it will definitely drive the development of the southern part of the city. And by then the prices of both commercial properties and stores over there will soar. And those who support this program just happen to have interests all the way over there. All in all, no matter which proposal people support, it all boils down to their own interests. And they will not support anything that does not have their interests at stake. Take for example the option of taking the Haiyun Road. Haiyun Road itself was constructed with sufficient width to support 10 lanes in both directions for most of the road, and relatively narrower in some places, but also able to reach the standard of 8 lanes in both directions. Suffice it to say that Haiyun Road itself has all the makings of having BRT lanes. Of course, Haiyun Road is not without its problems and there are areas that need to be removed. However, the option of taking Haiyun Road is at least 10,000 times better compared to the Jiefang Road option and the Southern City option. However, it is such a great program, Such a program that is very beneficial to the government, to the people and to the construction of the project, that no one has even mentioned it. Is it that these leading experts don't understand? It's not. It's that they know too much. There's no interest in such a great solution, such a perfectly suited roadway. We are all working hard for the sake of profit. There is no profit in going this way. So who will mention him? Thinking about this, Li Hua couldn't help but admire Secretary Lin. In his previous life, he thought that he was also facing this kind of situation, where everyone had their own little calculations, and everyone was counting on their own little things, and no one was even looking at the big picture. However, even under such circumstances, Secretary Stephen Lam was still able to forcefully argue and insist on choosing the route at Haiyun Road, which is indeed very remarkable. It can be said that without his power to save the day, there is no latter-day Yunzhou rapid transit so widely acclaimed. And now, since he had returned, he had to stand on the side of the general public and help Secretary Lin no matter what. On the meeting room, everyone argued for more than half an hour. The voice finally lowered. One by one, they all picked up a cup of tea and drank water. They all know very well that don't look like they were talking a lot before, but nothing they say counts. Those who really have a say must at least be at the level of deputy director or above. Or rather, they are the ones sitting on the podium. Of course, the young man on the far side doesn't count. Many added silently in their minds. Although Li Hua was also sitting on the podium, he hadn't said a word up to this point and didn't have any presence, and people gradually didn't take him seriously. Thinking about it, the reason Han Wenyuan had let him go up was probably to make friends with this person who would most likely become Secretary Lin's secretary in advance. But who knows what hasn't happened yet? At least these middle-level cadres of the Transportation Bureau Construction Committee will not be interested in Secretary Lin's secretary. For them, it is still more important to fight for the project route and get the tangible benefits in their hands. As a result, all eyes were focused on the ones in the very center of the podium. Or to be precise, on Han Wenyuan. Because this deputy director of the Municipal Party Committee office could represent more than just himself. He also represented Secretary Lin of the Municipal Party Committee. The words he uttered could very well be what Secretary Lin meant. And what Secretary Lin means, that must be the top priority. Finally, under the anticipation of all the people, Han Wenyuan raised his head. He scanned the crowd below first and nodded in satisfaction when he saw that almost everyone was looking at him. Comrade Li Hua, did you hear everyone's discussion just now? However, what he opened his mouth was not to state his own position, but to ask about Li Hua, who had been ignored by everyone. Director Han, I heard everything. Li Hua himself didn't expect Han Wenyuan to ask about himself as soon as he opened his mouth, so he hurriedly replied, then tell me what you think. Which opinion do you favor more? Or do you have something else different in mind? Han Wenyuan asked. Everyone's comments were great, and all from a working perspective, and each option had its own strengths. Hearing that the leader had named himself, Li Hua wasn't polite. He knew very well that politely backing down at a time like this would be appreciated by no one and would only cause people to not take you seriously. This kind of leadership to you to create the opportunity must be grasped, in order not to waste the cultivation of the heart of the leadership. But, Chapter 34, Foul Mouth. The people in the conference room had been listening to Li Hua saying that the program was good, but basically it was all polite talk with little nutrition. So everyone was a bit careless. This was because people thought that this might just be Han Wenyuan's way of letting Li Hua brush up his face a bit more and mix it up in front of everyone. After all, how can a major event concerning the route of the BRT project be a matter on which such a young kid can just express his opinion? But who would have thought that this kid would come with a but after saying a bunch of nice things? Anyone who hangs out in officialdom knows that if a person's speech is divided into two parts, with a but in the middle, then the first part is basically just nonsense that can be completely ignored. But the latter is the real centerpiece. Only, this kid's previous good words about everyone were negligible nonsense. So that means the real thing he's going to say is that it's different from everyone's perceptions and opinions? Li Hua quickly gave the answer. However, I think that all of you have not considered it comprehensively enough. The BRT route shouldn't have only one advantage. It should have all the advantages that everyone has said it should have. If just one advantage can be included as an alternative, then I think the entire Yunzhou city can find at least dozens of alternative routes. His words made everyone blush a bit, because his words were equivalent to dismissing everyone's ideas. It would be fine if just the idea was rejected, but the point is, everyone's idea can be more than just an idea, and there are hidden interests of everyone there. This kid is the equivalent of taking everyone's interests full circle as well. So, according to your idea, where should be the most suitable route for the BRT? Or rather, which route is the one that you think has the most advantages? Han Wenyuan asked directly. I personally believe that the first thing that should be considered in the selection of sites is the purpose of our construction of BRT projects. We build BRT projects is to connect the two districts of Qingyanghui, Hong Kong, to shorten the traffic time between the two districts to facilitate the flow of people in the two districts. From this point of view to consider, I think, first of all, the distance must be short. If the distance is too long to lead to the passage of the two districts between the overly long on the lose the significance of our construction of this BRT project, followed by a long-term vision, to take into account, in the future, with the popularity of private cars, vehicles on the road will become more and more. So now it seems to be more than enough two-way four-lane, perhaps after a few years will be congested. Our BRT project is the main artery linking the two districts. This main artery must not be a few years into the big blockage vein. Therefore, we must choose roads that are themselves very wide enough to be converted into multiple lanes. And from these considerations, I personally believe that the BRT sending out from the train station, directly to Haiyun Road, and then bypassing Yunwu Mountain and going straight to the Market Harbor District is the best route to choose. Li Hua didn't hide any more this time. He directly gave out all the so-called routes he had thought of. Of course, this route wasn't original to him. It was a route that had been used in his previous life, and he was merely plagiarizing the wisdom of his descendants. As soon as this course was stated, however, it was strongly opposed. Li Hua, are you out of your mind? Can you even say such stupid things? Have you never been to Haiyun Road? Don't you know that the landmark of our Yunzhou city, the Haiyun Carousel, is located on Haiyun Road? The BRT route is set on this road, meaning that the BRT is allowed to follow other vehicles around the carousel, right? Lan Tianyu's tone was very disdainful, and as soon as he opened his mouth, he used those customary insulting words directly at Li Hua, just like he did in the past at home. That's basically how he's been talking when he's seen Li Hua at home for the past year. He never felt out of place either, but he had forgotten that Li Hua was no longer his titular son-in-law now, and besides, this was not his home. Director Su, is this the quality of your Transportation Bureau's leadership team? You don't even know how to use civilized language, and your mouth is full of swear words. It's really hard to believe that these words could be uttered by a deputy division-level leading cadre. Li Hua pressed on and ignored him, instead turning his head directly to look at Su Johnson. Su Johnson also felt very awkward sitting here. How could he not expect that Li Hua, having been scolded by Lan Tianyu, would turn around and come to his door? Under normal circumstances, his own big director at the full department level would be completely oblivious to this small cadre at the deputy section level. But the problem is that this small cadre at the deputy section level is someone beside the secretary of the municipal party committee and it is said that there is also a good chance that he will become Secretary Lin's secretary in the near future. In this way, even if this kid was only a deputy section level, he had to pay attention to himself. Otherwise, if the cadres of the Bureau of Transportation are not quality, the meaning of the swear words open-mouthed such words into the ears of the Secretary Lin, then Su Chang life and death of the heart are there. He can't show more in front of the leader than this one sentence affects the leader's opinion of himself. The smile on Su Johnson's face disappeared at the thought. Comrade Tianyu, how could you say something like that? I'm sure you were just in a hurry. Now apologize to Comrade Li Hua first. Su Johnson looked with a stern face at Rantanyu on the stage. The most important thing now was to calm Li Hua's anger. As for the fact that Lan Tianyu would lose face, then who cared? Did she make him explode in such an important meeting? The Rantanas were dumbfounded. How could he not expect? He just scolded Li Hua that loser 2 sentences. The director even let himself in the meeting in front of so many cadres to apologize to Li Hua. How is that possible? How could he do such a thing? It would be better to let Lan Tianyu apologize to Li Hua, the person he used to despise the most, than to simply beat him to death. He was determined not to apologize for that. Rantanyu turned his head away from the leader, intending to muddle through the matter. Forget it, Director Lan is not a child. He also has his own thoughts, and it's not possible to follow Director Su's wishes in everything. At this time, Li Hua suddenly said with a smile. Now Su Johnson's face became even darker. As the first hand of the Bureau of Transportation, in front of so many cadres inside and outside the Bureau, he was not even able to let a wrongdoing henchman apologize. It is really a bit of a shame. What's the matter with you, Rantayo? I can't command you anymore, can I? You can leave if you don't want to participate in this meeting. Otherwise hurry up and apologize for your mistake. He glared at Rantayo with a particularly serious expression. Chapter 35 Charge into Battle. The reason why Su Johnson had such a big reaction was very understandable to everyone. After all, in a unit like a bureau or office, the authority of the first hand is very important. Generally speaking, the first hand can decide on almost all matters, and the rest of the people, even the second in command, have very little power in their hands. After all, the bureau office itself belongs to the not-so-large unit. The power in this kind of unit may not be small, but usually there is not too much. A hand completely grasp. Transportation Bureau is also the same. Sue Johnson in the Transportation Bureau has always said within the power. He looked at the eyes of the deputy director of those who can do in some small things. He looked at the eyes of the deputy director of those who do not even by only the autonomy of the pen are not. Before that, Lan Tianyu was considered to be the deputy director who was closer to him. So even though he was not the executive deputy director, he was considered to be a bit of authority in the Transportation Bureau. But this time, Sue Johnson actually realized that his words were not good with him. How could he not be angry? Ran Tanyu's stomach was also about to explode with anger. How could he accept the idea of apologizing in public to this ex-son-in-law whom he despised? But he couldn't ignore Sue Johnson's words. After all, he had licked the other man inside the bureau for years, in order to recommend himself to the top when he was transferred. In that case, with the recommendation of the former leader, plus the support he also has at the top by selling his daughter in exchange, he still has great hope to go further and be directly promoted to the position of the Secretary for Transportation. At that time, his prestige would naturally not be comparable to being a deputy director like this now. However, if it is because of an apology that Sue Johnson has become disgusted with himself, then the previous years of kneeling will all be for nothing. Lan Tianyu pondered, and finally decided that a small intolerance is a big plan. First apologize to Li Hua, and pass this hurdle in front of him. I'm sorry, I used the wrong words just now. I apologize. Ran Tianyu stood up and rushed in Li Hua's direction, reluctantly. However, just as he stood up for a moment, Li Hua seemed to come to a text message, lowered his head, and fiddled with his phone twice. By the time he looked up again, the apology was over. Did something just happen? Li Hua asked in mock confusion. Comrade Rantanyu has already apologized to you just now, Sue Johnson spoke. He didn't mean for Rantanaru to apologize again. The first time he apologized was because Lan Tianyu himself was indeed at fault, openly opening his mouth to insult others in such a large meeting. And the one who was scolding was someone who was likely to become the secretary of the municipal party secretary, which really warranted an apology. But that won't be necessary now. Sue Johnson is also a person who wants to save face. Lan Tianyu disgrace. The Transportation Bureau is also disgraceful. How can he be happy? Alright, then I'll accept his apology. Li Hua didn't really care about not being able to get another apology. Honestly, having Lan Tianyu apologize to himself 10,000 times would not be enough to make up for what their Lan family owed him in his previous life. But there was no rush to get back at the Lan family. It could be done slowly. Li Hua didn't want to kill them completely at once. He wanted to play slowly like a cat catching a rat. And by the way, he also wanted to see who the man who could make Lan Chi do so many unseemly things for him was. So, now that you've accepted my apology, shouldn't you also answer my query? Lan Tianyu didn't swallow this breath so easily. He didn't sit down. Instead, he continued to question Li Hua. Anyway, as long as he doesn't explode and is merely questioning out of work, then neither one can pick on him. What are you going to do with the Haiyun Carousel, the landmark building of our Yunzhou city on Haiyun Road? You don't think you want to tear it down? Rantanyu asked with a sneer. Although he had asked if he was going to tear down that Haiyun Carousel, practically everyone, including him, had never thought of tearing down that carousel. That was the landmark of Yunzhou city for more than 20 years. A rather sacred existence in the minds of all Yunzhou people. If the Haiyun Carousel were to be torn down, what character would be left in Yunzhou city? What icon would be left? It's all gone. Therefore, it is absolutely impossible to tear down this Haiyun Carousel. But the problem is that if the Haiyun interchange is not demolished, then the BRT will become a joke. When the BRT passes through this interchange, it has to turn around as slowly as any other car, and it may even be don't by any other car. So what's the point of talking about being fast? It's a two-pronged blockage. Just such a big turnaround alone has determined that the BRT route should never be able to take Haiyun Road. This is the reason why the vast majority of cadres and experts have not proposed this program. And it is by no means just because the route takes the Haiyun Road everyone will have no interest. And for that kid Liwa to even suggest this line is just ridiculous. Lan Tianyu looked at the former with a sneer on his face. His heart filled with disdain. So what if I don't explode? As an old transportation man himself, in this regard, he could have crushed that kid just by using his professional competence. So where was the need for foul language? I'll see how you respond to me. Looking at the coldly smiling Rantanyu, looking at the expectant gazes of everyone focused on his face, Li Hua knew that if he was stumped by this question, then he would not be taken seriously when he spoke in the preparatory group in the future. After all, how could anyone take themselves seriously in the future when they were given a hard time the first time they opened their mouths to propose an idea? Only, it was a bit too naive to think that just this question would make things difficult for him. How could one be embarrassed when one had, after all, come back from 18 years with the standard answer to this question? Commissioner Lan is smart enough to say exactly the right thing. It's all about tearing down the Haiyun carousel. Li Hua spoke firmly. And even though he knew that he would be subjected to many challenges with this answer, he did not hesitate. In his previous life, this result relied on Secretary Lin's forcefulness. In this life, let himself come to the front first. Sure enough, as soon as his words left his mouth, the venue instantly exploded. Everyone was talking, some mocking, some angry, some disdainful, always, no matter what everyone's opinion is, but in everyone's mind, the idea of dismantling the Haiyun carousel is simply ridiculous and completely impossible. Even Su Qiangsheng, the director of the Transportation Bureau, smiled and shook his head, his expression looking somewhat contemptuous. When young people think about things, they're still a little too simple and need more exercise. He looked at Han Wenyuan beside him and said as if joking. Chapter 36. Although Su Johnson's tone was joking, the criticism in his words was already obvious. After all, Li Hua wasn't from his unit, so he wasn't too good at criticizing it explicitly, and he was just expressing his thoughts to Han Wenyuan in this way. Generally speaking, a deputy section-level cadre being evaluated by a full division-level leader is thinking simply and still needing exercise can be considered quite negative. In serious cases, it's probably unlikely that there will be any promotions for years to come, but Han Wenyuan just smiled. Being young isn't necessarily a bad thing. At least he dares to propose programs that we people wouldn't even dare to think about. So how is that not a kind of courage? The corner of Su Johnson's eye twitched slightly. He believed that it was impossible for Han Wenyuan not to hear the meaning of his own words just now. Since the other party had already heard his criticism but still insisted on saying so, it could only mean that he was trying to protect Li Hua. No, there doesn't seem to be much of a connection between Han Wenyuan, a deputy director of the Municipal Party Committee office, and Li Hua, who came from the Municipal Party school, so why would he want to protect the latter? It would have been a thing that didn't make sense. And after eliminating all the impossible reasons, there is only one reason left, that is, Secretary Lin should hold Li Hua in very high regard, and Han Wenyuan saw this regard. He wasn't doing this to protect Li Hua, but to show his loyalty like Secretary Lin. When he thought of this, Su Johnson's heart trembled a little. Although he was the director of the Bureau of Transportation, a full division-level cadre, he was also considered a number one in Yunzhou City, but he knew very well that this bit of his status would be nothing in front of Secretary Lin. If he angered Secretary Lin because he targeted Li Hua, then I'm afraid he wouldn't be able to be the director for a few days. Secretary Lin has been secretary for 3 years. Every year will adjust a group of cadres at the level of the main division. Su Johnson does not want to be his next adjustment object. Yeah, fair enough. Youngsters are still more impulsive. He could only dryly laugh and agree twice. Everyone's ideas are very good. It can be said that each has its own advantages. So I decided to report all these programs to the Municipal Party Committee. By the Municipal Party Committee leaders to make a decision. The things that hurt the brain is better to let the leaders to worry about it. Han Man nodded farther, then knocked on the table twice, quieting the somewhat noisy conference room a bit. Everyone's ideas are very reasonable, especially Comrade Li Hua. Can be courageous to break through the limitations, stand in a higher perspective to see the problem. The construction of the Rapid Transit Line project is a holistic thing, is an indispensable step in the economic development of our city of Yunzhou. We cannot study this issue only from one aspect of the consideration, or only think of solving a problem. Rather, we need to have a holistic idea and stand on the height of the city. He said a lot, but it was as if he hadn't said anything. But when he said he hadn't said anything, he did say quite a lot, and he raised things to a very high level. But the one thing everyone understood was that although Han Wenyuan seemed to have affirmed everyone else as well, it was still Li Hua that he most strongly supported. Is it hard to believe that the opinion of the city council leaders is to tear down that big roundabout as well? Everyone was very shocked in their hearts. It takes quite a lot of vigor to tear down the Haiyun Grand Carousel, a landmark building in Yunzhou City, because it's hard to say where you're going to meet the resistance that's going to come out of nowhere. And those resistances are not to be underestimated. Li Hua could still be said to be young and unintelligent, not knowing the heights of heaven and earth, but Han Wenyuan also had this attitude, so it wasn't so simple. Everyone understood that Han Wenyuan himself couldn't possibly be so bold or daring. He must be getting some kind of support. And who else but Secretary Lin of the Municipal Party Committee could he get to support him? So this was Secretary Lin's idea? As soon as it occurred to me that this idea could possibly be Secretary Lin's, all those cadres who were still sneering and lashing out at it just now suddenly didn't dare to squeak anymore. It's okay for them to yell and flaunt their weapons outside, but if you let them go to the hard top of Secretary Lin, that's something they wouldn't be able to have even if they borrowed a few guts. Everyone can only be honest. Of course there are those who don't want to be honest. For example, Lan Tian Jade, their entire Lan family, starting from his grandfather's generation, had developed in Jiefang Road, and the entire Jiefang Road had countless of their Lan family's industries. It could be said that the one who would gain the most from the rapid transit taking Jiefang Road would be their Lan family, so he was determined not to let any other possibilities arise for this route. Looks like something had to be done about this one. Lan Tianyu sat there with a grim expression on his face and did not speak out against it again. He knew very well that it was useless to speak much at such meetings because all that could be said at the meetings were high-sounding words that did not go to the core of the matter. The work, it's all going down in private. Director Su, please have the people in your office summarize and aggregate all the various ideas presented at today's meeting, and then I'll take it to the leaders of the Municipal Party Committee. Han Wenyuan barked one more sentence to Su Johnson and was ready to adjourn the meeting. Director Han, Director Su, I have an idea and would like to ask you two leaders to help guide me. At this time, Li Hua but spoke again. Seeing both men looking toward him, he continued, I think, we now put forward a few programs. In fact, are a little bit of paper, are we sitting in the conference room empty thought out? Completely did not go to the field to study and investigate a bit. If you can, I hope that the Bureau of Transportation and the Construction Committee can send a few road surveying professionals with me along the road to walk along these field measurements. With real data, perhaps our work will have more direction. This is a good idea. I think it's feasible. Han Wenyuan immediately nodded in support. Our Transportation Bureau side will also fully support it, Su Johnson said with a leathery smile. The meeting ended quickly. Li Hua and Han Wenyuan rode back to the Municipal Party Committee office together. Director Han, did I talk a little too much at the meeting today? On the way back, Li Hua asked slightly uneasily. On the issue of route selection, he did speak more than Han Wenyuan, quite a bit more than Han Wenyuan. For some leaders, this is more taboo. Also, his choices are completely different from those of the Transportation Department, which is kind of a little careless about uniting his comrades. No, you've said it very well. And the idea of BRT construction is also very good. In the future, you should put more energy into the preparatory team's side, Han Wenyuan said with a smile, but his words made Li Hua's heart thump. Chapter 37, Li Hua's situation. As much as Li Hua wanted to have a hand in the BRT project, he knew very well that this matter was not his main job. The main job one has to strive for is still to serve Secretary Lin, although this matter in the eyes of many people, has been the nail in the coffin. After all, he was personally named by Secretary Lin at this critical point in time from the party school of the Municipal Party Committee to the Municipal Party Committee office of the first place. Obviously is rushing to succeed Zhou Guanglian, but Li Hua himself knew that Secretary Lin had never spoken to the words to make him the secretary. Not once, so Li Hua actually had some sense of crisis in his heart. He didn't quite understand why he hadn't been finalized yet, but there was nothing else he could do but continue to play nice. And this time, Han Wenyuan even told himself so directly that he should focus more on the work of the preparatory group, which had a lot of hidden meanings. You should know that Deputy Director Han was also Secretary Lin's confidant, and many people even called him Secretary Lin's first secretary. He was aware of many of Secretary Lin's thoughts. So with this statement, did he mean that Secretary Lin didn't intend to make himself a secretary? The identity of the members of the preparatory group for the Rapid Transit Project is indeed the incomparable envy of countless people in the city. But compared with Secretary Lin's secretary, what does this identity count for? If he could choose freely, Li Hua would certainly choose the latter without hesitation. Unfortunately, it seemed like no one ever asked him what he thought and he never had a choice. Please don't worry, leader, I'll make this work. Li Hua did not show the anxiety in his heart, but only expressed his determination. In any case, no matter how he was arranged, is much better than in the party school as a lecturer, than in his previous life was persecuted to nothing that is even more than I do not know how many times better. Li Hua felt that he should be content. Being content doesn't mean that one stops continuing to climb to the top, just that one doesn't feel sorry for oneself in the process of climbing, and doesn't bemoan the fact that a particular step isn't big enough. Aha! Han Wenyuan nodded in satisfaction. As Li Hua thought, he was indeed Secretary Lin's close confidant and knew a lot of things. For example, there was about Li Hua. And he knew that Secretary Lin was also a little hesitant in his mind about how to use this young man who had come out of nowhere. It wasn't because Li Hua wasn't good enough, but because the kid was too good. So good that Secretary Lin felt it was a bit of a waste of talent to use him as a secretary. Secretary Lin felt that he should be given a bigger and broader stage for him to perform and develop. And this time the BRT line project is such a stage. As for how well it can perform, it depends on Li Hua's own skills. Han Wenyuan returned to the Municipal Party Committee. The first time he went to make a report to Secretary Lin, he not only reported the content of the meeting, but also focused on what Li Hua did. Of course, all of this was unknown to Li Hua. In the absence of more explicit instructions, he simply continued to do what he had previously agreed to do. which was to follow the experts from the Transportation Bureau and the Construction Committee onto the road to make measurements. It would already be June, and although June in Yunzhou City wasn't as hot as those well-known furnace cities, it was definitely very hot. And this very heat would only be a few degrees more powerful if it were placed outside on the main road. The so-called experts were also full of complaints when they were forced to come out in this weather to make measurements. Previously, in cases like this one, the leaders would take measurements after they had first determined the route, which would have been much less work. However, this time it was completely different. This time it was necessary to measure all the several possible routes. The workload increased several times at once. And this is a completely different situation than before. And it's all said to be the result of this young man from the city council office. Therefore, these so-called experts were also very dissatisfied with Li Hua, and they often pointed their fingers at him behind his back. It wasn't as if Li Hua was ignorant of all this, but he didn't take it too seriously. He knows very well that these so-called experts in the Bureau of Transportation in fact have always been some of the most unappreciated people, those leading cadres which can be dictated to them. For them, no matter how the job is done, the end result is going to come out the way the leader wants it to. Who wants to work hard and well under these circumstances? Especially on a hot day like this when the sun is beating down. This is suffering for nothing. So, if you want them to do their job properly, just relying on those few administrative orders will not have any effect. A few big brothers, take a break first, have a drink of water, and smoke with the cigarettes. When Li Hua passed a small store, he bought a few bottles of ice-cold drinks out, and took a pack of cigarettes and unwrapped them, scattering 2 each, and stuffing the rest of the pack directly into the pocket of the one who led the team, called Captain Wu. Little Li, why do you think you're following us out to suffer in this hot weather? We can't help it. Aren't you the leader of the municipal party committee? How nice to stay in the city office and blow the air conditioning. The so-called experts smoked cigarettes and drank water, and their attitudes finally got better. In fact, they can only be considered as more experienced technical workers at best, except that they belong to the establishment of workers. So when these units of the Transportation Bureau and the Construction Committee need experts, they will call them in to help. But even though they've been called experts, they still talk and do things and stuff with the same recklessness they used to have when they worked on construction sites. Otherwise it would not have addressed Li Hua as the leader of the municipal party committee and called him Little Li again. I'm the same as a few big brothers. I can't help it. The work arranged by the leadership. Can't do without it. Li Hua did not smoke, only holding a bottle of water in his hand, just like them, squatting under the eaves, completely without the so-called municipal party committee leader's kind of frame. You didn't arrange this job? Captain Wu was a bit surprised. He heard the leader of the Transportation Bureau say that the reason why this survey work was so much and so urgent was all arranged by this kid named Li Hua. How come it doesn't seem like that's what's going on right now? Wu, you're laughing at me, Li Hua said with a smile. You see how old I am? How much of a leader can I be at this age? Who am I to command the leaders of the Transportation Bureau? I'm just like all of you, sent by the leaders to do their work. That's true. I told you that Lan's words were unreliable. Not a word of truth comes out of his mouth. Captain Wu ruthlessly stubbed out his cigarette on the ground. Perhaps it was because everyone was someone who had been assigned to have to come out to work, making him look at Li Hua instantly become much more agreeable. Especially this young man looks like a tender skin, should be a fresh graduate, and they are not comparable to the workers who are used to work on the construction site in sunshine, but they are here to suffer as well as them. This made him feel much better about Li Hua and his motivation to work was much higher. You can't let a student boy outshine you. Chapter 38, Fighting Incident. During the days of wind and sunshine with these experts, Li Hua bought water and cigarettes for everyone every day, and invited everyone to eat when it was time to eat. None of it was particularly nice though, and it wasn't too expensive. Not too rare for these specialists who were earning quite a bit of money on the site. But the attitude that things are free for the people in the city office to hire makes them very happy. They do earn a lot of money on the construction site, and even receive a lot of cigarettes and alcohol. But those are sent by the contractors or apprentices who are begging for them. Can they be the same as those invited by the cadres of the municipal party committee office? To put it bluntly, even if they didn't do their job properly, it wouldn't have any effect on this little Li, and he could go back and completely put all the blame on them. But he didn't do that. Instead he still treated them with great respect. Respect is all mutual. Even these old labor greaseballs are too embarrassed to contribute anymore. They can only work well. The sun is still hot and the weather is still hot. But what haven't they experienced at a construction site? The lad could stand it. They could only stand it more. Finally, under Li Hua's intentional push, the efficiency of the surveying work was greatly improved, and it took them 5 days to survey both the Southern City Line and Haiyun Road. The next only thing left is the liberation of the road. Get the data of this road, and then find a professional who knows how to summarize, you can hand over to the top. But Li Hua also knew that the measurement of Liberation Road would not be completed so smoothly. After all, he had been the Lan family's son-in-law, and knew that the Lan family had a lot of storefronts and whatnot along this road, and that they absolutely wanted to let the BRT line pass through here. What's more, the Langs were bound to not let their job go that smoothly. The previous negative work and non-cooperation of these experts was presumably the handiwork of Rantanas, and after the failure of that plan, they were bound to have another backhanded move, especially now that it had come to their territory. Of course, these thoughts Li Hua just thought about them in his mind and didn't say them out loud. He was afraid that the few experts who had taken the measurements were worried and scared. It's better to lead everyone to hurry up and finish the work, even if something will come up in the middle. It's still more work if you can. Thus, Li Hua finally prodded those experts for the first time in a relatively rare fashion. Of course, since he had been doing better in the previous days and was well recognized and liked by the experts, people didn't resent his prodding. Although people didn't ask, they basically guessed that he probably had other work waiting to be done in a hurry, which was why he was pushing everyone to speed things up a bit. After all, they are serious leaders of the municipal office. Their job is not to get sunburned on the street like them, so everyone was working a lot faster, even though they didn't say anything. However, Jiefang Road belongs to the Qingyang district's old road. Both sides of the house building more. A variety of facilities are also more. Measuring up than other places are much more trouble, and sometimes may be disturbed by the roadside unauthorized building. Of course, this is more proof that the road is not suitable for what should be a BRT route. I don't know who built this tin house. It's about to be built on the road, and no one is going to take care of it. It's impossible to measure how wide this place is. Finally, Captain Wu couldn't help but sputter as he came across another unauthorized structure that stood out particularly badly. However, he just said a sentence. The tin house suddenly rushed out several strong youths. One looks like Hong Kong movies, not much different from the old man. The momentum is quite arrogant. Asterisk 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 asterisk. What are you talking about? This is my house. What are you guys doing sneaking around in front of my house to do unseemly things? The leader of the man is a yellow hair. The hand also carries a steel pipe. Directly with the hand of the steel pipe pointed at a few people cursed. Who the are you cursing? Are you tired of living? Captain Wu is the one who came out from the construction site. Would he be afraid of him? Back when he was playing mass arm wrestling with others on the construction site, these little brats were afraid that they had not been weaned yet. What grass? You ing look still not convinced? Then I'll properly let you know today who's in charge of the Liberation Road home. Yellow hair is also a violent temper. He originally in this street is used to rampage. Others are avoiding him to let him. The results of this time to hear in front of the eyes of this old man even dared to call his bluff, immediately exploded. He directly took the steel pipe in his hand and wheeled it down towards Captain Wu's head. Unbeknownst to him, Captain Wu was experienced and prepared, and when he saw his steel pipe smashing down, he directly ducked to the side and then kicked over. Bang! Yellow hair was kicked to the ground all of a sudden, and his entire body was confused for a moment. Although he liked to cause trouble and often got into fights, because of his strong family background and many brothers and friends, he usually beat up others unilaterally, and his experience in sparring with others was really rare. This sudden kick left him unguarded, and he was kicked straight down. But this next loss also angered him. Brothers go together. Beat the out of all these old things. I'll be responsible for anything that happens. He sat there, waving the pole in his hand and yelling. However, just as his words were called out, another black shadow came face to face. Bang! Once again he was kicked to the ground. This time, though, it was a solid kick to the face, and he didn't get up for half a second. That was a good kick. Quite sharp. Captain Wu smiled and gave a thumbs up. Out of the foot is not someone else. It is Li Hua. He saw the yellow hair lying there is still there yelling, directly rushed over a foot to put down. This time, the few gurus also finally reacted, which one by one rushed up. But where are they, the opponents of the workers who have been working on the construction site for many years and have impeccable strength and experience in fighting? Soon, all of them were knocked to the ground and lay there screaming and struggling just like yellow hair. Li Hua had not been idle in this melee, and had been at the front of the line, and although he had also taken 2 hits, he had gotten more, and made a lot of money. Little Li, I can't believe that you, a leader of the municipal party committee, can also fight. That's really good. After the fight, Captain Wu smilingly patted Li Hua's shoulder. He liked the young man even more now. To deal with these small ruffians, we have to be tough. If we don't dare to do it, then we're the ones who will suffer from the beating, Li Hua said with a smile. In his previous life, he had spent many years at the bottom of the social ladder, and he was already familiar with fighting. Of course, the main reason why he was so quick to strike was because he recognized who these people were. However, It was also because he recognized who these people were that he knew that he was kind of in big trouble. Chapter 39, Hot Potato. Li Hua was no stranger to two of these kooks. Yellow hair was Lan Chi's cousin, while there was one in the back with so many piercings in his ears, also a distant brother of the Lan family. When he was still considered a son-in-law of the Lan family, these people had no good face for him. Even during the New Year's Eve, they sneered at him and openly teased him. In that case, Rantaya would just tell him to hold back and let these brothers be. Li Hua had long held a belly full of fire against them, and this time he had struck out, but only to vent his old anger. He didn't recognize the remaining few, but since they were with these bad seeds of the Lan family, they probably weren't any good either. The beating was painful, but there was a bit of a problem back there. They seemed to have called the police. Captain Wu is still considered to be experienced. He knows that the fight in broad daylight is certainly not escape. Now the surrounding people have been more and more surrounded. There are several people are holding a cell phone to make a call. Today this is probably very difficult to make good. Captain Wu, don't worry. We are on official business today. Even if we say the sky is the limit, it's still these few little ruffians who are obstructing official business. There won't be anything about us. Li Hua smiled. The police soon arrived, and after seeing Li Hua's work permit, their attitude was slightly better, but they didn't relax completely, and brought both parties to the police station. Name. When they arrived at the facility, a group of people were naturally separated for questioning, and Li Hua was also put into a separate interrogation room, being questioned by two young police officers, a man and a woman. Comrade, that little book you have in front of you is my work permit. It has my name, gender and ID number on it, so no need to ask any more of this nonsense. Right. Li Hua smiled and did not directly answer the other party's question. You don't have to come with me. It's not even clear whether this so-called work permit of yours is real or fake. You'd better be honest with me, the young policeman said with a slap on the table, looking rather menacing. The policewoman gave him a somewhat strange look, although she also knew that the male policeman had never been very good-tempered. He didn't seem to be so grumpy, so how come today seemed to be different from the past? If you're not sure, then you guys go and check it out. Can't you expect me to tell you that my work permit is fake? Li Hua instead smiled in disbelief. He also didn't use the work permit from the municipal office as a talisman, but having it did work. Even if he went into the police station, he didn't need to be wary. Check and verify, we certainly will. But until then, I'm willing to give you a chance to confess on your own. You should understand the policy of confessing to leniency and resisting to severity. The male cop's words were still fierce on his lips, but in his heart he was already cursing. But it wasn't Li Hua he was scolding, it was the Lan family. That's right, he had received instructions from the Lan family to clean up Li Hua a bit. Only he didn't expect that Lan's family didn't give him a complete handover. This Li Hua was actually a deputy section-level cadre of the municipal party committee office. This is going to be awkward. To know, they are a hand of the city's northern police station, but only because the location of the police station is more important. Only to be able to high allocation of a deputy section level. They are ordinary small police. Even a unit level is not counted. On what basis to clean up the people of the municipal party committee office of the deputy section cadres it? Even if this guy hits someone in public, there are many people to testify. But he is a cadre of the municipal party committee office. As long as a word from the top down, what else can they do in the police station? What's more, the ones he beat up were known as small-time gangsters on the street who never did anything good. And they, the police, sometimes wanted to beat them up. And it was really hard to say who was responsible for them being beaten up. In this situation, it was really hard for the male police officer to clean up Li Hua. But the person who handed this matter over from the Lan family's side was also a very prestigious figure, and it was hard for him to shrug it off. Therefore, this male police officer really felt very difficult. I don't have anything to say. At most I can only say thank you for your kindness, Li Hua said indifferently. You should know that this matter of you hitting someone in public was seen by countless people. Don't think that your identity can protect you. Even a prince who breaks the law has to share the same crime with the common people, let alone a state cadre. You just die of the heart that someone will come to fish you out. Despite the difficulty, the male police officer has to fulfill the Lan family's instructions. After all, it was still the Lan family's messenger who was a bit more difficult for him to deal with. And this one, although his identity is also a bit scary, but if the charge is confirmed, this identity may be gone, and there is nothing scary about it. However, he had just had such a thought when the door to the interrogation room was suddenly opened and a middle-aged man in his 30s with a slightly tired look walked in. Xiao Lu, leave this place to me. You go over to those little ruffians and ask them. As soon as he came in, he took the interrogation into his hands. Yes, Director. Xiao Lu didn't dare to have any dissatisfaction and quickly stood up, giving up his position. As a matter of fact, he was not only not half dissatisfied, he was very happy in his heart. because it was the equivalent of getting rid of a huge problem for him. The male police officer walked out of the interrogation room cheerfully, while the chief took his seat. He didn't say anything once he sat down, but first looked through Li Hua's work card. With his status and experience, even without doing any checking, he knew that this work permit was genuine. Moreover, he was considered to be a relatively well-informed figure within the city, and he even knew Li Hua's identity. This kid is a man who is about to become Secretary Lin of the Municipal Party Committee's secretary. That's a huge hot potato. The director's mind had been wondering. He had only just found out about it a few minutes ago, but he already had a basic understanding of what was going on. Those few small ruffians were the ones sent by the Lan family to provoke Li Hua, and their purpose, naturally, was to target this soon-to-be Secretary Lin. Although the director was not clear about the grudge between Li Hua and the Lan family, he knew that the fight between the two of them could basically be considered a dragon fight, and he was afraid that he wouldn't be able to do much good if he was involved. So, how should I place myself? If it were any other director, he would surely push the matter to the people below him to deal with, and even if there was responsibility for the incident in the end, he could let the people below him take the blame. But this one director is not this kind of person. After he knew the inside story here, he decided that he would take the responsibility. However, just as he was still pondering, Li Hua on the opposite side of the room suddenly opened his mouth. Hulong Gang. You're Hulong Gang. Chapter 40, Old Acquaintances. Hulong Gang was taken aback. He was under the impression that he and this Li Hua had never had any face-to-face fights, and he didn't think that his reputation had gotten so big that even the new red man of the Municipal Party Committee office knew about it. So how did this guy recognize himself right away? That's right. I'm Hulong Gang. You recognize me? Despite the doubts in his heart, Hulong Gang nodded. Of course I know. Our Yunzhou's crime-solving expert criminal investigation hero. Who could not recognize? Li Hua smiled. But inside, he was not as calm as he appeared to be on the surface. If Li Hua in his previous life still had a few people he admired from the bottom of his heart in this world, then Hulong Gang had to be counted as one of them no matter what. If I remember correctly, this guy is now the chief of this police station, but within a week or two, he will be disciplined and removed from his post as chief and transferred elsewhere because of an unsolved serial rape case. He also just quit his job in a fit of rage. Of course, these are not the reasons why he admired Hulong Gang. He admired the latter's reason is that this guy is a criminal investigation master. Whether it is the district bureau or the city bureau want to let him to work in the criminal police team, but he is for a few years ago murder case. Always stay in the north of the city police station, do not go anywhere. Even after resigning from his job because of the backstabbing, he never gave up on tracking down the murderer of that year, and it wasn't until more than a decade later that he apprehended the murderer. How can someone so resilient and so tough not be admired? It is important to know that Li Hua was able to get to know Hulong Gang because the latter wasn't doing too well after quitting his job. He offended too many people when he was a cop, and many of them would retaliate against him for becoming a regular person. In this way, two people, who are also at the bottom of the social ladder, met and became good friends because of their somewhat close experiences. In this case, Hulong Gang, however, has never given up the pursuit of the murderer, and after the case was solved, his deeds have touched countless people. Only, that kind of belated moving does not have much effect. After the moving is over, he still can only be an ordinary person living in the bottom of the society. Just for the sake of surviving will have to fight to the best of his ability. And this time, Li Hua came back, thinking that perhaps he could change his own fate while changing the others in the process. This whole thing doesn't seem to be difficult for him anyway. Okay, there's no need to get close. Tell me what's going on. The secretary of the Municipal Party Committee office one place hands to beat a few street punks. Is it that you are too inflated or there are other reasons? Hulong Gang threw the copy of his work permit in his hand onto the table and leaned his body into the back of the seat. Although it was only two simple words, the difference in attitude between him and the young male policeman from before was already obvious. The male policeman was trying to put all the blame on Li Hua's head, and he wanted to pretend that he wasn't clear about the latter's identity, intending to muddle through and characterize the case first. But as soon as Hulong just opened his mouth, although he made it clear that it was Li Hua who had hit the people, which was indeed the truth, he nevertheless also named the identities of the people who had been hit at the same time, with the implication being that the beating was not without reason. Beating is of course against the law. Serious crimes to be prosecuted. Less serious cases should be dealt with by the public security organs. However, according to the relevant laws, it is not impossible to hit someone in some cases, or in some cases, hitting someone is understandable and deserves to be dealt with in a less severe way. What Huron just now wants to investigate is whether there is such a plot. Otherwise, from a normal perspective, how could a cadre of the Municipal Party Committee office take the initiative to beat up a group of punks? We were on a mission arranged by our superiors, and when we passed by that tin room, that group of people came out and directly cursed at us, and we cursed back, and they were about to make a move, only they didn't beat us. When faced with a reasonable person, Li Hua was of course willing to tell the truth. Do you have any proof for that? Those people are saying that you took the initiative to provoke and hit them first. Hu Longgang leaned back in his chair, looking very comfortable. Evidence? Finding evidence is a matter for you police. We're just ordinary citizens. Where can we find evidence for you? Unexpectedly, Li Hua's attitude was more cozy than his. The policewoman who took the statement was stunned. She always had a feeling as if the guy named Li Hua was not at all the same before Hu Xiao came in and after he came in. Does this kid think Hojo's a better talker? Then he's very wrong. It's not good talk that got Hu to get the district office's city council's attention. The policewoman sneered in her mind. She was already waiting for this kid to be cleaned up by Hu Xiao. Don't look at this kid as what the municipal party committee office, but into the hands of the Hu Institute. You even if it is the provincial party committee office, that is also cleaned up. There are many witnesses on the other side, and they have all decided that it was you who started the fight. So if you don't take the initiative to look for evidence, then the current situation can be very unfavorable to you. Hu Longgang was still leaning there very leisurely, seemingly not at all angered by Li Hua's attitude, but he also laid out the facts. If you don't go looking for evidence yourselves, then you'll have to recognize the other side's claims. After all, they have plenty of witnesses. Of course, in this kind of cases, the police also have the responsibility to investigate and collect evidence, but if evidence is brought to their doorsteps, the police will also consider adopting it, although the other side's evidence is not considered to be so conclusive. But after all, there are so many witnesses. According to normal thinking, can not so many people together perjury, right? While this possibility is not impossible, it is, after all, an extremely unlikely event and negligible in the absence of other evidence. So, if Li Hua's side can't come up with evidence in his favor, I'm afraid this case will have to be characterized. By that time, even if Hu Longgang had the intention to help them, he could not help them, not to mention that the current him did not have the intention to favor any side at all. Hu Shou right, looking at your appearance, you haven't rested too well recently? However, even after hearing the situation that was very unfavorable to him, Li Hua still didn't have the slightest bit of worry. Instead, he was still concerned about Hu Longgang's rest. You worry quite a bit. Hopefully you'll be able to rest when you go in. Hu Longgang sneered. That's not true. I definitely wouldn't be able to rest well if I went in. So I have to trouble Hu to help me find evidence. After all, you're an expert in this area. Li Hua smiled. In exchange, how about I'm able to help you catch that jock who's been keeping you up for days? Chapter 41 Exchange. Hearing Li Hua's words, Hu Longgang's face immediately became serious and his body instantly sat up straight. What do you know? He lowered his voice and asked. He is now really deeply troubled by that forced J criminal, and he is squatting every night with his brothers in the institute. Although it was said that this kind of vicious crime was sponsored by the district bureau's criminal police team, the guy committed 2 crimes in his district, so Hu Longgang felt that he also had the responsibility of catching him. Only, obviously feel that the guy's technique is very clumsy. Counter-surveillance means is not clever, but several times squatting but never caught the person, which makes Hu Longgang very upset and angry, and worry. Because looking at the first 2 cases, it's very likely that the guy will continue to commit crimes, and if he can't be apprehended before he commits his next crime, neither the higher-ups nor Hu Longgang himself will be able to forgive himself. Therefore, when Hu Longgang unexpectedly heard about that case from Li Hua's mouth and the latter confidently claimed to be able to help him catch the murderer, he immediately and involuntarily became nervous. At one point he even wondered if the guy in front of him could be the criminal, but that thought was immediately pushed back on him. How arrogant and stupid does one have to be to get this guy to voluntarily throw out what he's committed even though he's already in the facility, which is absolutely impossible. Therefore, even though he didn't know exactly what this kid in front of him knew, Hu Longgang could only rather believe it. Don't be in a hurry, Hu. According to my judgment on this case, the next time that guy commits a crime, it should be in 2 or 3 days, and that time should be enough for you to help me clear my name, Li Hua said with a smile. Of course he had to help Hu Longgang solve the big trouble in front of him. But at the same time, he also had to let the other party help him solve the trouble in front of him. The Lan family's means of dealing with themselves were a chain of events. Those who came to provoke them, those who stood by and perjured themselves, and those who exerted pressure from above. And they were all ready to do so. If nothing else, the back to the few small ruffians to detect injuries to detect a more serious disability has also been arranged. For the average person, it's a dead giveaway that they are absolutely going to be sent in. Of course, Li Hua was not an ordinary person. He could utilize his identity, through his connections, and maneuver with the other party. but the result of doing so was that the victory or defeat was unknown. Perhaps Secretary Lin trusted him more and was willing to go the extra mile for him. Then naturally nothing would happen to him. Or maybe Secretary Lin just has a mediocre opinion of him and isn't willing to do too much for him. Then he might not end up too well. In this situation, Li Hua had no way to take his fate completely into his own hands. However, if there was help from Hu Longgang, then this matter would be well handled. Although the Lan family has complex means, the core key is still those on the street, and Hu Longgang, the police station chief, is the best at dealing with those on the street. He will be able to investigate the facts of this matter if he wants to. Therefore, for Li Hua, as long as he could persuade Hu Longgang to help himself, then he was basically invincible. It's a little bit of interest that he helped him collect in advance. Are you negotiating with me? Do you know that there are no conditions to negotiate before the law? Hu Longgang's face became serious. Although he very much wanted to solve that Force J case, but he definitely would not ignore the facts and invert black and white just because of that case. Who said it's funny? I'm just buying you a little time to seriously investigate this matter of mine. However, in the face of Hu Longggang's unimpressed, Li Hua was still on cloud 9, and he just sat there as if he already had everything under control. In all fairness, do you really believe that I would take the initiative to find fault with those little ruffians? And that I would take the initiative to beat up those little ruffians? Mr. Hu has been a police officer for so many years, and I believe that the truth of this matter will be clear to you with your fiery eyes. However, I also know that you are now working on the center of the J case. Do not have time to investigate my case, so I help you to solve the J case. You help me to investigate the case to clear the wrongdoing. I think this is very reasonable. But what if our findings are that the responsibility for this case lies with you? Hu Longgang asked rhetorically. I know very well what I've done myself, and I know very well what you're capable of, so I'm sure it won't come to this. Li Hua was very confident. In his previous life, he had more than 10 years of friendship with the other party, and he knew very well what kind of person the other party was with what kind of ability. So naturally he was also very confident. Then also please believe that if you dare to lie to me, I'll put you out of jail again any way I can. Hu Longgang said coldly. The policewoman next to him was a bit dumbfounded. How could she not expect that Hu Shou, whom she respected and esteemed so much in her heart, had been convinced by this kid? This is too unreasonable. How is it that there is a feeling that Hu Shou has been taken by this Li Hua? The policewoman felt a little confused, but she was sure that there was a reason why Hu Shou had done what he did. Fu, take the boy to the restroom and let him rest and relax for a while. I should be able to take care of things soon. Hu Longgang pointed at Li Hua, then stood up and walked out. Although the Lan family's arrangement seemed as if it was well thought out and there were no cracks, it didn't make any sense to a police officer like Hu Longgang, who had outstanding experience and professional ability. He went straight to the conference room where the punks were being questioned, and there, they were chatting and farting around with a couple of cops, having a good time. Although it was said that the police usually didn't think much of these small ruffians, the latter also had some backstage, and they didn't make big mistakes but small ones, so it wasn't easy to clean them up. Therefore, the police usually do not bother to keep a serious face in front of them. After all, maybe when they can still use them, usually the relationship does not have to be so stiff. Of course, if these little ruffians did commit something, then they had no problem arresting them. However, this time, Hu Longgang came over, but it was completely different from before. Bang! As soon as he entered, he directly kicked over the conference table that was several meters long. What are you laughing about? Is this a place for you to laugh? Give me some seriousness. Beating up the municipal party committee leader and still laughing here. I think you all want to stay inside and not come out. Hu Longgang pointed at the several small ruffians and shouted, which directly scared the piss out of them. Chapter 42 is done. An hour later, Hu Longgang left satisfied with a confession. Still, cleaning up a couple of punks couldn't have been easier for him. Don't look at this plan of the Lan family which was laid out seamlessly without any loopholes, but the fact that they had found a few small ruffians as the main executors of the plan was the biggest loophole. Of course, the Lan family didn't have anything better to do, and this was something that could only have been carried out by those little ruffians in the first place. They just didn't expect that Hu Longgang would go out of his way to help Li Hua so much. This is something no one would have expected. After all, in everyone's perception, who should be worried by the case of Force J, and how would care about such an ordinary case of fighting and assault? The result, however, was that Huron had just made those little ruffians confess the fact that they had initiated the provocation and made the first move, and that the reason they had been beaten was that they simply hadn't fought, but it was indeed they who had made the first move. With that fact in mind, the outcome is simple. It didn't take long for Li Hua to take those experts out of the police station, while those little ruffians were still left in the facility to continue to receive a bit of education. Li, how did we get released so quickly? Did you spend money? How much did it cost? When they came out, each one of these experts was still quite puzzled. When they were questioned before, they were steered in the direction of them provoking an active fight. It was only thanks to the fact that each of them was a veteran and not so easily led there, that they didn't fall for it. However, because of this, they know the tendencies of the police, at least not in favor of their side. After all, they are the old oil. Very clear that today this is certainly a trouble. One and all are also wondering who they have to find help to solve this trouble, or how much they have to spend in order to be able to do so. Yet that's how long it took, and before they could even come up with any good ideas, they were released, and it didn't cost them a dime. How can they not know what's going on here? It must be Li Hua working behind the scenes. I did not expect that this kid, although young, but the ability is really not small, all of a sudden to get this matter, really worthy of the municipal party committee. The old greasers were also very emotional in their minds, but though they were old farts, they could not be ambiguous in matters. Everyone had a part to play in the fight, and if it did cost money, Li Hua, the young man, should never be left to pay for it alone. Everyone's quite fond of the lad these days, that's all the more reason not to let him pay for this himself. So Captain Wu said this on behalf of everyone. In fact, to equalize this money. Spend money? I didn't spend any money. The police station is a place of law, and we don't have any problems with the law. We just went to cooperate with the investigation. And now that the investigation is over, isn't it normal to come out? What money is there to spend? Li Hua said with a smile. A bunch of old greasers were silent. They before also is not into the police station. On this inside in the end is what place that is still very clear. When you get to a place like this, you're going to get tossed around even if you're fine. Not to mention that they themselves didn't feel like they were completely fine, although the fight was because someone else provoked it, and because someone else started it, but they did it behind them and it wasn't light at all. Even they themselves felt that they were not wronged at all to be arrested and jailed for a few days, and how could they come out without spending a penny for such a big deal? As for the police station being a place where the law is spoken, that can't be entirely wrong, but only a child would completely believe such a thing, especially in their more ambiguous incidents where both sides are at fault. It still depends on who has the hard connections and who is willing to spend the money. Little Li, you're being meaningless. Do you think that your brothers are so unrighteous? Captain Wu deliberately revealed an unhappy expression. Wu, you say this? How can I look down on you guys? If it really cost money, I don't have this money to pad. Surely I have to find my brothers to come up with. I said I didn't spend any money, that surely means I didn't spend any money. Li Hua was still shaking his head. They were able to get out in exchange for his help in catching that juggernaut. How do you get these experts to help put something like that together? Is it hard to take these people with you when you go to arrest someone? It would be a mess. Really didn't spend any money? Didn't lie to us? Captain Wu was still a bit skeptical. Of course, what can I gain from lying to you guys about this kind of thing? Li Hua waved his hand. Alright then. Captain Wu looked up at the sky. It's late today after being delayed so much, and I'm also angry. So why don't we just stop working for a while and go straight for a drink? Good. After such a depressing encounter today, it's indeed time to have a good drink, and it's fine to save the job for tomorrow. Li Hua nodded and said, it's almost 5 p.m. now, although it's slowly starting to get a little cooler and better for work at this point, but everyone hadn't even eaten lunch because of that delay in the previous fight, and now they were all starving to death. So where did they have the heart to work? Li Hua was not an unreasonable person. He knew that by letting everyone go to drink and eat early today, the gang would be able to work more efficiently tomorrow. But today this meal can be agreed. Can't let you invite again. You have invited so many meals. It's time for us to invite once, Captain Wu added. At the end of the day, they people want to show something. Since Li Hua wouldn't let them pay for it, it was always okay to let them buy a meal. Well, since several big brothers are of this opinion, I'll rub you all a meal. Li Hua was amenable to good advice. Interaction between people and people, or to have to come back to the feelings in order to go deep. If only one party to the other party to pay unilaterally, the final result is mostly just a basket of water empty. This applies to love, but also to friendship, and is even used in kinship. The group was ready to go after discussing the situation in front of the police station. Captain Wu and the others were planning to go to a slightly more upscale hotel. How they had to get serious tonight. But Li Hua said just find a stall in the neighborhood to drink. Stalls than the hotel feel. Team Wu and the others were easily convinced. After all, they also come from a working class background, so naturally they prefer places like big stalls. A group of people began to walk towards a very famous night market that was relatively close to here, and halfway there, they suddenly saw a sports lottery store, and Captain Wu dug right in. Just in time. Make 2 bets. Li Hua then remembered that he had long thought of a big plan to get rich that he seemed to have never gotten around to implementing. Chapter 43, to going to the bureau together. When they entered the lottery store, those experts one by one went to play the numbers they often bought, while Li Hua looked to the other side of the World Cup match betting on the 6 playing rules. All in all, this World Cup soccer lottery is divided into 6 games and 6 stages. The first is 8 wins, the second is 6 halftime wins, the third is 6 goals, the fourth is 4 goals, the fifth is an 8-goal race, and the sixth is a 4-goal race. The first 4 of these are all played during the group stage, while the top 8 bets are played after the group stage, and the top 4 are played after the round of 16 matches. All in all of these plays are just betting on those recent matches, and not the kind of play that predicts the winner of the World Cup before it even starts, like in specialized betting establishments abroad. Also, there is no such thing as odds on these plays, as there is only one outcome for all the matches, so there is only one outcome for all the plays. So, this type of lottery would have only a first prize, with a return bonus of 64% of the total sales, with all the guesses sharing the money. This also means that the money earned from this kind of play is also capped. If it is the foreign kind of odds play, the more you put in, the more the banker has to pay out. If there is really a reborn to play that kind of, there is a real possibility that the banker can be pantsed without cheating. But the domestic sports lottery, this kind of play does not have this kind of danger. You just put in more. The win is also your own money. If you than the national lottery players to put in more, then out of the results, you may also lose some money. Of course, Li Hua didn't have that kind of capital. After all these days of eating and drinking with Captain Wu and the others, he didn't have too much money left in his hand. Give me 10 bets on 8 wins. Just as I wrote this, he recalled the winners and losers of the first 8 matches of the '06 World Cup from his memory, and then bought 10 bets straight away. At this time, he had to thank the previous life was imprisoned in that period of time on the World Cup attention. If not that time so boring every day to hold the World Cup to see, and now I do not have the confidence to guess the front of these types of play. Will only be able to bet on the top 8 and the top 4. Lee, do you also play the lottery? This was when the experts had already bought their tickets, and Team Wu asked as they loaded their own. Isn't this the World Cup? Let me predict a result, so I can watch the game with more passion. Li Hua replied with a smile. He also considered whether to share the winning results with others, but after thinking about it, he decided not to share those, because human nature is something that cannot be tested. It is hard to say that after he has led others to win the first installment, will they want him to lead them to play the second installment? And if he wins the second and third installments, will they suspect that there is something wrong with him? And if he intentionally gets the second and third installments wrong, will they hate him for it? These are hard things to say and simply can't be grasped. So Li Hua decided he'd better grasp something he could and just buy it himself. Rebirth was one's biggest secret and one's biggest card. A card that for the time being could not have the slightest possibility of being known by others. It's okay to play casually, but don't get addicted. Don't look at our brothers come to play every period, but we take it as a fun. Everyone doesn't play more. This thing is quite scary if we get addicted to it. Captain Wu also pointed aside while saying that there were a few people who were staring at the screen without blinking their eyes, and those people looked like they were already a bit engrossed, and their appearance looked quite scary. Thank you, Brother Wu. Don't worry. I'm just watching the World Cup to add a little spice. Usually I don't even play. Li Hua knew that the other party meant well. Captain Wu didn't say much. After playing the lottery, the group went to the night market, found a yurt and chose a table to sit down. Li, to order? He called the owner over and asked for the menu. Wu has eaten more salt than I have rice. You're familiar with these things. You take some. Li Hua pushed back. Captain Wu stopped nagging, and he didn't even look at the menu anymore. 100 mutton, 100 beef, and 2 plates each of these cold dishes of peanuts and hairy beans and cucumbers. Okay. Several big brothers want wine? The boss knew that he had met a big customer who could eat, and was immediately excited. These people can eat so well. If they can drink more, they can make a lot of money on this order. Let's start with a keg of root beer and we'll rinse our mouths out. If it tastes good, Captain Wu said. Okay, Lu. The boss joyfully tore off the written menu and placed it on the table, then turned around and went to prepare the drinks. Li Hua was shocked to hear that. Beer gargling is something he's heard a lot. After all, in many people's mouths beer is not alcohol. Drink 3 or 5 bottles without feeling. But this is the first time he's heard of a direct bucket of root beer gargling. It's a little too scary. Root beer. Li Hua of course drank. The average barrel of root beer is 40 pounds a barrel. There were 6 of them, and if you average it out it's a little over 6 pounds a person and a little less than 7 pounds. Though the amount wasn't that great and Li Hua could hold up. He shivered a bit considering it was just gargling. However, the other few experts, after listening to Captain Wu's statement, had their faces as normal and had no reaction at all. Li Hua then knew that this was probably the norm for them. I'm afraid I'm in trouble today. Li Hua couldn't help but laugh bitterly in his heart. After he came back from rebirth, he drank white wine a few times without drinking too much, and beer this was the first time he drank it. He knows, Captain Wu, this kind of workers from the people drinking is the most hate to play false that set. If you can drink but do not drink, they will look down on you, but if you are not too able to drink but has been drinking the last to drink themselves down, although they will dislike you small amount of alcohol, but will still feel that you are a good person is worthy of socializing. It looks like this bad fight is inevitable tonight. Liuhua sends his pants down and prepares for a big fight. Soon a keg of root beer was brought over and a couple of large 1-pound mugs were placed on the table. Captain Wu opened up for a shot, and in no time at all, each person had a glass of beer in front of them. Come on, here's to us going to the station together this time. He raised his glass and shouted. The cry was so outrageous that it directly drew the eyes of everyone else in the yurt as well. But Captain Wu and those brothers of his didn't care about the eyes of others. Liuhua also had to give up his life and raise his own glass. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Chapter 44, Coincidence. Liuhua originally thought that Captain Wu that come a bucket of beer to rinse his mouth as a joke. Did not expect to drink up. He realized that this guy actually come true. At first, it was normal for Captain Wu to bring a glass of wine with him. No sooner had his glass been set down, however, than someone else took it and began to pump it up, and soon enough, one glass each was pumped up, and another expert raised his glass. With that, each of the 5 experts brought a glass and 30 pounds of beer went down the drain. Liuhua, even if he didn't know any better, knew it was time to bring his own glass of wine next. He didn't hold back, and waited until the wine was refilled, and without waiting for a reminder, he took the initiative to tip his glass. Big brothers, I am deeply grateful for troubling you all these days. All is in the wine. I'll drink. 36 beers down. There wasn't enough left for one person, so that slowed the progress. Boss, serve us 2 more barrels of wine, and our kebabs faster. How come the kebabs aren't here yet when the barrels of wine are finished? Captain Wu shouted in the direction of the cook. That's right, they were drinking really fast. The kegs were going down and the kebabs weren't even on yet, thanks to the peanuts and beans in front of the cold dishes. Otherwise Liuhua will probably spray directly out of his empty stomach after drying down so much cold beer. You kid can look 1 week, is a scholar. I did not expect to do the work is not ambiguous. Drink up the wine is also good. Captain Wu looked at Liuhua with appreciation as he raked in the fir beans. He had initially thought that this kid would not get along well based on his status, but he had not realized that his misunderstanding was still too big. I can't. If I have another drink I'm afraid I'll lose face on the spot. Liuhua desperately shook his head while still frantically stuffing things into his mouth. Although he looked as if he was okay on the surface, the 6 pounds of beer he had poured down in one breath would be turning over in his stomach, and if he didn't hurry to find something to suppress it, I was afraid that he would really lose his adult. Don't worry, when the roast meat comes up in a while you'll eat some meat first to suppress it, and then we'll drink slowly, as much as we can. Captain Wu had no intention of continuing to pour Liuhua wine. Drinking for them is just a way to see a person's character. After all, the quality of the wine is the quality of the person. They felt that through this drink, they were able to see that Liuhua's character was still quite good, and that was enough. A good friend that could be recognized by them. How can you let your best friend drink too much and do something embarrassing or hurt your body when you're all good friends? That's bound to be no. Sure enough, the later drinks were more subdued. Of course, this so-called calmness is only relative to the beginning of that directly with a keg of beer gargling. Compared to the general drinking, they have to kill a cup of a pound of beer in one mouthful, but also still counted as quite fast. It didn't take long for another keg of beer to be drained, and everyone's stomachs looked noticeably bigger. Liuhua finally couldn't top it, staggered to his feet and walked out of the yurt. He needed to open the floodgates and relax his soon-to-explode stomach. In a night market like this one, which consists of a variety of yurts, there isn't a proper restroom, so basically you just have to find a darker, unoccupied place to release yourself. Liuhua came back from 18 years later, slightly less comfortable with this uncivilized behavior, wriggling quite far away, still trying to find a toilet, until finally he just couldn't hold it in any longer, and didn't find a suitable place, so he had to do as the Romans do and get into the green belt on the side of the road to settle it. Liuhua painfully released himself. This time it was really too much water in his stomach to release for a while, but it really made him feel good. However, as he was getting high, he noticed that not far from him, a man had also jumped into the greenbelt. It's probably a come in and free yourself too. At first Liuhua didn't care, but after a few moments, he suddenly realized something was wrong. After the man jumped into the greenbelt, he didn't make a move to free himself. Instead, he was furtively catatonic, making his way away from himself. Is it hard to believe he's up to something bad? Liuhua was shocked in his heart. He was suddenly reminded of many past events. In his previous life, after that forced Jake convict was caught, He took a lot of cleaning up in the detention center, and Li Hua was also locked up there at that time. From what I've heard from other people who have been locked up there, one of the ways the guy was able to stay out of everyone's earshot was by using the green belt to cover his movements. Because this area is part of the old city, there are a lot of big stalls and stuff, and a lot of people are pooping wherever they want in the green belt, so there's no way to find out where he is. And the guy looks for targets from all the night markets, finding girls who are out late eating and drinking and then going home alone. This one all ties together. Li Hua was originally still pondering how he should tell Hu Longgang how he knew, even though he knew who that criminal was. After all, if he were to just make up a random excuse, it would definitely be hard to fool the latter, and it might even arouse people's suspicion. Now that's great. Just make it look like you reasoned it out and squatted on it. Li Hua was so pleased that he shivered twice and went out with his pants. He wasn't afraid to startle the criminal. After all, it was a normal thing to go to this green belt for convenience. That criminal may not have missed himself when he came in. He was just stepping in, and he certainly wasn't too scared. Li Hua was very happy to have solved a big matter that was on his mind, and even his drunkenness subsided a lot. After returning to the yurt, he continued his bloodbath with those experts until he had drunk 4 kegs of beer. Of course, in fact, according to Captain Wu's meaning, tonight is actually not yet enjoyable. Really, if you drink in place, at least each person has to drink a barrel to be able to do. But they were all people with their hearts in the right place, and they all knew that they had work to continue tomorrow, so they could just pretty much forget about it. When Li Hua returned home, he only felt a little dizzy, not to the extent of pain, and was slightly surprised in his heart. He had a feeling as if his drinking capacity seemed to have gone up quite a bit since he was reborn. It was probably a good thing, too, especially now that he had made up his mind to pursue a career, and a heavy drinker was an advantage in any case. Of course, whether it's alcohol or anything else, it's really an aid. Being able to get down to business is what matters. The surveying is almost over tomorrow, so we must wrap up the job properly and make sure nothing else goes wrong. Li Hua fell into a deep sleep with this thought. Chapter 45 Propping Up. Perhaps his prayers last night had had an effect, or perhaps Hu Long had just taught the people the Lan family had arranged quite a lesson. In any case, the next day's surveying work was not disturbed much, but even without any interference, the Liberty Road survey took longer than the other ones. There is no way. This road can be said to be the earliest core road in Yunzhou City, surrounded by many and various kinds of unexpected things. Unauthorized building is even just the smallest trouble, so it is indeed a great waste of time to engage in surveying on such a road. Fortunately, Captain Wu and they got along very well with Li Hua and became good friends. They saw that the latter was anxious in his heart but didn't say anything, and took the initiative to work overtime and catch up with the work. And finally, in 2 days' time, the job was completely done. Actually, this job we're doing is a pure waste. Cootie. All can see which road is more suitable. It's only those leaders who are fed up who have to get the actual data. If they can get out of the office to the road to take even one look, they won't have this kind of brainless idea anymore. As he was about to part, Captain Wu even complained to Li Hua. While he had no problem with the latter right now, he had a big problem with the leader who came up with the idea. Li Hua just smiled and didn't say anything. In fact, he was the one who came up with this opinion in order to get tangible data so that he could back up his ideas. But those words couldn't be said with people like Captain Wu. Once he had the data, Li Hua returned to work at the city council. He hadn't been back to the city council in a long time to do all this surveying work. After organizing all the data in his position, he mulled it over and didn't go directly to Secretary Lin, but came to Han Wenyuan's office. Director Han, this is the data and results of the measurements I've taken over the past few days. And if I were to score it on a percentage system, the route on Haiyun Road could score 80 points. The route in the southern city could only score 30 at most. And the route on Jiefan Road couldn't even score 10 points. Li Hua handed Director Han the results he had summarized. He could of course take these data directly to Secretary Lin. After all, the latter still trusts him at least on the matter of BRT line construction. But that would be like directly offending Han Wenyuan. After all, the municipal party committee side into the preparatory team is Han Wenyuan and Li Hua. From the level, certainly the former is the main. The results of the latter have something to go directly to the municipal party committee secretary to report, which is the deputy director of the Han put where. Reporting over the top, anywhere, is a recipe for cynicism in others, and by reporting these things to Han Wenyuan, although he had lost an opportunity to express himself directly in front of Secretary Lin, Li Hua believed that it was impossible for Director Han not to mention his own merits when he reported to Secretary Lin. Since what he was doing wouldn't go unseen, there was no need to risk offending Han Wenyuan. Multiple flowers and fewer thorns. This is the code of conduct that Li Hua has set for himself in this life, and he has always been trying to follow it. Very nice, very detailed work. You guys have worked hard these days. Han Wenyuan quickly flipped through that report and nodded his head with great satisfaction. Then he placed the report on the table in front of him, while he himself clasped his hands in front of his belly and leaned on the back of the chair, doing a very comfortable job. Sit down. There's no need to be formal in my place. Thank you, Director Han. Li Hua knew that Han Wenyuan had something else to say to him, which was why he sat himself down. I heard that you had a conflict with someone at work 2 days ago? It was also quite a big one, and it went to the police station? Han Wenyuan asked. It's a bunch of small ruffians who don't know the sky. The comrades from the police station have already taught them a lesson. Li Hua laughed. He didn't directly say who was responsible for what happened, but since the police had lectured the other side, it was obvious that it was the other side's responsibility. They are not responsible. This matter was known to Secretary Lin at the time, and he was very angry. Han Wenyuan continued. His concern wasn't about who was to blame. He sent Director Zhou to the police station at that time to find out what was going on, and to severely punish whoever was causing trouble. But it's rumored that by the time Director Zhou got there, you were all already out. Thank you for the leader's concern. It's us who didn't do a good job and made the leader worry, Li Hua said with some shame. He didn't know about this. Even Zhou Guangliang didn't tell him about it, and he was completely unaware of what else had happened after he left the police station. No wonder he did not encounter any more trouble when he continued to measure for the next 2 days. He thought that Hu Longgang's deterrent power was too strong, so it was Zhou Guangliang or Secretary Lin's power. Young people don't be too low-key when working outside. You must be tough when you need to be tough. The Municipal Party Committee office is your backing, Han Wenyuan encouraged. Thank you, Director Han. I know what to do. Li Hua nodded gratefully. He finally understands why this Han Wenyuan seems to be so close to himself today. So it's still because of Secretary Lin's play. Although Secretary Lin didn't show any inclination when he sent Zhou Guangliang to the police station, the fact that he was able to send Zhou Guangliang to find out what was going on was in itself able to say something. After all, it was just an incident of fighting and brawling. So if Secretary Lin was not particularly concerned, how could he have sent his own secretary to find out the situation in person? This behavior has been very obviously propped up in the eyes of those who are interested, and seeing that Secretary Lin is so supportive of Li Hua, the Lan family naturally doesn't dare to make any more moves, and Han Wenyuan is going to be like him. That's the deterrent power of the city clerk. Don't look at Han Wenyuan's nice words, saying that the Municipal Party Committee office will be Li Hua's backing, but in reality, Li Hua is backed only by Secretary Lin. If Secretary Lin refuses to back him up anymore, I'm afraid that the Municipal Party Committee office will no longer be his backing. This is something Li Hua knows very well, so he was very grateful to Han Wenyuan on the surface, but in his heart, he knew very well who he should really be grateful to. It's just that it's good to keep this kind of thing in mind, to express it when it's time to express it, and to just do your job the rest of the time. I believe that Secretary Lin backed himself up, also because of his ability to do his job. Coming out of Han Wenyuan's office, Li Hua didn't go to Secretary Lin to make any statement, but returned to his position to continue working. Although preliminary measurements are now available, there is still a long way to go before the route is actually finalized. He's still got a lot of work to do. Just when Li Hua was ready to work overtime and do a good job, his phone rang, and it was Hu Longang, the chief of the Changbei police station. Chapter 46, The Young Cop Who Wants Credit. I say, big leader, did you forget what you said when you went out here? Hu Longgang's voice on the phone was still so debauched, but Li Hua could hear the displeasure in his words. It is estimated that if it is not because Zhou Guangliang personally went to a trip to the institute, this guy will not even be so polite to himself. Of course, this is also Li Hua's own problem. After all, he promised the other side to help people to solve the case. The result is out of the police station to completely forget. This thing is really not doing the right thing. I'm sorry, Hu. I was indeed too busy and forgot about you. But according to my deduction, that guy should strike again in the next 2 days. So let's do it this way. Starting from tonight, I'll follow you guys to squat and arrest him. Li Hua didn't try to deny it just because someone backed him up. On the one hand, that was something he had promised, and he was not a man of his word. On the other hand, he also wanted to catch that forced J criminal in a hurry. Letting that kind of social dreg stay out there for one more day was a great danger to the society. It's not appropriate, is it? Just tell me your reasoning. The specific squatting and arresting people is our police business. How can we put you ordinary cadres on the front line? This is too dangerous. Hu Longgang didn't expect Li Hua to be so fierce and to follow them to arrest people. He was about to refuse in a hurry. This kid is said to be the secretary of the Municipal Party Committee's favorite. If they follow their own to arrest people, what happened? They cannot afford. Although Hu Longgang sometimes seemed a bit rude, he was definitely not a cutie. He was not willing to do this kind of thing that was not pleasing to the eye. My idea is not mature enough. We must go to the scene and see it on the ground before we can be sure. In this case, the two of us will study it again when we arrive at the scene. It's settled. Li Hua, however, did not agree with Hu Longgang. In his opinion, what danger could there be in catching a strong J criminal? And how could a capable person become a strong J criminal? Moreover, there were a lot of things that could not be justified if he did not go to the scene in person. So he had to go there in person in order to muddle through some of the implausibilities. This is very important. You must not be impulsive. Hey, Hu Long just wanted to persuade some more, yet Li Hua directly hung up the phone. There wasn't much he could do but call in a few more people to make sure nothing went wrong during the night. Chung Kai-fa was one of the unlucky few chosen to be called on more. Originally last night he was on night duty, first squatting for half the night, then after returning to the office thinking he could rest for a while, he encountered an incident of drunkenness and disturbance, and mediated for several hours. He almost did not close his eyes all night, and today he worked all day during the day, and it was not easy to endure until the end of the day, and he was about to hurry home and go to bed, but he was shouted at by the director. There's an important squatting mission tonight, so Zhong, you stay with us too. Ha! Zhong Qifa instantly became bitter. Director, haven't we all arranged squatting shifts? I just squatted last night. Tonight there is a character with a somewhat special identity who will come to assist us in solving the case. He will be squatting with us, in order to protect his safety just in case, so we can only increase our manpower. Hu Longgang was also somewhat helpless. The police force at the police station was obviously very insufficient, and if they wanted to make sure that nothing would go wrong with Li Hua, they could only make everyone work harder and harder. However, this matter is not a big deal in his opinion. When the police, hard work, what's wrong? Thinking back to when he had just put on this outfit, he had squatted for a week straight to catch the culprit before he finally caught him. These youngsters are a little too spoiled these days by comparison. Having such an opportunity to exercise them, Hu Longgang thought it was not bad. What kind of person? Could it be a crime-solving expert that the city council hired from outside? Zhong Qifa was taken aback. He knew that the case of the Force J case had attracted the attention of the district bureau and the city council, but he didn't expect that it would be taken seriously to such an extent. Even the crime-solving experts have been invited, indicating that the top is also determined to solve this case. Only, never heard of a crime-solving expert will also run to the front line to personally squat. Is it possible that there is something hidden behind this case? Thinking about this, Zhong Qifa couldn't help but get excited as well. Young police officers, all have a heart that wants to solve the case and make a merit. And right now this rape case is obviously the best one opportunity. This case was so highly regarded by the higher-ups, and with the help of the experts, once it was solved by them, it would be essential to receive a merit award. Maybe he himself could become a celebrity in the entire Yunzhou city police community, just like Hu Shou. Okay, I'll go back and pack up and be right back to go squatting with you guys. Zhong Qifa was no longer repulsed by the whole overtime thing. Compared with solving cases and receiving awards, a shift less sleep is nothing. Alright, go and come back quickly. We'll leave before 9 o'clock. Hu Longgang nodded. Criminals, even if they were rampant, were unlikely to show it before 9 o'clock. So even if they were squatting, they didn't set out until after 9 o'clock. What's more, while he wanted to exercise these young cops under him, it wasn't as if he wouldn't do it. There has to be time for someone to get a bite to eat and a change of clothes and take a break. Zhong Qifa hurriedly ate his meal and returned to his own place. He originally wanted to sleep, but because he had been immersed in the excitement that he might be able to get a merit award tonight, he lay on the bed and tossed and turned and never could sleep. It wasn't until the alarm he'd set for 8:30 went off and he made his way out of bed that he realized his mind was a little buzzed and he didn't seem to be very awake. It doesn't matter, as long as I can get credit for it. A little swoon is a little swoon. Zhong Qifa spent 3 minutes taking a shower to get himself in better spirits, then casually threw on some clothes and put on some sneakers and ran to where the leader had said he would be. It was a few hundred meters next to a night market in the police station area. Squatting here? It's so close to the night market. Who would be stupid enough to commit a crime in a place like this? Zhong Qifa muttered a little when he reached the place. The places where they squatted before were all those pitch-black alleys where not many people passed by and even the streetlights were broken. Those are the places that are positively the most crime-prone. How is that possible here? Zhong, what took you so long? Zhong Qifa was still wondering when he saw Hu Shou, dressed in civilian clothes, standing behind a roof and waving at him. Zhong Qifa walked over and was about to explain a few things, but suddenly saw the person standing next to Hu Shou. He was so shocked, he almost didn't scream outright. Chapter 47 is disgusting. This is Comrade Li Hua from the Municipal Party Committee office. He also knows something about this case, and his analysis makes some sense to me. So let's squat in a different place tonight. Hu Longgang glared at him fiercely. squatting this kind of thing, but you have to be extremely careful not to let the criminals find out the end of the story. This kid comes in here all rattled, and if they disturb the criminals, then they'll all be wasted tonight. Not only was tonight a wasted effort, but it would only be more difficult to catch that guy again in the future. This Xiao Zhong, he's really a success. Hu Longgang was angry in his heart, but there was no way to ruthlessly criticize Zhong Qifa, so he could only patiently talk to him. You'll be with Comrade Li Hua in a while. Don't make any striking moves. You have to listen to Comrade Li Hua's command, and at the same time, you have to ensure his safety. Understood? Ha? I still have to listen to his command and protect him? Zhong Qifa's entire body was dumbfounded. He was the same young male cop who was the first one to interrogate Li Hua before. How could he not expect that the person he was interrogating a few days ago would transform into someone who could command him and had to be protected by him a few days later? It's not a job he wants to take, and he couldn't figure out how this kid, who had only been in the office 2 days before, had transformed himself into a crime-solving expert. Are experts that good these days? What? Problems? Hu Longgang glared again. No problem. Zhong Qifa hastily shook his head. In their line of work, obeying orders is the first duty. Even if you are dissatisfied with the orders of your superiors, you can never violate them without authorization. Otherwise, his career as a police officer is only going to come to an end. Alright, that's it. Hu Longgang nodded, then turned his head to look at Li Hua with an expression filled with helplessness. Leader Li, since you have to come to this hustle and bustle, I will not stop. Just if you really encounter things, you must not rush forward. Arresting people have us police to come on the line. You must protect yourself. Li Hua was not a police officer, much less his subordinate, and he had no way of ordering the former as he did Zhong Qifa, so he could only dutifully admonish him. Don't worry Hu. I'm not stupid. I won't be tough with criminals, Li Hua said with a smile. After saying that, he led Zhong Qifa towards the green belt. What are we going to? Zhong Qifa watched Li Hua very skillfully jump into the green belt, then crouch down, and immediately felt his scalp go numb. He also lived not far from here, and he knew very well that there must be a lot of people urinating and defecating in this kind of green belt, which could be said to be the dirtiest place in the whole city. However, Li Hua, this guy, even thought about it and jumped straight in, simply more dedicated than their police squatting. Is this guy really a secretary in the city office? Even Hu Longgang, who was not far away, was taken aback when he saw Li Hua jump directly into the green belt. He didn't expect this guy to be for real. It's better to come to the real thing if you don't, than to come along for the ride. Come in. You're too conspicuous standing outside. Criminals will be wary when they see you. Li Hua squatted in the green belt, saw Zhong Qifa who was still struggling while standing aside, and hastily beckoned. We don't have to squat in this kind of place. You don't have experience. I'll take you to find a good place. Zhong Qifa thought for a while, still didn't want to drill into the green belt. There's everything in here, and if you step on something you're not supposed to, you can get sick to your stomach. Just the thought of it was too much for Zhong Qifa to bear, and he was dead set against drilling into it. Cut the crap and hurry in. Li Hua saw that he had been there royally refusing to come in. His heart was a little anxious, suddenly reached out and directly pulled him into the green belt. Ouch! Whoopee! Zhong Qifa was caught a bit off guard and just gave a strange yelp before being yanked in. However, he had only just made a sound when Li Hua covered his mouth. Don't make a sound. The criminals are probably already on our side. Where did Zhong Qifa believe it? He kept struggling to get rid of Li Hua. It couldn't be helped, because he felt so soft under his feet that he couldn't even think about what he had stepped on. And of course he had to run away from this place in a hurry. Don't move. Don't make a sound. See that silhouette? That guy's the juggernaut, Li Hua said somewhat nervously as he continued to press Zhong Qifa. It wasn't that he was afraid of what the criminals would do to him. He was mostly afraid of startling the guy and making him raise his guard, or even just run away. Tonight would be the time for the guy to commit the crime without incident, and if he couldn't squat and catch him and let him get away, the next time he committed the crime would be a different time than in his previous life. Li Hua didn't want to add any instability to such a sure thing. He would blame himself for a long time in his heart if he let the latter plague another girl because he failed to catch the criminal tonight. Woo! Zhong Qifa were willing to listen to the things Li Hua said. All he knew was that he had stepped on something very nasty under his feet, and he had to get the hell out of this place before he could. As for the person who came over in the distance he also saw, it was true that his figure was a little bit obscene, but to say that people were forced J criminals because of this, he would never believe it. Li Hua was the one who was arrested to the institute only 2 days ago. Even if he now knew that he was from the municipal party committee office, Zhong Qifa did not think much of him in his mind. How can this guy know someone is a criminal at a glance? It's not pure bull *******. He even felt that this guy could not be deliberately using this method to get back at himself because of the interrogation on that day. Once the thought had arisen, Zhong Qifa felt that the idea was really plausible, and even he was convinced. Otherwise, what's this guy doing dragging himself into the greenbelt? The point is to also let yourself step on something disgusting. All of this must have been this guy's retaliation against himself. Thinking of this, Zhong Qifa began to struggle even more desperately, and the more he struggled, the more forcefully Li Hua pressed down on him. There was no way around it. He could already see quite clearly that the guy was getting closer. As long as they squat until the guy commits a crime, then the case is closed. Can't let this clueless cop spoil it. However, the harder he pushed, the more Zhong Qifa felt that this guy was punking himself. He had to jump out of the pit. Being able to become a police officer, Zhong Qifa's strength was still possible. His entire body directly exploded up, breaking away from Li Hua's control in a flash and rushing out of the green belt. Damn! How dare you retaliate against the police? I'm not done with you for this tonight. As soon as he jumped out of the green belt, Zhong Qifa began to desperately rub his shoes. However, he didn't notice that the guy with an obscene figure just now, after listening to his words, all of a sudden dropped his head and started to frantically run away. Chapter 48, Catching Up. Don't let him get away. Hurry up and catch him. He's the juggernaut. Li Hua had no choice but to follow suit and rush out of the green belt, and then chased after the man desperately. What's the situation? Hu Longgang and the other policemen didn't react to what was going on, and could only walk over to Zhong Qifa's side and ask what was going on. This guy is deliberately taking revenge on me, having to lead me to such a disgusting place, Zhong Qifa shouted as he rubbed the soles of his feet. A few other plainclothesmen who had come over couldn't help but move a few feet away from him when they saw the look of the soles of his feet coupled with the smell that their noses picked up. Who asked you that? I asked you why Li Hua went after that guy? He didn't tell you anything? Hu Longgang frowned. This Zhong Qifa really can't tell the difference between light and heavy, but just stepping on something, there's such a big reaction. If it's a mistake, have to let him go to the cesspit to squat for a few days can't. Ha! I think he said that guy is the criminal we're trying to catch. If you ask me he must be talking nonsense. How is that possible? How could there be such a coincidence? Only then did Zhong Qifa recall what Li Hua had just said, but he didn't take those words seriously. Why don't you change your profession to be a fortune teller or a palm reader when you see a random person on the street and call him a criminal? Zhong Qifa felt that Li Hua was deliberately punking himself, and now he was making an excuse to run away. So it couldn't be that he had really discovered the criminal. You mother asterisk. However, Hu Longgang cursed viciously, then pulled his leg and chased after Li Hua in the direction he had just run. Hurry up and follow me. Together. Unlike Zhong Qifa, Hu Longgang did not have any preconceived notions about Li Hua. Instead of having preconceived notions, he had some admiration for the young man. General young people if something happened into the house. Not like that guy so calm. I'm afraid that would have been able to move the relationship can be splattered on the splattered roll. Unlike Li Hua, instead of spilling the beans and using his connections, he managed to get himself out of the way simply by engaging in some negotiations. Hu Longgang couldn't say exactly why. This young man just gave him a feeling of dependability. Therefore, he also did not believe that Li Hua was deliberately retaliating against Zhong Qifa for this. It was clear to him that the young man wasn't that bored. Li Hua must have his reasons for saying that the man was the criminal they were looking for, and even if he wasn't, he had to be more or less related. Therefore, Hu Longgang didn't hesitate and directly chased after him after hearing about it. Several police officers beside him followed in hot pursuit, but they had been delayed for a while, after all, and it was a little difficult to chase someone who was already out of sight in a place like this where the streets of the old town were cluttered, or at night. They also had to keep asking people for specifics as they chased after them. The only one who really clung to that one was Li Hua, although he had a little distance from the guy when he rushed out. He was young and strong after all, and he ran as fast as he could. On the contrary, the guy in front of him had some distance advantage from an early start, but he was obviously not that fit and not fast enough. If he hadn't been more familiar with the terrain, turning east and west in the alley, he would have been caught long ago, I'm afraid, but even then, he was slowly starting to run out of options. After all, the roads in this so-called old town weren't much more complicated, able to give him a certain advantage, but not enough to erase the huge gap in speed and physical strength between him and Li Hua. Finally, the guy was panting and hunched over, holding his knees, looking like he really couldn't run anymore after he finally ran into a dead end in a panic. Li Hua, who was following closely behind him, finally stopped as well, and although he was also breathing heavily, his situation looked much better than his. Run again, why don't you? Li Hua's heart was beating a bit hard from this run, and he wasn't in a hurry to go straight up and grab someone. For him, Waiting here for Hulonggang and the other police to come and arrest people was the best option. If he went up to arrest someone himself, although the guy in front of him didn't seem to be his opponent, a rabbit will jump over the wall when it's anxious. Not to mention this forcible J offender. There's no need to take that risk. Why are you chasing me? What did I do to you? The guy gasped for a while, finally sort of able to speak, and opened his mouth to ask, why am I chasing you? Why did you run yourself? Unclear. Li Hua sneered. Of course I'm going to run if you chase me. The guy started to play a rascal. Did you run first or did I chase first? You don't have a number in your own heart? Li Hua wasn't going to go around that circle with him of why he ran without chasing and why he chased without running. He picked right to the heart of the matter. This guy turned around and ran when he heard a cop. Who would do that if they didn't have a ghost in their heart? What's more, Li Hua had met with him in his previous life in the detention center, and had also seen him in the green belt 2 days ago. Combining these points, he was confident that he had definitely not blocked the wrong person. Although because of the early exposure of that idiot Zhong Qifa, it made this squatting fail and didn't catch this guy in the act. But even in this current situation, Li Hua felt that it was enough. He believed that with Hulonggong's skills, after catching the real culprit, there was absolutely no possibility of not being able to interrogate the result. Okay, I won't run now. I'll always go home. The guy finally straightened up and slowly made his way out towards the alley. He was sure that his crime must not have been discovered yet, or else those police officers would have come straight to him tonight instead of squatting. In that case, there was no need to hide from these people themselves. Just walk home in a big way and then lay low for a while and don't do anything until the wind blows over. Go home? Let's go to the office to take a statement first. We can't chase you such a trip for nothing. Li Hua could see his mind. Of course he couldn't let him get what he wanted. Directly moved his body and continued to block his body. I didn't commit any crime. What statement to take? I was in a hurry to go home for dinner. That's why I ran just now. Don't stop me. The guy saw that Li Hua didn't have much evidence either, so his attitude got even tougher. Even if you haven't committed anything, the police have the power to take you back to assist in the investigation. Understand? Want to eat simple? Go to the office to give you a bucket of instant noodles. But this statement you must record. It was true that Li Hua didn't have any evidence, but he believed that as long as he handed this guy over to Hulonggang, then the rest would have nothing to do with him. So he's still plugging the guy. However, just at this time, that guy's body suddenly charged violently, and his hand, which had been hidden behind him all this time, also had an extra dagger, and stabbed towards Li Hua with a single slash. Chapter 49, Injuries. Obviously, this forcible sex offender also knew that if he went into the police station, there was a high probability that he wouldn't be able to get out. Therefore, he had to escape even at the risk of hurting someone in order to do so. For someone like him, who had a criminal record on him, hurting someone was no big deal. Faced with the brightly shining knife, Li Hua couldn't help but tighten his heart even though he had prepared for it. He was only an ordinary person after all, and he would still feel fear when encountering such occasions. But he was at least a man of 2 lives, and had experienced such a great event as rebirth, so his mental quality was fine. Even though he was already fuming in his heart, Li Hua dodged very quickly. However, he was ultimately a bit slow, and although he avoided his vital parts, he let the other party's dagger cut his arm. The blood clattered out, not only shocking Li Hua, but also shocking the rapist. Although the other party had committed a number of vicious cases consecutively, it was the first time that he had injured someone so directly with a knife, and he was a bit timid himself when he encountered such a situation. At this time the first to react has to be Li Hua. His previous life in the bottom of the mix, fights and even play life and things like that have been done. Instead of letting him wimp out, the blood avalanched out and inspired the ferociousness in his heart. Bang! He kicked the juggernaut in the waist, directly knocking the latter to the ground. And then he didn't stop for a second, rushing up to the man lying on the ground and kicking him violently, as if he had the intention of kicking the man straight to death. The rapist fell to the ground, waving his dagger around, and although he did occasionally touch Li Hua's leg, he could only inflict a little superficial wound, not causing any substantial damage. Fighting to such a point, both sides do not have much skill. To see who is more courageous, it was obvious that Li Hua was not only experienced enough, but also far more ferocious than that strong J offender. Soon, the strong J offender's movements began to become slight, and he couldn't even afford to continue wielding the dagger. Finally, after Li Hua kicked an unknown number of feet, his entire body curled up into a ball, completely incapable of fighting back. Damn! Dare to stab me? I'll kill you! However, by this time Li Hua had almost gone crazy. He still didn't stop kicking the guy. Li Hua, stop it! Li Hua, stop fighting! Finally, Hulonggang had found them, and only with great difficulty did he free the forcible J convict, who was already about to be kicked to death. and also brought Li Hua under control. Stopping, Li Hua then felt that his arms and legs hurt like hell. At the same time his head was a little dizzy from the overexertion and maybe a little bit of blood loss. What about this guy? Hu Longgang hugged Li Hua while asking the other cops to check the state of the guy lying on the ground. The external injuries are quite serious. I don't know if there are any internal injuries. It's best to send it to the hospital for a checkup. The policeman couldn't help but be a little staggered when he looked at the appearance of the guy on the ground. It's been some years since I've seen anyone get beat up this bad. Usually when punks fight and brawl and whatnot, it's rare that they'll beat someone up like this. I guess that Li Hua should be fighting mad. I didn't expect him to look so gentle, or a cadre of the municipal party committee office, but to fight so desperately. Is this the forcible J criminal you were talking about? Hu Longgang looked at Li Hua again. That's right. It's him. I saw him groping furtively in the green belt 2 nights ago when I was taking my convenience. Plus what I pondered before. This criminal must have passed on the road by some hidden means. So I set my eyes on this guy. Let's just say I had better luck. Li Hua briefly explained a few things. He couldn't say nothing, and saying nothing would be more suspicious. He certainly couldn't say too much, and he still understood the truth of saying more than was wrong. So all he could do was make a brief comment and then also attribute the result to luck, which should be almost enough to deal with. Regardless of whether or not he's a forcible J offender, injuring someone with a dagger is enough for detention. First arrange for 2 people to take him to the hospital for a checkup, and if there's no problem then bring him straight back to the facility. Hu Longgang briefly judged the situation. Although the guy lying on the ground had been beaten up rather badly, the dagger was in his hand, and combined with the several scratches on Li Hua's body, it wasn't hard to judge the situation at that time. So, anyway, bring that guy back first. As to whether he is a forcible sex offender, it's easy to go back and examine and find out. That's how police solve crimes sometimes. It's very difficult to go looking for clues to find evidence and then find the culprit when you don't know who the culprit is. And once a suspect is locked in, plus any investigation that can be done on the suspect, then there is absolutely no way that this guy can escape the investigation as long as he really is the culprit. The kind where the suspect is locked between a few people from the start, like in some TV cartoons, is actually the best case for the police to solve. What they fear most are the headless cases. Yes. A couple of cops got the order and got the guy on the ground. After that guy saw so many police officers, he no longer had any intention of resisting. Even his legs went soft, and he could only let others dispose of him. I'll take you to the hospital first. You have a lot of injuries that have to be taken care of as well. Hu Longgang took another look at Li Hua who still needed his assistance to barely stand. This is also an important person in the city council. Nothing must happen. It's fine. I'll go by myself. Mr. Hu will probably be busy tonight. So don't worry about me. Li Hua struggled for a bit and felt that he didn't have any problems, so he let go of Hu Longgang's arm. Are you sure you're okay? Hu Longgang was uneasy and took another look at the several wounds on his body. Luckily, they were all superficial wounds, and none of them were too deep, so it really didn't seem like a big deal. Alright then, I'll leave now. You must call me in time if anything happens. I'll be there as soon as I can. Huron just rushed off after saying that. Having just caught the guy who meant to be a juggernaut, he would be very busy tonight indeed. Hiss. Watching Hu Longgang leave, Li Hua tried to take 2 steps, and the pain in his legs immediately made him suck in a breath of cold air. Just now, after some fierce kicks, although he had kicked that forced J criminal to the point that he couldn't move, his leg had also suffered from the recoil, and it seemed that he had some injuries. Asterisk. Li Hua cursed viciously, then limped out of that gloomy alley, trying to find a crowded place to take a taxi to the hospital. Chapter 50, Medical Malpractice. Although it was already past 10 in the evening, the number of people lined up at the hospital's emergency surgery department was something Li Hua had never expected before. There was quite a bit of blood all over his body, and when he got to the place, he was surprised to find that his condition, even though it was not the best of all the people who came to the clinic, was definitely not the worst. Most of the people who come here have bruised noses and a little blood on them is more than enough. Li Hua sat there quietly in line, hearing the surrounding people one by one with a big tongue there yelling and shouting. Even though the body Hang's color cannot stop them from blowing wildly, the heart cannot help but feel a lot of emotions. This drinking thing is really quite harmful. Luckily it was still only just after 10, and for most of the wine monkeys, the first session hadn't ended yet, so Li Hua wasn't too far back in the line, and it didn't take long for him to get there. The number he hung up on was a female doctor, who didn't look too old, and although her face was blocked by a mask, her large eyes were fluttering and very soulful. What are you, caught up? The young doctor was just slightly less experienced, and even though a doctor on the night shift shouldn't have a problem with inexperience, Li Hua's injuries still startled this doctor. This was normal. After all, Most of the people who came here had traumatic injuries caused by fists and kicks or at most sticks, and cuts like Li Hua's, which were obviously cut by a sharp instrument, were really quite rare. After all, this kind of thing you fight with your fists even if you give someone a half-dead. It's not much of a big deal. But if you move in with a knife, then you basically have to alert the police. And after the police were deployed, they had their special designated place to treat people's trauma, but also will not run to the emergency department of the First People's Hospital. So this young doctor for the cuts and bruises to see is really not much. The young female doctor almost subconsciously wanted to call the police. Yeah, I was coming home at night when I happened to run into some cops arresting a prisoner, and while helping out I got cut by the prisoner. Li Hua glanced at the female doctor's badge. Xia Wanru. The name was quite a lady's name. You helped the police catch a thief. Didn't they have to arrange treatment for you? Xia Wanru was a bit skeptical. Comrade, police officers are so busy. This small injury of mine doesn't affect anything, so I didn't want to trouble them. Li Hua smiled. He could see the little doctor's concern. Don't worry, if I really committed something, I wouldn't dare to run to the First People's Hospital to get stitched up and bandaged. Wouldn't that be like throwing myself into the net? Xia Wanru finally nodded. If this person in front of him had really committed a crime, he would have definitely sought out a small clinic that no one knew about to treat his wounds, and the First People's Hospital would almost certainly have received a police concurrence notice. Sit down here. I'll disinfect you first, and then I'll stitch up your wound. She began to prepare the various materials and equipment to be used for the treatment. Just then, there was a sudden, disorganized clamor from outside the door. What kind of bull ******* hospital? You have to wait so long to treat an injury. I'm going to die if I wait in line. The man's voice was so loud that even through the door, it could be heard clearly in the consulting room, not at all like he was dying. This was followed by a screeching noise, and it was clear that he seemed to be smashing something, or at the very least overturning the seats that the hospital had given to the people in line to sit on. This sudden burst of loud noise caused Xia Wanru to be startled. Although it should not be uncommon to see people on night duty causing trouble, she was obviously still not quite able to adapt to this kind of thing. Don't worry, nothing will happen. If someone really dares to cause trouble in the hospital, just call the police to arrest them directly. Li Hua comforted. He'd seen a lot of things like medical malpractice, which depended largely on the severity of what had happened to the person causing the disturbance, and whether the police wanted to be involved. For example, if someone in your family is being treated for death in the hospital, then the police can only turn a blind eye if you drag your family to the hospital to wear white mourning. And for those like this who want to make a scene because they think the line is too long, if they really get into trouble, unless the police don't have time to pay attention to them, I'm afraid they'll have to go to the police station to sober up. Aha, Xia Wanru nodded. Then she suddenly realized that when it came to something like this, it seemed like she should have comforted the injured person herself not to worry. How come it was the other way around? Don't you worry, it'll be fine. So she immediately went through what she had to do. Li Hua smiled and didn't say anything. Xia Wanru put on her medical gloves and picked up a piece of alcohol cotton ball with a clip, so she was ready to sterilize the other side. However, just at this time, the door was kicked open with a bang, and a big fat man with a red face and a bleeding forehead came in aggressively. Paralyzed. I have broken my head and my life is about to die. Hurry up and treat me first. The man walked in and was about to get Li Hua out of the way without being told. Do you believe that if you dare to touch me, I can make another hole in your head? Li Hua sat there and didn't move a muscle, just said coldly. That big fat man froze for a moment, and then after seeing that this young man's body was actually covered in knife wounds, he couldn't help but wimp out a bit. This kid, he can't be a tough guy who dares to slash against others. Such people are not to be messed with. But Big Fatty was also a man of some substance, so naturally he wouldn't be willing to be defeated just like that. Do you know who I am and you dare to talk to me like that? Are you looking for death? He said viciously, but his feet involuntarily took a step backward. I don't care who you are. If you want to be treated for your injuries, then honestly go and queue up outside. If you don't want to be treated, then get the hell out of here. And if you want to keep making a scene, I'll definitely make you regret it. Li Hua was full of concern and didn't even look at him. Big Fatty was embarrassed in his mind. He wanted to teach this kid in front of him a hard lesson, but when he saw this kind of attitude of the other party, he was afraid that he would be a bad opponent, so he didn't know what to do for a while. Just you wait. I won't let you go. After a moment's thought, he exited the clinic with a huff. Why don't you hurry up? I suspect that guy might have gone to call someone. Xia Wanru had been staring at that big fat man the whole time, and she saw the latter pull out his cell phone and dial up a call as he went out the door. It's fine. Just keep doing what you're doing and nothing else will happen. Li Hua smiled faintly at her, then didn't say anything else. He'd gotten several cuts on his body tonight and was holding a fire, too, and although he'd kicked the jock half to death, It didn't seem like he'd let out any pain yet. Now there were unknowing guys who were going to send them to the door. So it was their bad luck that they had run right into a gun. Chapter 51, Siege. Xia Wanru didn't say anything else. She began her work, carefully decontaminating the wound with an alcohol cotton ball while surreptitiously sizing up the man in front of her. The man looked to be in his 20s, with sword brows and starry eyes. Extraordinarily handsome, and if he walked on the street he would definitely be someone with a high rate of return. But who would have thought that this man, so handsome, could say something so manly? Xia Wanru felt that her heartbeat had some acceleration. Such a sunny and handsome man protected himself in the time of danger. Any young girl is afraid that it is difficult not to be moved. Calm down. Calm down. He is a white angel who saves lives and treats injuries first. Xia Wanru struggled to calm herself down before she started stitching. It was good to see that she still had no problems with her business skills, and after calming down, the wound was stitched up fast and well. Don't worry, the stitches can be removed in about a week or so. Basically it won't leave any scars. Xia Wanru looked at her results and was somewhat satisfied. Thanks. Li Hua nodded somewhat helplessly and raised his hand to wipe off the cold sweat on his forehead. The stitches thing actually hurt quite a bit, more so than being cut. But there was a little girl next to him who kept looking at himself with adoring and appreciative eyes, and Li Hua was too embarrassed to call out in pain, so he could only grit his teeth and hold on. Finally, the stitches were over, and his own teeth were nearly completely crushed, and he now felt much more tired than if he had just been in a fight. After you go out in a while, hurry up and don't stop even if you see that person just now. It's best to hide a little. Xia Wanru instructed again while bandaging her wounds. She couldn't help but blush a little more when she saw Li Hua's slightly smiling eyes. Because your wound has just been stitched up. If you were to fight and clash with someone else, you'd tear the wound again. And that would be a problem. Luckily, the mask was in the way, or I would have been mortified. After saying her words, Xia Wanru hurriedly turned her body and lay down on the table to write up the case and medical advice. Okay, I got it. Thank you. Li Hua nodded and took the medical advice, then got up and walked out of the clinic. Bye, Xia Wanru shouted behind her. Bye, Li Hua replied. Oops, really gone? Xia Wanru sat back in her seat with some frustration in her eyes. Li Hua didn't know what was going on in the young girl's mind, and he didn't have half a mind to try to figure out such things. He slowly made his way out of the clinic, then out of the emergency waiting hall, and out of the emergency building. Outside the emergency building, there were half a dozen sleazy guys smoking cigarettes there, and when they saw Li Hua come out, they all gathered around at once. Kid, I can't believe you didn't run. Your guts are really not small. That big fat man was the one who was the leader among them. At this moment, his head had been simply bandaged up, and he was having a sardonic smile on his face. Why did I run? Because of you? Li Hua gave him a disdainful look. I didn't realize I had overestimated this fat man. When I saw his stance before, I thought he was a small cadre at the grassroots level, the kind with a little power in his hands. Now that I look at it, I might have been wrong. The guy now looks like a gang leader at best. Getting angry with this kind of person is purely asking for trouble. Li Hua couldn't help but scream in his mind that he was unlucky. If that big fat guy was some small cadre at the grassroots level, then with his current status, he could definitely take him down by casually scaring him with a few words. However, now that the gang was clearly a bunch of punks, it would be hard to deal with. This is not to say that the punks are more powerful than the small cadres at the grassroots level, but the small cadres at the grassroots level know more or less what they are afraid of. And these punks generally don't know the heights of heaven, and they're not afraid of any of them, except for the ones who can clean them up straight away. This is also known as the so-called showman's encounter with the soldier, and there is no reason to say anything. This is not a good situation to deal with right now. Of course, one had to deal with it even if it wasn't easy to deal with it, and it was absolutely impossible to get Li Hua to bow down to these punks. Since he had relived his life, he had to hold his head high at all times. How could he be intimidated by a bunch of punks? Kid, you do talk tough enough, but I'd like to see you continue to be so tough after you take a beating in a while. Big Fatty was just furious when he saw Li Hua's appearance. However, he was also a little scared at heart of the young man in front of him, and although he didn't know why, he felt that he had better protect himself first, so he took 2 steps back without a trace and hid behind a group of minions. Brothers, get your asses together and teach this kid a good lesson. Didn't he just get out of the hospital? Let's send him in again. Big Fatty felt that he was already safe and immediately shouted. Anyway, in this position, even if that kid across the street suddenly stormed out, he couldn't hurt himself. I can't imagine that there are still old acquaintances. Good, then you guys go together and I'll try to see just how capable you are. Li Hua took out his cell phone with one hand and secretly made a call to Hulonggang. To deal with this group of punks, it has to be the grassroots police station that has the most power. At the same time, He took a few steps back slightly, and with the rest of his eyes, he began to search the neighborhood for any working weapons. Wanting to deal with several punks with your bare hands is absolutely impossible. You have to have something in your hand to be able to deal with it. Of course, at this time, he also realized that two of the punks in the group across the street were the ones who had been beaten up by himself the last time he followed Lan's family. He remembered that all those people should have been cleaned up by the police station, so they should be a little scared of themselves, right? Li Hua wasn't sure about this, but he called it out anyway to see how the other side would react. Even a little delay would be nice. You are. Li Hua's hand was really useful, and as soon as his words left his mouth, two people on the opposite side stopped their movements and stared at him seriously. We just had a fight 2 days ago, and even went to the police station. You guys forgot so quickly? Good. Then let's fight again to help you deepen your impression. Seeing that his words were effective, Li Hua hurriedly continued. He had to bring up the police station to jog the memories of those two. Sure enough, after hearing Li Hua's words, those two men's faces changed, and they hurriedly ran to Big Fatty's side and whispered a few words to him with their heads down. You know Hu Shou? Big Fatty was also taken aback when he heard his men's words. Hu Long Gang's big name. For them, the gangsters on the ground, it could be said to be like the king of heaven. They felt scared just by hearing it. At this time, Li Hua just happened to press on the speakerphone of his cell phone at once, and Hu Longdong's voice came out directly from the phone. Damn it, Go Fatty. If you dare to touch a single hair of this leader Li, I'll strip your whole body of dog skin and feed it to the pigs. You wait for me. I'll be right there. Chapter 52, The Leader's Call. Big Fatty was directly dumbfounded by this scolding and didn't dare to move a muscle. Hu Long Gang's voice was naturally incomparably familiar to him, and even if he was deaf, he definitely wouldn't be unable to hear it. It was because of his familiarity that he could hear that Hu Shou seemed to be in a real hurry this time. This kid in front of me, he's actually an important person. Someone that even Hu Shou needs to deal with carefully? Did you hear me, Fatty Go? After not hearing a response, Hu Long Gang's accent got a few points louder. Don't you dare play dead for me. I'm telling you, if you dare to be dishonest tonight, unless you don't hang out in Yunzhou in the future, I will definitely skin you. I'm in Hu Shou. At this point Big Fatty knew he couldn't hide anymore. Although in front of a few little brother low voiced some shame, but that is after all Hu Shao. Oneself to Hu Shao bowed down, and what is the matter? After all, the thing that scared them most, the punks, was the police of the precinct police station, especially the powerful ones who didn't receive much favors, or simply their natural nemesis. There's no way. The reason why the punks are able to run amok is mostly because they don't make big mistakes all year round and don't make small ones, and generally don't cause any big problems, and for the small ones, they are generally more or less related or more deadbeat, so the police generally just turn a blind eye to them. But if the police really want to clean up after them, it's pretty simple. Especially like Hu Long Gang, such a police officer. Face black up what people's face are not sold. Really, if you clean up which person, regardless of whether you know Zhang San or Li Si, directly brought back to the small darkroom closed for 12 hours, the average person wouldn't know what was going to happen in those 12 hours. And those who had gone through the little darkroom weren't afraid of him to death when they came out. Big Fatty was unfortunate enough to be put in a small cell the year before, and he came out of it with his whole body shrunk. Last year he was almost imprisoned again. And then it was only by his quick wits that he betrayed a few of his addict brothers, plus making a pledge that he would never dare to do anything bad again, that he was able to escape that fate. And as far as he could remember, whether it was the time he went into the small darkroom the year before or the time he almost went into the small darkroom last year, Hu Shou had never been so angry as he was this time. Officer Hu, I know I'm wrong. I won't dare to do it again. You are generous. Just let me off once. Big Fatty was almost on his knees over the phone. He couldn't help but shiver at the thought of the dark experiences of his past. If there were any pills of regret in the world, he would not have come to the hospital tonight to cause trouble. No, he wouldn't be drinking that little bit of horse piss tonight. Release you once? Ask Leader Li if he can let you off once. Hu Shou coldly grunted. Leader Li, I have eyes but I don't recognize him to tie. I have offended your old man, but I'm just a sand sculpture. Tidying me up will only dirty your hands, so you can just let me go as a fart. The big fat man no longer had the same momentum as before, nodding his head at Li Hua for a while, looking not much different from a pug wagging its tail. This spanning face change of his directly opened the eyes of all those minions of his. If you don't say how people can be the big brothers, this see the wind to make the helm of the faceless skill, is the little brother can never learn. Don't be such a wimp. I still like how you were untamed just now. Li Hua frowned. He also didn't expect this big fat man to be able to whip out to such an extent, which made it a bit hard for him to get off his ass if he wanted to clean up the other party. This is too shameless. No. In front of you, I will never have any bratty. I am just a little fat brother. I absolutely dare not go west if you tell me to go east, as long as you give the order. Even if you let me kneel down and lick your shoes, it's no problem. Big Fatty couldn't care less about face. Being able to stay out of that little dark room at the HOS was all that mattered to him. Fine, get lost. It's disgusting. Li Hua frowned and waved his hand. He was in no mood to meet such an exhausting bastard. Officer Hu, did you hear that? Leader Li said he can spare me. Big Fatty, however, didn't dare to leave just like that. He rushed at the cell phone in Li Hua's hand again. Alright, get lost. I'm sick of hearing it on the phone. Hu Longgang was obviously a bit more adaptable to this kind of thing. This old city police station chief has encountered a similar situation is still quite a lot. Do not look at him just a small police station chief. The level is not high, but the power is really not small. What a pat him on the back of the people is also quite a lot. Thank you, Mr. Hu. Thank you, Leader Li. The big fat man thanked him profusely and looked so close to kowtowing to the phone. Only after thanking him did he turn around and with a wave of his hand, he took those minions of his and left with a gray streak. Thanks, Hu Shou. If it weren't for your help, I wouldn't really know how to deal with these people. Watching him go, Li Hua then picked up his cell phone and put it next to his ear. You mustn't be polite to me. You've done me a great favor this time. I've studied this kid you caught. It's very likely that he's the suspect we're going to arrest this time. When the case is solved, I'll definitely report it to the district and city bureaus to give you credit. Hu Longgang said smilingly on the other end of the phone. I'll have to do you a bigger favor later, Li Hua said silently in his mind. After he and Hu Longgang exchanged a few polite words, he hung up the phone and went back home. However, perhaps he himself did not realize that this incident of helping the police station to solve the case had brought him considerable repercussions. Over the next few days, Li Hua was still going through the motions. For several routes of measurement data have come out, and now distributed to the various units of various leaders for everyone to study. Just waiting for the study after the next meeting to discuss. Li Hua has not received any new assignments here, so it's still all about preparing for the next meeting all the time. Although he wasn't sure if he would get a chance to speak at the next meeting given his rank, but it's definitely a good idea to be prepared for this kind of thing, and it wouldn't hurt to be a little more prepared. What's more, before the next meeting, he will have to report to Han Wenyuan once more, even if he doesn't have the opportunity to speak. Using these thoughts to influence Director Han, that is also equivalent to speaking at the meeting. Li Hua just stayed in his position writing the material, and didn't have any excessive communication with his colleagues in the office, and after 3 days, he finally organized all that he could express at this stage. At this time, Zhou Guangliang coldly appeared in an office. Li Hua, Secretary Lin wants to see you. Chapter 53, The Leader's Knockout. Although Zhou Guangliang was also considered a person in one place, he didn't have many opportunities to come to one office. Although he worked very close to one of the offices, the vast majority of the time, when he wanted to find someone at one of the locations, he would just call. Of course, one division chief, Niu Hongfeng, is an exception. Every time he needed to find him for something, Zhou Guangliang would come over personally. After all, nominally speaking, Niu Hongfeng was also considered his leader. Zhou Guangliang, although in the city, is considered to be a springtime political rookie, but when it comes to the right position, he never gets carried away. However, this time, he even for a common clerk personally came to a office, which makes the other comrade's heart more or less have some ideas. How long has it been since Director Zhou came here for an ordinary officer like this? It seems like it has to be years. And, surprisingly, it's Secretary Lin who wants to see this kid? Although we are all from one place, basically can be considered the closest to Secretary Lin. But to be honest, we do not have many chances to see Secretary Lin every day. Most of them are just chance encounters outside, and no one has this opportunity to personally go to Secretary Lin's office to report on their work. But Li Hua had only just arrived a few days before he was given this honor, and although everyone knew that he was in a special situation, his heart still didn't feel the same way. It seems that this kid is really favored, and it seems like people don't really have a chance to compete with him. Everyone's heart was a little sour. Li Hua didn't have the heart to pay attention to these people's thoughts. He was also a bit surprised after hearing Zhou Guanliang's words. Secretary Lin wants to see himself? I've been writing material myself for the past 2 days, and I haven't done much of anything. This material hasn't been handed in yet either, so it's unlikely that the leaders will see it. So, what exactly is calling yourself for? But one thing Li Hua could be sure of was that for his level, a big leader summoning, generally speaking, it was unlikely to be anything bad, because if it is a bad thing, the leader simply does not need to call you to him. Want to clean up you that there are ways? So it's usually a good thing. Just good things. Hurry up. Don't let the leader wait impatiently. Zhou Guangliang didn't leave after shouting at Li Hua, but stood right in front of the office in one place. Seeing that the latter seemed to be a little dazed, he prodded. Okay, I'm coming. Li Hua hurriedly got up and quickly walked out of the office amidst the complicated eyes of the crowd. I heard that you've been doing well lately. And the leader was smiling when he said he'd let you go. Zhou Guangliang walked beside him and whispered. So that's the reason why the position of secretary, although the rank doesn't seem to be very high, the importance is very strong. On the one hand, he can help you arrange a sequence when you want to see the main leaders, and on the other, if you are suddenly summoned by the leaders, through his hints, you can know whether the leaders are looking for you for good or bad. With Zhou Guanliang's words, Li Hua's heart became even more stabilized, completely free of the nervousness he had felt before. But even so, as he stood in front of Lin Yi once more, the latter's powerful aura of a party of lords still made him unable to resist tightening up. I saw that route survey you did. Very well done. Detailed data and fast. As soon as Lin Yi opened his mouth, he was praising him, and his words were concise and not much nonsense. It was part of his style to never get to the point with anything, not really liking to beat around the bush. Of course, this style also depends on who you're talking to. For a subordinate like Li Hua, whose rank was lower and whom he liked more, he could certainly use this style. But to the members of the municipal party committee, of course, he could not use this style, although the members of the committee were also considered his subordinates. Those people were still rather special. As for the higher-ups, it's not up to him to decide what style to use. That's up to the higher-ups. Still, in front of Li Hua, Lin Yi held all the initiative. Thank you Secretary Lin for the compliment. It's mainly the construction bureau's workers who work seriously and hard. The role I played wasn't that big. Li Hua didn't use the common humble rhetoric of saying that he didn't do much either. Because if you say something like that, you might instead make the leader feel as if you really didn't make much of an effort. At times like this, emphasizing more on the contributions of others and then placing yourself in a position of secondary credit is a good answer. You are also very good. As expected, Secretary Lin was still satisfied with this answer of his. I heard you guys had a little hiccup when you were taking measurements? It was a group of gangsters causing trouble. Fortunately the police station handled it properly and in time. It didn't affect our normal work too much. Li Hua knew that with Secretary Lin's ability, he shouldn't be unaware of who was behind that conflict that occurred during the measurement. But this kind of stuff can't be said by him. It's up to the leader. If the leader has the idea of leading in that direction, then he can naturally help add to it. But if the leader has no intention of expanding the matter, then don't say anything more than is necessary. You did a good job. Director Liu of the City Bureau called me today and praised you for your key role in the detection of a case. And I also didn't realize that you had some talent in criminal investigation. Secretary Lin nodded. He knew about Li Hua being taken in by the police station. And he also knew about the Lan family's efforts behind the scenes to ruthlessly clean up the former. As the secretary of the municipal party committee, Lin Yi of course couldn't let the men who worked for him suffer such injustice. So he sent Zhou Guangliang to solve the problem. However, before Zhou Guangliang could arrive at the City North Police Station, Li Hua took the problem out on his own. This surprised and delighted Secretary Lin. Leaders of course like subordinates who can solve problems on their own. But he couldn't understand Li Hua's way of solving problems. It wasn't until today, after receiving the commendation from the City Council, that Secretary Lin was able to guess 9 times out of 10. He had some praise and some disapproval for this behavior of Li Hua. As the secretary of the municipal party committee, Lin Yi's favorite thing was of course being able to take everything into his own hands. He didn't like things that were unstable. Yet what Li Hua is doing is, in a way, something very destabilizing. But he did, and that's nothing to sneeze at. But can he guarantee he'll do it every time? So this habit has to be changed. As a higher-up who admires him a lot, he must also be given a proper knock at this point in time. Chapter 54, The Tangled Secretary Lin. Secretary Lin's knock was very subtle. Ordinary people might not be able to detect it at all. And this was also a test of Li Hua's enlightenment. But the latter caught the connotation at once. If you have a talent in criminal investigation, then is it possible to work in the criminal investigation department in the future? Of course, Li Hua is a civil servant of the municipal government. It is somewhat difficult to transfer directly to the Public Security Bureau. Still, for a city clerk, there's nothing wrong with transferring him to the political and legal portfolios. It's just that it's easy to get in this political and legal port, but it's not so easy to get out. For a person with upward mobility in his career, being transferred to the political and legal portfolios are all absolutely unacceptable. Li Hua certainly won't be any exception. Where do I know anything about criminal investigation work? Just by luck when I went home at night I just happened to have seen that criminal sneaking around. And then after learning about the case I vaguely felt that there must be some connection between them. So I wanted to try. And I didn't think that I would actually be able to catch someone. he said with a bitter smile. Li Hua said 1,000 times that he had to declare that all of this was just an accident. All of it was just luck. He doesn't know anything about criminal investigation, and he doesn't know anything at all about the political and legal aspects of the job, and it's absolutely impossible for him to go to the political and legal departments. Oh, you. Lin Yi laughed. What kind of character was he? Of course it was impossible for him not to hear this little thought of Li Hua's, and he couldn't help but shake his head. And, of course, he had absolutely no intention of letting Li Hua go to the political and legal departments. The kid is a talent, and if he's thrown straight into politics and law, he'll be able to utilize some of his talents, but it's still too limiting. But exactly how he was going to use this guy, Lin Yi hadn't made up his mind until now. Staying around as a secretary feels like a bit of a shame and a waste of talent. If you let him out, his rank is too low, he's only at the deputy section level, so he can't really do anything. That's why Secretary Lin is also a bit torn. So what do you think? You're better at doing? He thought about it for a moment, and decided that since the conversation was over, he'd take the opportunity to ask, and just to see what the young man himself thought. Me? Li Hua froze. How do you answer a leader who asks you what you think you're good at doing? Li Hua was tempted to say, I am most suitable to be an official, to be a big official, and I must be able to do a better job than all those who are now officials. However, this kind of words and friends drink too much to say okay. In front of the municipal party secretary if said, I guess tomorrow can report back to the party school. I'm not really too sure what I'm good at myself. After all, I've only been working for a year, and before that, I've also been teaching at the party school, but I think, personally, I'd prefer to engage in economic or construction type of work. Li Hua knew he couldn't think about this question for too long, so he gave an answer after briefly mulling it over. First of all, I haven't been working for very long, and I'm not really in politics, so it's okay to say that I'm not too sure. Then he said that he was more inclined to work on the economy or construction because both of them were responsible for more concrete work and it was relatively easy to produce results. In such a short period of time, Li Hua felt that it was already okay for him to come up with such a response wording. Well, the idea is good, but you still need to learn more. Secretary Lin raised his wrist and looked at his watch. He also seems to have made some kind of decision. I understand, Secretary Lin. Li Hua stood up. He knew that the leader's glance at his watch meant that his time was almost up and it was time to retire. If there's nothing else, I'll go back to my work. Secretary Lin didn't say another word, just nodded. After talking to Secretary Lin, although he hadn't gotten any promises, and hadn't even had any formal compliments, Li Hua felt as if his body was filled with energy. Is this perhaps the ability to lead? He couldn't tell. Anyway, he went back and carefully and seriously revised the material he had written before sending it to Han Wenyuan. Han Wenyuan didn't make any statement, just left the material. Li Hua, who was a little unsure of what to do for a while, began to study the back part of the BRT line. The latter part is not as controversial as the earlier part, but the necessary work still needs to be done. Thinking everything through in advance is the only way to not be caught off guard when things come to a head. However, even though Li Hua already felt that he had done everything he could, he still felt caught off guard before the second preparatory meeting began. Things in the official world are so stormy and unpredictable. On the morning of the start of the second preparatory meeting, Zhou Guangliang suddenly brought a face that was somewhat unfamiliar to everyone to his own place outside Secretary Lin's office to explain something. Then that unfamiliar face entered Secretary Lin's office again, and then came out and sat directly on Zhou Guanliang's original position. This time, it directly made all those leading cadres queuing up outside Secretary Lin's office all stare in disbelief. Originally, everyone thought that this position of Secretary of the Municipal Party Committee was bound to be Li Hua's. After all, Secretary Lin for Li Hua's appreciation is still relatively obvious. In a short period of time in a row received several times. Do not use him as a secretary with whom? And no one can say for sure what this strange face really is. Everyone found it a bit baffling. Li Hua felt the same way himself. Although he hadn't said in front of Secretary Lin that he wanted to be this secretary before, he felt that this matter shouldn't be too much of a problem. Even if he can't be the secretary, the leader should have a good arrangement for him. But what's going on now? Nothing on his side. And the new secretary on Secretary Lin's side is here? Li Hua's mood was immediately depressed. There was no way for him to talk to anyone else about this kind of thing. He could only ponder it carefully in his mind. But he couldn't figure out how to figure out what was wrong with him. Until he followed Han Wenyuan on his way to the city's transportation bureau. He was still full of thoughts. Han Wenyuan naturally could not fail to see the gravity on Li Hua's expression. And it was even more unlikely that he did not know that Secretary Lin already had a new secretary. However, the man who had originally always chatted with Li Hua no matter what the situation was didn't say a word all the way this time. After arriving at the venue of the Transportation Bureau, Han Wenyuan went straight to the podium. As for Li Hua, after glancing at the row of name tags on the podium, he knew that it was impossible to have his own place this time, but he didn't think too much about it, so he went to the back row and casually found a place to sit down. Chapter 55, Ignorant Girls. Being well informed is a necessary quality for all in officialdom, especially like the municipal party secretary has a new secretary of such a big event, but also the city transportation bureau of this kind of unit must be timely grasped, and their response was very quick indeed. Logically, Li Hua sat on the podium at the last meeting, and this time, according to the usual practice, he should be given a place on the podium, but the Department of Transportation has chosen not to do so. This can only be taken to mean that the leaders of the Transportation Bureau believe that Li Hua has fallen out of favor with Secretary Lin and no longer deserves to sit on the podium at such meetings. The meeting started soon, and this time, Li Hua really didn't have a chance to speak either. Rather, it was Lan Tianyu who stole the show, finally sitting on the podium this time and making a long series of seemingly well-reasoned speeches about the BRT route that should be chosen for Jiefang Road. The route of Liberation Road also represents the interests of most people, especially the middle-level cadres of the Transportation Bureau and the Construction Committee, so Ran Tanyu's speech naturally also received their support. Not to mention, at least the applause after the speech was much more enthusiastic than any other leaders received. Even the Director of Transportation, Mr. Su Johnson, applauded with a smile on his face after he finished his speech, and that made Rantanaru even more pleased with himself. He looked around the entire venue and searched hard, finally spotting Li Hua sitting in the far back corner. He cast a provocative look at the latter. Yet the other person didn't even notice and simply ignored it. The smile on Rantanyu's face tightened. The proceedings of the meeting were not affected in any way. However, several more leaders with other views spoke next, all articulating their ideas and all gaining some support. But overall, it's the Lantana that's reaping the most support. As for the Haiyun Road proposal that Li Hua put forward last time, no one has mentioned it at all this time. Even Han Wenyuan, in his concluding remarks, only mentioned the fact that after the painstaking measurements of several staff members, it was concluded that Haiyun Road was the most suitable route for being planned as a bus rapid transit (BRT) route. But he only mentioned it, and didn't show any particular importance. If he doesn't even pay attention to it, the others are even less likely to think about it. No one mentioned it again until the end of the meeting. Director Han, last time you came and went in too much of a hurry, and this time it's just about the end of the afternoon. So why don't we continue our discussion on set route planning in a different place? After the meeting, Su Johnson took the initiative to extend an invitation to Han Wenyuan. Although it is said that all things have to go through a meeting to arrive at the final result, it is never possible to arrive at a result just by having a meeting. A lot of critical work is to be done outside of meetings. And with this invitation to Han Wenyuan, Su Johnson is obviously ready to change places and do a critical job. Good. I also happen to have a lot more things I want to exchange more with Director Su. Han Wenyuan readily agreed. He was going to stay and interact more with Su Jiansheng, so naturally Li Hua, who had followed his car along, would have to go back on his own. But since he had already gotten off work, Li Hua had no intention of going back to the municipal office. He didn't even plan to go back to the dormitory Zhou Guangliang had arranged for him either. The matter of not being Secretary Lin's secretary still had some effect on his mood, and he was ready to find a place to have a drink tonight. Although he didn't think it was possible to get drunk to relieve 1,000 sorrows either. Getting slightly drunk in a bad mood was indeed a good way to release stress. As for what comes next, he didn't worry about it. Isn't it just a slow pace for a city secretary who didn't make it as secretary? He's a born-again person and he still cares about this? If this windfall is not caught, there is naturally the next windfall for him to catch. As a born-again, his biggest advantage was that the vast majority of the more important windfalls over the next few years he had already grasped in advance. If he couldn't turn over even with so many cards, it would only prove that he himself was useless, a wimp, and unworthy of rising. Then he could only resign himself to his fate and not even complain to heaven. After all, God had already given him another chance. Li Hua kept his head down as he headed out of the Transportation Bureau, but almost ran headlong into a man standing in front of him. Chief Lang? He looked up. Li Hua, do you think that just because you got lucky and entered the municipal party committee, you'll be able to turn over a new leaf? That you'll be able to not take our Lan family seriously? Rantanyu stood there with a sneer on his face. Originally, although he didn't see Li Hua, he didn't dare to make much of a fuss because the latter was appreciated by Secretary Lin. But today, hearing that Secretary Lin had already confirmed a new secretary, not Li Hua, Lan Tianyu finally stopped suppressing all that anger he had felt before. A tiny Li Hua, originally a lackey of their Lan family, their scapegoat, now even wanting to escape from the Lan family, wanting to be an independent person, was simply whimsical. Lan Tianyu, I will settle the score with your Lan family sooner or later. You don't have to be in such a hurry, Li Hua said with a cold smile. The reason he hadn't gone after the Lan family yet was because he wasn't strong enough at the moment to deal with the Lan family at all, let alone the person behind the Lan family, especially the one behind the Lan family. Although he didn't know who it was, it must be a very powerful one. It was because in his previous life, Lan Qi had actually made it to the position of deputy mayor later on. Although she was promoted so quickly, there was a certain reason why she had the advantage of being an ignorant girl, but there were few people with such an advantage, but it was not completely unheard of. The term ignorant girl refers to the four identities of nonpartisan, intellectual, minority, and female. When the team is paired, the team structure is taken into account, and one or two or even more of the aforementioned identities are generally required to be in the team. And if there is a person who has so many identities at once, then she is naturally very easy to promote. Of course, even so, without the help of someone behind the force, just with an ignorant girl to become deputy mayor at the age of 40 or so, that is also never possible. This also proved that the strength of the person behind her was quite strong. That's why Li Hua also needed to build up a bit of strength, at least to ensure that he wouldn't be knocked out all at once when he fought them. But that didn't mean he'd forgotten what the Lan family had done to him. All those deceptions and injuries he had to clear up one by one before he could do so. Looking at Li Hua's eyes that were filled with hatred, Lan Tianyu was furious. It was obviously the Lan family that wanted to settle the score with this kid. How come it looked like he still wanted to settle the score with the Lan family? Isn't this a flip-flop? Li Hua, let me tell you, even if you're in the municipal office right now, I have a way to get you kicked out like a dead dog. You owe our Lan family so much, you have to pay it all back to us before you can do that. Rantanyu viciously put down a sentence, then turned around and left. Chapter 56, Stalking. Looking at Lan Tianyu's departing back, Li Hua's heart was also irritated. Having lived for more than 40 years in his previous life, he had seen many shameless people, but it was really rare for him to be able to see one as shameless as the Lan family. Obviously the Lan family did something wrong and pitted themselves, but in turn said that they owed the Lan family so much. This is still the words that people can say? Li Hua originally didn't intend to take action against the Lan family immediately now, but since Lan Tianyu was so shameless and wanted to clean up after him, he couldn't be blamed for striking back in advance. It's actually quite simple if you want to clean up the lantana. This old thing when so many years of officials, what corruption and bribery, misappropriation of public funds and other such things have done a lot of. As long as someone to check will be able to find out something. Only, this guy's back is also covered by a big brother. Want to let the people of the Discipline Inspection Commission seriously investigate, even if Li Hua real name report may not work. The best way is to just get some incriminating evidence on this guy so that even if others want to shelter him, they can't. There is another point. If Lan Tianyu was arrested because of corruption and bribery type of charges, his wife and children will at most just be sad and upset, not so much that they will be affected. And since Li Hua wanted to clean him up, he was bound to do something that would make the entire Lan family feel pain. He remembered something he had heard about before he was reborn, about 18 years later as well, not too far from his rebirth, when a scandal broke out about the long-retired Lan Tianyu. One of his mistresses brought her illegitimate son to the Lan family and made a big fuss with Lan Qi's mother and daughter, making a lot of people look at the joke. It was only because Lan Tianyu had already retired for many years, plus Lan Qi had already become the vice mayor at that time. For the sake of her reputation, so the matter was still suppressed. Li Hua had only heard a little bit of the catch, and it was incomplete, but the news brought back some memories. About 2 or 3 months backward from now, just after New Year's Day, Rantayo had asked herself to make several deliveries to a neighborhood, all of them of the kind that went directly to the door of the house. Now that he thought about it, he hadn't opened the boxes on the outside of those things, but he could sense that 2 of the large packages were clothes. Now that I think about it, maybe that was for Junior. Although he wasn't quite sure, Li Hua felt it was well worth trying. After all, this kind of thing can be very rewarding if you manage to bump into it. So Li Hua continued his shift as usual, but on the weekend, he sneaked out early in the morning to the neighborhood called Wantai, found the building he remembered, and found a hidden place next to it and waited. As per usual, Randall's usually doesn't get much of a home over the weekend either. According to him, either he goes fishing with his friends or plays cards and eats, which is entertainment anyway. Naturally, the family couldn't keep him from entertaining, so they had to let him be. But now that I think about it, it's much more likely that he's coming over on the weekends to spend time with his mistress. After all, it's entertainment. It must be said that Li Hua's luck was very good. Only just sat down not long before he saw the hat-wearing Rantanyu hurriedly enter the building. It was also that he was familiar enough with Orchid Jade. If he were an ordinary person, he really might not be able to recognize that guy. Of course, just being here doesn't prove anything. You have to catch him going out with his mistress or something to be considered conclusive evidence. So Li Hua continued to wait. This time his luck wasn't as good, and he waited until it was almost dark in the afternoon, but didn't wait for anyone to come out. It was now the first half of June. The weather was extremely hot. Li Hua had squatted here for a day's point, and his entire body was almost toasted, but he was sure that he would be rewarded for sticking with it, because whether that mistress is pregnant or has had a baby, she needs to get out and about and can't stay at home all day, and it was not easy for Lan Tianyu to come here, so it was only human to accompany her for a walk, and in their case, it's definitely best to wait until the evening when the weather cools down and there are fewer people to come out. Li Hua felt that he had a good chance of getting something if he continued to wait, so there he continued to grit his teeth. Finally, after staying up until after 9 o'clock, two people, a man and a woman, came out of that gatehouse. The man wore a hat and couldn't see his face in the dim light, and the woman had a big belly and was moving a little less conveniently. Li Hua recognized at once that the man was Ran Tanyu. He was seen holding up the woman, and the two of them, in a rather intimate gesture, just snuggled up to each other as they walked towards the edge of the neighborhood. They didn't go over to the pool in the middle of the neighborhood, because there would often be people hanging out there even at night, and it was always less safe for them to go to a crowded place, and the edge of the neighborhood, even if there were latecomers, would not be too many, just right for them to walk and take a stroll. Li Hua saw them leave and didn't follow them or take pictures to keep as evidence. All of these tactics are somewhat less useful to him. Admittedly, lining up intimate photos of Ran Taiyu with another woman and then sending them to the disciplinary committee does make it a little harder for him, but there are just too many ways to clear the air with just these kinds of photos. People are, after all, people with people above them, so whatever they do isn't too surprising, and Li Hua wanted a steady hold, so taking this kind of photo as evidence didn't make much sense, unless he could get a picture of those two rolling around in bed. But again, that was a little too difficult. However, that didn't mean Li Hua couldn't do anything about them. As a matter of fact, Li Hua already had a solution, and he could guarantee that it was definitely very effective. It's just that how to implement this very well, without compromising yourself, has to be thought through. Li Hua didn't want to make any mistakes and lose himself in order to get rid of Lan Tianyu. His future could be much brighter than Lan Tianyu's, and it was definitely very uneconomical to lose himself. While he was pondering, the phone suddenly rang. Li Hua touched his cell phone to see the old classmate who called Fatty Xiaodong. "Hey old classmate, looking for me in the middle of the night like this? You don't want to buy me a drink, do you?" He picked up the phone and joked about it in passing. "You're really smart. You've guessed my mind in a flash, and I'm really looking for you to have a drink. You know about the Grassland Pure Lamb Barbecue, right? I'm here. Come quickly." On the phone Shadden's tongue had gotten big, and he'd obviously already had a lot to drink. Chapter 57, The Lost Xiaodong. "Okay, I'm on my way." Li Hua didn't say much, hung up the phone and went out of the neighborhood to take a taxi to rush over. Although he and Xiaodong hadn't had much interaction in the past, through the last incident, he felt that this person was still a person to befriend. And if people call themselves this late at night, 9 times out of 10, something has happened to them. Although he may not be able to help him out himself, it's good to go there for a bit and comfort him. By the time Li Hua arrived at the barbecue restaurant, beer bottles had been thrown all over Xiaodong's small booth. He must have had a small 20 bottles of beer at a rough count. "Is this your kid's plan to dunk himself to death? Drinking so much alone?" Li Hua said in surprise while sitting down and picked up the skewers on the table and jerked them off. He had squatted all day today and hadn't even bothered to eat, and he'd been starving for a long time. "I'm sorry, a friend who was here earlier. He left before I had a chance to ask the waitress to clean up." Xiaodong staggered and was about to get up to have the waiter clear the table. "Forget it, we're all on our own. It's just a barbecue. No need to be so elaborate." Li Hua jerked 5 meat skewers in one gulp and downed another beer, finally sort of feeling a little more comfortable. "What's wrong with you today? A broken heart and a shock?" He couldn't help but start snickering as he looked at Xiaodong, who was quite a bit depressed in spirit. "How could I possibly fall out of love? Do you know that the women in Yubei County who want to marry me can line up from Qinglin to Shay?" Xiaodong yelled. He was drunk, but there wasn't much wrong with that. He is now worth tens of millions of dollars. In the whole county are counted. Want to marry his woman is indeed more than enough. Why do you look like this if you haven't lost your love? I remember that you shouldn't be a person who is easily hit, right? Li Hua was a bit puzzled. Since Xiaodong was able to become a relatively well-known entrepreneur in the city later on, it was bound to be not so easy to be hit. But looking at this kid's face, it was as if he was deeply shocked. "You don't understand." Xiaodong shook his head. "Li Hua, I'm saying this because I think of you as a buddy. These officials in the city, one or the other, are all ing nobodies. That Lin Yi Didn't he get you to the city party committee to make you a secretary? Why did you get Tian Qingyun here again? There is also that surname Song, received so many benefits from the old man. The result of things that cannot be done, but also said that what is the leadership does not agree that he cannot help. They're all ing liars. Listening to Xia Dong's drunken complaints, Li Hua couldn't help but cry and laugh a little. He didn't realize that this old classmate of his was really well informed enough. He was abandoned by Secretary Lin only a few days' time. Not only the city cadres all know, even his business in the county know. As for the one surnamed Song, if I'm not mistaken, it should be the same director Song from last time. I did not expect Xia Dong on the rapid transit project or not dead, and find a way to get on the line of director Song. Only, he didn't spend less money, didn't send less favors, yet director Song just pushed everything away with a sentence of leadership disapproval after eating it all up, and didn't return the favors. This made Xia Dong very angry. If it is not considered to do things absolutely will make their future business is not good. He even hate to go directly to the Municipal Discipline Inspection Committee to report that surname Song. You, what do you think you're in a hurry for? Li Hua sighed. Let me be honest with you. The BRT project is still just an intention, and it hasn't even been a project yet. It's still much too early for the real construction, and it's really a bit too early for you to start hustling for this job now. What do you know? Xia Dong said. This kind of thing is never about getting the work done at the front of the line. If I had waited until the project was ready to be built before I publicized it, by that time, I'm afraid that the work would have already been divided up, and there wouldn't even be a mouthful of soup left. Li Hua didn't say another word. He couldn't deny it. Although nowadays projects are tendered according to the requirements, and then the winning company will build the project. But this kind of thing is really just a walk in the park. The real work was done long before the bidding. Of course, some specific details of the operation. Li Hua has not experienced this industry. Understanding is certainly not as clear as Xia Dong, but he was sure that there must be some reason why the latter was in such a hurry to get on with the work he had to do. What exactly did that director Song say? You can't just be dismissed with a direct sentence that the leader doesn't agree, right? Li Hua changed the topic. He said that Lan, the director of the Transportation Bureau, already has a suitable choice, so he definitely won't consider my company. Xia Dong said indignantly. That Lan is Jiang Mingho's aunt, and that bastard Wang Chang must be among his so-called suitable choices. I don't really care if I get this project or not, but the thought of being pushed head over heels by Wang Chang makes me feel so frustrated inside. Xia Dong and Wang Chang had been in a competitive relationship after graduation, and he had been able to press the latter for a long time, almost overwhelming him. This time, however, the situation was reversed, and for Xia Dong, it was indeed a bit hard to accept. The chief surnamed Lan Tianyu? Li Hua's heart suddenly stirred. This guy, he's no good. I'm sorry, I forgot that you and their family are also a bit. Xia Dong then remembered that he had just focused on being angry, but forgot that this one in front of him was the former son-in-law of Lan Tianyu. There's nothing to be embarrassed about. Just like you, I also hate that guy very much. If there's a chance, I can't wait for him to hurry up and fall. Li Hua said with a smile, seemingly completely unconcerned. It's not that easy. Xia Dong let out a long sigh. I heard that Lan Tianyu also has leadership support in the city, although it is now only a deputy director. But the Transportation Bureau, a handful of directors who has been working for several years, may be on the verge of leaving the Bureau of Transportation, and Lan Tianyu is the most likely successor to the director. If Lan Tianyu had been the director, then Wang Chang, who has a good relationship with Jiang Mingho, would have been able to get more projects from the Transportation Bureau, and might have been able to take off from there. This made Xia Dong very upset. Damn. So a corruption and bribery to keep a mistress what all do out of the guy even can be the secretary of the Bureau of Transportation. Also do not know how the higher leadership are appointed cadres. Li Hua also pretended to be upset and slapped the table. My own brother, eh? Don't shop blindly. You can't say such things without evidence. Xia Dong was startled by his words, and his wine sobered up a lot. What if I have some proof? Li Hua suddenly looked at him with a smirk. Chapter 58. What do you mean by that? Xia Dong's entire body froze, and after a minute or so, he swallowed and struggled to ask. You know, after all, I was a son-in-law to the Lan family for a while, and even though they've always been on my defense, I still found out something. Li Hua sneered. These things, if used properly, are able to make Rantanyu's reputation go straight down the drain, but you should understand that I can't do this. Xia Dong suddenly tensed up, even though the air conditioning was on in the booth as well. His forehead was still covered with large beads of sweat. He had been drinking a lot, but not at all to the point of confusion. He knew exactly what Li Hua meant by this. This is going to bring down Randall Jade. That's going to bring down the deputy director of the city's transportation department. This kind of thing is not a question of dare or not, but there is no impermeable wall in the world. If he did this kind of thing was known by others, I'm afraid that I won't be able to mix in the circle of Yunzhou City in the future. Xiaodong's entire body was highly tense. This is something I can't do either. I'm in business after all. I can't leave myself out of it. He shook his head slowly, refusing the great temptation. Certainly not for you to personally report Randy and Jade. Li Hua smiled. Whether it's you or me, even taking intimate photos of those two and reporting them won't do much good. So what do you mean? Shadden's eyes lit up. It would be a very good one for him to be able to bring down Rantanaro just by hiding behind his back, because as long as Lantana is on stage, it is almost unlikely that he will be able to make any headway, or at least he will not be able to get his hands on the road transportation piece of the project. And screw this guy, whoever else comes up, he can PR again, or at least have a chance, and not get crushed as bad as he is now. We only need to find a central key person and have her report on Rantanyu to be able to be sure of success. Li Hua said. Key people? What key person? Xiaodong somewhat didn't get it. Of course it's the party who knows everything about these affairs of Director Lan and even other things. Li Hua didn't expect this guy's comprehension to be so poor. You're talking about that woman? Lan Tianyu's mistress? Xiaodong almost didn't scream. It wasn't that he was poorly enlightened, but how could he not have thought that it would be her that Li Hua was talking about? She was Lan Tianyu's mistress. So naturally she was bent on the latter. So how could she possibly report Lan Tianyu? That can't be right, can it? How could that woman possibly listen to us? Xiaodong shook his head several times in a row. How could he not believe that such a thing could happen? What's so impossible about that? What do you think that woman is trying to do when she follows Rantayo and has to give birth to a child? That he's older? Figure he doesn't bathe? Li Hua asked rhetorically with a smile. Of course it's the figure of the benefits that his status position as deputy director of the transportation bureau can bring, Xiaodong said without thinking. But how much favor do you think Rantanaro can give her? Li Hua asked. Orchid Jade is not a good thing. This old kid rakes in a lot of money. Xiaodong sneered. The city builds so many roads every year, and he rakes in a little bit for almost every one of them, which is not a small amount over the years. As the deputy director of the Bureau of Transportation, and before that an important middle-level cadres, so many years cannot be less in the traffic project to reap benefits. Xiaodong estimated that, not to mention 1 or 2 lovers, even 10 or 8 lantanas could be afforded. But he has a tigress at home. Not to mention his salary, even the money he rakes in has to be taken home in pennies. But he can't afford to keep a mistress. At the mention of that tigress, Li Hua's heart was also full of fire. Not to mention Lantianyu. After he himself joined the Lan family, his monthly salary had to be handed over to Zhang Guifan for unified custody. This woman, she's no slouch. It is also said that Rantanara used to want a bit of autonomy in terms of finances and used to be reluctant to hand over his money. As a result, Zhang Guifan directly brought the matter to the Bureau of Transportation, almost shaking out that bit of Lan Tianyu, directly scared the latter no longer dare to do so. If Li Hua remembers correctly, the reason why that junior before rebirth made a scene at Lan's house was because after following Lan Tianyu for so many years, she had always been painted a cake and never got anything real. And after being cheated for 20 years she finally woke up and went to the door to make a scene. Dare to look for a mistress even if you don't have money? Xiaodong felt very slightly unbelievable. He was also a fun-loving person, and it never occurred to him that there were people who could just play without money. It was an eye-opener. He's the deputy director of the Transportation Bureau after all. He still has a knack for deceiving people. Li Hua laughed. So all we have to do is expose his lies. But if we go and tell her this, she may not believe us, right? And even if she does, what's the guarantee that she'll listen to us to turn in Rantanyu? Xiaodong asked with a frown. Li Hua didn't say anything, just looked at him with a smirk. Xiaodong didn't have much of a reaction at first, but after being watched continuously for a few minutes, she became a bit uncomfortable. Why are you looking at me like that? Mr. Xia, I take you as a friend. You take me as a cutie. Play right? Li Hua asked. Xiaodong was instantly a bit embarrassed. Li Hua had only just realized that something was wrong. This Xiaodong was a person who could become a famous entrepreneur in Yunzhou in the latter part of the world. Such a person should not be a stupid person in any way. But this kid had just acted as if he was a little white flower who didn't know anything, couldn't figure anything out, and had to explain everything himself before he could do anything. It wasn't until it came to how to make that junior believe that Li Hua finally understood. Turns out the kid was playing dumb the whole time. It was obvious that Xiaodong also wanted to deal with Lan Tianyu, but he was unwilling to take this on himself. So he played dumb. If all of it was Li Hua's word, then even if that was the method Xiaodong used to deal with Rantanyu, he could still put everything on the former's shoulders after the incident. He definitely doesn't have to dip a finger of responsibility anyway. Thinking about this, Li Hua naturally refused to say anything more. Since Xia Dong was still playing mind games with him, he naturally didn't need to push his luck with the other party. No, you've misunderstood. Seeing that Li Hua seemed to be a bit angry, Xia Dong instantly became anxious and stood up in a flash, walking around the table and from his position to Li Hua's side. I'm not playing dumb either. I'm just keeping my hand in. I've been screwed over so many times in the business world over the years. I'm used to it. Chapter 59, Exposure and Prosecution. He was still sincere in these words, and even though Li Hua had been a man for 2 lifetimes, he didn't see anything wrong with it. It is a normal thing for people in business to like to keep their hand in the pie and not quite dare to push their luck with others. The fact that Xia Dong was able to say it himself made it seem like he was still being honest. Mr. Xia doesn't need to explain all this to me. We weren't acquaintances in the first place. It's normal to keep a hand in the game. If there's nothing else, I'll leave first. But Li Hua wouldn't let it go because of such a seemingly honest statement from him. Xia Dong needed to protect herself, and he needed to protect himself just as much. So now, he can't do what he did just now. Don't. I know what you mean. I can go to that woman and convince her to let her denounce Orchid Jade. Xia Dong also understood what the other party wanted to hear. Isn't it just a matter of taking care of the woman yourself? It's not really that difficult. If the woman was in it for love, then convincing might have been a little difficult. But would someone for love go and be a mistress to a man like Rantanyu who has no merit whatsoever? Apparently not. Against a woman who was out for profit, Xia Dong didn't think she would have much of a problem. Whatever. This matter has nothing to do with me anymore anyway. Li Hua, however, still didn't make any statement. Well, I'm off. I didn't count how much I just ate, but this $100 should be enough. Here's my share of the meal. He pulled out $100 and put it on the table, then just got up and left. Xia Dong watched his departure and did not say anything more to persuade him, but picked up a bottle of beer and poured it down hard again. After leaving the barbecue restaurant, the wind outside blew, and Li Hua, who had been drinking a little, suddenly sobered up a lot. He began to reflect on his mistakes of the night. His mistake is that on the one hand, he is too anxious to find a person who can help himself to step forward to smooth out Lan Tianyu's Jr., and on the other hand, he is too trusting Xia Dong. In fact, both of these things should not be done. He shouldn't be in such a hurry. Dealing with the Lan family wasn't something that needed to be rushed in the first place. There was plenty of time for him to deal with them slowly. It wasn't like that junior of Lan Tianyu's was going to run away if he put it there. As for Xia Dong, he had no friendship with him in his previous life. He had only heard of him. So what made him think that this guy could be trusted after having dinner once in his life? How can a businessman who can make his business so big be trusted so easily? These were 2 important mistakes he had made tonight, and he would have to reflect on them seriously before he could do so. Although he was reborn and possessed many advantages, it was much easier than the average person to make a career. But whether it is in the officialdom or in the shopping mall, it is necessary to have the mentality of walking on thin ice. Always be careful and cautious, and never be greedy and adventurous, in order to be able to walk steadily and not fall into the abyss. Li Hua reflected hard on himself before returning home. Starting tomorrow, he would be more cautious in whatever he did. However, although Li Hua didn't say anything more to Xia Dong, the latter's actions against Lan Tianyu had already begun. Although Xia Dong didn't ask what exactly the name of that mistress of Lan Tianyu was and where she lived, for him, as long as he knew that there was such a person, it wouldn't be a difficult thing to find this person out. A week later, a woman with a big belly came to the Municipal Commission for Discipline Inspection. The real name of the Deputy Director of the Bureau of Transportation Lan Tianyu keep mistresses embezzlement and bribery and other issues. For a while, it sent a ripple through the city. Li Hua, who had been working diligently in the Municipal Party Committee recently, naturally heard the news, and he knew that these were Xia Dong's handiwork. The guy still pulled this off, which made the stigma in Li Hua's mind a little smaller. In fact, at this time, Xia Dong did this thing. It was no longer completely for himself. He also had a part of the meaning of handing over a pitch to Li Hua. Only these meanings are only meant to be understood. Of course, in the eyes of outsiders, this matter had nothing to do with Li Hua. Lan Tianyu's mistress ran over in person with a big belly to react to his problems. The Municipal Commission for Discipline Inspection must have needed to take it very seriously. Under the instructions of Cui Chanshan, Secretary of the Municipal Commission for Discipline Inspection of the Municipal Committee, the Municipal Commission for Discipline Inspection immediately set up an investigation team and directly double-checked Lan Tianyu. And all those who know this are convinced that there is little chance of him coming back from this double-cross. Originally those cadres who were double-regulated are basically very difficult to come out again. Not to mention Lan Tianyu, which was his mistress to the real name report. It is absolutely impossible to come back. Therefore, Many people had already set their sights on the position of deputy director that had been vacated after Rantan Yu's departure. The deputy director of the Department of Transportation is still a popular position, and there are many people who are salivating over the position. However, anyone with a longer-term perspective would not just focus on this one position. Li Hua didn't pay attention to these, because no matter if it was the position of deputy director of the Transportation Bureau, or any other position that might be vacated, it was not something that could be missed at his level. What he can do now is to work well, slowly simmering seniority, at least first in the Municipal Party Committee office of a level to the level of the main section level, in order to then consider the next move. Yet it was at this time that Zhou Guangliang once again took the initiative to find him for dinner. The venue was still at Chao's house, the reason being that Secretary Chao wanted to eat fish. So, this time, before going to the door, Li Hua still went to the market to buy a few fresh dog leg fish, and then bought some other things and brought them together to Zhou's house. What's on your mind about not being Secretary Lin's secretary? Zhou Guangliang took the initiative to come over and help pack the fish together, asking in what appeared to be casual conversation while picking at the fish's belly. The idea is that I shouldn't be quite good enough yet, and I still need to work hard to get there. Li Hua replied, you don't have to be presumptuous. Secretary Lin is still very satisfied with you. The reason why he didn't use you as a secretary is actually because he has other considerations, Zhou Guangliang said. In fact, this so-called other considerations, Li Hua had heard some of them. It is said that Secretary Lin's current one, Secretary Tian, came out of the Provincial Party Committee and is the nephew of a certain Provincial Party Committee bigwig. With these rumors, it made perfect sense for him to suddenly become Secretary Lin's secretary. Actually, for me, it's been great to get into one of the city office jobs, and I'm very content. Li Hua felt that Zhou Guangliang might be trying to stabilize his army, so he took the initiative to take a stand. That's not necessary. I'll give you a bottom line. There is about your job. There should be a result recently. You feel at ease and wait for a good new job on the line. Zhou Guangliang, however, gave him a direct surprise. Chapter 60, Secondment. Li Hua did not inquire about how exactly Secretary Lin planned to arrange himself, and Zhou Guangliang refused to say anything. Perhaps this arrangement is just an idea at the moment and the leaders have not fully finalized it. However, knowing that the leader would definitely have some arrangements for himself, Li Hua was relieved. Rather, it was Zhou Guangliang, whose recent movements were what really touched many hearts. After all, Secretary Lin's new secretary was already in place and had been working for a few days, so the old secretary naturally had to be let out. But what about the arrangements after the release? That's a big one. The secretary of the Municipal Party Committee has been released. Surely cannot be too bad. After all, in the past year or two, the front one after another mayor and deputy secretary of the Municipal Party Committee's secretary released are directly on the level of the county party committee leaders. It wouldn't look good for the secretary of the municipal party secretary to be inferior to them. But Zhou Guangliang, after all, is still young, and the level is only a deputy division. If a release directly promoted to the position of district governor, is also somewhat inappropriate. And, on top of that, the districts and counties are full right now, and there's nothing for him. Li Hua didn't expect that just a little something as simple as Zhou Guangliang's externalization could have so much more to it. He couldn't help but feel that it wasn't that easy to do something, even for a municipal party secretary. However, after a few days, Li Hua realized that he had underestimated Ling Yi's abilities too much. The arrangement for Zhou Guangliang, which seemed very difficult to him, was handled quite easily in Ling Yi's hands. Zhou Guangliang was appointed as a member of the Standing Committee and Deputy Secretary of the Market Harbor District Committee, and was also nominated as Deputy District Governor. So the Deputy Secretary of the District Committee and Executive Deputy District Governor was the answer Lin Yi gave to everyone. It is true that such a position is still only a deputy division, and it is not excessive to have not been promoted to the position of a full division all of a sudden. But at the same time, combining the two heavyweight positions of Deputy Secretary of the District Party Committee and Executive Vice Mayor in one person means that Zhou Guangliang has become the strongest contender to be the next mayor of Market Harbor District. And the current mayor of the Market Harbor District has been in office for more than 4 years and has reached the age of 55. This also means that he can continue to do this district governor time is not long. Zhou Guangliang takeover may also have been on the agenda. Lin Yi, through such a time difference, directly let his secretary after the release of the situation is far better than the Municipal Party Committee a few other secretaries. And at the same time there is no suspicion of forcible promotion. Can be said to be two birds with one stone. Of course, the previous two people, the Deputy Secretary of the District Committee of the Market Harbor District and the Executive Vice Mayor, could only be transferred to other places in order to make room for Zhou Guangliang. Both of them were originally very hopeful of being promoted to the main department, but after this transfer, that hope was obviously much smaller. But that's the way it is in the official world. Often, even if you're already one step away from a certain position, it's very likely that this step will be very difficult to cross in your lifetime. It is not the case that if you have become a deputy secretary of the district committee or an executive deputy mayor, you will definitely be able to become a mayor in the next step. And there is no necessary connection between them. Not to mention the two of them, even Zhou Guangliang, now do not dare to say that 100% will definitely be able to become the mayor of this market port district. Of course, as for what those two actually thought in their hearts, no one else knew. And inside the city, under Zhou Guangliang, this relatively amazing action, in fact, also hides a few not big but also definitely not small mobilization. For example, Han Wenyuan's transfer to the Bureau of Transportation as a member of the party group and deputy director was a decision that came as a bit of a surprise to many people. But Han Wenyuan, who had previously been chairing the preparatory team for the BRT project, was transferred to the city's transportation bureau and, in most people's eyes, was going to chair the construction of the BRT project. This work is the key project of Yunzhou City for the next period of time. Very important. Secretary Lin sent his favorite to the Transportation Bureau to personally preside over this work. Is also considered to show that he attaches importance to this work. In fact, there is a mobilization hidden under the Han Wenyuan mobilization. That is, Li Hua was seconded to the Bureau of Transportation as the deputy director of the Infrastructure Management Division and presided over the day-to-day work of the division. The former director of the Infrastructure Management Division, Mr. Song, on the other hand, was temporarily also taken away for investigation because he was involved in the Lantianyu incident. This mobilization is a complete non-issue for the vast majority of people who don't even know about it. But in the eyes of those who care, this mobilization can have so many connotations. First of all, Li Hua's transfer and Zhou Guangliang Han Wenyuan are different. The latter two are directly transferred. But he is seconded. Such things as secondment are usually the result of a shortage of manpower in a higher level department and the transfer of a few people from a lower level department to be used. But the establishment of the higher authorities is relatively full and it is impossible to really transfer these people over, thus giving rise to secondment. Although those who have been seconded away are working in the parent department, and some of them even have their salaries and bonuses paid by the parent department, their personnel relations are still with their original units, including appraisals for promotion and whatnot. They have to be conducted in the original organization. To put it bluntly, it's a cow or horse that's been borrowed, and then returned to you after it's been borrowed and used. However, after understanding the meaning of secondment, there are a number of very unusual things about looking at this secondment of Li Hua. First of all, Li Hua is a cadre of the Municipal Party Committee, but he is seconded to the Transportation Bureau. The latter is not a higher authority of the former, but rather a lower authority. Secondly, Li Hua served as the deputy director of the Infrastructure Management Division after his transfer and presided over the day-to-day work of the division. It's not a job no one does. Infrastructure Management Division is considered one of the most important departments of the Bureau of Transportation. The director of this division that are a bunch of people scrambling to do. Even when the former director went in, the comrades behind him had no scruples, and anyone who wanted to take up the baton. Therefore, there is absolutely no need to go to another department to borrow a person to use for this position. And the Transportation Bureau has plenty of candidates who can be arranged. However, Li Hua happened to be seconded, and also occupied this position that was coveted by countless people. But the Transportation Bureau had nothing to say. That can't be helped, because this loan was not even a loan that the Transportation Department wanted to take. It was a loan that the City Council forced on them. The City Council has to stuff someone over. And what ability does the tiny DOT have to stop it? Even though Su Qianxing was full of dislike, he could only accept the result and agreed to the secondment, and also let Li Hua preside over the work of the Infrastructure Management Department according to Secretary Lin's intention. It wasn't until then that something finally and slowly dawned on someone. Chapter 61, Li Hua's Two Goals. It turned out that Li Hua's failure to become Secretary Lin's secretary was not that he had been given up by the latter. He didn't become this secretary solely because Secretary Lin had more important things to put him in charge of. That's the Bus Rapid Transit Project. This is the work proposed by Secretary Lin. And it is also the work to which he attaches the greatest importance at present. It looks like he doesn't really trust anyone else but this guy named Li Hua. Of course, in spite of this, in the eyes of most people, being in charge of a road repair project, even if this project is an investment amounting to more than $1 billion, is definitely not as promising as being a secretary to the secretary of the Municipal Party Committee. After all, this project to repair the road is finished. Yunzhou City is unlikely to have a second so much attention from the leadership of the road can be found to repair. However, the secretary is the one who has to follow the leader every day. This day-to-day interaction with each other makes it easy for the secretary and the leader to develop some personal relationships. Therefore, those people who work as secretaries to leaders can generally do very well as long as the leaders have not fallen. And Li Hua is now going to be responsible for the rapid transit project. It also looks very scenic. But after the scenery after this time will have what development? No one can say. A lot of people thought that his future might be to keep hanging out at the transportation department. Li Hua himself, on the other hand, is completely ignorant of how others see him. Once he was seconded to the Department of Transportation, he knew what the leaders wanted and expected of him. With the experience of his previous life, this job was not a difficult one for him. On the contrary, it could even be considered a relatively easy job. Li Hua thought that he might be able to take advantage of this not-so-busy gap to do something else. For him, who had been reborn and returned, there were two most important things in his life. The first thing is to work hard in the career path, even if it is not able to reach a high level, but at least it must make itself no longer like the previous life as a casual bully. The second is to find his wife from his previous life and treat her well to protect her so that the tragic things that happened to her are not repeated. Li Hua's second wife in his previous life was met when he was 34 years old, when she was only 26 years old, a full 8 years difference in age between the two. Yet instead of thinking badly of him because of this age difference, she fell in love with him at first sight. Of course, to be able to fall in love at first sight, first of all, it must also be because Li Hua's own external conditions are very good. He is very handsome. Even 9 years later, after the destruction of society, he is still a big handsome man, but also because of those destruction has some gloomy temperament. On the contrary, more attractive to some girls. Of course, it wasn't just love at first sight that brought the two of them together. It was also the fact that they felt good about each other after spending time together. She is gentle and kind, sensible and understanding, and has none of the arrogance that other girls would have. If she hadn't been so nice, how could someone like Li Hua, who had been deeply hurt by a woman, easily step into love again? So, for a girl as good as this, Li Hua must find her again and catch up with her again even if he is reborn. Li Hua was still confident about this matter. Her previous life self was able to make her fall in love at first sight, and her current self was even younger and more handsome, so it must be even more of a problem. There's only one problem now, and that's that she's currently too young. Doing the math, she should be about to start her senior year of high school now. It was also the most important year of her life, and Li Hua didn't want to put her through anything. So, after being reborn, he didn't go to her first, but worked on his job first. His original plan was to work hard and get a good foundation for the future, then go to her in a year's time. But now, after suddenly being idle, Li Hua was somewhat unable to hold back. He decided to go to her now, but he wouldn't meet her to get acquainted. He would just hide, sneak a few glances at her, and then come back. The official meeting is still not until a year from now. Li Hua is a man of action who does what he says he will do. On the first day of his secondment to the Transportation Bureau, he went to the new deputy director, and his top boss, Han Yuan, and asked for a leave of absence. Regarding the issue of BRT route selection, there is still a debate within the city, so I decided to make a trip to Jinling to find the experts at the university and ask for their opinions. I believe the experts' professional opinion should be able to unify everyone's opinions. Li Hua of course couldn't say he was taking a vacation to go to his future wife. He used the excuse of going to a specialist. Of course, that couldn't really be considered an excuse. He had planned to consult a few experts on this trip as well. Sometimes things are like that, and there are many situations and aspects that leaders need to take into account when considering a problem. Whereas some real experts will only consider the issue from the perspective of their work. They are rather more pure and will come to more correct conclusions. Li Hua then plans to go to a few experts and have them add weight to his opinion. You have a good idea to try. Han Man nodded farther. He's had one team meeting since he arrived at the DOT. At the meeting, although the call for the Liberation Road route was not as loud because of the arrest of Lantianyu, everyone still held their own views, each with his own mind, and none could be persuaded by the others. Although the final decision on this matter still rests with the city, it would be a good way to show your ability if you can get the bureau to unify its message. Therefore, Han Yuan wouldn't let go of the opportunity to be able to help add to his argument. In that case, you know how to drive, right? If you know how to drive, it's more convenient to drive directly to Jinling. Otherwise you'll have to delay a lot of time just transferring to a car. He also gave his support, which was to allocate a car from the bureau for Li Hua's use. Can drive. I got my license in college. Li Hua nodded somewhat happily. In addition, you go out for a trip. You still have to bring some money on you. This way, I'll write you a note. You go to the accountant's side to get some money to bring with you. And when you come back take the invoice to reimbursement on the line. Han Yuan is thoughtful. Just have a car without travel funds or not. Especially young cadres like Li Hua. It is estimated that there is not much money in the hand. Do not let him go out for a trip to the meal cannot afford to eat. Thank you, Director, for your support, and I will work hard to get this done. Seeing the leadership so supportive, Li Hua was happy and a little ashamed, and he was also secretly determined to do this thing only. However, when he took the note written by Han Wenyuan to the finance office, he hit a nail on the head. Chapter 62 Difficulty and Pain. According to the financial system of the Transportation Bureau, you must take the invoice and the leader's signature to be reimbursed, and you can't get any money for this note. The cashier accountant for the transportation department was an older woman in her 40s with curly hair. She sat there knitting a sweater and just glanced at Li Hua's note and gave it a no without even thinking about it. But this is a note from Director Han, who told me to come to the treasury with this note and I'd get my money. Although Li Hua has been a man for 2 lives, he really has never done such a thing as going to the finance to advance travel expenses, and he does not understand the twists and turns. In fact, the leaders of many organizations have a tight grip on financial power. For example, Sue Johnson of the Transportation Bureau is a leader who clutches the financial power more tightly. Usually in a municipal bureau or office like this, the deputy has at least $1,000 or $2,000 amounts in his or her hands to sign off on reimbursements. But in the Transportation Bureau here, more than $500 of expenditure. It must be signed by a Han Sue Johnson financial side to pay. The Transportation Bureau up and down for this matter are very dissatisfied, grumbling, but there is no way, because it's reasonable to say that the reimbursement process does require the signature of a unit manager to be in order, and that's in line with the rules. So, over time, people in the Transportation Bureau have formed the habit of going to the director for signature before anything more than $500 in reimbursement or advances or whatever. Of course, although Sue Johnson clutched this power rather tightly, he was not too likely to make things difficult for people. For the most part, he was very quick to sign off on the people below him. However, he also used this power to get a general idea of the movements of the people in the bureau. After all, everything costs money these days, and unless you're willing to pay for it out of your own pocket, you have to let the director know whatever you're doing. This is kind of Sue Johnson's way of being an official. However, Han Wenyuan and Li Hua were both new to the city and didn't know this rule at all, especially the former. Although he was only a deputy director when he was in the municipal party committee office, because he was deeply trusted by Secretary Lin, he had never been subjected to any difficulties in terms of money, not to mention $500, even if it is $5,000, $50,000, Han Wenyuan can get the money very quickly by signing a letter. He really didn't think there was such a rule in the Transportation Bureau. He approved the note to Li Hua, but only to let the latter go out to do things without any restrictions because of money, and did not think of anything else at all. But now it turned out that he had only subjected the latter to blank stares and nothing else, other than Director Sue's signature. We don't recognize anything here. The big sister cashier didn't even bother to raise her head this time. If you're fine, then hurry up and go find Director Sue to sign. Don't stay here with me for too long. I've got a lot of valuable things here, in case if anything goes wrong you and I can't say anything about it. Faced with this kind of greasy finance, Li Hua couldn't do anything about it. All he could do was put the note away and leave the accounting office. He didn't go back to Han Wenyuan to talk about this matter. If he really did, it would be a bad idea instead. Should we have Han Wenyuan come to the accounting office to ask for this money in person? To get to the point where the deputy commissioner personally asks for this amount of money is a fall in itself, not to mention the high probability of not getting it, and if he doesn't, where will he put Director Han's face? Because of this matter of his own to make the leader lose face. Even if it is not his own fault, it is still his own fault. Although Li Hua didn't know anything about specific things like reimbursement, he still understood about what to do. He knew that he should now go directly to the office, to get things done to get a good result back, and then talk to the leadership about this matter. The leadership seizure can also be a division. As for myself, it's just a matter of money above all else. It's a good thing that Li Hua isn't short of money right now. There have been several rounds of World Cup matches and several rounds of lotteries. Li Hua, with his memory of the World Cup results in his previous life, won several $100,000 in these rounds of betting. He went to Jinling this time, on the one hand, but also to go to the sports lottery center to take out this money. So it didn't matter to him whether he could get an advance or not. Li Hua didn't tangle with the big sister cashier. He left the accounting room and came back to the office. Hello Director Xie, I'm leaving for a trip to Jinling, and I'm borrowing a car from you. Office of the Deputy Director in charge of Logistics Services surnamed Xie. The bureau of the car are under his control. Li Division to use the car directly to find me on the line, where there is still a need to write any note. Han. Director Xie's attitude was much better, and while he smiled and spoke, he carefully received the note Han Wenyuan had written into a drawer. There are several cars available to the bureau. Does Mr. Li have any requirements for a car? I don't care. as long as there's nothing wrong with being able to drive. As others spoke politely, Li Hua was naturally embarrassed to make any excessive demands. And the Transportation Bureau's car, that certainly are not any problem. This is naturally all can rest assured. These several Passats are to be used for the Bureau leaders, and I have no way to lend them to you. The best one left is this Santana 3000. Don't look at it as a Santana. It doesn't drive worse than a Passat at all. Why don't you just drive it? Director Xia picks through a pile of car keys and pulls out a set with a remote control. Okay, no problem. Li Hua was a little surprised. Santana 3000 at this time in 2006 can definitely be regarded as a fairly good car, and has only just been listed for 2 years. Some of the poorer county leaders go out can only take this car. He was just a small deputy section chief, and it was already quite good to have this treatment for traveling. He could also see that Director Xia was showing him favor. This is normal. After all, he and Han Wanyuan are both transferred from the Municipal Party Committee. In the eyes of the people in the Transportation Bureau, their background is naturally very deep. Then use this one. Director Xia graciously slapped the key in Li Hua's hand. Come on Mr. Li, I'll show you the car. After saying that, he led Li Hua to the parking lot of the Transportation Bureau, worthy of being a bureau office specializing in transportation. The parking lot of the Bureau of Transportation actually parked 30 to 40 cars of various sizes. This scale, inside all the bureau offices, should also be considered to be in the forefront. That one is it, Director Xia said, pointing to the brand new Santana 3000 parked behind a couple of bureau chiefs' Passats. Okay, thank you so much Chief. I'll buy you dinner when I get back. Looking at the brand new car, Li Hua was very excited. He hadn't driven a car in a long time since he was reborn, and now he had a bit of an itchy hand. Don't be hasty, Division Li. In fact, I also have something I want to trouble you about. Director Xie, however, suddenly called out to Li Hua, who was about to go to the car. Chapter 63, Homecoming. Li Hua stopped and looked at him a little puzzled. Is it possible that there's something else going on with this guy? It's like this. I have a younger sister who happens to be going to Jinling for training as well. She was planning to take the bus tonight after work, and I'm thinking that it's a little less safe considering, so I was wondering if I could trouble Mr. Li to wait a little bit for half a day to take her. Director Xie said a little less kindly. Li Hua realized that why this guy would be so enthusiastic just now, and a mouthful of promise and find a good car. The original is to want a fake publicity but that's actually a pretty normal thing. Transportation Bureau in charge of the fleet of leaders have relatives at home to go out of town. Just as the Bureau is also someone to go out of town. By the way to help piggyback a little is really too normal. Alright, no problem. I'm not in a hurry anyway. Li Hua agreed painfully. He went to Jinling. This trip was nothing urgent, and now went to the end of the night is almost there. The afternoon point of departure from work to the end of the same night. Only a little later. Cannot do anything. In this case, why not do a small favor for a colleague in the meantime? Then thank you so much. Director Xia's smile grew even wider as he pulled out another gas card from his pocket. Take this gas card. It's good for gas on the road, and it's too much trouble to get reimbursed. Li Hua was not polite and directly took the gas card. Director Xia is right. Even without this gas card, he can be reimbursed when he fills up his public car outside. But with this gas card, it's a little more convenient to save a reimbursement. No need to use it for nothing, because he had to take Director Xia's sister with him. Li Hua didn't rush off, but he didn't keep going to work. And it would be rather silly to go back to work when he'd taken all his vacation time anyway. It just so happened that there was a car now, and Li Hua was ready to use it for public and private purposes. He was ready to go home. This home wasn't the one with Ranchi, or his dormitory, but his real home, with his parents. Li Hua is a native of Yubei County, where his parents are both teachers at a rural elementary school and his family lives in his hometown village. Once, when he returned from graduate school and got into the party school of the Municipal Party Committee, his parents thought about pooling their money to buy him a house in the city. Only before 2005, the salary of rural elementary school teachers in Yunzhou City was still too low, and veteran teachers like Li Hua's parents, who had been teachers for 20 years or so, were paid only $2,000 or $3,000 a month. It's completely impossible for them to come up with the money to be able to buy a house in the city after supporting a college student. So after discussing with Li Hua in his previous life, instead of buying in the city, he bought a house in the county. Of course, then things changed quickly. Li Hua soon married Lan Qi and lived in the Lan family's house, not using the house his parents had prepared for him. However, because the matter of marrying Lan Qi did not organize a wedding, nor did it go through the old process with the relatives in Li Hua's hometown, which made Li Hua's parents a little sad. They all felt as if they were raising a son for someone else. In the past year or so, Li Hua and his parents have been moving around a lot less, and he hasn't even been able to go back for New Year's Eve. As if he's gotten a lot more rusty. But he knew very well that after his accident and going in, the Lan family had quickly abandoned him, and it was only his parents, who were running around helping him figure out what to do. After he got out, it was as if the whole world had abandoned him, and only his parents were unfailingly supportive of him, always there for him, working hard to help him make a comeback. In order to be able to help Li Hua, his father, Li Yongda, ran to the construction site during the summer and winter vacations to work as a small laborer, catching up with the strength of the work he had never done much in his life, and eating the pain he had never suffered much since he started working. Li Hua's mother, Zhou Huaxiang, also thinks about how to make more money every day, taking on all sorts of odd jobs, and has gone on to sell insurance and healthcare products. The two double-income workers who were supposed to enjoy a happy life, just because of the failure of the child, have hardly been able to enjoy a bit of happiness, and have even been subjected to a lot of cold stares and ridicule from other people. Li Hua didn't even dare to think about these things. He sometimes dreams at night of his father moving bricks at a construction site or his mother shouting slogans along with him at a healthcare company, and tears would flow down his face. Good thing he's back and it won't happen again. Li Hua's eyes couldn't help but get a little moist again as he thought about it. He pressed the gas a few times harder under his foot, and the car picked up a lot more speed. It was about 50 kilometers from the city to Li Hua's hometown, Longshui Township, but since there weren't any good roads, it took more than an hour to drive these 50 kilometers as well. Li Hua arrived home just after 11:40 at noon. At this point it should be time for his parents to have lunch. He parked his car on the back main road. The path in front of his own door was too narrow for parking and he didn't bother to drive in it. Li Hua locked the car and headed for home. He didn't buy anything to take with him. For one thing, I was in a hurry to get here, and wanted to go home as soon as I could, so I didn't bother to buy anything. Secondly, this was going to be his own home and he didn't feel the need to buy anything. After all, his father didn't smoke or drink alcohol or tea, and his mother just liked to watch TV, and they weren't that old, neither of them were even 50, so he had absolutely no idea what to bring them. Li Hua just walked through the front door of his house empty-handed. His house was built 7 or 8 years ago, and is still considered relatively expansive in the countryside. To the left as you enter and walk across the yard is the family's kitchen, where your parents would have been eating by now. Look who's back. Li Hua strides in and shouts excitedly. However, upon seeing the image inside, his entire body froze at once. This would be the middle of June, a hot day, but Li Yongda and Zhou Huaxian both sat down at the table to eat without even turning on an electric fan. Both were hot and sweaty. That was fine. The point was that when he saw what was on the dining table, Li Hua's heart instantly soured. There were only 2 bowls on the table, and inside the bowls was tofu and bean sprout soup. Li Yongda and Zhou Huaxian were each holding a pancake, and were nibbling on the pancakes with the tofu and bean sprout soup. That's their lunch. Gross is here? Why didn't you call ahead and say so? When Li Yongda heard his son's voice, he stood up at once and turned around with joy. Zhou Huaxiang also reacted similarly to him and stood up in a flash. You haven't eaten, have you? I'll make it for you right away. Yongda, stop eating for now and hurry to the gazpacho to see if there's any pork left. It's okay to buy some pig hearts and tongues back if there's no pork. Chapter 64, Parental Thoughts. No need to hustle. I'll just have a pancake too. Don't go grocery shopping. Li Hua pulled his father to sit down. Mom, is there any more soup in the pot? Bring me a bowl. I'll just have a couple bites. How can I eat 2 random bites? I'll see what else is in the house. Zhou Huaxiang opened the refrigerator and rummaged around inside. Here's another roast chicken your cousin gave you when he came home for New Year's. I was thinking of waiting for you to come home to eat it. You didn't come home so I put it away. Now let's see if it's still good to eat. Alright, you don't have to work hard. I'm traveling to Jinling in the afternoon, so I'll take this roasted chicken with me to eat on the way. Li Hua reached out and took the roasted chicken without letting his mother unpack it. He knows very well that cooked food packages like this have a shelf life, and from the new year to now, it is estimated that it has long expired. Although it is not necessarily a problem if you eat it, but there is no need to take this risk. Li Hua knew that if he said that this thing was past its shelf life and couldn't be eaten, there was a good chance that his parents would have to eat it again when he was gone. So why don't he just take this thing and bring it outside and throw it away? Alright, then I'll bring it for you to eat on the way. Zhou Huaxiang finally gave up and went to the kitchen to serve a bowl of soup out. Make sure you tell us in advance next time you're coming back so I can go grocery shopping. She rambled on as she placed the soup on the table in front of Li Hua. I don't come, you guys have to eat properly even if you don't come. Why are you eating this for lunch? Li Hua took a sip of the soup, then took another hard bite of the pancake. It's pretty hard and not for the average person to eat. Li Hua grew up eating, and originally there was nothing wrong with it, but he had rarely had pancakes since going out to school, and then after living in the city for a year. None of Lan's family ate the stuff, and he basically didn't eat them anymore. Now that it's slammed down so hard, it's kind of hard to bite into it without soaking up some soup. The two of us are at home, and we don't want to cook anything. It's quite troublesome. Just make a bowl of soup and eat a pancake is quite good, Zhou Huaxiang said. Li Hua didn't say anything else. He had always known that his parents' meals were often a muddle if he wasn't home. How have you been? Is work and life okay? At this time, Li Yongde couldn't help but ask. I've been doing all right lately. Li Hua didn't say anything about his divorce. He knew that if he talked about the divorce, his parents would be worried and would drag him around asking questions, though they don't like much about this marriage of theirs either. The idea of the previous generation is that since they are married, they should not toss and turn their life around. In order not to affect Li Hua's marriage, they can even endure not being able to see their only son for the new year. But the divorce, they are afraid they can't take it, and they might even do the thing where they run to the city to find Lan Qi. That's why Li Hua thought it was better for him to keep this matter to himself for now. Let's wait for some more time and try it out ourselves slowly bit by bit. Now that you're married, live your life to the fullest. Be more active at home. Be more tolerant. And don't be too stubborn. Although he hadn't seen his son for a long time, and although he was delighted to see his son, Li Yongde, who had been a teacher for more than 20 years, began to preach directly as soon as he opened his mouth before he had spoken 3 words. Li Hua couldn't help but roll his eyes. And yes, that's why. Even though he misses his parents and loves them too, he still doesn't really want to go home very often. All you have to do is show up in front of them and in 3 sentences, you must be about to start preaching. Who can stand this? Li Hua also didn't have that strange idea that he felt that he owed his parents in his previous life. So even the things he didn't like to hear in this life would be very moving. He just didn't like being lectured all the time, and he'd gotten tired of hearing it every day since he was a kid. You have to eat well at home in the future. You 2 old people also need to eat well. Old ages also need nutrition. Otherwise it will be easy to get all kinds of diseases, sick, hospitalized, and spend money not to mention. But also have to me to take care of you, not? Even if it is to let me less worry. You also eat better, and not no money, earn so many wages to spend. In order to get Li Yongde to stop preaching, Li Hua decided to turn the tables. We know in our hearts that nothing will happen. You don't have to worry. Li Yongde took out the stance of being a father. Why are you saving so much? What other plans do you have for saving so much money? Li Hua continued to ask. It's not that you are now working in the city and married. It's inconvenient to not have a car to drive. We plan to save up and buy you a car, Zhou Huaxiang said. Well, it's good to have a car. And your friend Moncler outlet store home to visit the graves on New Year's Day all drove a car. That's how convenient. Li Yongde also nodded. Li Hua finally understood what his parents were saving money for. It's all about buying yourself a car. He couldn't help but feel a little sour. In my previous life, my parents had also been thinking about getting myself a car. They always think that if they have a car, they will look much better, and some people who look down on you will think highly of you. In the countryside, that's really what it's all about. For example, Li Yongde said that the friend of the Moncler outlet store, he grew up together with a good friend of the Friends of the Fong, now in the Yubei County Taxation Bureau work. Early to buy a car, has always been the village people said envy of the capable person. In contrast, Li Yongde this when the teacher, before still when the principal is still barely a bit of face, and then was shady, the principal did not have to be, in the village is also so much, so, the son becomes all that can earn him face, only, Li Hua Municipal Party School that work rural people simply do not understand, thought it is also an ordinary teacher, although married to the daughter of the city officials, but people simply do not see the Li family. A year have not come to the Li family trip, so the only place where Li Yongtak can earn face is to buy a car. He wanted to buy a better car. On the one hand, let his son to drive home to appear to have face. On the other hand, in the city when the official father-in-law's family can also let people look up to some. Buy a car? There's no need for that. I've been assigned a car by my unit now. Wouldn't it be a waste to buy my own? Li Hua took the keys to the Santana 3000 directly out of his pocket and placed them on the table. You got a car? The unit gave it to you? What kind of car? Is it a sedan? As soon as Li Yongde saw the car keys, he directly couldn't sit still and got up to go out to take a look outside. Okay, it's not parked in front of our house. If you really want to see it, I'll take you out to see it after dinner, and you can sit around for as long as you want, Li Hua said helplessly, while not forgetting to nibble another bite of pancake. Chapter 65 Showing Off. In fact, he had always known about his father's good face. Everyone likes to save face, let alone a father from a rural background. Even if he is a teacher, he has nothing to do with any of this. In his previous life, Li Hua always said on his lips that these are all things outside the body, irrelevant, and will not be of any substantial help to life, and that living a good life is the most important thing. But now that there was such a chance to make his father so happy with just a small car, it seemed to him that it would be kinda nice. That's why people want to get ahead. Because once they do, they don't need to convince themselves with any more words. Okay then, let's eat first. After all, Li Yongda was not so unstable, and sat back down at the table to eat his meal. But he was already a fast eater, and he ate first, and he finished in no time. Li Hua ate late, but also not to bite the pancakes. Even with the soup soak eat not much faster. Straight to the old father to the anxious fidgeting. When he finally finished eating, Li Yongda couldn't wait any longer and grabbed his keys to go out. Don't worry, I'll wash the bowls. Li Hua, however, began to clean up the bowl. I'll just wash the bowl. You go with your dad to look at the car, Zhou Huaxiang said. I'll soak the bowls. Let's go look around together. Mom, don't you want to go see what kind of car my unit has assigned me? Li Hua held a stack of bowls and put them in the sink. Alright, then I'll follow you to take a look. Zhou Huaxiang happily wiped her hands on her apron. It was obvious that she also wanted to check out the car that her son had driven home. With that, the family went out the door together and headed for the street behind them. Before they reached the street, they met their neighbor, Li Yongji. Li Yongji and Li Yongda are considered to be an ancestor, but each other has long been out of the 5 suits, and also called a big brother in seniority. Yawned for dinner? What are you three going for as a family? Seeing the three, Li Yongji took the initiative to open his mouth to greet them. We have some business to go to the school. Li Yongda's face was all smiles of excitement. Grand Master, Li Hua shouted. Mao is back. Li Yongji nodded at Li Hua, then asked again with some puzzlement. To school? Don't you guys have a bike? It's too sunny to just walk. It's okay. Mao drove the car back. We'll take the car to school. Li Yongda finally said what he wanted to say the most. That car in the back was driven back by Mao, but really capable. Li Yongji immediately became envious. This will be in the countryside. The sedan is still a more prominent thing. Who can drive a sedan back? It is definitely a very dignified thing. Li Hua hadn't been home for a long time before because of his marriage, and there was a lot of gossip in the village, but now that he's back in his car, Li Yongji is instantly in awe. The unit's car. I'm just driving it for a bit. Moncler, we'll go first. Li Hua smiled. From Li Hua's home to the back of the street a total of 100 or 200 meters, just so a little road. Li Yongda stopped a total of 3 times to tell people that his son drove a car home. Li Hua's ears were a little numb from listening. After arriving at the car there, Li Yongda also do not get on the car. Is standing next to the car giggle. She recognized immediately take the initiative to greet yell people. Okay dad, are you done watching? Go home when you're done watching. Li Hua finally couldn't stand it anymore. Didn't I just say that? Gotta go to school. I gotta get something. Li Yongda said. I don't know if he really has something to take or if he's just faking it. Alright then, grab the car and hurry. Li Hua said helplessly. Only then did Li Yongda reluctantly get into the car. After arriving at the school, Li Hua was only willing to park his car far away from the entrance. How he was not willing to drive the car directly into the school. Li Yongda had no choice but to get out of the car and enter the school himself, and then came out with a few colleagues in 10 minutes. Ouch! That's not a pussy car. What a great car. So beautiful. After all, someone who works for the city is really something. Under the bragging rights of a group of colleagues, Li Yongda gradually got a little lost. He didn't even go home. He just stayed at the school and chatted and blew off steam with his co-workers. Li Hua did not care about him. Directly back home to sleep. When he woke up in the afternoon has more than 3 o'clock. There is no one at home. Parents have gone to work. He left a note and drove off downtown. When he was almost driving to the city, he received an unfamiliar phone call. Hello, is this Director Li? My brother is Xie Jun. He said for me to hitch a ride with you to Jinling. A very nice yet slightly familiar voice came from the phone. Yes, are you off work now? I'm almost downtown. So name a place and I'll pick you up. Li Hua replied. No need. Can't trouble you to come over to pick me up. You pass by somewhere in a while. I'll just take a car and go over to wait for you. The girl on the other end of the phone was very polite and understanding. Afraid of causing trouble. I'm driving. It's not convenient for me to say anything more to you. You just got off work, should be at the hospital, right? I'll pick you up at the hospital. For this kind of girl who knew what she was doing, Li Hua always didn't mind helping out a little more. It's a bit inappropriate to ask people to take a cab somewhere when you have your own car. That's very kind of you. I'll meet you at the front door of the hospital. More than 10 minutes later, Li Hua drove his car to the entrance of the hospital. At that moment, an undersized but somewhat well-endowed woman waved her hand at him. Are you Director Xie's sister? Li Hua asked as he pulled over and lowered the window. That's right, you're Division Li. Ha, aren't you the guy from the other night? Xia Wanru asked in surprise. You're Dr. Xie? Li Hua was also very surprised. He never expected to be reunited in such a way with the doctor who had treated him. Since he was an acquaintance, his attitude was naturally a bit better. He also specifically got out of the car and helped Xia Wanru put the suitcase in the trunk. Dr. Xia's skills are really great. My wound was stitched up exceptionally well, so I just happened to take this opportunity to thank you for that. After packing up his things, Li Hua drove his car out of the city onto the highway and sped towards Jinling. The journey from Yunzhou to Jinling is more than 400 kilometers. Such a long stretch of road driving is quite tiring. If there is someone on the road to talk to is not a bad thing. This is also the reason why Li Hua painfully agreed to help Director Xie to bring his relatives, is to figure that on the road can have someone to talk to relieve boredom. However, Xia Wanru was clearly much stronger than he had expected. Chapter 66, Pancakes Made of Gold. Director Li, you drive really well. I've thought about learning to drive, but I'm too stupid to learn how. Along the way, Xia Wanru had been trying to find words to chat with Li Hua, from caring about wounds to work, which would lead to driving. I've said it many times. Just call me Li Hua directly. Li Hua was somewhat helpless. Driving this kind of thing is mainly practice makes perfect. It's about being bold and careful. As long as you don't shy away from it, and practice, you'll naturally be able to drive very skillfully. This will be the car has been on the highway. 6 years on the highway or less. The old version of the Santana 3000 performance power are quite good. Li Hua easily drive on 130 meters. I can't. It's still you. Xia Wanru's eyes were filled with adoration. At that moment, however, her stomach suddenly gave an untimely grumble. Hungry? Li Hua's ears were still pretty good. A little. Xia Wanru's face was a little hot. Today at noon when the emergency clinic came to a few emergency patients, she was busy for a noon did not have time to eat. In the afternoon because of the fear of Li Hua waiting for himself too long, also did not dare to go to eat. I did not think that the stomach screamed so much that it was given to the people to hear. It doesn't matter. When we get to the service area later we'll go down and buy something to eat. Li Hua glanced at the roadside sign. In this day and age when there are no maps to navigate, the only way to tell where you are is to rely on roadside signs. Fortunately, he was experienced and quickly judged that they should currently not be out of the territory of Yunzhou City yet, and should currently be in Nanwan County below Yunzhou. The next service area should also be the South Pass service area. Li Hua judged very accurately, and he drove another 10 minutes to the Nanguan service area. Let's go to the restroom and then get food. Li Hua looked at Xia Wanru's appearance as estimated to be not much come to the service area such places. Afraid that she lost, can only take her. I can't believe there are places like this on the highway. Sure enough, coming out of the restroom and into the food area, Xia Wanru had an eye-opening feeling. She'd taken the train to college before, and was really kind of new to things like highways and service areas. Yes, these service areas are specifically designed to address the emergency needs of drivers and passengers on the highway. So see what you want to eat. We'll buy and eat before we leave. Li Hua was also looking around at those stores in the neighborhood. To be honest, this service area is still a little sketchy. It's just a big house that was built and then all those stores were stuffed in. Pure and simple to make money. Of course, the existence of these stores is also a great convenience for drivers and travelers in a certain sense. It just would be perfect if it wasn't so expensive. Li Hua knew before he even asked the price of these things that they must not be cheap here. I'll just have a spread pancake. That one is more convenient. Xia Wanru didn't understand this. She was just afraid of delaying Li Hua. After all, it's already 6 o'clock. And although it's not yet dark because of the summer, it's not yet out of the territory of Yunzhou, and it'll take several hours to get to Jinling. So if you can save a little bit of time, save a little bit of time. Okay, then we'll have spread pancakes. Li Hua is not very interested in all these things in the service area. Is to eat some pad, wait until the Jinling if still hungry eat more. The two walked to the front of the store where the pancakes were spread. Boss, how much do you guys charge for this spread of pancakes? Pancakes? 20. The owner sat in a chair and didn't seem to bother to stand up when he saw the people coming. Just glancing at them. 20? Xia Wanru almost shrieked. This kind of spread pancakes Yunzhou on the streets and alleys are sold everywhere. Usually $2 a little more expensive is only $3. This one actually want to sell to $20. Is really beyond her imagination. Your pancakes are too expensive, aren't they? Li Hua also frowned. There is a certain limit to how expensive things can be in the service area. Even 18 years later, the spread pancakes in the service area usually don't cost more than $15. And this store is selling them for $20 right now, which is a bit excessive. Too expensive? Now $30 a piece. Love it or hate it. The boss sneered. Is your pancake skin made of gold or is the filling inside made of gold? How dare you sell it for 31? Li Hua was a bit enraged. This boss even sat on his hands, simply not treating them like human beings. You think it's too expensive for me? Is my time not money? Don't you want to pay for a few words with you? Now 41. The boss stood up directly. And I've told you, everything from all the stores on this street you go to starts at 40. Forget it. Stop it. We're not eating. I have some chocolate in my bag. Xia Wanru looked scared and tugged on Li Hua's sleeve. She didn't know why. It seemed like when she was with Li Hua, she always encountered this kind of unreasonable people. She didn't even know how that fat guy resolved it last time. And this time she encountered such an unreasonable boss. She was getting the feeling that she was a disaster. Alright then. Forget it. We won't buy it. Li Hua glanced at Xia Wanru, and then at the people probing there in the surrounding several stores, and couldn't help but sigh in his heart. People have to bow down under the roof. The highway service area such as the village in front of the store. These stores are only a group of people. Messing with them will not have any benefits. Let's leave it at that for today and come back to clean them up next time when we're free. Let's go. Li Hua brought Xia Wanru and prepared to leave. Want to go? That boss sneered. I'm telling you, if you ask for a price here with us, you have to buy it, and if you want to leave without it, it's absolutely impossible. Li Hua was a bit surprised in his heart. Isn't this almost like open robbery? How can you do this in a highway service area? In fact, he did not know. This will be just the national nature of the fight against car bandits and roadblocks end. Part of the car bandits and roadblocks were arrested, and part of the plot is relatively minor relationship tougher guys directly incarnated into the regular army, into the service area. Therefore, even though these car bandits and roadblockers turned service area store owners are no longer in the business of no money now, their style is still the same as before. I'd like to see. You can still be bandits, can't you? You still won't let me go? Li Hua decided to ignore his threat and directly pulled Xia Wanru's sleeve and took a big step outside. As long as he gets in the car and drives it, there's nothing anyone can do to stop him. Chapter 67. Li Hua's steps were quick, and he was out of the service area house in a flash. Yet just as he went out, his expression froze slightly. In front of his car, several people had gathered around were standing there smoking cigarettes. If these few people were in league with that boss just now, then it was really a bit not good. But at this point, even if there was a mountain of flames in front of us, we would have to break through. Brothers, make way. We're leaving, Li Hua said as he walked over. You're the kid who ate in there and didn't pay? You don't even look at what kind of place this is. When those guys saw Li Hua coming, they all of a sudden threw the cigarettes in their hands on the ground and stomped them out. What is this place? Li Hua asked rhetorically. This is the ING South Pass service area. Is it a place where you can eat without paying? Those guys said in a very arrogant manner. Next time you come out, keep your eyes open. Gotta know what you can and can't mess with. You guys leave your money now. We can let you go. Otherwise, the man didn't say anything else, but pulled out a small plastic bag containing all blackened nails. His meaning was already very obvious. Otherwise they would have spilled these nails in front of Li Hua's car, and might even have directly punctured Li Hua's tires with these nails. With a flat tire, you're not going to be able to get the car out of the way, no matter how good you are. When the time comes, whether you fix your car or call a tow truck, it's their guy too, and you're going to get screwed just as bad. The guys looked at Li Hua with a cheap grin on their faces, and they have no intention of doing anything about it. We are all civilized people in the modern world. Why do we have nothing to do with our hands? Entering the service area was tantamount to arriving at their territory, and no matter what they did, it was up to them, and there was no need to do anything about it. You guys are right. However, Li Hua's reaction was something they had not expected at all. When you come out to hang out, you do need to keep your eyes a little brighter. And you guys suffered a loss this time because your eyes weren't bright enough. What the are you talking about? One of them was outright furious. They've changed careers, but they're still essentially punks. Although he also knew that they didn't need to do it now. There were still times when they heard people say unpleasant things they would be very angry and want to do it, which was determined by their nature. If it wasn't for his companions stopping him, that guy might have been about to rush up and fight Li Hua. He'd make sure this kid knew just whose eyes weren't bright enough. Don't believe what I said? Li Hua sneered. Then you'd better take a good look at what kind of car I have. He pointed to the lower right in front of his car window. There was a pass laying there. A DOT pass. Units like the Department of Transportation are sometimes the ones that often need to go to places that ordinary people aren't allowed to go. So, they still need some kind of pass for their cars. Especially Li Hua. This car, in the entire Yunzhou City Transportation Bureau, is also considered a better car. In addition to several directors of the special car below to be counted on this car. So the pass is naturally also very complete. If a person's work permit represents a person's status, then a pass placed on top of a car represents the status of that car. The DOT's car doesn't work too well in most places, but here, on a freeway service area, it's one of the few places it works well. No way. The highway is originally belongs to the transportation department. Only each local jurisdiction is different. Some places under the provincial department, some places under the municipal bureau, and this part of Cloud State just happens to be under the city council. That is to say, this car of Li Hua's is the proper management of this service area. After those guys saw the passes, their faces all changed in an instant. The most important quality for people like them is to know which people should never be offended. Obviously, the person who could drive this car out must be the leader of the Yunzhou City Transportation Bureau or the leader's driver. And both of these types of people were people they absolutely could not offend. They could be considered to have hit a steel plate with this one. Well, guys, do you still need me to leave you money for the road? Those people were still in a daze when Li Hua's voice sounded again. No need. The one leading the group of several had a bitter smile on his face. Leader, I really did not expect to meet you here. You said you came down to inspect the work. How also not to say a word? We are also ready to prepare. What do you guys want to prepare? Li Hua lazily ignored them. I'm just going to Jiling on business and passing by your place for a bit. Who would have thought that I'd almost be robbed by you? Yes, it's our fault. We apologize to you. The man nodded his head repeatedly and was ungracious. He no longer had any doubts about the car's authenticity, for he remembered that he had seen it before. The last time he saw this car, it was driven by the director of the Highway Management Division of the Yunzhou City Transportation Bureau. The kid in front of me can drive this car. At the very least, he must have a relationship with a mid-level leader in the Bureau of Transportation. Can you get out of the way now? Li Hua didn't want to delay with them. He just wanted to leave in a hurry. May. Those people nodded their heads in unison and quickly dodged away. Li Hua nodded at Xiaowanru and the two of them got into the car together. At that moment, the same owner who had been spreading pancakes earlier ran out panting, with 2 steaming pancakes and 2 drinks in his hand. It turned out that their bosses in this service area and the beaters outside all have walkie-talkie contact, so when something happens inside, the outside beaters immediately stop the car. And similarly, when the outside beaters find things wrong, the bosses inside also react immediately. The owner of the pancake stand came out after him at this point just so he could take credit for it. Leader, it was my fault just now. Here are 2 pancakes. You pat a little. Don't starve yourself. He patted over to Li Hua's car window and handed in the pancakes with a big smile on his face. Forget it. I can't afford pancakes made of gold. Li Hua looked at him coldly, pressing no intention of reaching out to take it. The boss froze there, and did not dare to let go of his hand. His hand was burned by the hot pancakes, but he could only grit his teeth and hold on. Leader, you are right to criticize. I promise I will never dare again. We will definitely operate honestly and truthfully in the future, he said through clenched teeth. It's not like talking is worth anything anyway, so you can say and do whatever you want. Oh, okay, I hope you'll do what you say you're going to do. Li Hua finally reached out and took his pancakes, placing them next to the center armrest box before hitting the gas and heading straight for the door. Chapter 68, The Unconscionable. What's going on here? Why is it suddenly okay? And 2 pancakes were delivered? It wasn't until the car was back on the highway that Xiaowanru was suddenly startled. She felt as if she was in a dream for a moment just now. And she didn't understand at all why all those fierce and vicious people suddenly seemed to have all changed their faces at once. It's nothing. They probably think we're not to be messed with either. Li Hua smiled faintly. That's the power of power. And this young female doctor certainly wouldn't understand it. As a matter of fact, if it wasn't for the fact that he happened to be a mid-level cadre of the Transportation Bureau and happened to be driving a Transportation Bureau car, then I'm afraid that tonight, if he wanted to leave that service area, it would have been a very difficult thing to do. But Li Hua didn't let this make him complacent. He was thinking about this instead. He'd heard and seen this whole service area non-service thing before. When I went to school by bus, I had to get off at a fixed service area to have to eat the overpriced meals there. That would actually be a robbery in disguise. Perhaps those drivers and passengers who regularly run on the highway know a little more about these things and how to avoid them. But the average person who encounters this kind of thing, in addition to recognizing their own bad luck and breaking the bank, there is really no good way. However, that kind of thing is a pretty big deterrent to inward investment. Doesn't the business environment that's always talked about include these things? Li Hua mulled things over as he drove, even somewhat ignoring the female doctor on the side who had regained her cheerfulness and become chirpy. This also made Xiaowanru helpless. How could she be considered a beautiful woman and have been trying to talk to this guy? And how did she seem completely unattractive? Finally, the car drove to Jiling. Where are you staying tonight? Do you want me to find you a hotel? Li Hua finally remembered that he had something to do in front of him. No need. I am going to the provincial human medicine to train. Just live in the hospital dormitory. You find a bus stop to put me down. I will just take the bus by myself. As a doctor, Xia Wanru knew one thing very well. In any provincial capital city, the bus to the provincial hospital would definitely be very convenient. So, she was sure that if she found her a bus stop, she would be able to find her way to the provincial human health center. Okay, then I'll find a place to drop you off. Call me if you can't find it or if you have any other difficulties. You have my number. Li Hua nodded. He really wasn't very good at arranging for such a lesbian if he was asked to do so, and it would be best if she could find a place on her own. Okay, don't worry. Thank you. I'll treat you to dinner when we get back. Xia Wanru got out of the car and waved at Li Hua repeatedly. Until the car drove away, she put down her hand with some reluctance. It's so unsettling. She stomped her foot in hatred, then turned to check the bus schedule. In fact, Li Hua was at least a man of 2 lifetimes, so how could he be so mute and completely ignorant? He was married twice in his last life alone. He had actually long since seen that this female doctor surnamed Xia only had so much interest in himself, so he had to go cold turkey and not talk to people much in the hopes that it would dissipate her meaning, because there was only one person he would love in his life. He is not like what is written in many novels, reborn as if he is a different person, mastered the power and wealth. Love also began to flood, almost can be described as build one love one. Li Hua thought that was ridiculous, at least for him. He believed that his love for her destined to be born would never wear off, and no matter how many times he was reborn, he only had one path to choose from to find her. Therefore, Xia Wanru could only be very sorry that her love had actually ended completely before it had a chance to begin. Li Hua drove the car to the neighborhood of Jinling University wanting to find a hotel here to stay. He came to Jinling this time for a total of 3 purposes: to cash in his prize, to find an expert, and to see her. Redeeming the prize money is just a matter of a moment. There is no need to specially run to the sports lottery center next to live. It was just a matter of a moment to look at her. Li Hua decided to accomplish this great goal when he was on his way out. Going earlier, he was afraid that he couldn't help but disturb her during his days in Jinling. After all, she was supposed to be starting her senior year of high school now, one of the more important years of her life, and she couldn't afford to influence her, at least for this year. The only way to do that is to live closer to the experts. Jinling University is one of the top comprehensive universities in the country and has a good faculty in road engineering, so it's a good place to come for advice about road construction. And since things like consulting a specialist are not supposed to be good all at once, and you may have to make several trips, living next to a university is the way to go. However, what Li Hua didn't expect was that he didn't know whether it was because students were too open nowadays or this place was too busy. In any case, he turned to a few affordable hotels and there were no more rooms. There was no way around it. Li Hua could only find a nearby hotel that looked slightly more upscale. Accommodation 288, deposit 200. The biggest drawback of a slightly classy hotel is that it is expensive. And in this day and age when most ordinary hotels only cost $70 or $80 a night to stay in, it is indeed a bit scary that this hotel can shout out a room rate of $288 a night. However, Li Hua, as a person who would immediately receive hundreds of thousands of bonuses, and hundreds of thousands or even millions more were waiting for him to receive them, it wasn't unacceptable to live here without any other options. Get me a room for a couple of days. It's not certain how many days I'll stay. Let's start with 2. Hearing that he really wanted a room, the front desk lady finally had a smile on her cold face. Please show me your ID. I need to register. Also, the lodging fee plus deposit is $776. Okay. Li Hua gritted his teeth and handed over his ID card. His current monthly salary was only just over $3,000, and that was only because his rank had been raised. This salary could already be considered relatively high among all the people getting paid in Yunzhou City. Yet 2 nights in this hotel would cost him almost 1/6 of a month's salary, which meant that 1 night was equivalent to 3 days of his income. And if he didn't have the money from the lottery to underwrite it, he wouldn't have been able to spend it anyway. However, there are times when money is not what you want to spend. I'm sorry, comrade. I'm out on a business trip and didn't bring that much cash with me. I only have $400 on me right now. Can I give you $300 to stay for the night and then go find a bank to withdraw the money tomorrow before I give you the rest? Li Hua said with some embarrassment. Chapter 69, Li Hua's Report. In fact, Li Hua had never been a rich man. He had only been working for a year, and before that, when he was still divorced, he still had to pay his family $1,500 a month for living expenses. When the divorce was finalized because he was in such a hurry, he didn't bother to settle the score again, and it was the direct equivalent of a clean break. Now it's hard to keep all the paychecks in his hands, but it's only been a little over a month in total since his divorce. Only 1 paycheck, and he spent a lot of money before inviting the surveying experts to smoke and eat, so there really isn't too much money left now. Of course, he wasn't so poor that he couldn't afford to stay in this hotel for 2 nights, he just didn't have all his money with him. However, when he said he didn't have any money, The front desk girl at the hotel changed her face again. No money? What's a fancy hotel without money? If it weren't for the fact that all the surrounding hotels are already full, I wouldn't bother coming to your hotel. Li Hua was also a little fired up. We don't ask you to receive us according to the standard that customers are God. But is this the way you serve your customers when you charge so much for your hotel? Do you really take yourself seriously? If you don't have money, go find one of those homestays or big passes. That one is cheap. A few $dozen a night. Don't come to us to lose your face. The front desk girl directly threw out his ID card. Pop. Li Hua's ID card fell straight to the ground. You apologize to me now and pick up my ID card and return it to me. There's still room for maneuver in this matter, or else you'll suffer the consequences. Li Hua was genuinely angry, but he didn't go into a rage. Instead he spoke very calmly. He had learned long ago that lashing out would not solve anything, and that only by calming down could he deal with others. Jiang Bei stupid donkey run our Jinling to be big nonsense. Look at you're frustrated. Small polar ghost go. The receptionist girl also seemed to be very angry and directly cursed in Jinling dialect. Li Hua, after all, had gone to school in Jinling for a few years, and although he hadn't been able to learn to speak the local language, there was nothing wrong with listening. Good. Very good. I hope you don't regret it. He was also too lazy to talk some nonsense with a woman here, and directly picked up the ID card himself and turned out the door. Poor guy. Can't afford to stay here and still come? Yuck. The little girl at the front desk didn't seem to be relieved yet. Even though Li Hua had already gone out, she still ran out from the front desk and chased after the door to continue cursing. However, she suddenly realized a scene that took her completely by surprise. The young man who seemed to her to be a poor man who couldn't afford to stay in a hotel got right into a car and drove off. For a big city like Jinling, a private car is no longer a rare thing, and most ordinary working families can afford it by biting their teeth. However, to be able to have a car to drive, at least it could also prove that the young man just now still had some strength. At least it wouldn't be one that couldn't even afford to stay in a $300 or so hotel. Front desk girl cannot help but regret a little, because her job is also a commission. The original price of a room out to earn at $20 or $30. This money for her front desk income has not been low, but the person had already been pissed off, so there was no use regretting it. She could only stomp her foot at the car's taillights before returning to the reception desk and continuing to sit down and read her novel. She felt that this matter might just pass, and as for the words of the man who tried to make her regret just now, she didn't take them to heart at all. She was, after all, a native of Jinling. How could she be threatened by a bumpkin from Jiangbei? However, she had only been reading her novel for a little while when the phone in front of her suddenly rang. Ray, what's going on? You didn't do anything you shouldn't have tonight sitting at the front desk, did you? The gruff voice of the boss came over the phone. No boss, I've always been the most honest. You know that. Shali couldn't help but feel a little scared. She knew very well that whenever her boss spoke in that voice tone, nothing good could come of it. Nothing? You're the most honest? If it's really fine, how come the firefighting buddies called me and said that someone reported that there's something wrong with our store's firefighting equipment? Also, the guy from the police station also called me, saying that someone reported that someone was selling in our store. These really aren't things that you've brought about? The owner's pitch was a few degrees louder. He was able to open such a relatively high-grade hotel in the vicinity of Jinling University, the busiest place in the city of Jinling, so he must have some methods in the local area. After Li Hua left, he called 119 and 110 in passing and reported it, wanting to give them some trouble, and the boss received the message right away, which was indeed very impressive. But it's useless no matter how good he is, because he does have problems with the fire facilities, and he does have a little bit of shibboleth aspect in this hotel. Li Hua stayed in the hotel lobby for a while, and just by casually looking at it, he can be sure that all these problems are there, because they pressed on to avoid people. That's why this is what pisses off the boss the most. Dude can only make a phone call to notify himself, while the fire department and police station can't help but come out and check it out when people report it. How can someone like him with real problems not panic? I don't care what you've done, but in any case, get ready for me in a hurry. Make sure to have the police from the police station take care of it before they get there. As for the firefighting, that can't be helped. If you get fined, you're dead. The boss said all that and just snapped the phone off. The little girl at the front desk was almost in tears. What could all these problems in the hotel have to do with her as a receptionist? The owner wants to make more money and doesn't want to spend more money. All these problems must be their It's just that in the old days, when the bosses relied on their connections, these problems weren't a problem. But today it was reported, and even if it was just a walk in the park, someone from the relevant party had to come to the door to check it out. This inspection is sure to expose all the problems. So who the hell owes so much? Is it the poor guy from earlier? The receptionist girl's mind flashed, and she instantly thought of Li Hua. There hadn't been many in the hotel tonight who could talk to her, and the only one she'd offended was that guy. It wasn't certain, but the receptionist was ready to put the pot on the guy's head. She thought it through before she hastily picked up the phone on her desk and called. After Li Hua made the report call, he turned around several times and finally found another hotel that cost $110 a night to stay in. This hotel was a little farther away from Jinling University and a little lower grade, but the service attitude was so much better than the previous one that he was still satisfied. I just don't know how effective a report on the previous one would have been. Even just grossing them out would be good. Li Hua went to sleep with that thought in mind. Chapter 70, The Honest Teacher. The first thing Li Hua did the next day was to cash in his prize. After all, no money in hand is really too difficult to go to the university to find experts is not good to go empty-handed, and may have to invite experts to eat a meal or something. All of these need to spend money, although all of this money can be considered official expenses, and you can find a way to reimburse them when you go back even if you are subjected to more difficulties. But first you have to have so much money to spend yourself. So Li Hua went straight to the sports lottery center. In his previous life, he had never won the lottery, but he had aspired to do so for a while, and for that reason, he had read some news about cashing in and whatnot. While there is more catnip in those numbers for the sports lottery, this one for the rodeo isn't quite as bad, because tickets for competitive matches are based on the outcome of the match. The sports center doesn't have that ability to control the outcome of world-class matches. Moreover, the domestic sports lottery in foreign is not the same. Foreign, no matter how calculated, there is a possibility that there will be a huge cold so that the banker to lose money. Although this possibility is very small, close to zero. But if really out of Li Hua this kind of traverser, it is still possible to do. But the domestic lottery is different. People clearly said, after selling the ticket, only take out a part of the prize money, the rest will be used for sports. And if you win, that is, all the people who buy in the pool to share the money, even if you are a person who won the prize, but also just the pool of money are taken away. There is no such thing as a multiplier. There is no such thing as a multiplier. So this kind of lottery is always a sure thing. In this case, there aren't many people who would get their hands dirty with the body color of a rodeo. It also means that the people receiving this bonus are still relatively real. However, Li Hua encountered a little hiccup when he was collecting his prize money. Director Hu of the Sports Lottery Center came over to talk to him for a while after hearing that he had come to cash in his prize. Because the sports lottery, this prize is to guess the results of the game, and also have to guess all the results correctly to win. Only so a prize, even if a wrong one, will be no prize. Of course, even so, every issue also have a lot of people guessed, but it is the row of probability of the problem. Well, there are always lucky people, and Li Hua alone had guessed several issues in a row, which made Director Hu feel very surprised. Guessing one period can be considered lucky. Guessing several periods in a row cannot be explained by luck in any case. Director Hu was eager to ask on what basis this young man had guessed so much. Maybe it's love. I like to watch soccer games since high school. Serie A, La Liga, English Premier League, German Bundesliga, French Ligue 1. I will find a video to watch all of these matches. I know the teams in the World Cup very well, and I know exactly how strong they are. Then in fact, I did not just buy such a result. There are some results of the game I am not sure. I think the possibility of all to buy, on average, every period to buy dozens of lottery tickets. Li Hua had also long ago made up a reason for this. While he didn't buy that many lottery tickets, he can say he did, and it's not like there's any way to verify this stuff. Of course, even buying a couple dozen of them to hit the jackpot is already pretty impressive, but add in that previous reason he gave, and the combination doesn't seem completely unacceptable. That's pretty impressive too. Director Hu exclaimed a bit. If he didn't have a more powerful path, he couldn't help but connect more with this young man. There's not much to do next. Li Hua found a head covering provided by the Sports Lottery Center, shook Director Hu's hand and accepted the check, then turned his head and went out and found a bank to deposit the check, and also withdrew $10,000 to keep around for backup. After doing so, he returned to JLU. He's looking for an expert in the design and construction of urban roads, and consulting isn't really necessary anymore. But he needs to have an expert to endorse his proposal. Therefore, it does not matter who this expert is. What matters is that there should be such an expert. With this in mind, Li Hua's approach is very simple. He went straight into the school. In 2006, even if Jinling University was one of the top-ranked universities in the country and was admired by countless people, the campus could be entered and exited at will and there wasn't much control. Li Hua found a student in the school and inquired about the location of the Transportation Institute's office. Then went straight there. Hello, I'm the Deputy Director of the Infrastructure Management Division of the Yunzhou City Transportation Bureau. Our city wants to build a road, so I've come to Jinling University specifically to consult with the experts here. After he arrived at the office of the Transportation College, he didn't look for the offices of those leaders, but went into an office that looked large and was presumably a general lecturer type of office. At the university, ordinary lecturers were usually less likely to sit in on classes when they didn't have any, especially now that it was almost time for the summer vacation, and the office was even more empty, with only a male teacher in his 30s writing something there. He stood up in a bit of a panic when he heard Li Hua's voice, and after looking at the latter's work card to confirm his identity, he immediately said, "Hello Director Li, do you want to meet the leaders of our college? I can take you to see Vice President Zhou and Director Ma." In university colleges, the higher the position, most of the time it can basically be equated to a higher level of professionalism. The Vice Dean Zhou and Director Ma that this lecturer is talking about are the more famous experts in road and traffic engineering in the College of Transportation, and their level of excellence is well known even in the country. No need to bother. What's the teacher's name? Yet Li Hua had no intention of meeting these two experts. He instead asked for the lecturer's name. "Oh, I'm exempt from your surname. My name is Li Xinhua." That lecturer was a bit dumbfounded, completely failing to understand why the other party didn't follow him to the academy leader, but instead asked for his name. What a coincidence. My surname is also Li. We are still family na. Li Hua looked very happy. "I wonder what course Mr. Li teaches. What is your current title?" he went on to ask. Li Xinhua was all a bit confused by the questions. He didn't know why this person in front of him kept asking himself these irrelevant questions. "I lead several courses related to road and traffic engineering, and I'm just now being promoted to associate professor." But he was an honest man, and since there was no problem with the other party's identity, he answered honestly if others asked. Unexpectedly, his answer made Li Hua even happier. Chapter 71 The Perfect Candidate. Li Hua didn't realize that this very honest-looking guy in front of him was an associate professor. This guy looks to be in his late 30s, not to mention his mid-40s, and is indeed qualified enough to be selected as an associate professor. However, it would be great if he was an associate professor. "Hello Professor Li, very happy to meet you. My name is Li Hua. We hope you can give us more guidance on this road repair in Yunzhou City." "I don't know if it's possible?" Li Hua asked directly. "Me? Mentoring? That's not quite right." Li Xinbo was all shocked. How he did not expect. In front of this Yunzhou City Bureau of Transportation cadres even put Professor Zhou Professor Ma as big experts do not go to consult and ask for guidance, but instead to let themselves guide. He was very clear about his situation. Although he has always been obsessed with theoretical research, academic level is certainly no problem, but after all, the lack of practical experience to guide the real project is afraid that it is still a little short of meaning. But he was a little more heartened by the invitation. This is because he also knows very well that practical experience is essential if he wants to advance further academically and in rank. According to his previous idea, if he wanted to gain practical experience, he had to follow those bigwigs in the academy, rubbing some practice opportunities. In other words, working for the bigwigs for nothing in exchange for experience. And, while such practice does add to one's experience, yes, it doesn't add anything to one's resume, because it was the achievement of someone's big brother, and he or she was just a member of someone's team. Maybe not even worthy of having a name. But now, there was a live initiative to find himself. Don't care if the job is big or small, the money given is definitely yours, and it counts towards your accomplishments. These alone were enough to make Li Xinbo's heart flutter. There's nothing inappropriate. I'm sure your level must be very high for you to be a professor at a bright university like Jinling University at such a young age. What else could be wrong with guiding a road in our city? Li Hua could see the other party's lack of confidence, so he patiently advised. There was also a reason why he chose a rookie associate professor like Li Xinbo instead of the expert bigwigs. The first one is that it's cheap. He doesn't actually have much money to pay for this consulting. After all, it's still hard to say if the city is willing to pay for this. He has to be prepared for the worst. And those expert bigwigs must all have very expensive consulting fees that the Yunzhou City Transportation Bureau really can't always afford. And the other reason, the most important one, was that the young man in front of him was better controlled. In fact, because of his experience in his previous life, Li Hua knew exactly how to design and walk on that road, and he didn't even need to find any experts or scholars to consult. However, in order to plug some people's mouths, he still had to find someone of some weight to endorse him before he could do so. In this case, expert bigots are out of place. After all, those people are people with their own ideas, and in case their ideas don't match up with their actual experience in their previous life, what should they choose? On the one hand, it is the opinion of expert bigwigs, and on the other hand, it is the successful experience in the previous life. Choosing the former means that there is a possibility that you need to take the risk of something going wrong, and choosing the latter, then why spend so much money to invite the former to come? Therefore, from the very beginning, Li Hua could not have consulted any particularly bullish experts, it was a very unstable thing, and he could not accept this instability. In contrast, this Li Xinbo in front of me, although the fame is a little smaller, professional ability may also be worse, but after all, it is also an associate professor of the School of Transportation of Jinling University. Used to deal with those people in the city is certainly enough. The most crucial thing was that this guy looked very honest and had little experience. Taking such a person was still not that difficult for Li Hua. I really can? Li Xinbo was still a little less confident. Absolutely fine. No problem at all. Li Hua directly held his hand. Professor Li, we're going to trouble you for this road in Yunzhou City. Li Hua himself didn't expect that it would be so easy to take care of the matter of the experts. Later, when he chatted with Li Xinbo in detail, he found that the latter's professionalism and conscientiousness were far above his imagination. And the bottom line was that although this guy looked naive and honest, he wasn't the type who didn't know how to get along. He instantly realized exactly what his job was after he learned that Li Hua actually had a preferred route. What he's trying to do is not argue which route is the best, but why the Sea Cloud Road is the best option. Don't look at the two statements as if they're not that far apart, but in reality, there's a big gap in between. His ability to comprehend surprised Li Hua greatly, and right away, the two of them talked to each other. Li Hua, although the professional level in traffic engineering is almost zero, he is after all not doing this, and did not learn these things, and now suddenly rushed to the shelf. There is really not much level, but after all, he had experience from his previous life. And the combination of his experience and Li Xinbo's theory surprisingly argued the conclusion he wanted seamlessly. Of course, all of this only exists in my imagination. I haven't personally traveled to Yunzhou to take a look at it after all. If I can, I'd still like to make a trip to Yunzhou, so that I can come up with a relatively perfect report. Li Xinbo concluded. This request of his made sense, and Li Hua agreed to it in one go, and invited him to follow his car directly to Yunzhou if it was convenient. However, it's the end of the semester and Li Xinbo still has some work to do to register his grades, so he can't leave for a day or two. So the two agreed to leave for Yunzhou together in 3 days. And Li Hua was given 3 days of free time in Jinling. Is this God's will? Lying in his hotel room at night, Li Hua couldn't help but ask about the ceiling. He originally wanted this to be a special trip to see her when he was about to leave Jinling. But now, to leave to go with Li Xinbo, it was definitely inconvenient to visit her, lest she be taken as a pervert. He could only go to see her earlier. He couldn't make a trip to Jinling and not even visit her. Could he? She's the real reason she came to Jinling. I'm going to see her tomorrow, just for a second, and then I'm going to leave. With absolutely no lingering hesitation, Li Hua made up his mind, then closed his eyes fiercely. Soon, his breathing became rhythmic, and a small smile appeared on his face, as if he was having a nice, beautiful dream. Chapter 72, Sneak Attack. Jinling Foreign Language School was one of the most famous and powerful high schools in Jiangsu Province, plus it was located in Jinling, the capital city of the province. So it could be said that all the school-age children of the powerful and wealthy families in the province went to school here. Elsewhere, a director's kid could strut his stuff in even the best high school. But here, a slightly more ordinary child of the head of the family might not even be enough to enter the school. Yet no one in Suzhenjin doubted from the very beginning that she would be able to enter the school, because her father is none other than the current mayor of Jinling. Therefore, even in Jinling Foreign Language School, Suzhenjin was like a little princess. Of course, she wasn't a pampered girl with a lot of problems. On the contrary, she was more low-key and more hopeful of being ordinary than most of the students at the foreign language school. It was just that her cheeks, like a lotus flower, really made it impossible for her to come down ordinary. And if it wasn't for the fact that her status was indeed noble, I'm afraid that a lot of dudes would have hit their ideas on her. Her father, Su Shanhe, was of course also very concerned about the protection of his daughter, unwilling to let her have the slightest chance of facing danger. Therefore, Suzhenjin also had a few privileges that people in general were unlikely to have, such as not needing to go to night study. Li Hua knew all these things very well, because Suzhenjin was his later wife, and they had spent so many good times together that they could almost be considered to have no secrets from each other. Of course, when he met Suzhenjin, the latter had long since ceased to be that high and mighty little princess due to family changes, but to Li Hua, she will always be the most beautiful, lovely, gentle and kind fairy. He was now standing on a street not much farther out from the foreign language school. Every afternoon after school in the summer, when Suzhenjin passed by, she would buy an airy ice cream to eat at the kiosk next to her, a habit that had lasted her 20 years. Li Hua wanted to take a look at her, so naturally he didn't need to run around. He just needed to keep an eye on the kiosk. He stood under a tree with a bottle of drink in his hand, where he drank while he waited. Looking at the time, she should be out soon. However, just at this time, Two tall men suddenly blocked his way. Li Hua thought that these two people also happened to choose to cool off under this tree, and he didn't think much about it, directly standing to the side to ensure that the kiosk remained in his line of sight. He wasn't about to miss even a glance. However, right after he moved out of the way, the two tall figures followed along, still blocking the front of his line of sight. Dude, what are you guys doing? Why do you have to stand in front of me? Now, Li Hua could be sure that they were coming for him. It's just that he didn't understand what these two guys had to do to get in his way for good reason. Kid, how dare you ask me? Don't you know what you've done yourself? The bald one of the two asked with a sneer. What did I do? Li Hua was a bit puzzled. He hadn't done anything messy in the past few days in Jinling, except for the fact that he had gone to redeem his prize. He was discussing the Yunzhou rapid transit route with Professor Li Xinhua. He hasn't offended anyone. Because of a few phone calls from you, my hotel lost so much money, and you dare to say you don't know what you did? The bald man was completely enraged. What made him the most enraged was the innocent expression on the kid's face in front of him. I've been fined so much money. I've spent on treats. I owe favors. I've said nice things. Aren't you responsible for all these losses? Who are you to play innocent for me here? Once he said hotel, Li Hua finally realized who this guy was. Turns out he's the owner of the hotel with the dangling front desk. Sure enough, with every kind of front desk comes a boss. And while the front desk is no good, the boss doesn't seem to be much of one either. At that time, I called those complaints myself to teach them a lesson. And now the lesson seems to be more painful after all. Your hotel is not compliant. I helped you to correct it. It's not bad if I didn't charge you for it. What else do you want? Li Hua sneered. He wasn't worried about what these two would do to him here. This is Jinling after all, and the level of law and order is considered to be relatively high in the country. Moreover, this place is still next to the foreign language school not too far away, because there are so many children from the families of dignitaries inside the foreign language school. So naturally the security force around the school is also very sufficient. If these two guys wanted to make a move on themselves in this place, it could only be said that they were looking in the wrong place. Scumbag from Jiangbei, you think you can flaunt your power in our Jinling territory, don't you? Know how many ways I have to get you killed? The bald man intimidated. If you can get me killed, get it over with, and if you can't, get the hell out of here. Don't get in my way. Li Hua waved his hand dismissively. This bald head might have been perhaps really a figure in the ground before, but now, it's an economic society, and one by one, these figures in the ground have also gone ashore and have their own industries. No matter who it is, once anyone has his own industry, as long as this industry can barely be considered legitimate, he will immediately be more than 10 times less bold than before. It's called being barefoot and not afraid to wear shoes. When they used to have nothing, even if they got someone killed, the big deal was to run away and hide for a few years or even decades. But now, even if they could run as people, they couldn't run as industries. And, after the purchase of the estate, they had very little money in hand, and running away to the field, no matter where you go, is going to cost a lot of money. And what's the point of running away if you don't have that kind of money? So, these so-called uptight big brothers are in fact the most useless bunch of things. And all these people on TV are often taken out by their ex-minions who are not happy with their current lives. Li Hua naturally had no reason to be afraid of them. Kid, you have a lot of balls. You know I don't dare to touch you, right? The bald head suddenly laughed. He laughed very sinisterly. That's right. I don't dare to touch you. But there are people who dare to touch you. When he finished, he moved aside and went to stand by the kiosk across the street. Then looked over there. This would leave only one other burly man in front of Li Hua, who also realized that something was wrong. That bald guy may have disembarked on his own, but he can still find minions willing to help him back things up and clean people up for him. One is still careless. Li Hua stared at the man in front of him with great vigilance. Judging from his size, he might not be the man's opponent, but as long as he hadn't made a move, everything was still up in the air. However, at this very moment, his back was slammed by a huge force, and his entire body directly flew up. Chapter 73, Destined by Heaven. The bald guy still played a trick. He didn't just bring one of his minions. Behind Li Hua, there were his other minions waiting to sneak up on him. Just now, that hit was a sneak attack from the little brother behind him, and just by doing so, it made all of Li Hua's defenses fall through, and he was instantly caught in a passive situation. Li Hua was kicked to the ground and the people next to him immediately came up and punched and kicked him hard. Luckily, he also had experience in dealing with this kind of thing, and hastily held his head with both hands, curling his whole body into a ball. Only in this way can you maximize your protection from injuries to your vital areas. And even if you are injured, it won't be too serious. Stop. At this moment, a voice as clear as an oriole singing suddenly rang out. Hearing this voice, Li Hua's body also shook. Only in the midst of all that punching and kicking, No one even noticed. A girl wearing the uniform of the Jinling Foreign Language School ran over quickly. She was very brave and didn't flinch at all even when she saw several fierce men over there. "You guys stop fighting. I'm calling the police." She was still shouting as she ran. "Little girl, don't mind your own business. That man owes us money and won't pay it back. And we're just trying to get him to pay it back." As soon as the bald man saw that there was actually a little girl who came out of nowhere who dared to badmouth himself, he hurriedly stopped in front of her. "I don't care what you say. All I know is that it's wrong to hit people. And if you guys don't stop right now, I'm going to call the police." The little girl took out her cell phone and said righteously, "Damn, where did that little girl come from and dare to meddle?" The bald head was instantly enraged. He felt humiliated. With his position in Jinling, first he was reported by a brat from Jianbei and lost a lot of money, and then he was threatened by such a yellow-haired girl in front of him. It was simply a great shame. Even if this little girl was very pretty and had a first-class body, that would definitely not do. "I gave you face." With a single reach, the bald man slapped towards the little girl's hand that was holding the cell phone. However, just at this time, something flew in the distance and directly hit the bald man's hand. Ouch! Nesting grass. What the hell? It hurts. The bald man's hand was directly broken. Blood flowed out at once. He could no longer care about lecturing the little girl in front of him, but covered his hand and screamed in pain. On the other side, there were also two young men dressed in civilian clothes, but with an aura of solemnity in their hands and feet ran out, and in 3 tries, they knocked all the people who had surrounded Li Hua to the side. "Sir, are you okay?" One of the lads stared at the guys while the other picked up Li Hua. "It's fine." Li Hua shook his head, but his eyes were fixed on the little girl who had suddenly rushed out, and his thoughts had long since flown away. So it was all meant to be? When he met her in his previous life, it was when he was being mobbed by others and was saved by her. "I didn't realize that I had been reborn, but I still met her again with such a somewhat wimpy script." This could only be explained as providence. And apart from providence, Li Hua really couldn't think of a reason why this coincidence would happen twice. That little girl was of course no one else but his wife from his previous life and the person he was looking for in this life, Su Jinjin. This time, a lean young man also appeared beside her and was standing in front of her, staring warily at the bald man. "Are you okay?" The little girl was not surprised by all this. It was normal for her to have such protection for her status. However, when she looked at Li Hua's expression, her heart was a little strange, so she directly walked over and opened her mouth to ask. "Fine, thanks." Li Hua lowered his head. Although this encounter seemed like God had deliberately arranged it, he didn't want to add anything to her troubles. People are seniors. They still have to take the entrance exam. Though with a father like that, even a few points on the high school entrance exam would have been a good schooling. But Li Hua is very clear. Su Jinjin is a very strong girl. If she really did not do well in the exams, rely on the family's relationship to go to any school, she will be very sad in her heart. Since she was a little girl, she has always been very bright, and most of everything she has earned has been through her personal abilities. It's her pride. Li Hua would not allow anything to happen to her pride because of her presence. "No need to thank you." Su Jinjin gently shook her head. For some reason, for the first time in her life, she took some interest in the man who looked a little worse for wear. "I'm leaving." Li Hua patted the dust on his body and turned to leave. Su Jinjin didn't expect that this man would leave just as he said he would, with absolutely no intention of trying to get close to him. Although she was still young and didn't know much about that thing between men and women, the men she had met in the past, whether they were older or younger, couldn't help but want to talk to her more. How is this guy completely different? Su Jinjin was a bit confused. Even when she called out, the man didn't turn around. "Ms. Su, it's not safe here. Please go home first." At that moment, the stout man who had just stood beside her came over again and whispered beside her. "Good." Su Jinjin nodded as she took another deep look at Li Hua's back before turning around and getting into a car that drove over at some point. Li Hua drove back to the hotel and lay down on the bed. He still had some pain in his body from the beating he had taken, but a little pain in his body was a good thing for him right now. Much better than being numb. There were countless times just now that he wanted to talk to her more. He even wanted to formally get to know her, but he controlled himself, partly because he was afraid of delaying her studies. On the other hand, there was another very important reason, and that was Su Jinjin's father, Su Shanhe. Su Shanhe, as the mayor of Jinling and a high-ranking vice-ministerial official, naturally wouldn't allow his daughter to be tricked by someone else when she was in her senior year of high school, especially if this person was still a small cadre at the grassroots level. This kind of thing would definitely be a deception to Su Jinjin and an approach to him in his eyes. He would do his best to nip that possibility in the bud. And right now, Li Hua, who was still at the beginning stage of his life, was completely incapable of fighting against Su Shanhe's obliteration. In his previous life, he was able to be with Su Jinjin, but also because at that time, Su Shanha had already been screwed over for being on the wrong side, and the Su family had long since ceased to be what it once was. And now, what he has to do is not only to develop his own strength and make himself worthy of Su Jinjin, but also to find a way to keep his father-in-law, who is already high up in the position of the Provincial Party Committee Standing Committee but still inevitably collapses. In a few years, this whole thing is really challenging. Chapter 74. But what's the point of being a reborn person if you can't do something a little bit difficult? Li Hua was not the least bit intimidated by this. In fact, it wasn't something he needed to think about right now. The only thing he needs to think about now is how to build his foundation first, so that he can develop a little faster and better in the next year or two. 3. There's some more work to be done. With this new year, Li Hua drove his car and took Li Xinbo, an associate professor from Jinling University, back to Yunzhou with him. The first thing he did when he returned to Yunzhou was to introduce Li Xinbo to Han Wenyuan. The latter was instantly amazed after one conversation with this associate professor, because Li Xinbo could take all those things that they understood the meaning of but didn't express well enough, and give them all in very high-level specialized terms. This is quite important. After all, most places in the country still respect the profession these days. Li Xinbo's specialty could well be the final step for Han Wenyuan and Li Hua as they perfected their program. Of course, this job is going to be completely in the hands of the leaders when it's done to this extent. Li Hua wasn't going to continue to be involved in this research. He was going to do two other things now. One was on the issue of highway service areas, an issue he needs to look into a little more. And the other thing is the issue of this travel reimbursement. Li Hua can't just pad his own money to get reimbursed, can he? Of course, this problem could not be solved by himself. He still had to trouble the leader. Leader, there's something else I need to trouble you about, Li Hua said with a pretense of squirming. Oh, what else is going on? Just say it straight out. Who's with whom between the two of us? Han Wenyuan still treated him well. This is the note you approved before I went out. The finance didn't give me an advance on my travel expenses. And she also said that any reimbursement from the Transportation Bureau over $500 had to be signed by Director Su to be valid. Li Hua took out the note that he hadn't used before. This behavior of his appears to be a tattletale, but in reality, it is not a tattletale, but rather, it is letting the leaders know the real situation of the Bureau. The matter that over $500 would have to be signed by Su Johnson to be reimbursed. If Li Hua didn't say anything about it, maybe it would take a long time for Han Wenyuan to know about it. And this incident means that the voice of the Transportation Board is quite important to him. Of course, the most important point was that Li Hua didn't go to Han Wenyuan and sue him immediately after the note was called back by the accountant. He got the business done first. It's very powerful to say this after the business has been done. I know about this matter. Han Wenyuan put the note away. He didn't make any statement in front of Li Hua. This kind of thing belonged to the conversation between leaders. There was no need to let the people below know. But what there is the necessity to give a peace of mind to those below. The first thing you should do when you get back is to organize all the various invoices for the expenses of this business trip and bring them over to me for my signature. Han Wenyuan said indifferently. Okay. Li Hua nodded and exited the deputy director's office. Instead of rushing to get an invoice, he turned to the bureau office and found Director Xie. Director Xie, I'm back from my business trip, and I'm giving you my car. Li Hua handed over the keys. I'm sorry, Director Li. According to the rules, I do have to go and take a look. Director Xie laughed. Understood. Understood. Li Hua nodded. I'll stay with you. According to the relevant provisions, there are employees driving the unit's car on business trips. After returning is to check the car's condition, so as to avoid the car in the process of using any problems affecting the next use. Of course, even if something goes wrong with the car in the course of a business trip, it can be considered as an injury on duty and does not require the individual to bear the costs, but only in order to be able to repair in a timely manner. The DOT is not so bad that they can't even afford to fix a car. To have traveling employees tag along to check the condition of the car is completely unnecessary. Yet Li Hua still followed Director Xie out. It was obvious that he had something to say. Aha! I can see that Mr. Li is a very car-friendly person, and the car is kept in very good condition. Director Xie circled around the car twice, looking both inside and outside, and nodded with great satisfaction. Even though this inspection was just a walkthrough, he was happy to see that things were going so well. Director Xie, this business trip work can be accomplished so smoothly, all thanks to this good car you borrowed. Are you free at noon or in the evening? Please have a meal to thank you. Li Hua said with a smile. Li Division, this is out of the ordinary. We are all colleagues in a unit. To say that as a comrade in arms is a brother. To help a brother this little thing, how do you still need to thank it? Director Xia pretended not to be too happy. Being brothers, that's all the more reason to drink this wine. What kind of brother doesn't have a drink together for such a long time? Li Hua continued. If Mr. Lee has said so, then I have no choice but to respectfully follow his order. However, I still have some work in the afternoon, so even if I drink at noon, I won't be able to enjoy myself. Let's drink again in the evening. Director Xia agreed with a smile. At this time, there was no prohibition in place and public officials were allowed to drink at noon. Of course, if you have work in the afternoon, it's never okay to get drunk in the middle of the day to the detriment of your work. So, a strange image emerges in many organizations. Some were drunk and huffing and puffing on their desks, while others were so busy their feet almost flew off the ground. Of course, this situation will be improved after the introduction of national prohibition, and the rule of no drinking at noon is really too necessary. But this time Director Xia didn't know this. He sometimes had a drink at noon, but these days were soon to be over. Luckily, Director Xia was a person who was drunk today, and that night, he and Li Hua were drinking in a small private room of a not-so-big restaurant, and they were also very happy. Older brother, the first time I saw you, brother, I thought you were someone I could make friends with. I really wasn't wrong. After a few glasses of wine, Xia Fei, also known as Director Xie, called Li Hua his brother. Brother Fei, I've also known you since we met. Come on, I'll toast you again. Seeing how excited he was, Li Hua naturally wouldn't spoil the fun, and the toast and clinking of glasses never stopped. Finally, after the two had quickly finished the bottle of white wine, they began to take a little break and he was finally able to start saying what he wanted to say. Brother Fei, brother has a small favor he wants to ask you. I wonder if it's possible. Chapter 75 gets busy. Older brother's business is my brother's business. What's not to like? You can say whatever you want. As long as old brother I can do. All no problem. Xia Fei waved his arms. Quite a bit of a swagger. My home is Yubei County. Recently a little thing. I am not too assured. Want to go back every day after work to take a look. But I do not have a car. It is really not very convenient. Li Hua said about his own things. Is that all? Do you need a treat to say this? If you say it in the office, I'll do it for you directly. When Xia Fei heard this, he immediately patted his chest. It's still the same 3000, so you can drive it, and return it to me when you're done with your family. By the way, can your brother help you with your family's affairs? If you need it, don't hesitate to ask. Normally, Li Hua such use of the unit's car to do their own family private affairs, belong to the private use of public vehicles, is not compliant. But how many of those leading cadres nowadays do not use their vehicles for private purposes? Just, the leader of the private use of the public car returned to the leader so use. Does not mean that Li Hua deputy section level cadres can also do so. That's why he had to buy Xia Fei a drink before he was willing to make this request. Moreover, don't look at Xia Fei's promise so painfully now, and also said something about how this little thing doesn't need to be invited at all, and that it's fine to just say it directly in the office. In fact, Li Hua was certain that if he didn't invite this drink, and directly said to Xia Fei in the office that he wanted to borrow a car to use it, maybe borrowing it for a day or two would still be possible, but using it for as long as he wanted to like now, that was absolutely impossible. There's no way around it. It's reality. A lot of people are full of very nice things to say, but as long as they don't see any actual benefits, they will never let go. Of course, it was also possible that Li Hua had misunderstood Xia Fei, and the latter might have been able to do him a great favor without this drink. But he didn't have to take a gamble that could fail just to save a drink. That 3000 is too good. I have been using it is not suitable. There is no more broken a little bit. No one loved to drive the car for me to drive on the line. Li Hua still had to be polite and courteous. What are you talking about? Brother, you go back to work. I can let you drive a broken car? Do brothers no matter how to give you face to earn enough? You just drive 3000. There will be absolutely no problem. If there is a need, those Passat in fact, I can also give you to drive once or twice. But has been driving certainly not. The leadership or to use the car. Xia Fei was very dissatisfied with his statement and kept shaking his head. Then little brother, I'll be respectful. Li Hua smilingly opened another bottle of white wine and filled it up for Xia Fei. Just for the guy's pain in the ass. He'd have to drink more with him himself. Of course, Li Hua borrowed the car not really to go home for anything. It's not like he has that many things at home that he needs to run back and forth every day to take care of. He wanted the car because he wanted to use this time to turn around all the service areas on the highway within Yunzhou City and feel their service. If he could, he also wanted to visit the toll booths in those relatively more developed places in Jiangnan, to see just how big the gap was between the service areas in the developed areas and the services in Yunzhou, a relatively more backward area. There is no statement without an investigation. Just the fact that one encounters a service area on the way to Jinling on a business trip with a bad service attitude and a situation of forceful buying and selling. One has to analyze a lot of things, and it's not very convincing. He had to do a lot of field work before he could do that. Trying to conduct these investigations is never possible without a car. After getting the 3,000 from the bureau again, Li Hua began his days of going to work during the day and driving the car straight to the highway after work, examining the various service areas. At first, he only looked at the service areas within and around Yunzhou, which were all fairly close, and whichever one he went to could basically be done within an hour or two, and sometimes she could even run through 2 or 3 service areas in one night. He went to each service area more than once or twice or 3 times to make sure his investigation was in order, but later on, as all the nearby service areas were run out, his investigative radius grew larger and larger, and it took longer and longer to run a service area. He started out only being able to run one service area a night, and by the end of the night, he was able to make it to the latter part of the night when he ran one service area a night before returning to his quarters. During this time, Li Hua looked as if his work was easy and he hadn't done much, but he was really feeling tired. His exhaustion was not in vain. However, with their own investigation more and more comprehensive, thinking more and more in depth, a highway service area on the remediation program has slowly begun to be out. Li Hua believed that such a program could definitely make himself very different in the eyes of the leaders. Of course, it's not every night that he gets to go out and run service areas and do research. As the deputy director of the Infrastructure Management Division of the Bureau of Transportation presiding over the day-to-day work, there is a long line of people who want to invite him to dinner to talk about things every day. Especially, now everyone has been more and more clearly see. The rapid transit project has immediately to start construction. This time the construction is definitely a fairly large project, and in this big project, the most powerful people in addition to the leadership of the Municipal Party Committee, in addition to the main leadership of the Bureau of Transportation, in addition to the main leadership, is Li Hua, the deputy director of the Infrastructure Management Office. Who wouldn't rush to have a relationship with him at this time if they had some ideas and some brains? Even Xia Dong had called him several times, wanting to invite him to dinner, but Li Hua refused all such invitations. He also knows that when the BRT project is set to begin, he can't avoid dealing with these engineering teams and material dealers. When the water is clear, there are no fish, and when people are observant, there are no disciples. If one does not deal with these engineering teams' material dealers, then how can one better supervise the works? But for now, while the work has not yet begun, he still wants to get the research and study on the service area done first. He doesn't have a lot of time. Of course, there were some invitations that Li Hua couldn't refuse. For example, before Li Xinbo left Yunzhou, he had to invite him for a meal, an invitation Li Hua just couldn't refuse. However, at his insistence, the meal was changed to his treat, as he was the host, and he had invited the people here to contribute to Yunzhou, so it was too much to ask for a meal. However, just after arriving at the dinner table, Li Xinbo's one action directly scared Li Hua to the point that he almost couldn't even eat. Chapter 76 Multiple Wins. Li Xinbo came carrying a diagonal bag. He reached the dining room table and took the bag right off his head, then dumped the contents on the table in one fell swoop. Several piles of red $100 bills just appeared in front of Li Hua. Professor Li, what are you doing? Are you crazy? Hurry up and put all this money away. Li Hua was shocked and hurriedly roared in a low voice. Of course I'm not crazy. I'm sober. Yet Li Xinbo had absolutely no intention of putting the money away. Li Hua, listen to me. I know very well that I didn't play much of a role in the consulting work for this project in Yunzhou. You guys have actually studied it very well. And this job originally shouldn't have fallen to me either. If it wasn't for you, I wouldn't have gotten this opportunity anyway. So here's half of the consulting fee, and this half deserves to go to you. Li Hua pressed his fist against his forehead. He felt an immense headache. What's this guy up to? Kickbacks for yourself? Or bribe yourself? Of course, with Li Hua's knowledge of Li Xinbo, this guy might really think so. After all, it was really not easy for him, an associate professor without any practical work experience and without any fame, to receive such a good consulting job for the Yunzhou rapid transit route. Also, this job was really helpful for Li Xinbo, and it can be counted as a successful work experience for him to put on his resume. But that doesn't mean, by itself, that one can take his money. If you go and say that to the comrades of the disciplinary commission, they won't believe you. Professor Li, there's no need to say anything more about this matter. If you're not giving me this money, I'll have to turn around and turn myself in to the Discipline Inspection Commission with this money. Just watch and see. Li Hua knew there was no use in reasoning with Li Xinbo. These people in the academic field seem to be more prone to taking the bull by the horns, and once they've decided on something, it's hard to turn back. Li Hua could only speak with facts and tell him how much damage the few piles of money would do to him. It's that serious? Li Xinbo was a little disbelieving. Trust me, it's definitely that serious. Li Hua nodded heavily. If you don't believe me, I can go straight to the disciplinary committee tomorrow morning with these piles of money in front of you. Of course, he was just scaring Li Xinbo. If the other party had to give him this money, he would indeed go to the disciplinary committee with this money, hand it in and set the record straight. But this was not done to surrender, but to set the record straight so that he would not be trapped. The disciplinary committee will definitely not make things difficult for him either, and it is not impossible for them to even praise him a bit. Of course, the twists and turns within these things were definitely not understood by Li Xinbo. He only knows that the officials are most afraid of being called to talk by the disciplinary commission. As long as they are found to talk, it must be finished. Okay then. Li Xinbo put the money into his bag and then put the bag behind himself. In fact, the one who needs to say thank you is me. During this recent period of time, Professor Li has been busy in our Yunzhou city, and has made a great contribution to the construction of our Yunzhou City Bus Rapid Transit project. Our entire Yunzhou city should say thank you. Li Hua poured 2 cups of tea, put one of them in front of the other party, picked up the other cup, and drank it all in one go. Li Xinbo was a man of learning and did not drink, so he had to substitute tea for wine in this way. You Yunzhou people are really too polite. Director Han said so, and so did you, making me embarrassed. Li Xinbo also raised his glass and sighed. This is what you deserve. You don't have to be polite at all. Li Hua's expression was very serious. Li Xinbo had made more contributions than he had imagined after coming to Yunzhou. Originally he just wanted an expert to endorse him. I didn't realize that Li Xinbo did endorse the book, but he did much more than just endorse it. He directly mapped out the entire route, and some of the hidden problems were also found out by him and gave solutions one by one. Li Xinbo's planning was so perfect that even the most critical and dissatisfied person would find it hard to find a single fault in it. It can be said that he has almost single-handedly pushed the progress of the entire BRT project forward by 3 to 6 months. Without him, some of the rip-offs would have gone on for months at least. But he's here, and all that bull doesn't mean anything anymore. That's why Li Hua is also very emotional. Like such a good expert, make such a big contribution to the people, but only take $100,000 or so of consulting fees. This account for the city of Yunzhou is really too cost-effective. As for Li Xinbo, he was also very satisfied. He was originally just correcting test papers in his office, and Li Hua's appearance with this job was like a big piece of pie falling from the sky and smashing into his face. He was working as an associate professor in a bright university like Jinling University. Because he didn't have a side business to make money, his income for a year was less than $100,000. This time the job was only 2 or 3 weeks old and he earned more than $100,000. It was simply a big profit for him. Not to mention the fact that he gained practical work experience, practiced his theoretical knowledge, and even came up with 2 more dissertation topics from this exercise. The job had brought him so many benefits that he wanted to give Li Hua half of his money. Director Li, I'm not much of a talker. I don't know what to say, but if there's anything else you need help with in the future, as long as I can help, just open your mouth and I'll do my best. Since the other party didn't want money, Li Xinbo could only make a promise. In fact, he didn't know what he could do to help the other man, but that promise would be too much for Li Hua. That's an associate professor at Jinling University, and the future is very bright. One day promoted to full professor. Even the leadership of the college is not a good thing. Establishing a friendship with such a person would undoubtedly be of great help. Perhaps Li Xinbo was currently not capable of helping Li Hua get someone with less than stellar grades into Jinling University, but hosting a few high school students to visit Jinling University to see the labs and whatnot was certainly not a problem. And that's the kind of thing that, for some people, no doubt has a very strong appeal. It could be said that the value of this promise from Li Xinbo was much higher than the several piles of money just now. Chapter 77 Mission. The two of them, Li Hua and Li Xinbo, had a very painful meal, and when they finally finished, they let him pay the bill at the latter's insistence. The next day, Li Xinbo left Yunzhou City. Then within a few days, the city commission set the first phase of the BRT project to begin immediately. Li Hua was once again called into Han Wenyuan's office. The current Han Wenyuan was completely different from the one who had just arrived at the Transportation Bureau more than a month ago. He has established his authority in the bureau, though Li Hua didn't know how he did it, but he knew that now. With another note written by Han Wenyuan, he could already casually charge the expenses at the finance, not just in finance, but in any aspect of the bureau up and down the line. Taking a note from Director Han worked very well. It can be said that now in the Transportation Bureau, Han Wenyuan's prestige strength has been completely no less than Su Qiangsheng. And all of that, and he's only been at the DOT for a little over a month and is only a deputy director. Li Hua had to admit that Han Wenyuan was indeed a very powerful person. Although he didn't quite understand where exactly this leader was powerful, he could only be thankful that this leader was supportive and one of his own. Otherwise, he would only have had a hard time. Li Hua, The construction of the first phase of the BRT project will begin soon. As the main leader of the infrastructure construction division, do you have any views on the selection of construction teams and construction materials? Han Wenyuan didn't know that the kid in front of him was thinking about so many messy things. He called this kid to come because he wanted to get a little bit of advice. During this time, even Li Hua has received many builders' material merchants invited to lure. He is the deputy director of the Bureau of Transportation, and now has so much real power. In charge of the rapid transit construction project, the temptation will only be more, will not be less. It was also a very difficult choice for Han Wenyuan. He was curious to know what Li Hua had to say about this. After all, this kid can often pull off something amazing. From the time he showed his head until now, the kid has been behind almost any major matter related to the BRT project. In that case, let's not make an exception this time. Leader, you are making it difficult for people. Such a major issue, how can I, a small deputy section level cadre, dare to casually interject? Li Hua certainly won't make any comments on such matters. Which construction team to use and which materials to use have to be decided by the higher-ups. So how is he qualified to decide all this? Li Hua even felt that Han Wenyuan didn't even have the right to make this decision, because there's still the chief, and the deputy mayor in charge of transportation construction, and the mayor, and Secretary Lin. Which one of these bigwigs can't shake the Transportation Bureau to its core with a single word? Can they not have half an idea about a project of this magnitude? Since they all had their own ideas, what was the point of Han Wenyuan and Li Hua's ideas? So saying nothing is the best option for them. Use whatever the top tells you to use, and use whichever one the top tells you to use. What they have to do is to keep a good quality control. As long as the quality is guaranteed not to have any problem, even if things are sold a little more expensive, the construction fee is a little higher. That is the matter above, and they will not have half a penny to do with them. If you're told to say it, you say it. We're the only two here. What are you so unsure about? This is a mission. Han Wenyuan saw through Li Hua's mind at a glance. He mentally cursed the little slip of a man, but he and Li Hua were basically of the same mind. That is, in this matter, if they could not open their mouths, they would not open their mouths, and if they could not speak, they would not speak. But, sometimes it's not whatever you want it to be. Han Wenyuan went to see Secretary Lin yesterday, and the latter asked him to come up with a program, which was a task, the task assigned by the leader, that naturally must be accomplished. Returned to the Bureau of Transportation. Han Wenyuan thought for a long time after. There is no good idea, so he put this task again on the head of Li Hua. That's the way it is in the system. The task is never one level down. The top presses on the middle presses on the bottom, until there is no level left to press down to. Or maybe it comes down to someone who has the ability to do it, and he gives it a go. Li Hua, as the deputy director presiding over the infrastructure management division, certainly would not have no one below him to press, but in Han Wenyuan's mind, he was the one who had the power and would definitely be able to solve the problem. So I'll make a little immature comment. As expected, Li Hua did have his own opinion on the matter. Speak. Han Wenyuan nodded. If the higher-ups have to make us do this offending work, then we'll follow the national standard for all processes, bidding for the tender, supervising for the supervision, and clearing out anyone who violates the process and rules. Li Hua said, "You're offending people." Han Wenyuan was a bit surprised, because he knows very well that so many construction teams, so many material dealers, many of them are related to this and that leader. These people with connections don't like to take part in any fair competition. What they like is to use their connections to beat others and get the project without fair competition. If you don't do what they want, you're offending them. And now Han Wenyuan's biggest headache is that there are so many people with connections that there are always some that must be offended. He really didn't want to offend so many people. That's right, we do offend people by doing this. Many people, everyone, but if we offend everyone, then it's the same as not offending anyone. Li Hua said with a smile. You kid. Han Wenyuan laughed as well. That's true. If they uphold fairness and impartiality to every business and don't give any backdoor access to any of them, this does seem to offend them. But because they didn't backdoor any of the businesses and treated all of them equally, then it's not considered an offense again with those businesses instead. People are just sticking to their principles. If you really don't want to, let your connections replace them. Wouldn't it be better not to let them hold this power? What's more, Han Wenyuan didn't actually hold that power. He was just given an assignment to come up with a program. All he had to do was to report the proposal. Then, if the leader was really not satisfied, the leader would think of a proposal that would satisfy him on his own. And there was nothing else he could do anyway. Alright, tomorrow you'll take this program and report to Secretary Lin in person. But Han Wenyuan ended up shady. Chapter 78. A very important opportunity. Of course, It was absolutely inappropriate to say that Han Wenyuan's hand was a completely underhanded move. After all, the opportunity to personally report to the municipal party secretary is extremely precious to any cadre. Not to mention an ordinary deputy section-level cadre like Li Hua. Even a full department-level cadre would care very much about this kind of opportunity. This is evident when you look at the long line that forms every day in front of Secretary Lin's office. However, such a very precious opportunity was casually let out by Han Wenyuan. What he gives is not just a chance to go in front of the leader and be criticized, but also a good chance to go in front of the leader and report on his work, and to have this chance to show himself properly. Generally speaking, when there is such an opportunity to report directly to the leaders, the superiors will surely take it as a matter of course. After all, he himself went to report in person. It seemed to carry a little more weight. Let the following people go. Obviously the sincerity is not enough. At the same time, although the report may be scolded, but if the work is done, the leadership is also able to see. These things are controllable. The key still lies in oneself. Can become a cadre, who do not want to grasp the opportunity in their own hands. However, Han Wenyuan didn't necessarily want to control this opportunity without letting it go. This is, on the one hand, because he is Secretary Lin's beloved general, and there is no lack of opportunities to report to the leadership. And on the other hand, he could also see that Secretary Lin also held Li Hua in very high regard, allowing the latter to report on his work. The leader would definitely not feel that he was being neglected. Therefore, Li Hua would definitely not shy away from such an opportunity either. Okay, director. Then I'll go and report this program to Secretary Lin, he agreed in a single breath. In addition, I recently have some ideas about highway service areas. You help me to see if it is appropriate to report to Secretary Lin together? He took out the reform program he had just come up with regarding highway service areas. Originally, he hadn't quite gotten this program right yet, and hadn't intended to take it out right away. But now that we've caught such a good opportunity to report directly to Secretary Lin, it naturally couldn't be better. However, Li Hua was not the kind of person who didn't know any better. He knew very well that it was a no-no to report such things over the top. He might be able to leave Su Johnson out of it, because even if he respected him, the latter probably wouldn't be too kind to him. However, he absolutely couldn't afford not to only give Han Wenyuan a shout. This one can be considered as his immediate superior, and at the same time in a sense is also a bridge between himself and Secretary Lin. To him still need to maintain respect. As expected, Han Wenyuan was very happy after hearing his words. This was because he knew that Li Hua was perfectly capable of reporting directly to Secretary Lin without going through him. However, the fact that people still debriefed themselves first and asked for guidance is quite a big respect. You know, in the official world, so instructed, it is perfectly possible to put the names of two people together, counted as the results of the research of the two people together. Han Wenyuan certainly didn't want to miss this opportunity. After all, even a very premature idea at least proves that they were very dedicated and didn't waste any time at all while they were at the DOT. That's good. I'll grab some time to look at it. I'll write anything I can on this first draft of yours. You come back in an hour to get this first draft, and bring it to Secretary Lin together after you've organized it. Han Wenyuan accepted this gesture of goodwill from Li Hua. However, even though he felt that he already knew Secretary Lin very well, in reality, the latter's reaction was still out of his expectation. Is everything done in a formalized process? What's the difference between that and nothing? Lin Yi was obviously very dissatisfied after hearing Li Hua's reported program. Yet, he did not criticize very harshly, but just casually said a few words and left it at that. Lin Yi wasn't the kind of leader who would only assign tasks to his subordinates without understanding their plight. He knew very well that choosing which construction team to use and which material dealer's materials to use, these things, even he had to feel a big headache. Because this matter is about balancing the interests of the city leaders, it is definitely not a simple matter. If such a troublesome matter is handed over to the people below, how can they manage it? Lin Yi had given this matter to Han Wenyuan only in the hope that the latter would be able to provide something out of it that would be a breakthrough for him to crack the situation. But the latter had clearly misread him before pushing Li Hua out. Of course, Lin Yi didn't mean to blame Han Wenyuan or Li Hua for this. On the contrary, because he admired Li Hua, he didn't even intend to send the fire he originally intended to send out again, just worrying that this kid was overthinking things. A great leader like him has actually been able to control his emotions for a long time. The reason why they are still able to show joy and sadness is that most of them are deliberately making a show of it. And since they are making a show of it, they are of course able to put it away. Okay, this matter is so. There is about the rapid transit route project preparation work. Your performance is very good. Especially you find that Professor Lee very critical. You worked hard. After criticizing, Lin Yi also had to praise a few words. It's not hard. This is all what we should do. In fact, The main work is all done by Professor Lee. We don't do much else besides a little bit of auxiliary work, Li Hua hurriedly said modestly. It was already a great credit for him to invite Li Xinhua, so there was no need to fight for any other credit. And he has to talk about the highway service area, and he can't say that he's put all his energy into the route planning process. Do you have any thoughts on the sudden offer of a job with the Department of Transportation? Linny suddenly asked. This matter, in fact, not only Li Hua, many people were very surprised. No one thought that Li Hua, who was supposed to be the best candidate for the secretary of the Municipal Party Committee, would suddenly be transferred to the Bureau of Transportation. Although the Bureau of Transportation is also a good unit, although it is only a secondment, but in the eyes of most people, Li Hua is sent. Linny sometimes wondered how Li Hua, as the person concerned, would feel when he was suddenly given such a surprise without any alert notification. So he asked straight out. This question was actually very easy to answer, but it wasn't that easy for Li Hua. To be honest, when I first got the notice to go to the transportation office, I was very confused. Li Hua thought for a moment and gave an answer that didn't seem quite right. Chapter 79, Lin Yi's Heartbeat. It doesn't matter. I just happen to have a bit of time today, so feel free to say whatever you have in mind. Lin Yi had a few smiles on his face. It's only right that young people like Li Hua don't understand when they encounter an unexpected situation, especially when that situation isn't very good. Such a young man who shows great understanding of everything, then the leader instead may need to think a little more. I do think that I've never had any experience working in the transportation industry or in engineering, and suddenly being transferred to the Infrastructure Management Division of the Department of Transportation. It's really hard for me to do the job, and how can I compare it to staying in the city council office? When he was told to complain, Li Hua directly complained as if he had no scruples, because he had seen that the leader was asking him to complain today, so naturally he was going to complain a little. Of course, not all of them can be complained about. There are so one or two sentences. Let the leadership know on the line. The key is still work. However, after arriving at the Transportation Bureau, I slowly had some thoughts. No matter what thoughts. Anyway, now I am a member of the Transportation Bureau. Then what I have to do, naturally, is to do a good job of the Transportation Bureau. It's good that you can think like that. Linny nodded in satisfaction. He was still very satisfied with his subordinate's ability to remain positive even after something not so good had happened to him. It just so happens that when I went to Jinling to invite experts, I stopped at a service area to take a break, and my encounter in the service area gave me some new thoughts. I think that at present, there is a very serious phenomenon of rip-off and fraud in several service areas in the city, and this situation, to a certain extent, has affected the city's investment promotion work. Li Hua continued. A few moments of surprise passed through Lin Yi's eyes. He had expected that Li Hua would say that he was still working hard on the BRT project at the Department of Transportation. There's really no excuse for him saying that. Other than that Professor Li from Jinling University is the one he invited. And Professor Li's role in the Yunzhou City BRT project is very clear in Lin Yi's mind. This credit should of course go to Li Hua's head as well. However, instead of emphasizing his efforts in this regard, he talked about something else. Although this matter is somewhat unrelated to his own job and infrastructure, which he is in charge of, it is true that it is also a transportation issue. Tell me in detail. Linny didn't move. During this recent period, I've run through all the service areas within Yunzhou City, and for comparison purposes, I've also visited a few neighboring service areas as well as a few service areas over in Jiangnan. Li Hua reported methodically. These things are all just recently he researched out. Impressive, very clear. Said naturally there is no problem. Of course, in addition to the field research after the field research, I also with the help of Director Han to access a lot of information, including many of the things that I researched as also Director Han to help me summarize. Toward the end, Li Hua even helped Han Wenyuan brag along. After all, he had promised the latter that when he reported to Secretary Lin, he would describe the work as a joint effort between the two. Now is the time to fulfill that promise. Lin Yi listened to Li Hua's report while looking at the materials the latter had sent up. The content of this material was really not small, and it was also much more detailed than the report, which clearly recorded everything that Li Hua encountered in every service area he visited, as well as his thoughts and reflections on these things. This workload, Lin Yi was very emotional in his heart, especially on this material. Even the time was recorded very clearly, which made him realize that Li Hua did this research, all of which was done in his off-duty time. This young man is, indeed, a man who does things. If the cadres inside the city and county are all such people, then why worry about the work of Yunzhou City cannot get up a... Lin Yi was very emotional in his heart. Only this matter, which seems to be just a small thing, is not so easy to do, because there is also a lot at stake. The service area charges so much for such poor service that the money made is bound to be horrendous. The people who are attached to this to follow along and make money are expected to be many. And there is certainly no shortage of people with connections or even in high positions. Moving the service area is the same as moving their cake, and they will definitely rise up against it. Of course, the power of these people was naturally worthless in Lin Yi's eyes. But Lin Yi, as secretary of the municipal party committee, it is not possible to personally hand to rectify such a small matter as the service area. This is simply to take the anti-aircraft gun to hit the mosquito. However, if not rectified, the consequences, Li Hua also said in the report, has affected the business environment of Yunzhou City. Lin Yi didn't think he was being alarmist, because the service area of those developed areas in Jiangnan is really good, and their development seems to prove the relationship between all this. It's not enough just to be able to identify the problem. Have you thought about how to solve it? Lin Yi still wanted to test the young man in front of him. He realized that the potential in this young man was limitless and always seemed to have more to offer. Faced with such a young man, he always couldn't help but want to squeeze more and see what else he was hiding that he hadn't brought out. Something of this magnitude would be beyond my ability to address, and the job doesn't fit well with my current position, so it wouldn't be appropriate for me to say too much. Li Hua hastily shook his head. He didn't really want to comment more on this matter. After all, how to solve this kind of thing was definitely not a difficult matter for a person like Secretary Lin, so there was no need for him or her to interject anything more. Anyway, the issue was brought up by myself, and as long as the service area is straightened out, I can't take any credit away from anyone. You know now that this job isn't for you to say? Then why do you still go to research? Don't you know to give timely feedback to the relevant departments when you find problems? Lin Yi boarded up his face in feigned displeasure. He is, after all, the secretary of the municipal party committee, a party lord, and the number one person in the entire Yunzhou city. Years of high position and power had already allowed him to develop an extremely strong aura, so pretending to be angry immediately let the entire room's air pressure was a few degrees lower. Li Hua had also never seen this kind of thing before, and was so scared that he couldn't even speak. Say whatever you're told to say, Lin Yi said viciously. Well, I think that the city leaders should take the lead, with the goal of creating a business card for Yunzhou, to properly overhaul those service areas within our city. Li Hua finally voiced his thoughts. Lin Yi's eyes lit up again when he heard his words. Chapter 80, Sprinkled with Fire. Creating a business card for Yunzhou? What do you mean by that? Lin Yi asked. I think that whether or not the drivers and passengers who come to our Yunzhou city, even if they are just passing through, the first thing they can learn about and come into contact with our Yunzhou is the service area. If we create the service area as a Yunzhou specialty, so that people can see it in front of their eyes, then they will definitely leave some impression on our Yunzhou. This will be quite a benign boost to both our investment in tourism, Li Hua explained. Lin Yi's eyes brightened even more. He felt that Li Hua was really right. He had been completely oblivious to this in the past. As he was a man with a driver and didn't need to drive himself, there was little need for a service area. But normal travelers or passers-by who are on the highway have some need for service areas, especially those who run on the highway a lot. Don't they get their first impressions of places only through service areas? If you can bar Yunzhou City within the high-speed service area are given to operate very good, very distinctive, can give passing drivers and passengers to leave a deep impression. That is equivalent to those drivers and passengers left a good impression of Yunzhou City. This is something that no amount of advertising can compare to. Li Hua, this kid, really has some brains of his own. Your argument is very good. So what do you think? How should we reorganize the service areas in order to make them a business card for our Yunzhou City? Lin Yi asked again. On the one hand, it is to improve the quality of service and strictly regulate prices in the service areas, or at least to stop giving people the idea that our service areas will rip people off. Li Hua knew that there was no point in continuing to be modest at this time. Anyway, when the time comes, no matter whether the leaders adopt their opinions or not, their own credit is already there. On the other hand, I think it is also necessary to add some of our Yunzhou City specialties to the service area, such as our mountain and sea scenery, such as our special culture of the West. These things can only be vigorously publicized, so that people can think of our Yunzhou City in the first place. Li Hua said all of his thoughts in his head for 10 or so minutes. Now, with all the stuff he said before, he'd been in Lin Yi's office for close to half an hour. It's not an easy thing to do. It was important to realize that there were dozens of cadres at the department level and vice department level who lined up every day to report to Secretary Lin, but Lin Yi's time was limited, and there were many other tasks that needed to be dealt with. So on average, each of them only had about 10 minutes to report to him. Yet Li Hua, such a young man, such a small deputy section level cadre, had already spent close to half an hour with Secretary Lin several times. This treatment, even the city's popular directors, or the various districts and counties below the first secretary, are very eye-catching, especially those leaders who were currently lined up outside. they had seen Li Hua go in, and after waiting for such a long time but not seeing anyone come out yet, some of them were so jealous that their eyes were red, while some of them were already a little bit accustomed to it. The latter is a great thing. The director of finance, Li Tong, let out a long sigh before he glanced at Su Qiangsheng, who was sitting beside him, with a smile on his face. The latter's face was a little less than pleasant. This was the second day in a row that he had lined up in front of Secretary Lin's office. Originally, he thought that because of the start of the BRT project, the work of the Transportation Bureau had become important, and it could be easier for him to report to the leadership if he wanted to. But how could he not have expected that he would still not be able to get any preferential treatment when he arrived at the door of the city clerk's office? That's fine. After all, it still shows that Secretary Lin is a fair person and treats all his subordinates equally and will not have any bias. The key lies in the fact that he, as the head of the Transportation Bureau, still needs to queue up when he arrives here. Yet the deputy directors under him do not need to queue up when they come here. That's right, the deputy director is Han Wenyuan. When Han Wenyuan came to see Secretary Lin, there was never a line back then. Well, Deputy Director Han used to be the deputy director of the Municipal Party Committee office and had an extraordinary relationship with Secretary Lin. So that's fine. But now, a small deputy director under the Transportation Bureau, but also can casually see Secretary Lin, and also stay for half an hour, which makes Su Qiangsheng very upset. If you say that the two of them were able to meet Secretary Lin so easily because the leaders attached importance to the BRT project, then why did he himself, the Director of General Printing, not receive any half-special treatment? This Transportation Bureau, isn't it under its own leadership anymore? Thinking of this, Su Johnson suddenly broke out in a cold sweat. He'd actually felt something wasn't quite right, because like Han Wenyuan, such a very popular with the leadership of the Municipal Party Committee Office Deputy Director, basically after the release are directly promoted to the main department level cadres. It's not a rule, but it's a practice now. The people around the leader have been exiled, so of course they should be rehired. Even Secretary Lin's former secretary Zhou Guangliang out her deputy secretary of the district party committee and executive vice mayor. Han Wenyuan's status before then he is still slightly higher than a little bit, and how can just be a deputy director of the Bureau of Transportation it? So, it is obvious that people are coming for the position of the director. It's just that because something just happened to the Transportation Bureau, a lot of important cadres have been taken away by the Discipline Inspection Commission, and people up and down the chain of command are in a state of flux. If Su Johnson, the director, is also taken down, it is likely that the Bureau will be on edge, and everyone's mind will not be on the job. This is obviously very detrimental to the BRT project. That is why the above gave him to stay in this position for a period of time to play a role in stabilizing the military. Then, when the situation at the Transportation Bureau stabilizes, and Han Wenyuan has gained complete control over the Bureau's matters, both large and small, then he won't be too far from being kicked off. The more Su Johnson thought about it, the more upset and angry he felt. Just then, Li Hua walked out of Secretary Lin's office. He had originally planned to leave directly, but when he saw Su Johnson in the group, he thought for a moment and walked over. If you want to say that there are any embarrassing things in the officialdom, it must be counted in front of the superior leader's office door to meet the immediate leader of his unit. After all, reporting over the top is a huge turnoff for anyone, but now that we've encountered it, pretending to ignore it and just leave is definitely not an option. So Li Hua had to walk up even if he was hard-headed. Hello, Director Su. I'm not as good as you, Comrade Li Hua. You can even enter Secretary Lin's office as you go. I'm far from you. Su Qiangsheng's belly of fire was having nowhere to spread it, and it came directly at him. Chapter 81, Su Johnson's Thoughts. Li Hua didn't say anything. He knew that it was wrong for him to say anything at this time, so he simply didn't say anything. If there's nothing going on, hurry back to work. Don't stand here. The more Su Johnson looked at him, the angrier he became. But this was the doorway to the municipal party secretary's office, and the kid in front of him seemed to be very much in Secretary Lin's favor, so he didn't dare to say anything too outrageous. Moreover, taking a step back, even if you are not afraid of the big secretary in the office, reprimanding your men here, it will not look good if you are seen by so many chief secretaries around you. What do you say to yourself? Do you want to say that you are jealous because you need to queue up to see Secretary Lin while your subordinates don't need to queue up? It's a shame to talk about it. Therefore, Su Qiangsheng could only tell Li Hua to hurry up and leave, and even he himself didn't have the heart to continue reporting to Secretary Lin, because Secretary Lin's attitude was already clear. Wouldn't it be a shame if he continued to stick his hot face on it? But perhaps the more the time comes, the more you have to put a hot face on someone's cold ass so that you appear to be more loyal. Yunzhou City, after all, is still the place where Secretary Lin has the final say. In other places, Perhaps the secretary is parachuted in new. The words are not so strong. The following people still may be able to lean on the mayor or deputy secretary of the municipal party committee. But in Yunzhou, Secretary Lin had been mayor for one term, then secretary for several years, and had long since established enough authority. It could be said that his voice was a little stronger than the remaining 10 or so city council members put together. That is, Secretary Lin is not the kind of person who is brutal and overbearing, and he likes to let everyone express their views on everything as well. Otherwise, it wasn't like he couldn't do it even if he turned Yunzhou into his own one-trick pony. After thinking so much, Su Johnson decided to continue to sit here. He may not have the chance to work in the position of the Secretary of Transportation anymore. However, one is not too old to leave the position of Director of Transportation and can barely scraping by. This also requires a nod from Secretary Lin. Su Johnson's idea was right. By the time he entered Secretary Lin's office, before he had time to say what he wanted to report, the latter had already started talking to him first. Comrade Johnson, the organization thinks that you need to work out in a more important position. What do you think about it yourself? Organization is a very broad term, and it has different figurations for everyone. For these head and deputy division level cadres of Yunzhou City, their organization was, of course, Lin Yi himself. I resolutely obey the organization's arrangement and await all orders. Su Johnson didn't even think about it and directly agreed. If the offer had been made by someone on a personal basis, even if that person was Lin Yi, he would still be able to reluctantly reject it. But Secretary Lin opened his mouth to say that the organization thinks so. So how can one refuse? Wouldn't it be tantamount to fighting against the organization if you refused? This can be considered the most stereotypical mistake for a comrade in the party. Su Johnson certainly couldn't allow himself to make such a mistake. This attitude of yours is good, but before the organizational appointment officially comes down, you still have to fulfill your duties as the director of the Transportation Bureau, and help Comrade Han Wenyuan take over the work of the Transportation Bureau more and faster, and stand up for the last shift. Lin Yi was still satisfied with his attitude, and at the same time nodded at who would be the successor to the Director of Transportation. But even so, Su Johnson still felt cold in his heart. Generally speaking, even if he quits from the position of the Commissioner of Transportation, he still has a certain degree of right to make suggestions regarding the selection of the next commissioner. Although this power of suggestion of his is only a power of suggestion, not a power of decision. And the Standing Committee of the Municipal Committee of the Municipal Party Committee has the power not to adopt this suggestion of his, but it is at least one of his powers, and the probability that this power of suggestion will be adopted is actually not small. After all, Su Johnson himself was pushed up by the last old director before he left office. However, by the time he left, he was completely deprived of this power, and the higher-ups did not even ask him a single question, not even just to go through the motions, and directly decided on the next director of bureau. Although there are reasons for this, such as the BRT project and other important projects, it is also still very depressing for Su Johnson himself. An important item of leadership authority is the ability to promote one's own men. And how can he continue to demonstrate his leadership authority now that he is directly without that item? Please rest assured, Secretary Lin, I will do my best to handle the handover and stand my last watch, and I will definitely not let the work of the Transportation Bureau have any problems in my hands. Despite the coldness in his heart, on the surface Su Johnson remained very firm. After all, he had also worked in Yunzhou City for such a long time, and he still had a better understanding of Lin Yi's character. This leader is not a very nice person to talk to. But if you can make him feel a little guilty about you, he will make it up to you. Just like his own position as transportation director, he obviously gave way and was treated a little unfairly. But they do not quarrel, do not fight, resolutely obey any arrangement of the higher leadership, do their own work in hand. In such a situation, how can the higher-ups be sympathetic to their subordinate, right? Su Johnson was betting that he was so obedient that he would make Secretary Lin feel a hint of embarrassment. Okay, report back if you have something to work on. However, Lin Yi didn't show his thoughts further. He just let Su Johnson begin his normal debriefing. This disappointed the latter a bit, but it wasn't much of a reaction. Secretary Lin wouldn't be Secretary Lin if he made any promises that easily. This leader is quite careful with his words and will never speak out easily without sufficient certainty. When he said that he would hand over the job of director to Han Wenyuan, it meant that the latter's job as director was already on the table. But as for Su Johnson's arrangement, he probably hadn't thought it through yet. And he naturally wouldn't just say anything. Su Johnson knew that the more this time, the more he had to stabilize his emotions. He gave a serious report on what the transportation department has been doing for a while, mainly related to BRT as well, though he knew that the work had most likely already been reported by Han Wenyuan and Li Hua. But what they report is theirs and what he reports is his. No effect. Well, The BRT project is the most important work of the Transportation Bureau at the moment. However, Comrade Li Hua has come up with a new idea about the highway service area. I think this idea is very constructive. You go back and discuss it inside the Bureau and set up a working group to put this idea into practice. Right after the report was over, Secretary Lin's sudden comment caused Sue Johnson to have a moment of bewilderment. Chapter 82 Remediation Working Group. How can you have a work schedule when you're not even going down there yourself? And it was that Li Hua kid who brought it up. But he didn't know anything about it. But even if Sue Johnson was stupid, he knew that the idea should have been recognized by Secretary Lin, so it would definitely be implemented. Just why does this push fall on his head? Isn't he or she just about to leave the Department of Transportation? What other important jobs could he give himself? Su Qiangxing think not understand, until he returned to the Transportation Bureau, called Li Hua to himself, saw the proposal, all of a sudden all understand. As the director of the Transportation Bureau, it was impossible for him not to know what interests were represented behind all these service areas within the city of Yunzhou, and the proposal is to rob them of that, or at least suppress it. It's definitely a very offensive thing to do, but Secretary Lin has entrusted this offending job to himself? To be honest, Sue Johnson didn't want to take this job at all. However, he knew more clearly in his heart that compared to letting the leader feel a trace of guilt towards himself, it was more important to do the things that the leader had entrusted to him, or even to take the blame for the leader. And the job at hand is a blackguard for the leader. A blackguard to be offended by. Secretary Lin might just want to see if he's willing to help him offend the offended. Perhaps the latter arrangement would be better if he took the blame himself. But if one perfunctorily takes the job, then one's next job placement is likely to be a cold one. Thinking of this, Sue Johnson couldn't help but break out into a cold sweat again. Secretary Lin deserves to be called Secretary Lin. He really doesn't waste any resources at all. Even if he is such a person who is about to be kicked away from the position of director of the Bureau of Transportation, he has to do a big thing for him before he leaves off. This is a very good idea of yours, and it's a great shame to say that after so many years and so many people up and down our Transportation Bureau, no one has found out about this problem, and it's really a bit of a shame to say. Sue Johnson knew that it was absolutely impossible not to do this thing himself, but he also didn't want to be at the front of the line, to be the one most directly offended. Since this issue was brought up by your boy, let's leave it to you. Sue Johnson had already secretly decided in his mind that he was going to put this job on Li Hua's head. Granted, the kid's position wasn't in charge of the highway, but that didn't matter. There are still a lot of ways to get an unaffiliated person to run something in the system. Actually, it was a mistake. I just happened to be almost beaten by the black catering in the service area when I went to Jinling, so I got the idea. It was purely coincidental. Li Hua cannot dare to accept that he is better than the entire Transportation Bureau or good at finding problems with this statement. This statement is really too modest, is to cause public anger. And, even just from the true depths of his heart, he would not agree with that statement. It's quite possible that the people at the Department of Transportation don't know the true state of the service area within the city of Cloud State. After all, if they set off to the field, usually not just on the highway not long to enter the service area, from the field back to the Yunzhou territory, there are no special circumstances, but also will go directly home, and will not think about entering a service area. The reason Li Hua went into the city service area at the time was completely by accident. Of course, the situation in the service area is more or less heard of by the people in the Transportation Bureau, but 100 hearings are better than one sight. Unless someone like himself did a detailed investigation and detailed records down, otherwise these hearings and those leaders to hear, will only think that the whole country are the same, no big deal. Therefore, Li Hua has always believed that it is definitely not objective enough to blame leaders and public officials for some problems. He himself, of course, would not dare to take full credit. You don't have to be too self-effacing. If it wasn't for the fact that you have the awareness and cognition of a transportation person, how could you have discovered this problem that no one has found for so long? Sue Johnson waved his hand. So, I think that since the problem was discovered by you, then naturally it should also be resolved by you. You go back and think about how you plan to solve this problem. Then I'll go over it at the bureau team meeting, and you'll take the lead in dealing with it. Sue Johnson didn't give Li Hua much of a chance to argue and directly assigned this matter to his head. Who do you want to help you out if you don't deal with the things you find out? The Li Hua people were dumbfounded. Who is he to take the lead in dealing with the problems in the service area as a small deputy cadre? You know, the level of the highway department in charge of these service areas is the same as their own. This matter to fall on their heads. The leadership of the highway department shall not hate themselves to death? Li Hua wasn't wrong in thinking that. Sue Johnson brought the matter up for discussion at the bureau team meeting, and then it was easily passed. After all, this matter is sent down by the Municipal Party Committee, and he, the director and Han Wen Yuan, a very powerful deputy director of the joint support. The other bureau chiefs, even if there is some kind of dissatisfaction, do not dare to open their mouths casually. So, Su Changxing set up the Yunzhou City Highway Service Area Rectification Workgroup. He personally acted as the rectification team of the temporary party branch secretary. Han Wenyuan is temporary team leader. Rectification team set up a standing office. Appointed Li Huawei, director of the office, presided over the day-to-day affairs of the service area remediation work. Appointed Lu Qing, director of the highway division of the Transportation Bureau as the deputy director of the office, is responsible for assisting Li Huawei's work. Once this notice came down, it directly set off a furor in the Transportation Bureau. First of all, the whole remediation of the service area thing is quite a big deal. The service area involves a lot of interests, not just those of the Transportation Department, but also those of the various counties and districts below, and this piece of stuff is quite complicated, and it's not something that can be remedied just by talking about remediation. There have actually been people who have found many problems with the service area before, and there have also been people who wanted to work on this, but they have all dismissed the idea for various reasons. But now, the bureau chief is actually going to rectify these service areas directly without giving much thought to it, and the hidden meanings of this can be said to be quite a lot. Many people began to speculate. Second, the leadership members of the remediation team are also very alarming. Su Changxing is temporary party branch secretary, this is no problem. Han Wenyuan is the current deputy director of the Transportation Bureau, ranked first, but the group leader is also reasonable. However, we all know that the two of them are actually titular leaders who will not be responsible for any actual work, and the real work is definitely done by that what is called the executive office. However, is this executive office? Even let the deputy director of the infrastructure department Li Hua as the director. The director of the highway department Lu Qing instead can only be to assist him in the work of the deputy director. This arrangement is absolutely let everyone is shocked. Chapter 83, Sowing Discord. Lu, they are too much. Right. This service area is clearly our highway department. How to let that guy called Li Hua to become the executive office director? Does he, Li Hua, know what a highway service area is all about? In Lu Qing's office, the deputy director of the highway department, Gao Zhanhui, was complaining there. Gao Zhanhui is the deputy director of the highway department in charge of highways, which is also considered quite an important role. This is because in many local DOTs, the highway management division is a separate section with a dedicated director. And Yunzhou City side, because of various historical reasons, did not list the highway management office separately, but placed under the highway department, by a deputy director in charge. But no matter what, the authority of the leader in charge of this work is more or less the same, so Gao Zhanhui's weight is naturally greater than that of the general deputy director. And, more importantly, since he is in charge of highways, all these things in the service area can actually be counted as his business. Whether those who took down the service area were his people or not, they had to be off the hook with him is all. Therefore, when he heard that the above even want to rectify the highway service area, Gao Zhanhui felt a little bad, but he felt that, in any case, the problems on the highway would have to be left in his hands to be solved. As long as the problem is still in your hands, then everything is okay. However, it was only after the authorities set up a remediation working group inside that Gao Zhanhui was taken aback, because, not only did he fail to get a more important position in the remediation team, he didn't even make the team list. In other words, this remedial action would have nothing to do with him, or perhaps he would be the target of the remediation as well. Gao Zhanhui directly panicked, so he ran to find Lu Qing. The two of them were colleagues in the same department and usually had a pretty good relationship. Even if the latter was the director of this executive office, it would be a good thing for him to accept. Don't talk nonsense. The leader naturally has a reason for arranging it this way. Lu Qing's face wasn't looking good either, but he could still be considered restrained. Before the bureau team meeting, Su Changxing specifically gave him over to talk once, so he still has more than a little understanding of this matter. There are a lot of things that even the secretary cannot decide. So what can he, a small section chief, care, even if it makes sense? This arrangement is too bullying. You are the director of the highway department. Even if you need to deal with the problems on the highway, you have to take the lead. Why let the guy called Li Hua make the decision, and also let you assist him in his work? Isn't this obvious bullying? Gao Zhanhui was still unforgiving. For him, the ability to stir up this group has become a major factor in his own well-being. Let the remediation team go down there properly to investigate and remediate, and you will inevitably be pushed out and become an important target for remediation. This was something he could never accept, so he could only continue to instigate Lu Qing, and what he said this time hit the latter straight in the heart now. To be honest, Lu Qing had actually been prepared to be the deputy director of this executive office after talking to Su Johnson, but the wording in the appointment was just too much for him. Responsible for assisting Li Hua. This is indeed the normal wording for a deputy, but the question is, on what basis should he, a full director of the highways department, assist the deputy director of the infrastructure department? You're the one who's in the right position. In fact, this wording here could have been used in a more euphemistic way, such as working in conjunction with the work, or working with Li Hua to accomplish this work. While it's true that all of these statements really boil down to the same thing, it's a lot more palatable when it's put that way. The only thing that is only assisted is really too hurtful. Plus Gao Zhanhui so emphasized. Lu Qinghart is even more bad taste. You can't say that. After all, this problem was discovered by Comrade Li Hua. It's only right that he be responsible for handling it. But despite this, Lu Qing still didn't show anything directly. He was still clear about Gao Zhanhui's mind. This kid in the high-speed service area contracting on the hands and feet is certainly not clean, so must stir up their own and Li Hua fight in order to fish in troubled waters, which he knows very well. Just to what extent should he be involved in this matter? And can use Gao Zhanhui this kid to do something? These are all things that Lu Qing needs to consider. And there was one other thing he cared deeply about. In the past, when Gao Zhanhui invited himself to dinner, the dinner table occasionally met those people in the highway service area, and the meaning of those meals was also very clear. And it wasn't as if Lu Qing hadn't received a representation from the managers of the service area after the meal. These things are big or small, and unavoidable for anyone in his position. If there was no such thing as fixing highway service areas, then these things wouldn't be a thing at all. However, now that there is such a thing as remediation of the service area, it's not so easy to say that the representations that you received earlier are not so good. It's better to be careful. This Li Hua, I think he is deliberately targeting us, Gao Zhanhui said viciously. He didn't expect that this matter was still discovered by Li Hua, which made the hatred for this kid even stronger in his heart. You kid obviously have your own business. Obviously there is such a big project is waiting for you to do, and you are focusing on the old man's service area. In the end, what do you want to do? Isn't that just meddling with the dog? Director Lu, I think you still need to be more careful. The position of the director of the infrastructure division is still vacant, but because of the rapid transit project, this position is too important and may not fall into the hands of amateurs, and other divisions can be hard to say, Gao Zhanhui said. He could see Lu Qing's mentality of not wanting to cross paths with Li Hua, but the more he did, the more he had to stir the pot. We all thought that Li Hua came to the Transportation Bureau is to take the Director of Infrastructure Division class, but he can only take the Director of Infrastructure Division class? Is it impossible to be the director of another division? This is something that no one can say. Li Hua would be a very good choice for the Highway Division if he were to be the head of another division, especially when he also found out such a thing as a highway service area. And when you think about it carefully, isn't it just for the Director of Highway Services? Deputy Director Gao. Food can be eaten carelessly, words cannot be spoken carelessly. Do you not understand this point of reasoning? Lu Qing angrily rebuked. But whether his anger was directed at Gao Zhanhui or Li Hua was anyone's guess. Just then, the door to his office was suddenly knocked on, and Li Hua stood outside the door and shouted, Director Lu, I'm Li Hua, may I come in? Chapter 84, Door-to-Door Détente. Why is Li Hua here? Both Lu Qing and Gao Zhanhui didn't expect Li Hua to come to the highway office at this time. However, they certainly couldn't turn people away, whether they wanted to not expect it or not. Director Li, please come in. Lu Qing sat upright, coughed, and his tone became much more serious. Gao Zhanhui also sat down in the chair opposite his desk. Li Hua pushed the door in and frowned slightly when he saw the two people in the office. They are all from the same unit, although they are not considered familiar, but Gao Zhanhui he definitely recognizes. Only he didn't expect that this guy was also in Lu Qing's office. But none of that mattered. He was here to do his job anyway, and it didn't matter if anyone would see him. Li Hua walked into the office. According to reason, by this time, whether it is Lu Qing or Gao Zhanhui, should rise to welcome. After all, Li Hua was not their subordinate, but a cadre of the same director level. Although Lu Qing was half a level higher in rank, he was not Li Hua's direct leader. On the contrary, in the executive office of the remediation team, he was still explicitly to assist the latter in his work. Therefore, as a matter of sense and reason, both of them should stand up to greet them, no matter whether it was a sign of respect for others or a sign of friendliness among colleagues. However, both of them seemed to have forgotten their regular manners, sitting there motionless, with absolutely no intention of getting up. Li Hua frowned and didn't say anything, but just walked over to Lu Qing's desk. Director Lu, highway improvement activities will soon begin. You are the old man of the highway. I do not know much about these. What need to pay attention to also have to ask you to mention Although in his heart he didn't think much of these two people's attitude, but for the sake of his work, Li Hua still held back his unhappiness and continued to follow the plan he had thought of before. Of course, he also knew that having himself, a deputy director, as the director of the executive office, and having Lu Qing, a director, assisting him, would surely make the latter resentful. He came over today because he wanted to lower his stance and make a show that he had no intention of competing for power and help the other party to suit the breath in his heart, so as not to affect his normal work in the future. Li Hua knew very well that if he relied on his own strength alone, it would never be possible to level those service areas. Those service area managers or operators who can get their hands on a hen that lays golden eggs like that are probably not ordinary people. Each of them must have 1,000 connections behind them. If Li Hua went to them alone, even if he had the support of the Transportation Bureau or even Secretary Lin of the Municipal Party Committee behind him, he would only be entangled in those networks of their connections. And Lu Qing, as the director of the Highway Department, is bound to have some relationship with those service areas. That is why it is especially important to gain his support. Director Li is too modest. Your ability to our Transportation Bureau up and down are very well understood. Rapid Transit Project is that you handle, and now as the director of the Executive Office of the Remediation Team, I believe that under your leadership, remediation work will be able to carry out very smoothly. As for me, what use I have you despite command on the line? Running errands to play miscellaneous I can still barely do. However, Lu Qing's attitude disappointed him a bit. This guy spoke in a conspiratorial manner, and on the surface, he seemed to be praising Li Hua, but anyone could hear that he definitely didn't mean it. Moreover, the second half of his statement conveys a very important meaning. That is, he's not going to put in any significant effort in this remediation effort, and he's definitely not going to do anything on his own accord. His attitude will undoubtedly be very negative and will be able to do very little. Hearing Lu Qing's reply, Gao Zhanhui's heart was immediately delighted. He naturally heard the implication in the former's words, which was definitely the best news for him. He believed that as long as Lu Qing didn't actively work in this remediation team, it was absolutely impossible to deal with those service area slickers with just a milquetoast Li Hua who had just come over from the Municipal Party Committee. The words he had just said had still worked. Li Hua frowned again. It had already occurred to him before he arrived that Lu Qing's attitude might not be very cooperative, but he didn't expect the guy's attitude to resist to this extent. This is already taking himself as a rival. In fact, Li Hua is not afraid of being treated as a rival by anyone. In his eyes, these people are not his rivals at all. He never felt that he would stay in the Bureau of Transportation for too long. And how could he become any rival with the middle-level cadres of the Bureau of Transportation? What he wanted was to be able to get Lu Qing's help, which was actually helping the latter himself. Two people together to do this work well. The credit is shared equally, recognized by the higher leadership. The future is naturally predictable. However, some people don't seem to be able to read these things very well. Li Hua was tempted to simply walk away, but he held back. Nothing in the workplace is done perfectly by one person alone, especially for someone like himself, who knows nothing about the transportation industry and has only been in the Department of Transportation for a few days. It is absolutely impossible to do such a thing. So, he had to have help to do that. Since Director Lu was willing to help, that's naturally the best. Let's discuss how this work should be done now. Li Hua simply made like he didn't understand the other side's drawing. Anyway, you said you'd order you if something came up, so I'll order you. Alright, Lu Qing frowned and didn't refuse after all. He was, after all, the deputy director of the executive office appointed by the bureau chief at a meeting to assist Li Hua, so he couldn't openly reject people. Director Gao, Director Lu and I are going to discuss things, so I'd also like to trouble you to recuse yourself. Seeing that he agreed, Li Hua turned his head to Gao Zhanhui who was on the side. This guy is the deputy director in charge of the highway, and is said to be a bit of a miscreant in a couple of the service areas as well. Li Hua naturally didn't want him to hear what he said to Lu Qing. Gao Zhanhui's face stiffened as he looked at Lu Qing, who didn't move a muscle. If Lu Qing had kept him, he would have definitely stayed here even if he was deadbeat. But Lu Qing didn't keep him, so he really wasn't a member of the remediation team and had little reason to stay. Then I'll leave first. Director Lu, think about what I told you. Don't be fooled. Before he left, he didn't forget to remind Lu Qing. For him, as long as the latter's stance was firm and unshakable, then nothing would go wrong. Chapter 85 goes straight to work. Li Hua kept his eyes on Gao Zhanhui until he saw him leave and shut the door behind him. Then he breathed a sigh of relief. Director Lu, in fact, I came over this time because I have an important message for you. What news? Lu Qing originally didn't want to pay much attention to him, but seeing his mysterious yet extremely serious appearance, his heart couldn't help but tense up a bit. Is there really any important news? Lu Qing is very clear. Li Hua and Han Wenyuan came from the Municipal Party Committee. It is said that both of them are the love of the Municipal Party Committee Secretary Lin. Can hear the news naturally much more than the average person. Therefore, even though Lu Qing didn't really want to help Li Hua, if the latter could bring him any news, he was still willing to listen to it. This news is not confirmed yet, but it's about 8 or 9. Director Su may not stay in the Transportation Bureau for too long. Li Hua came over to his side and lowered his voice. What? Lu Qing was so shocked that he almost didn't jump straight up from his seat. In fact, Su Johnson may not be in the Transportation Bureau to do too long. This rumor everyone has long heard. The heart is also a few believe. The reason lies in Han Wenyuan. This is a former deputy director of the Municipal Party Committee office, one of Secretary Lin's most trusted generals. When did the deputy director of the city council office go out on a limb and become a deputy? There will be some, but those are the ones who are not trusted by the leadership and are of a relegated nature to be exiled as deputies. And how could Han Wenyuan, the most trusted deputy director of the Municipal Party Committee office of Secretary Lin, be demoted? When he came to the Transportation Bureau, he definitely came for the director's position. However, Han Wenyuan came only as a deputy director, and did not directly become the director, which is a little unexpected, but when you think about it, it is very reasonable. After all, the Rapid Public Works is currently one of the most important projects in Yunzhou. This project is absolutely cannot go wrong. Then the Bureau of Transportation has a proficient and familiar with the work of the old comrades sitting in the town is very important. Han Wenyuan, how deep the trust of Secretary Lin in the transportation work is still an amateur, so Su Johnson still stayed in the Transportation Bureau. Lu Qing, their previous guess is that it is estimated to wait until the BRT project has progressed very smoothly. Looking at what will not go wrong, or even has been constructed almost, Su Changxing may be able to retire on merit. That time could be a year from now or 2 years from now. But now, Li Hua suddenly said that Su Johnson would not stay in the Transportation Bureau for too long, which is very shocking. The departure of a chief can mean so much. First of all, it is those men of Su Johnson. It is impossible for them to leave with the old leader. They can only pray for the acceptance of the new leader. And what does the new leader think of them? Secondly, with Su Johnson leaving and Han Wenyuan taking over as director, the deputy director slot will have to be vacated. Under normal circumstances, this deputy director would be a possibility, whether promoted from within the Transportation Bureau or transferred from outside. But now, at a time when the BRT project has only just begun, the departure of an old transit guy who knows the business and the transfer in of an amateur from outside who doesn't know the business will undoubtedly not be of any help to the construction of the project. In this case, an internal promotion of a deputy director makes more sense. And if you are looking for a candidate for deputy director from within the Transportation Bureau, Lu Qing and these directors are obviously the most suitable. In just an instant, Lu Qing immediately thought of these many things after hearing Li Hua's words. I don't know how long Director Su will be able to stay at the Transportation Bureau. I've worked under him for so many years, and suddenly hearing the news that he's going to be transferred, I'm really a bit reluctant to part with him. Of course Lu Qing wouldn't give away all the things he was thinking about, but understanding when Su Johnson would leave was the most important thing. He had to hurry up and get some activity before the old leader left, and this position of deputy director, he was going to fight for it any way he could. As far as I know, the last job that Director Su will stay at the Transportation Bureau is to fix the highway service area. As long as this job is done properly, he'll be able to leave right away. Li Hua continued again. This is much clearer now. Su Johnson needs this job's political and performance to go to a better position, or at least a similar one. And Lu Qing, if you can do this job well, the same can also take this opportunity to walk into the eyes of the leaders. To become the deputy director of the candidate is also very likely. After all, the facts were right here. The remediation work was done by both him and Li Hua. Although he was only assisting, Li Hua was only a deputy director. There is an insurmountable gap between the rank of deputy section and deputy division. This chasm, no matter how tough Li Hua's backstage is, and how favorable the leadership is, it is impossible to cross it directly. This kind of serious job promotion is not as casual as a temporary working group, where the deputy section level can still be a leader for the full section level. There are rules for serious job promotions. Therefore, the remediation team did a good job and made achievements. Although the big head is to be on Li Hua, but he took the big head cannot be used for the time being. On the contrary, Lu Qing himself, even if he could only share a small half of the results, he could immediately use this small half to compete for the position of deputy director. What did he need to think about at this point? He didn't need to think about anything anymore. Gao Zhanhui just said so many messy things, and face and interests. As long as he became deputy director, and what is the point? In that case, then we must do this remediation work as soon as possible, as good as we can. and make sure that the old leader is to leave the Transportation Bureau in a very successful posture. Lu Qing finally made his attitude clear. He didn't really care what kind of posture Sue Johnson left the Transportation Bureau with. What he cared about was that when Sue Johnson left, he was just able to come up with an accomplishment that was important enough for the leaders to see. Director Lu said yes. I also think so. That's why I came to find you to discuss this matter. You are the old traffic, experienced and capable of outstanding. This time the work, although the above said that I let me be the director of this executive office, but in the actual work, it is still necessary to take you as the main thing to do. Li Hua finally had a chance to say all the nice things he had thought of. Although these words can't make any decisive difference, it's enough to make people feel better mentally and better engaged in their work. Don't worry, this job won't be any problem as long as the two of us work together. Let's think about what we're going to do for the first step now. Lu Qing was even more satisfied after hearing the good words and went straight to work. Chapter 86, A Meeting First. Lu Qing, after all, is in the highway department for so many years. For this aspect of the work is still very knowledgeable. He quickly sorted out ahead. Trying to fix the service area is not likely to result in tough measures right off the bat. The best thing to do is to first gather all the managers of the various service areas and have a meeting with everyone to convey the spirit from the top and tell them what they should do. Then, check how well they are executing and decide whether to take the next action based on the level of execution. Li Hua had no problem with this proposal. After all, he was not familiar enough with these jobs, and a lot of things were just based on his feelings or viewed in comparison with the latter, and he was definitely not more familiar with them than the professionals. Moreover, this time, he was the one who took the initiative to come to Lu Qing to seek cooperation. Even if he really had some ideas, after the latter had voiced out his opinion, he still had to give him face. You have to at least try it the way people do it first. It's best if it works out. Then change it if it doesn't. Can't even try not to let people try. That Lu Qing was not easy to be mobilized enthusiasm. Afraid to be all at once all gone. Working in the system can be such a pain in the ass at times. Often it's not that people don't know any better ways and means. It's that there are some crooked paths that have to be taken that don't work. Of course, Li Hua didn't feel that Lu Qing's proposal was a crooked path. It was a very routine and normal proposal, even if he was the one to take the lead. At first, then, the matter of summoning the managers of the various service areas will be a bother to Lu Division. You are their proper manager after all, and they should listen when you speak. However, it is the norm for whoever comes up with the program to contribute to running it. Li Hua logically put the job on Lu Qing's head. No problem. I'll notify them right away. If the meeting time is sooner rather than later, just set it for tomorrow. With his future at stake, Lu Qing was also very active. Before 10 o'clock the next morning, the conference room of the Highway Division of the Department of Transportation was full of people. Within the city of Yunzhou there are 3 highways, 1 horizontal and 2 vertical, and each highway has 2 or 3 service areas, adding up to 7 or 8 service areas. Add to that the fact that some of the service areas had more than one person coming in, and the small conference room at the highway office, which could seat more than a dozen people, was surprisingly crowded. This time, both leaders, Li Hua and Lu Qing, hadn't arrived yet, and the managers of these service areas sat down and talked loudly. Do you guys know what we're here for this time? I've heard that it's the city that wants to fix these service areas of ours. That's why we were called to a meeting. What's a good reason to remediate a service area? I heard it's because we're selling too expensive stuff and the service is too bad. Who is this nonsense? It's like this in service areas all over the country. What's our problem? Besides, it's not like we don't give them a portion of the money we make. What are they planning to do? Should be careful what you say. There are some things you can't just say. Anyway, we'll see what happens later. Some executives are better informed and some are lagging behind. But all the same, they're all kinda happy with the current state of the service area. This satisfaction isn't that they think they've done a good job. It's that they think the whole country is pretty much the same. And in a track that's worse than bad. They're no worse than anywhere else. They felt that was almost enough. Finally, when everyone was almost done talking, Li Hua and Lu Qing both walked into the conference room. Comrades, the meeting is now in session. Lu Qing and Li Hua both pushed and shoved. Neither one of them sat in the very center of that position. Instead, they sat down on the left and right. This was reasonable. After all, one of them was the executive office director of the remediation team, while the other was a director of a full branch. No matter who sat in the main seat would make the other one not too happy, so they simply did not sit on anyone. The purpose of convening you all to meet today, you must have known in advance. The high-speed service area is equivalent to a business card of the city, is one of the few important channels that the city can show to the outside world. So the service area work is very important to bring all of you to find, because all of you are the managers of the service area. I hope that you can together to make suggestions, discuss it well, How can we catch up the work of the service area? The opening remarks were made by Lu Qing. He was after all the main pipe of these people, and it still carried more weight for him to say these words. He had previously discussed with Li Hua not to push these service area managers against them in the beginning, although this so-called remediation work is actually to remediate them. If these people are willing to cooperate, it would certainly be more than fine. If they are really unwilling to cooperate, then what measures should be taken will be discussed at that time, and they cannot be denied a chance. Hearing Lu Qing's words, these service area managers looked at each other for a few moments, and finally, one of them took the lead and opened his mouth. Director Lu, in fact, I think, we have done is already considered very good. I am a frequent traveler, often run around the country. The service area has also been to a lot of. I say in good conscience, our service area within the city of Yunzhou from all aspects of the comprehensive point of view, in the national scope of the absolute is not a bad, at least it must also be the middle of the level. The one who spoke was Sun Wansheng, the contracted boss of Yunshan service area. He was considered a Yunzhou urbanite, and had good relations with many local heads, and was not too afraid in front of Lu Qing, so he took the lead and was the first to speak. Yeah, it's not like we're doing a bad job, so what's there to change? I think that the leaders should really make a good investigation before making a decision, and it is really unconvincing that they have to rectify this and that without understanding the actual situation. The Yunzhou city service area has really been great, and it's all thanks to us. Someone took the lead and the others yelled along with them. Everyone's words are not the same, but the core meaning is the same. That is, the city of Yunzhou within the high-speed service area has done very well. Then other places are not bad. There is absolutely no need to be able to improve any correction. Lu Qing thought that these people might not be too cooperative, but he didn't think that these people would even be willing to deal with it superficially at first, and start opposing as soon as they came up. This made him look a little bad. Ahem. At that moment, Li Hua coughed, drawing attention to himself. All of you seem to be expressing greater satisfaction with your work and feel that the level of service areas within our city of Cloud State is high. So let's see if that's actually the case or not. Chapter 87. As soon as Li Hua opened his mouth, he directly surprised everyone. He was new to the Transportation Bureau, and these high-speed service area managers didn't know him. But seeing that he was able to come in with Lu Qing and sit in a relatively similar position, they also knew that this young man should also be a leader. In fact, it does not matter whether the leader or not. The key is that this kid even said that he wanted to see the actual situation. Is he planning to take everyone around from service area to take a look? If that's true, it's still something to deal with. Various service areas also had a set of guidelines to cope with inspections, and as long as they notified the people in the service area in advance, those people would immediately make some changes, so that the people who came to inspect the area couldn't pick out any faults. Within our Yunzhou city, there are a total of 8 service areas such as Yunshan Service Area, Gulf Service Area, and so on, and among these 8 service areas, the least an adult can spend on a meal is in the Crystal Dream Service Area, where a spread pancake only costs $25, and the most expensive, that has no upper limit, and the Yunshan Service Area even has a 61 bowl of noodles with various marinades easily exceeding 100. To everyone's surprise, Li Hua didn't want to take everyone to the various service areas, but took out a notebook and read from it. In comparison to that, I'm not going to go and compare it to what you all said about the whole country. Let's compare it to the neighborhood and then compare it to the south of the river, Pingzhou City to the west of us. With a total of 11 service areas within its borders, the average cost of a meal is around $18, almost half cheaper than us. Ichuan City, to our north, has a total of 12 service areas within its borders, and the average cost of a meal is around $16, much cheaper than us. Let's take a look at the more economically developed Jiangnan. Wuzhou City is one of the most economically developed prefecture-level cities in our province, with 9 service areas within its borders, and an average meal costs between $22 and $23, as well as Shizhou City, which is slightly less economically developed than Wuzhou City, with 7 service areas within its borders, and an average meal costs $22, and the provincial capital, Jinling, with 11 service areas within its borders, and an average meal costs $23. This is still only the cost of meals. This alone, our Yunzhou city has been in the province as well as the surrounding areas far ahead, and besides eating, another very important thing is hygiene. Hygiene is something that is not very good to be measured by a standard, but I took some photos, and in those photos, the most dirty and messy ones are all the service areas within our Yunzhou city, Li Hua said as he took out a stack of photos. He has a full and complete innings to back up everything he says. So, we have a service area in Cloud State City that makes the most money and provides the worst service. And then you people come in here and blabber to me that you think you're doing a good job. And you come in and tell me where you're doing a good job? Li Hua said, and his tone intensified a bit. In the face of these managers who don't want to cooperate at all, there's no point in talking to them properly. So we'll have to come up with something practical to convince them. This leader, what you say we do not recognize. Other dare not say. I dare to guarantee that the price level and service quality of our Yunshan service area, absolutely no worse than the service area of the neighboring cities. Sun Wansheng looked at a few photos, one of which was so dirty inside that he instantly recognized it as his service area. However, it is absolutely impossible to admit such a thing. He calculated in his mind that as long as he resisted admitting it, then there was nothing that could be laid to his head. It doesn't matter even if the leaders of these transportation bureaus want to go to his service area for on-site inspections. Just now, while that young leader was speaking, Sun Wansheng had already sent a message to his men, telling them to start preparing. He believed that by the time the leaders of the transportation bureau arrived at the Yunshan service area, the place would be completely changed, and would definitely be completely different from what that young man had said. A lot of things have been like this since the beginning of time. When a leader comes to inspect, then make it better and make everyone happy. As soon as the leader leaves, it's immediately back to business as usual, all as usual. It seems like this is done just to deal with the leaders, but it can't be helped. After all, how much less money would be earned if they were all held to the same standards as the leaders during their inspections? Those of them who contracted the service area to do this are here to make a lot of money. And who wants to do this if they can't make a lot of money? Does Boss Sun mean that I used fake data to frame you guys? Li Hua glanced at him and sneered. I didn't mean that. But what the leader just said is indeed different from the actual situation in our service area. And if the leader doesn't believe it, he can go to our service area right now to take a look. Sun Wansheng had already received the message from his men and was even more emboldened. Even if you visit my service area in person, it won't make a difference. It's that confident. Boss Sun is so confident. It seems that he has already contacted the people below to get ready. However, Li Hua continued to sneer. Sun Wansheng's face immediately froze. Things like superiors checking on their subordinates to prepare in advance are used by all people all places, and no one usually says anything about it. The guy gave himself a direct break, which meant he wasn't prepared to give him face. This made it a bit difficult for Sun Wansheng, but he wouldn't really be afraid. He is not an ordinary man who can contract such a surefire business as the service area, and he naturally has his connections. If the DOT has to make things difficult for him, then there's no choice but to bleed a little and send more to the connections to help put in a word. Why yes, we always have a standard in our service area. It never changes. Mentally, I've figured out how to get connections to help talk, but my mouth is still cautious. Sun Wansheng knew that the more times like this, the more careful he had to be. Never invite yourself into any big trouble that you can't solve just because you're trying to have a good time. It never changes, does it? Good thing I'm well prepared. Li Hua took out the bag he had brought with him. It's because I think you may not be obedient. I especially found a friend from the TV station to borrow a set of undercover props. There are video, audio recordings, and photographs in here, including your Yunshan service area, and the service areas of all of you in this room. I have a full set of records. How much each of you sells for? How much garbage is in each of your places? How dirty is your restroom? How hot is your hot water? All of this is noted down here, dirty or not. Whether your hot water is hot or not, it's all memorized here. Do you need me to play it for you one by one? Chapter 88, One White Face, One Red Face. Everyone in the room looked dumbfounded. No one had thought that this young leader had already done a detailed investigation of these service areas of theirs without even realizing it. Moreover, the most absolute thing is that this leader not only did the investigation, but also left sufficient video evidence. Even if they want to argue against it, there is no way. This is really going to kill them. What kind of leader does his job like that? For the first time, all of these service area managers finally panicked, and they were all a bit at a loss for words in the face of such a well-prepared leader. They would have thought that the leaders were all high and mighty, totally ignorant of the actual situation, and could be left to muddle through as they pleased. But I didn't realize that's actually not the case at all. The young leader, who seemed to know more about their service area than any of them. After all, there were some things whose prices, even for them, could not be said in one breath. How do we cope with this? These administrators were a little flustered for a moment and didn't know what to say. So, the situation is all laid out in front of us. The service area within our Yunzhou city, whether it's the quality of service or the price level, it's all relatively poor, seriously affecting the image of Yunzhou city. Li Hua paused for a moment and continued. So, now there is only one question left. Are you all willing to cooperate with the city council's remediation efforts? He talked a lot, went in a big circle, took photos and videos, and, ultimately, came back to the same question he started with. The people in front of us are willing to cooperate with the city's remediation efforts or not? Of course, in fact, There was no need to ask Li Hua this question to know that these people were definitely unwilling. If they were willing, why bother pulling all that stuff before? Cooperate with the remediation. Whether it is to reduce the price of the service area or to improve the quality of service in the service area. For them, it is a real loss in terms of money. No one wants to take that loss. Leader, let me be honest with you. We actually have a lot of difficulties. The group of managers hesitated for half a day. And in the end, it was Sun Wansheng who opened his mouth. He wore a bitter expression, as if it was really very difficult. What you said about the service area prices being too high, this problem does exist, but that's also because it's too hard for us. We operate such a service area. We need to pay a large amount of contracting fees, but also to bear the wages of personnel, transportation costs, water and electricity costs. Of these costs, the cost is quite high, and we in Yunzhou, because of the coast, so it's not considered a hub in terms of highway transportation. There are not many vehicles that come and go. The people who will come down to rest in these service areas of ours are not many. In fact, we really can't earn much money. Now that the non-recognition of the gap has just been revealed, the next available trick is to pose difficulties. Don't you think our prices are high? Then let me tell you, the main reason why prices are so high is that the costs are too high. Or your transportation bureau should stop charging contracting fees. That's certainly not possible. Therefore, it is also impossible for us to lower prices. There's a difficulty, isn't there? Then we'll solve the difficulties, Li Hua said with a smile. Since you all feel that the cost of running a service area by yourself is too high, you might as well list out all the costs and expenditures, so that we can jointly see if the cost is really that high, and at the same time help you to study and research on what measures can be taken to lower the cost a bit. However, I want to emphasize that the costs I'm talking about are the real costs that I have to take out the tickets for. So don't you guys talk nonsense here and blindly list things that aren't there. His words directly dumbfounded the administrators. Only what is billed is considered a cost. But the problem is that there were already some within their costs that could not be invoiced. For example, if they operate this service area, all the relevant leaders must have to show some kind of indication. And this kind of indication, for sure, does not come with a ticket, but this is definitely a cost to them as well. I didn't realize that this young leader's one sentence would directly make all these costs of theirs go away. If those costs are not counted, they really aren't that high. At least not so high that they need to be earned at several or even 10 times the normal price of goods. But how can these costs not be counted? It's just that you can't say something like that in a formal meeting with a straight face. For a while, these managers didn't know what to say. Even Sun Wansheng, who had been very vocal and hard-connected before, ran out of things to say. Or, if there are just too many difficulties for everyone, then why don't we just give up the contracting rights for the service area, and we at the Department of Transportation will revert to a bidding process to find a new contractor. And I'm sure that there will be people who can overcome these difficulties to do the job. Li Hua continued again. He naturally understood what these people had in mind. It's just that what they think is their business, and it's not like he has anything to do with it. If the city's campaign to fix the service area is going to be effective, these people are going to have to suffer. Li Hua appeared to be forcing them, but had actually laid out the only two paths they could take. Either that, or you lose some financial gain, lower prices and improve service. Either that, or you guys need to stop doing this contracting service area thing. Well, we've come to get a meeting with you all today, but also just to clear the air with you and tell you about the situation, so that you can have a good idea of what's going on in your mind first. At this point, the scene went cold, and Lu Qing spoke once again. We're not going to ask everyone to make any decisions today about what to do. We'll give everyone a little time to think about it. So let's just say that tomorrow or this time or here, we'll continue the meeting, and hopefully everyone will have thought about it by then. He did not continue to press these people, but eased the atmosphere, and at the same time announced the end of today's meeting, as well as giving everyone some time to think about it. This was something that both he and Li Hua had discussed before the meeting. Between the two of them, there's always a red face and a white face. There's a lot of tension. But regardless, they served their purpose. Those managers of the service area left with a sigh, each with a furrowed brow. It does seem like this issue is a big one for them. Next, it's time for us to be tested. I don't know if you're ready for this, old brother. Lu Qing saw that the people were all gone before he stood up and snickered at Li Hua. I'm afraid I can't stand the test, so I'm going to hide first. Li Hua also joked. Hiding is definitely not an option. What needs to be faced still needs to be faced. Lu Qing shook his head. Chapter 89. Before leaving work in the afternoon, Li Hua sat in his office and looked at what he had jotted down in his notebook. That's 21 phone calls asking him out to dinner in the space of half a day, and 8 text messages with similar content. Looking at the list of these calls, Li Hua also had to admire those people's great powers. They really could find anyone. Inside these people who called themselves, there was even Captain Wu, who had engaged in surveying with one of his own and who longing from the police station. Li Hua didn't even understand how these people knew they were on good terms with him, but also because they were on good terms with him. So when he asked, they spilled the actual beans about whoever had invited him to dinner. After Li Hua explained it, they all showed their understanding. Anyway, no matter what, he refused all 21 calls, and those 8 text messages. He had no intention of replying. Getting ready to go home from work, Li Hua decided that when he finished eating and went back to the dormitory, he would turn off his cell phone, and tonight, no one would be able to find him. However, just as he was clearing the table, the phone rang once again, and he couldn't help but smile bitterly at the name on the caller alert. He now finally understood why Lu Qing would say that hiding was absolutely not an option. What was meant to be was always meant to be. The person who called was one he couldn't refuse and had to face anyway. Hey, Han Dog, why did you suddenly think of calling me? Li Hua didn't hesitate and directly picked up the phone. Dog Hua, your kid is good now. Mixed up. I heard that you have become an important leader of the Transportation Bureau. The one who called was one of his good friends, named Han Tingfei, a brother who was in his class from middle school to high school, as well as the best friend with whom he had the best relationship. A brother friend like this one will not look down on you, no matter what the ups and downs of your life are, and he will do his best to help you. It would be hard to say if it was someone else, but Li Hua was still very sure. Before he was reborn, his life could be said to be a big fall, but no matter what stage of life he was in, if he found Han Tingfei with anything, the latter would do his best to help him, never hesitating for a second. Don't give me that. How are you doing at the bank? Do you need me to help you pull some deposits? Li Hua laughed. Though they were good brothers and friends, they used titles like dog coins instead of each other in each other's mouths. This is an old habit of more than 10 years, and it can't be changed. Not to mention that it can't be changed now, even after 18 years. You don't say. You really don't say. You dog coins really pulled in deposits for me. Han Tengfei finally got down to business. Xiao Bin, you remember, our junior high school classmates. His third uncle is a famous big boss in our Yubei County. He found me and said that he could deposit a sum of money with me. The precondition is that he can treat you to a meal tonight. Fine. You tell him to arrange a place. Li Hua sighed. Other people's things were good for him to refuse, but he couldn't refuse Han Tingfei's things. He believed that it was impossible for Xiao Bin, that third uncle, to have found Tang Fei out of the blue, and without any surprises. It should be that the latter had already searched for him several times. This deposit should be pretty important to a good buddy, or he wouldn't be making this call. Although Li Hua had a few dollars now, he was still far from a big boss like Xiao Bin's third uncle. So, if he wanted to help Han Tingfei, he had to eat this meal. Even if things didn't work out, at least he could tell some people that his relationship with Han Tingfei was hard enough. It's not supposed to be bad for you, is it? How about I return him? Perhaps hearing Li Hua's sigh, Han Tingfei was a little less willing instead. He works in a bank, and pulling in deposits is of course a very important thing, but it's not like it matters that much compared to a good brother. Don't worry, it won't have any effect. I know in my heart. You let him arrange it. Li Hua smiled. Okay, I'll call him then. Han Tingfei still understands his good brother. He knows that if the other party says so, there should be nothing wrong. So he hung up the phone beautifully and called Xiao Jun again. Li Hua packed up his things and walked out of the office and went down a floor, just in time to meet Lu Qing, who was also heading out. Older brother, this is ready to go to whose appointment? Ah? Lu Qing was carrying a bag in one hand and his everlasting thermos cup in the other, looking like he just wasn't going to go home just yet. How did you know I was going to an appointment? Old man? Could it be that you've already made an appointment with someone? Li Hua asked rhetorically. Sun Wanshang looked for a retired old leader inside the bureau. The old leader knew me well in the beginning, so I can't push it away. Lu Qing leaned over and lowered his voice. After saying that, he took another step back. So you see, they'll get anyone for the sake of doing their job. And I'm searching for a couple of connections that you shouldn't be able to shrug off. Old boy? Yeah, these guys are really godly. Li Hua nodded and smiled helplessly. It can't be helped. Yunzhou is just this big. It's too easy to find some people who are related to us. This is something that can't be avoided. Lu Qing smiled, and just as he left the door of the Transportation Bureau, a crowd stopped in front of him. That's fine, old man. I'm off. Take care of yourself. When he finished, he pulled open the door and got in the car. Crown drove off quickly. Li Hua also pulled out his cell phone as he determined again where he was going to go to the banquet tonight, and then prepared to take a taxi there. Just then, an Accord pulled up in front of him. Is it Director Li? Old classmates still recognize each other, right? The passenger window fell down and a face with a few familiar faces was smiling at him. Xiao Bin, you kid can really do it. You are driving such a good car, Li Hua joked. I can what fooling around, can't compare to your transportation department leader. Get in the car, Xiaobin shouted. Li Hua pulled open the passenger door and sat down. If Xiao Jun had let an ordinary driver pick him up, he might have sat in the back, but to pick him up is Xiaobin, is a junior high school classmate. There is such a layer of relationship. He naturally embarrassed to sit in the back. Only, just as he sat down, he felt a diaphragm under his buttocks. He reached out and touched it, but it was a box of umbrellas. I say Xiaobin, you don't hide this stuff, you just throw it on the car seat? Li Hua was a bit shocked. He hadn't really seen many who threw this stuff around. Sorry, I just had someone in the car last night and this went by the wayside and threw it here. I'll be careful next time. Xiaobin grabbed the box with a cheeky grin and threw it into the car glove compartment. Chapter 90, Cautiousness. Xiao Jun Street was in a farmhouse outside the northern suburbs of the city. These days, agriturismo hasn't yet sprung up as a plebeian entertainment venue, something that's still being played by the rich for the time being. Xiao Jun is the same. He has money, but he cries every day that he misses the life he used to live when he had no money. So he has built several farmhouses, all of which are modeled after the look of his old home or the old home he remembers. However, these farmhouses are just as rural as they look, but the contents are very luxurious. Director Li, hello again, welcome, welcome. When Xiaobin brought Li Hua to the farmhouse, Xiao Jun was wearing a big white undershirt holding a hoe in his hand, as if hoeing the ground in front of the farmhouse. The way he was sweating, it really didn't look like he was just pretending. I didn't realize that Boss Xiao still has the hobby of personally working in the fields. This habit of not forgetting one's roots is still worth learning from. Li Hua got out of the car and laughed. Looking for the past. If Commissioner Li wants to look for good memories as well, he can also come to my place. I'm always welcome. Xiao Jun put down his hoe and wiped his sweat with the towel hanging around his neck before he came forward and shook hands with Li Hua. It's not that I'm forgetting my roots, but my parents were both sort of public food eaters and didn't do any of this growing up, so there's not much to miss. Li Hua waved his hand. No wonder Commissioner Li can be so young and capable. So it's a family schooling. It's really enviable. Those of us who come from ordinary people's families don't have such a good life. Xiao Jun heard his invitation instantly rejected, and his face was a bit unsettled. Just as the situation was getting a bit stagnant, Xiaobin grumbled as he stomped his feet. Third uncle, let's go in first. There are too many mosquitoes at your door. I can't hold it in a bit. It's summer evening now, and there are a lot of vegetables planted here. Naturally there are a lot of mosquitoes and bugs. Where can his delicate skin stand this? He couldn't stand it a bit when he saw that the two of them, his third uncle and Li Hua, seemed to be talking endlessly. It's my fault. I was so happy to see Director Li that I forgot to invite you guys in. Come on in, come on in. Only then did Xiao Jun laugh and invite Li Hua inside, but his mood was far less cheerful than he appeared to be. In fact, those words at the door just now were also implied. He said that Li Hua could come to him anytime to find good memories, which actually meant that he could come here anytime to play, naturally including meals and entertainment, and the money would definitely not be collected. As long as the other side agrees, things will be fine tonight. But he didn't expect that Li Hua would give a refusal without even thinking about it. This made Xiao Jun a little upset. The Xiao family is considered a more capable family in Yubei County, and he himself is naturally very high-minded. The fact that the invitation he personally sent out was turned down by someone who didn't even think about it really made him a little less than happy. So he didn't hold back and sarcastically said a few words. If his nephew hadn't suddenly spoken up and interjected, he might have had to get into a fight with Li Hua. However, it was fortunate that it was his nephew who interjected and calmed Xiao Jun down. He then realized that he was asking for something tonight, and that his posture would have to be low. After all, a service area's yearly income was not a small amount, and he couldn't afford to spit out this big piece of fat meat. When he entered the private room, Xiao Jun immediately resumed his previous smiling appearance. Director Li, take a look at this menu. Our Yubei County is by the sea, so seafood is a specialty. But I can assure you that the seafood I have here is definitely more than a specialty, all of which are not quite available normally. He handed Li Hua the menu. Li Hua was taken aback when he took a look at the price tag on top of the menu. He almost thought he was back 18 years later. Is this the price a restaurant should have in 2006? For that price, what farmer can afford to eat? In fact, the prices on this menu weren't so expensive as to be particularly outrageous. That is, they were about the same as the price tag of the average restaurant after 18 years. However, it must be realized that in these 18 years, many prices have risen a lot, especially seafood, which has risen by 5 or 6 times is a common phenomenon, and there are also those which have risen by more than 10 times. The prices on the menu of this agriturismo can be about the same as the average restaurant 18 years later, which can already be considered very expensive. I've had a gout attack recently and can't eat seafood, so I think we'll just have a home-cooked meal. Li Hua thought he'd better not order the ridiculously expensive seafood, lest this meal down the final bill pulled out several $1,000s. Really, if you pursue the problem is not small. Home cooking $180 to let others please also invited. Seafood dinner thousands of tens of thousands if you eat, so a meal please can really be the discipline inspection committee to find to talk. Get a chicken stewed with mushrooms and a chili pepper scrambled egg on the line. Li Hua took the initiative to order 2 dishes. Xiao Jun was a bit surprised. I've already prepared this seafood dinner myself. What kind of chicken stew does this guy want? The point is that it also flags gout and makes you embarrassed to order seafood. After all, Xiao Jun still knows the disease of gout. And with this disease, once the attack, eating seafood and drinking wine will make people very painful. But the question is, how did it happen to be such a coincidence that this kid got this at such a young age? Xiao Jun didn't believe it in his heart. But there wasn't much he could do if Li Hua said so. He had to rearrange the table for a feast of walking on the ground and flying in the sky. Director Li's gout is offending. Then we won't drink white wine today. I heard that drinking less red wine has no effect on gout. Does Director Li want some? After arranging the dishes, Xiao Jun found 2 more bottles of red wine. He wasn't a fan of red wine, and there certainly wasn't any collection in the farmhouse. These 2 bottles of red wine were just ordinary red wine. There wasn't much he could do about it. After all, it would be unseemly for them to talk about things here without some wine. So it's just a matter of getting 2 bottles of more ordinary red wine out to deal with it. Mr. Xiao is so polite. I have no choice but to be respectful, but I can say yes. I don't dare to drink more. I hope Mr. Xiao understands. Li Hua was more than satisfied with this result. The pigeons, mountain chickens, beef and such on the table couldn't have been more expensive and wouldn't have affected anything at all. And it's even less expensive if you just drink a little red wine. Absolutely nothing would go wrong with this meal, even if it was reported by someone with a heart of gold himself. Okay, let's do as Director Li says. Xiao Bin, pour wine for Commissioner Li. Xiao Jun waved his hand and announced the opening of the banquet. The table is open. So next, it's time to get down to business. Chapter 91, Who to Go With? Director Li, I asked you to come here today. The purpose should be clear to you. It's about the service area. Can you give me a bottom line? What do the leaders really want from us? After 2 glasses of wine, Xiao Jun felt that the distance between him and Li Hua had gotten a lot closer. So he opened his mouth and asked for the main question. What do you want from you guys? Didn't we talk about this at today's meeting? What the top wants is for the service area to be able to become a business card for Yunzhou City. To be able to make others feel good about Yunzhou City because of the service area. Although Li Hua didn't intend to help him with anything, but after all, he had eaten someone's meal, and he still had to say what he needed to say. Much of what was said at the meeting could not be made too clear because of the meeting, and now that it is a private occasion, it can be made clearer. Secretary Lin hopes that those drivers and passengers passing by will have the idea of coming to Yunzhou for fun or even investing in Yunzhou in the future because of the excellent service they have enjoyed in our service area. How is this possible? Where else can a service area serve this purpose? Xiao Jun was stunned. What Li Hua said was completely different from his perception. In his mind, a service area is a place where you can make a lot of money by blatantly asking for high prices. This thing is just like a scenic spot. It's designed to rip people off to generate revenue. How could it possibly have any other function? Mr. Xiao, there's no level in what you're saying. Li Hua laughed. What role the service area has? That depends on what the leaders need. Now the leaders need them to be the business card of Yunzhou City. Then they have to be the business card of Yunzhou City. Some other day the leaders want them to be the fortress of Yunzhou City. Then they have to be the fortress of Yunzhou City. He certainly made that statement up. The idea of making the service area the business card of Yunzhou City was something he put forward before it was recognized and implemented by Secretary Lin. Because this thing is practical. And what kind of ridiculous idea is it to be a fortress? It's impossible to press. However, Li Hua blindly said such a sentence. Not to make up the leadership, but to tell Xiao Jun, you want to hold the profits of the service area does not let go. Then we have to see if their own small arm can wring the leader's thigh. If you think you can carry it, then you carry it. I don't care. Isn't there anything that can be accommodated or the best of both worlds? Xiao Jun said with a frown. Li Hua's mouthful of leaders made him fret a bit in his heart. He had already inquired through other channels, and the remediation work was indeed proposed by Secretary Lin of the Municipal Party Committee. Those of them who were engaged in the service area were, to put it bluntly, just small businessmen, and it was absolutely impossible for them to fight against Secretary Lin's orders. So, the only way to solve this problem is to start with the executors. And this young man in front of me, at a young age, is already the Deputy Director of the Bureau of Transportation, or the Director of the Office of the Remediation Team, and most importantly, it is said that he is Secretary Lin's close confidant. Xiao Jun believed that if anyone could help him solve this problem, that person must be Li Hua. Mr. Xiao, we are also just a small soldier carrying out orders. How can we do anything good? Please don't give me a hard time. Okay. Li Hua shook his head while eating his food. Is there really no way at all? Xiao Jun asked again. There's really no way at all. Li Hua continued to shake his head. It seems that Commissioner Li still hasn't taken me as one of his own. Xiao Jun was silent for a while before continuing. He turned his head to his nephew. Xiao Bin, you called Tang Fei to ask where to. Let him quickly come over. He is not to. Director Li today this wine is afraid to drink bad. Okay, Xiao Bin nodded, dropping his chopsticks and taking out his cell phone. Hey, Han Tingfei, why aren't you here yet? My uncle and Director Li have been waiting for you for half a day. Are you almost there? Okay, just come in when you arrive. He finished the call in 3 words and smiled at both Xiao Jun and Li Hua again. Han Tingfei said he'd be there in no more than 10 minutes at the most. Mr. Xiao invited me to dinner, and had Tingfei come all the way here. It's a bit of an occasion, isn't it? Li Hua put down the chopsticks in his hands. Fewer people dinner is not lively. I call a few more people still have fun. This time is too hasty. Next time to invite Director Li to dinner. I strive to give you a class reunion, Xiao Jun said with a smile. The smile on Li Hua's face was completely gone. He knew that Xiao Jun was demonstrating his energy to him. Xiao Jun could call Han Tingfei over from Yubei County with a single phone call, or in the event that the latter didn't have a car. He also has the ability to turn a dinner invitation to Li Hua into a class reunion for the latter. All of this speaks to his energy in Elk County. Li Hua's classmates, but anyone who has entered society and started to mix with society, whether inside or outside the system, no matter what they do, as long as they are still working within the territory of Yubei County, Xiao Jun is sure that he can call them to a table, which is the energy. But Li Hua didn't like this display of energy. Because of this display of energy, there was absolutely no respect for those of Han Tingfei, especially Han Tingfei. This is Li Hua's good friend and brother. Mr. Xiao looks as if he is very confident, truly worthy of being a big boss with a successful career. Li Hua said lightly. What? Director Li doesn't like me calling Han Tingfei here? Then why don't I send him back again? Xiao Jun also noticed Li Hua's displeasure, but he didn't restrain himself and instead used even more arrogant demonstrations. Having Han Tingfei come to the banquet but not wait for him did count as disrespectful, but it was far less disrespectful than having him go back when he was about to arrive. But that's what Xiao Jun said. He could tell that Li Hua cared about Han Tingfei. Since this was the case, he was going to tell Li Hua that Han Tingfei was someone he could take at will. You want to protect your best buddy? Then be a good boy and do my job. As expected, the corners of Li Hua's eyes shook violently when Xiao Jun finished his sentence. After a minute, though, his breathing calmed down again. Mr. Xiao, you made a big mistake tonight. Li Hua stood up. Because of this mistake, your contracting for the Gulf service area may be over, but you have a big family, so I'm sure this little thing shouldn't cost you anything, right? With that, he headed outside. Before he could walk out, he encountered Han Tingfei, who had opened the door and walked in, and the two almost bumped into each other. Tang Fei, let's go. I'll take you to try the night market snacks downtown, Li Hua said. Tang Fei, don't you want my savings? Sit down, drink this bottle of wine, and I'll deposit $5 million for you on a regular basis. At that moment, Xiao Jun, who was sitting there without moving, opened his mouth in a single word. The scene was completely frozen for a moment. Chapter 92, The Governor's Demands. Han Tengfei had only just arrived, and he had absolutely no idea what had happened to the few people in this room, but he knew that a choice had been presented to him. He had to make a choice between being a good brother and getting promoted. Xiao Jun's $5 million in time deposits would be the direct equivalent of a promotion for a banker. This was 2006. An era when it was perfectly sufficient to give a deputy director a job at a typical branch if it could pull in $5 million in term deposits. And a $5 million deposit is a pretty significant amount for a bonus alone. Therefore, this condition was quite a temptation for Han Tingfei. However, he didn't even think about it and directly took Li Hua's arm. I've been wanting to try the downtown night market for a long time now, and I've never been able to find anyone to join me, so if I catch you tonight, I'll have to rip you off. Han Tengfei laughed and was about to pull Li Hua away. However, Li Hua didn't leave. He turned around and glanced at Xiao Jun, who was shaking a little in anger behind him. Mr. Xiao may think that his money is unique, but I just want to say that without you, Tanfei will be able to eat at the bank just as well. Only after that did he leave the room with the two of them. Han Tingfei, third uncle, what should we do now? Xiao Bin didn't expect the situation to come to this. Originally, Xiao Jun told him today to eat more food and talk less, because he simply wouldn't talk to people who were officials, and he had always done so. I didn't realize that Uncle Sam didn't look as if he was much more intelligent than myself. Bang! Xiao Jun slapped the table, barely knocking over his wine glass. Who does this kid Li Hua think he is? Who does he think he is? Still dares to not give me face. I have to get him killed. What just happened to you guys? Did you and Xiao Jun have a falling out? Han Tengfei had been careful to observe Li Hua's expression as he walked outside. He didn't know that something had just happened between this good brother of his and Xiao Jun, but he knew that Xiao Jun was not a character to be messed with. That guy is kind of famous in Elk County. If he offended him, even if Li Hua was now working in the city, he might not be able to have a good time. It's no big deal. Mr. Shaw may think that buying me a meal is a great favor, but I don't think so. Li Hua smiled. He could sense that in Xiao Jun's eyes, both he and Han Tengfei were still small characters, and were not worthy of being on equal footing with himself at all. So Xiao Jun has a condescending attitude whether he is talking or doing something. This made Li Hua very upset. They don't owe Xiao Jun, and there's nothing that Xiao Jun can't help with. On the contrary, it's the latter who's looking for their help. So what's the point of holding such a high frame? When they were students, Xiao Jun, the big boss, could naturally look down on them. But times have changed now. But Xiao Jun clearly doesn't think so. The next day, Han Tengfei had just arrived at the unit when he was called into the office by the bank president. Han, what's wrong with you? Last night, Mr. Xiao called me and got very angry. Not only is the 5 million in fixed deposits we were fighting with him out of play, but he also wants to transfer the 3 million that was previously deposited with us. And all of this is because of you. The governor slammed the table and pointed at Han Tengfei's nose and yelled, "Don't look at him as having such a bad attitude." But in reality, this attitude of his can already be considered very good. The main thing is that Han Tengfei's father in the county medical circle is considered a not too small celebrity, but also often can introduce a little customer to the bank. So the bank president of Han Tengfei is also considered to be another eye. If this had happened to someone else, the governor could have directly scolded him to his 18 generations. Leader, don't be angry. It's not good if you get angry. Han Tengfei naturally know that the governor will not really scold himself, so smilingly from the table of the cigarette box pulled out a hand to the governor, and then snap a hit the lighter stretched over. The governor took a few sharp puffs, exhaling smoke that obscured his face somewhat. Little Han, you've been working for several years now. You know how important Mr. Xiao is to our bank, and I'm not going to hide anything from you. Mr. Xiao has already said that there's you but not him. He has a good relationship with the branch leaders. If he really gets angry, I won't be able to protect you. Xiao Jun is actually really so shameless as to say something that directly targets me? Han Tengfei was a bit disbelieving. Xiao Jun was at least a big boss, but he was so directly targeting himself as a small ordinary bank employee. If this was spread out, wouldn't it be a drop in price? Yet the governor nodded, affirming his question. Xiao Jun is just so dropped. He was originally a man of clay, a man of blemishes, having lost no small amount of money last night, and with the potential for no small amount of financial damage. It's not unusual for him to do something out of character. Little Han, I'm also an old acquaintance with your father, so I'll say what I have to say. The governor took another drag on his cigarette, then snuffed out the remaining half of it in the ashtray. His cigarette cost several dollars, almost as much as an average person's meal, but it didn't hurt him to just put it out. Mr. Xiao, this person I still understand. He is so angry, certainly will not easily give up. You now the best way is to let your father to find people. Go to Mr. Xiao's home to apologize. The reparations for the gift of reparations. The admission of punishment to admit the penalty, or he asked you to do what you obediently went to do, and strive to obtain his understanding, or else the bank had once lost such a big a customer. If not deal with you, it will also be difficult for me to explain to the branch. The governor's meaning is clear enough. As long as Xiao Jun's side doesn't relent, Han Tengfei's banking career will likely be over. Although the bank is a state-owned enterprise and the stability of its employees is considered high, the power of the leaders at this time is still very high. Let you do or not let you do a lot of times is the leader of a sentence of things, far from other state-owned enterprises so troublesome. In the final analysis, banks are still too operational, and in order to facilitate the pursuit of efficiency, bank leaders must have absolute power over personnel matters before they can operate flexibly. People who can pull in big business are brought right in and even given a direct leadership position to do the job. And naturally, employees who offend important customers are fired outright without ceremony. And right now, Han Tengfei is facing the same situation. Looking at the leader's undeniable expression, he couldn't help but remember again what Li Hua had told him last night. Now that I think about it, that comment really made sense. It's just that he hasn't quite made up his mind yet. Chapter 93, Han Tengfei's Choice. Han Dog, Xiao Jun ate tonight. No surprise will take you angry. Although your family in Yubei County also has some relations, but Xiao Jun is certainly not comparable. Your bank leadership will stand in Xiao Jun's side. Therefore, now in front of you there are two roads. One is to take advantage of this opportunity to resign directly, and then the examination of the public. You are also a serious undergraduate graduate, fully able to participate in the civil service examination. You do not need to go to the examination of those popular positions department. Directly pick the most cold, most remote, most uncompetitive positions to test. The first test in and then said that as long as the people come in, the back will be good to operate. And the other one is to continue to struggle in the bank. I can help you introduce some customers, not to mention make up for Xiao Jun's loan deficit, even if it increases some more. To help you mix the director of the credit department is not a big problem. But in a bank, even if you become a branch president, you will have to be a grandson in many cases, whereas if you get into the civil service, I can guarantee that you will never have to be a grandson. You choose the path you want to take yourself. This is what Li Hua said to Han Tingfei last night. From the bottom of his heart, he hoped that the latter would be able to take the civil service examination and take this opportunity to step into the career. As long as the first examination into the civil service sequence, even if the post is not good location remote, at most is to stay up for a year or two things. A year or two later, Li Hua is sure that the good brother transferred to a better position and place to go. Moreover, if he develops well in the future, he will be able to become a certain level of leadership, and have enough power of speech. Naturally he will not forget his good brother. Even if he couldn't promote Tang Fei to a leadership position, he could at least get him mixed up in an important role, the kind that was respected wherever he went. So, this is definitely a good choice for Han Tingfei. Of course, there are some disadvantages to this option, and that is that if you take the career path, you will certainly earn far less than if you work in a bank. Like Han Tingfei now, a month will have a few $1,000s of income. If the performance is good, counting the end of the year bonuses and so on, a year to the hands of more than 100,000 easy. And being a civil servant, even in the city, is only tens of thousands of dollars a year, and it only gets a little less in Elk County. After all, these are the years when bankers make the most money. In his previous life, Han Tingfei was the one who had been working in the bank for 20 years or so, until Li Hua was reborn and still working in the bank, and also mixed up to the position of branch president. However, his dedication to those is also quite large, almost every night to stay up late to socialize. 40 or so is a head of gray hair. Physical examination of the body is also a bunch of problems. It's just that, if Li Hua were to say this now, Han Tingfei would only think that he was out of his mind. So there was nothing he could do but lay out the two paths and let the latter choose for himself. After all, every man's path is his own. All Li Hua could do was that no matter which path his good brother chose, he would do his best to help him. And now, Han Tingfei stood in front of the governor, not saying a word, just carefully recalling these words from last night. He didn't think too much about it last night because he didn't think that Xiao Jun could be about to make his job impossible so soon. Although Han Tingfei had been working in the bank for more than a year, this was the first time he had experienced the power of a boss of this level, and his experience was indeed quite lacking. He could only catch himself thinking about this now. Little Han, I know you young people have strong self-esteem and love face, but we bankers have no face. I'll give you a day to think about this matter. If you don't get news from Mr. Xiao's side by tomorrow, the branch leaders will most likely have to take action. The governor, however, did not give him much time to think. He only gave him 1 day, and instead of letting him think about it, this 1 day was more like letting him go to Xiao Jun properly to apologize and make amends. After all, if the bank doesn't get a reply from Xiao Jun's side tomorrow, it's going to make a move, so how can it just consider it? In this instant, Han Tingfei already had an answer. Leader, don't think about it, I already have an answer. Oh, what are you going to do? The governor's expression wasn't too happy. In his opinion, the best thing for Han Tingfei to do at the moment was to hurry up and go find Xiao Jun to apologize, instead of continuing to say something useless to himself here. But the boy looked as if he didn't quite get his point, and that irked him a bit. It's true that young people are just not easy to lead. Although I can easily pull in a few $1 million in deposits from elsewhere to make up for Xiao Jun's shortfall, the governor's words today made me reacquaint myself with this job at the bank. Han Tingfei watched the change in the governor's expression, and a feeling of refreshment suddenly came over him. Worked in the bank for more than a year, he pretended to be a grandson every day and everywhere, and saw that he was going to pretend to be like a grandson. Now that he could finally say something that didn't require him to act like a grandson, he felt as if all the bad anger that had been blocked in his chest for more than a year had been let out all at once. What can I do even if I can pull in a few $1 million in fixed deposits? Tomorrow another Boss Li, Boss Wang, Boss Xiao says he sees me as a bad guy or he'll have to transfer the money. Do I have to go and act like a grandson in front of people again? I don't want to pretend to be a grandson anymore. I want to be a normal person. In fact, the bank work is quite good. The income is very high, much higher than most people outside, and very decent. But our hard work is known only to ourselves. Now that I know, I don't want to suffer from this pain anymore. So I decided, in obedience to Mr. Xiao's wishes, to resign from the bank. Ha! The governor was taken aback. He really didn't expect that Han Tingfei would be so hard-headed. Just letting him go apologize and act like a grandson. And he was going to resign. Is it that hard to act like a grandson? Not at all. Even he, who has become the head of the branch, doesn't he still have to pretend to be a grandson every day? Yesterday, when he was answering Xiao Jun's phone call, he was no different from a grandson. Why can't this young man, cannot be just, but the crux of the problem is that Xiao Jun last night on the phone meaning is very clear. He does not really want to transfer the money. He wants his Han Tingfei to bow to him to do things. But if this kid quits, how will he satisfy Mr. Xiao? Mr. Xiao is not satisfied. This fire will end up on his head, right? Little Han, you have to think it over. Words like resignation aren't something you just say. The governor had no choice but to try and persuade Han Tingfei some more. You should understand that our bank's salary and benefits and all that are more than double that of a normal organization. Do you really think you can find a better job than this if you quit? Chapter 94, a one-day alliance breaks up. Governor, people have their own aspirations. It's your business if you like to act like a grandchild. I don't want to act like a grandchild anymore. Then even if I starve to death afterward, it's still my own choice. Han Tingfei's mind became even more resolute as soon as the words left his mouth. After all, in the bank to hang around for a lifetime, to be able to work to the president of the bank like this is already considered very good. But what's the point of being like this? Still have to be driven by someone like Xiao Jun? He even had to change in front of his subordinates in order to fulfill the tasks given by Xiao Jun. What's the point? Han Tingfei thought back to last night's Li Hua, his own good brother, who was just very tough in front of Xiao Jun. This kind of hardness was something that Han Tingfei couldn't have, but was very envious of. Thinking of Li Hua telling himself that as long as he goes for a civil service exam and goes on to a career, the money may be less, but it's definitely enough. And the key is to feel different in front of others. Han Tingfei then made up his mind. You young man, why are you so dead set? Let me tell you, the establishment in our line is very precious. If you resign, it will be filled by someone else right away, and then you won't have a chance to come back even if you want to. The governor was threatening again. In fact, the establishment of banks is not as stringent as that of civil service organizations, and the leaders of banks basically have the final say. As long as you contribute enough to the bank, there is no problem in getting any kind of establishment whenever you want. It was just that of course these words couldn't be said to Han Tingfei. For this disobedient brat, it was still necessary to focus on scaring. Governor, my mind is made up. You don't have to say anything else. I'm going to write my resignation and bring it to you in half an hour. Han Tingfei didn't bother to talk nonsense with him and directly turned around. Since he had already made up his mind after that, he wouldn't drag his feet and just wanted to solve the problem in a hurry. You brat! The governor looked at Han Tingfei's back and became furious. To be honest, he really doesn't want to care about this kid. He actually didn't lie just now. The establishment of the line is indeed a bit tight. If this kid rolls out, he'll have another room to maneuver. However, thinking of Xiao Jun's words last night, the bank president immediately lost the idea of operating this establishment. No matter what, we have to fulfill Boss Shaw's request before we can do that. Gotta bring that kid to his knees. At that thought, the governor picked up the phone on his desk and dialed a number. Hey, old Han Ha ha ha, long time no see. Call you today. Is a bit of small Han things to tell you? You have to help me persuade small Han. Young people's character is really too. Just as the governor was trying to find a way to toss Han Tingfei, Li Hua also came into Lu Qing's office. Mr. Lu, how was everything last night? There was also a meeting today, so we had to come ahead to test Lu Qing's attitude. After all, the guy had gone to dinner last night, too, and if he'd been taken down at the dinner table, there was a chance he wouldn't be on the same page as himself at the meeting today. This kind of thing is very possible. Although Li Hua was the deputy director of the temptation to make Lu Qing decided to do a good job of rectifying the service area, but that deputy director to let who was not his call. Even if the work is done well, Lu Qing may not be able to be this deputy director. So, with enough temptation, the guy really may not still be thinking the same way he was yesterday. But no matter what, Li Hua had to come and ask questions to find out what was going on. Okay. Lu Qing laughed dryly. Li Hua's heart stuttered. This guy's attitude is already a bit different from yesterday, so it does seem like things are not looking too good. Seeing this springy look on Lu's face, it seems that he has successfully convinced Mr. Sun to cooperate with us last night. Mr. Sun is still a very good person to talk to. He has already promised to cooperate well with our work. Lu Qing hesitated for a moment, then seemed to make up his mind. However, Mr. Sun also hopes that we can sympathize with his hardship. Many things have long been formed habits. Not all of a sudden say change can be changed. He will slowly change, but it takes time. Li Hua sneered in his mind. This guy, not only was he himself taken down by Sun Wansheng, but he also wanted to be a lobbyist for the latter to convince himself again, which was also really a bit shameless enough. Aren't they a little too simple-minded? I don't know how long is this so-called time needed by Mr. Sun? A week? A month? Or a year? Li Hua asked directly. In the system like this thing, the mouth promised to change but it takes time, often dragged for a while after, until everyone has forgotten that there is such a thing, or that this matter is no longer being concerned about, as if it had never happened. It would have been a cop-out to fool people, and Li Hua directly asked about the meaning of exactly how long it will take is also very clear. That is, absolutely do not give you the opportunity to muddle through and cope. This Mr. Sun didn't say anything. This is a job. It's not that good to determine a specific time. Lu Qing's face revealed a few impatient expressions. He felt that, as the director of the highway department, he was able to talk to Li Hua about this matter in such a consultative tone, which was already considered to have given the latter enough face. You're just a deputy director of the infrastructure department. Who are you to tell me what to do? Rectification of highway service area things, originally should be our highway department is the main well. Good then. Li Hua nodded expressionlessly before leaving Lu Qing's office. His original plan was that if Lu Qing was still willing to help him, then he would stay here a little longer and wait until the meeting to go to the conference room with the other party. But now the result was very clear. Not only would this guy not help himself, but he would most likely become his antagonist. In that case, what's the point of staying on? And, from the looks of things, this meeting today could be very difficult. But isn't that the scenario one thought of when this job first fell upon them? Everything was expected. Li Hua returned to his office and sat quietly in his chair for a while until 10:05, when he took his things and slowly walked towards the conference room of the highway department. By the time he walked to the conference room, all those highway managers, including Lu Qing, had all arrived. Among them, Xiao Jun's expression was very gloomy, while Sun Wanqing was very sunny and even had a few provocative looks on his face. Is everyone here? Li Hua didn't care about their expressions and directly sat down on the main seat. Chapter 95, Finding a Venturer to Fight. The fact that he sat down like that directly caused the expressions of everyone present to stiffen. You know, the last time there was a meeting, Lu Qing and Li Hua both came together, and they even pushed and shoved, and in the end, no one sat in that most prominent position. And this time, Lu Qing came first, and he was still sitting in the same spot he had sat in last time. Instead, it was Li Hua, who not only came a little late, but also sat in the main seat he hadn't sat in yesterday. Lu Qing's face was a bit ironic. He had realized something from such a simple action, but he ultimately didn't say anything. Several of the service area managers had begun to look back and forth between the two men's faces with interest after the surprise they had just experienced. But it's only been a day's work, and it seems like something has happened between these two leaders. It is important to realize that in officialdom, or in any relatively formal setting, there is a great deal of talk about where each person sits. There is a lot of hidden meaning in this. Li Hua was sitting in a different position today than yesterday, which seemed to also represent a change in his thoughts, or perhaps a change in the relationship between him and Lu Qing. Is there anything that they can utilize a little bit? These bosses are starting to figure it out. We will now begin the meeting. The topic of today's meeting is known to all. It was stated yesterday, and we have been told to go back and think about it. And now it is time for everyone to say what their options are for the city after this day of consideration. Li Hua's voice sounded again. He didn't say a single word about it and went straight to asking the managers about their choices. This one, straight away, made everyone look at each other in disbelief. This is too direct. There is no buffer at all. Are they going to be forced to die? Everyone was disgruntled, but none of them dared to be the first to step forward and say anything. Even Sun Wansheng, who had already taken care of Lu Qing last night and felt that he wouldn't have any problems today, because he had been notified in advance by the former and knew about Li Hua's meaning. This would not quite dare to be the one to stand out. He was a bit of a wild card, but definitely not stupid. He knew that if he took the lead, he would definitely take Li Hua's greatest fire. Although he had Lu Qing to help him, no one could guarantee that Lu Qing would be able to stand up to Li Hua. Sun Wansheng has also inquired with many people in the past 2 days. This Li Hua is the deputy director of the Bureau of Transportation Han Wenyuan's favorite, and Han Wenyuan is the heart of the Municipal Party Committee Secretary Lin. In Yunzhou, no one had yet dared to disregard Secretary Lin. Sun Wansheng naturally didn't dare, so he definitely wouldn't be the one to stand out. He was going to cower in the back and come out when Li Hua's fire was done spreading on the others. When the time comes, with Lu Qing's help and a bit of fooling around on his own, he should be able to cope with it quite well. Sun Wansheng felt that his wishful thinking was really good and would definitely succeed. But he didn't notice that Li Hua's gaze had already locked onto him. Mr. Sun, yesterday you always took the lead and spoke very actively and enthusiastically. Why don't you open your mouth today instead? Let's let you be the first one to speak. You've been thinking about it for a day. What answer are you going to give me? Li Hua directly named Sun Wansheng. At this moment, and for some unknown reason, Sun Wansheng suddenly had a feeling that the goosebumps on the back of his neck were all standing up. He got a bit of a head start. He couldn't figure out. The kid in front of him is just a small cadre of deputy section level in his 20s. He has even seen a lot of division level cadres. And how could he be afraid of such a small cadre of deputy section level? However, his body just gave such a real response, and it was not up to him to understand it. Sun Wansheng's hands were shivering a bit. The other managers, on the other hand, were all relieved. They knew that Sun Wansheng had become a standout again and was expected to take most of Li Hua's firepower. It's great to speak after them, not only to be informed and clear your mind, but also to reduce stress. None of them realized that they surprisingly seemed to be somewhat intimidated by that young, small cadre at the deputy section level as well. Director Li, Director Lu, after a day's consideration yesterday, I felt that my previous thinking was still a bit narrow-minded. Turning the service area into a business card for our Yunzhou city, and letting the service area do the publicity for Yunzhou city is a great thing for Yunzhou, and it's likewise a great thing for our service area. I now fully support the leader's decision, and will definitely make improvements according to the leader's requirements. After thinking about it for a while, Sun Wansheng gave out the words that Lu Qing handed him last night. Rising the heights first, and then voting. Such a statement would be absolutely delightful on the field. Then, say a little more about the difficulties, and say that you need time, and the leader is happy. Of course, will not give you a hard time. The next logical step is to mop up the word. To be honest, if Li Hua hadn't approached Lu Qing before and learned that they had reached a consensus, he might have been impressed by these words as well. However, now that he knew what they were thinking, he naturally wouldn't have any mental fluctuations after hearing these words again. Mr. Sun has figured it out. That's good. All of us need to learn from Mr. Sun and be able to align ourselves with the city's direction. Ning Yuan first affirmed. Since you've promised to make improvements, I'll have a few people set up a remedial action steering group tomorrow to go to your service area and assist you in making improvements. He didn't ask how long it would take or any other nonsense like that again. Since the others were already trying to play stalling tactics, it would be pointless to ask that himself. Li Hua simply announced on the spot that he would set up a steering group to go and help Sun Wansheng's service area make improvements. Everyone knows that this steering group goes to the service area and may supervise, may instruct, and may push, but it will never be there to help. With such a steering group sent over, even if Sun Wansheng wanted to delay, there was no way to do so. Director Li, aren't you being a bit too hasty? Although I've made up my mind to make improvements, this kind of thing doesn't happen overnight. And we have some practical difficulties that will also take some time before we can do it. Sun Wansheng was a bit anxious. That's not what we agreed on last night. He didn't say that last night, and he didn't know how to deal with it for a while. But one thing he was well aware of was that his service area was never going to improve right away. Absolutely not. Oh, Mr. Sun has difficulties? Then this steering group makes more sense. They can help you guys with your difficulties first, and then you can just work on improvements. Isn't that good? Li Hua asked seriously. Chapter 96, A Big Accident. Sun Wansheng almost didn't slap the table on the spot. I'm just being polite. How come this kid just grabbed it and won't let go? What's the matter with you? But Sun Wansheng knew that even if he had any more anger, he absolutely could not send it out at the meeting. As long as one loses one's temper at a meeting, then even if one has a point, it will become no point, not to mention that one has little point in itself. At that time, he will definitely be treated as a typical key governance, even if he also has some relations. I'm afraid that he will not be able to help much. This Li Hua, after all, is a direct line to Secretary Lin, and the remediation of the service area. It is said that the Secretary Lin also put forward their own little arm. Cannot twist the Secretary Lin's big thick leg. Director Li still needs to give me a little time to prepare. In this case, I'll go back and call the following people to have a meeting first to study it, and when we work out a program, then we'll invite Director Li and the comrades to go and guide the work together. Okay? Sun Wansheng thought about it, but he could only continue to use the dragging technique. He's also following the lead of these guys at the DOT and using meetings as an excuse to stall. Anyway, you've had your own meeting, so that's always a good enough attitude. That's a good way to do it. And just in time, I'm going to walk around and look at the various service areas in the next few days. And by the way, I'm going to attend your meetings as well. And anyone down there who has any questions can ask them on the spot and I'll give them the answers. Li Hua, however, is still stepping up to the plate. It was as if he was completely oblivious to the fact that the other party's attitude was correct enough that it was time to save face and let the person off the hook for the time being. To him, Sun Wansheng was the bird he had picked out, and even though the bird hadn't come out on top today, it was still the bird he was going to fight. Who let you birds find connections and think you can handle this remediation campaign? If you let you get away with it, then what's the point of the Bureau's remedial action if everyone else follows suit? Li Hua, as the director of the Executive Office of the Remediation Working Group, it can be said that the success or failure of this remediation action almost all depends on him. He would never allow this operation to fail. Therefore, he had to take down Sun Wansheng before he could do so. Li Hua sat there with his back straight, although he was only a small deputy section-level cadre, but he gave off an air as if he was a real director. Sun Wansheng's brows furrowed. If anyone had been able to see under the table, they would have been able to see that his hands were clenched in fists under the table, where they were shaking. He had never been a very good-tempered person, and the only reason why he was still able to suppress it this time was purely because he was afraid of Secretary Lin's power. Sun Wansheng didn't dare to directly oppose the orders laid down by Secretary Lin. However, this Li Hua is really too deceitful. He had clearly made concessions and was at least ostensibly in his favor, but he didn't give himself any face at all. What's this about? To cut yourself off? If it were before, if someone dared to do this in front of Sun Wansheng, he would have rushed up and done it long ago. A large part of his business, he has fought his way down, but now that he was ashore, he could no longer just know how to fight and kill, especially since the other party was still a national cadre. If this was beaten up by himself, then he would definitely not have any good fruit to eat either. That was why Sun Wansheng had used all the strength he had in his life, and was desperately restraining his anger. Anyway, let's get through today. The big deal is that the next time you need a meeting or something, you pretend to be sick and don't come. Sun Wansheng was struggling with his anger. He really had no way to say anything more to Li Hua, yet the latter, seeing that he was silent, instead intensified his efforts. Mr. Sun, why don't you say anything? Could it be that you are not very satisfied with my proposal? I have another idea if you think my previous proposal wasn't good enough. Li Hua's eyes were dead set on Sun Wansheng, and a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Why don't you simply set up your Yunshan service area as a model service area for the remediation operation? We first remediate Yunshan service area, and remediate Yunshan service area to meet the standard, and then the other service areas will follow the remediation of the Yunshan service area to learn on the line. How about this? He simply stopped talking about meeting or not this time. He is directly going to take the Transportation Bureau to the Yunshan service area to carry out remediation work. This can be a world of difference from Sun Wansheng and these people remediating themselves. You remediate yourself. A lot of things are elastic and adjustable. It's pretend, and it's probably not too much of a loss to deal with the inspection first. However, if we let the Transportation Bureau personally carry out remediation, then everything will be in accordance with the standards of the Transportation Bureau. It will be much stricter than their own remediation. The managers of these service areas have much more to lose, so no one would want someone from the Department of Transportation to come to their service area to do remediation work. However, Li Hua said that he wanted to set up Yunshan service area as a model service area, which was trying to leave Yunshan service area without any tricks to play. This is no longer just pressing. This can be described as stomping on the nose. Everyone's eyes were focused on Sun Wansheng, wanting to see how he would respond. The latter's entire body had now begun to shake. Even the little cutie could also see that he was in a great rage right now, and he was trying hard to suppress it. Mr. Sun, why don't you give a word? Weren't you quite talkative before? Why don't you say anything now? Li Hua, however, still spoke provocatively as if he didn't see it. Sun Wansheng suddenly jumped onto the table at once, his hand still holding his chair, raised it high, and directly lunged towards Li Hua. It had come to this. If he could still hold back, then he wouldn't be Sun Wansheng. He swung the chair extremely ferociously and smashed it towards Li Hua's head, but to say that he was moving as fast as he was would be an understatement. At least the managers of those surrounding service areas had a clear view of it. It's not like they can't do it if they want to block it. But, out of some ineffable tacit understanding, none of them made any movement. They didn't even make a sound. For them, if Sun Wansheng had beaten Li Hua up, it didn't seem like it could be considered a very bad thing. At least it's not doing them any harm. In that case, might as well wait and see what happens. Sun Wansheng's movements were not only seen by those administrators, but also by Li Hua. His subconscious reaction was to dodge, but just as he moved, his eyes suddenly flashed with a hint of viciousness. Instead of dodging, or making the best choice of dodging, he stood up. His movements looked as if he was going to run away as well, but this rising movement was too slow, and instead, he let his body meet Sun Wansheng's chair. Bang! Chapter 97, How to Deal with It. Li Hua's head tilted at the most critical moment, and Sun Wansheng's chair smashed into his shoulder. It was a somewhat old wooden chair with a nail showing where the legs were. Li Hua gritted his teeth and let his shoulder rub hard directly on the head of that nail. Wow! Blood flew out directly. At that moment, everyone in the room was dumbfounded. The result everyone originally thought would be Sun Wansheng chasing after Li Hua with a chair. Perhaps hitting the latter a bit, but definitely not hitting him too hard. After all, everyone saw that although Sun Wansheng was impulsive, but after all, he was in his 40s or 50s, and his speedy movements were not fast. Li Hua, a young man in his 20s, was fully capable of dodging through, but who would have thought that it was such an old man in his 40s or 50s, making a slow move from several meters away, that a young man in his 20s would not be able to dodge, and that he would see blood at once. Everyone knows very well that in the matter of fighting, the difference between seeing blood and not seeing blood is huge. Perhaps from a professional criminal point of view, the sight or absence of blood would not make much difference in the determination of the degree of injury. However, the sight of blood can have a significant impact on the perception as well as the impact on those around you. The simplest one. Sun Wansheng beat Li Hua in the conference room of the Transportation Bureau, and Sun Wansheng beat Li Hua to the point of blood in the conference room of the Transportation Bureau. These two words, if they are both spread out, it must be that the latter caused a little more shock. After this hit, even Sun Wansheng himself was confused. He even forgot to keep fighting again. Instead, Li Hua rolled to the back in a flash, all the while shouting at the top of his lungs, "Kill the man! Help! Hurry up and call the police! Someone's trying to kill me!" Hearing him shout, everyone cried and laughed some more. Sun Wansheng did look pretty fierce that time, but that's killing people? It's not too much to ask. However, on second thought, if Li Hua hadn't tilted his head just now, and this chair had hit his shoulder, then it might have really taken a life. If a life was really lost on such an occasion, then all of them in the service area would just have to follow suit, right? Several people's legs went a little weak when they figured out this section. Li Hua's shout soon startled several people to come over. And over here in the conference room, there were also several people holding Sun Wansheng with 7 hands and 8 feet. "Mr. Liu, what's going on?" Gao Zhanhui, the deputy director of the highway department, looked at Li Hua, who was lying on the ground covered in blood, and then looked at Sun Wansheng, who was being held by the crowd, and immediately felt a head of too big. The person who asked Sun Wansheng to find a way to communicate with Lu Qing was exactly him, and he believed that as long as Lu Qing was taken care of, then the remediation of the Yunshan service area would not be affected. And if the Cloudy Hill service area can't be remedied, there is bound to be no real remediation in the other service areas either. That way, none of those interests of his will be affected in any way. Everything was going according to his plan, and when the meeting was supposed to be over here, he was in his office waiting for the good news of the victory. I didn't expect to wait for the good news of victory, but for such a result. Sun Wansheng beat up Li Hua, and he did it so badly that it was a major incident. Gao Zhanhui was also completely frozen. He could only turn to Lu Qing for help. "Division Li is injured. First hurry to send him to the hospital for medical treatment. Don't delay." Lu Qing thought for a moment and signaled to send Li Hua to the hospital first. As for what to do with Sun Wansheng, he hadn't thought about it yet. To him, the best outcome would definitely be to turn a big issue into a small one, and it would be best for Sun Wansheng and Li Hua to reconcile. However, looking at Sun Wansheng, who was being held by the crowd but was still desperately trying to break free, as well as Li Hua, who was lying there covering his shoulder and was motionless and covered in blood, Lu Qing felt that this settlement seemed like it would be very difficult. And what would be the result if one could not reconcile? And what should one do? Lu Qing only felt that there were 2 big heads in one. However, this is not the time for his head to be the biggest. I don't know if I heard the commotion or what, but Han Wenyuan, who generally seldom comes to this side of the highway division, suddenly appeared outside the door of the conference room. "What are you guys doing here with all this noise? Do you have any national units left?" he criticized before he even looked over his shoulder. However, when he came over, he was shocked to find Li Hua lying on the ground covered in blood. "What's going on here? Did you call 120? Why don't you save him first? And hurry to call the police. Say that someone has killed someone in our transportation bureau." Han Wenyuan was originally invited by Li Hua to pop in for a bit during the meeting to back up the latter. However, how could he not have expected that when he came, he would be in such a situation? Han Wenyuan certainly handled the situation much more directly than Lu Qing. He presses on without thinking too much about it. When someone is injured, then naturally, you call 120 and call for emergency services to come over. If someone is hurt, someone must have hurt someone. So naturally there is no mistake in calling the police to arrest the person who hurt someone. especially since he saw a bunch of other people over there who were hugging someone, and it was no surprise that it was that guy who was hurting people. Hearing his words, Li Hua's somewhat nervous heart lying on the ground dropped. Although he looked badly injured and his body did hurt a lot, he had actually been very lucid. He was originally still considering that Lu Qing was so defensive of Sun Wansheng, so when should he say something to make them jealous? But now that Bureau Han is here, everything is naturally no longer a problem. With Han Wenyuan appearing, the follow-up progresses quickly. The Transportation Bureau is in the heart of the city, close to both the hospital and the Public Security Bureau. In less than 10 minutes, ambulances and police cars arrived. But the only thing that made Li Hua a little surprised was that the police officer who brought the team here was also an acquaintance of his, Hu Longgang, the chief of the Changbei police station. Hu Long just at first for business-like attitude. After all, here is the Bureau of Transportation. He has no acquaintances here, or to behave better. However, when he saw that the injured person was actually Li Hua, the murderous aura in his body suddenly erupted. Old brother, tell me, who hurt you like this? I will definitely take this out hard for you. He plopped right down in front of Li Hua in front of the crowd and asked. This would have been before law enforcement recorders and stuff, and police enforcement can be a bit unreasonable at times. When Hu Longgang said this, instead of feeling that there was something wrong with him, everyone felt that this was what he should do. The only one who was a bit unable to accept it was Sun Wansheng. He had long heard of Hu Longgang's great name, and now that he found out that this guy was actually on good terms with Li Hua, he was so scared that his legs went weak. Chapter 98, in the Husho's hands. Hu Longgang arrived, and naturally the situation was immediately under control. Li Hua was pulled away by an ambulance. This naturally goes without saying. Sun Wansheng, on the other hand, was directly arrested by the police and was handcuffed. When he was handcuffed, he still wanted to resist a bit, and Lu Qing wanted to help him out. I'll see who dares to move again. If this kid resists, directly add another charge of violently resisting law enforcement. If anyone else tries to do anything, they'll be dealt with directly as his accomplices. Hu Longgang pointed at Sun Wansheng and said loudly, his great name is known to all, and everyone has heard of his way of doing things. Everyone knows that he is a man of his word, and if you don't do what he says, he can really put the sure pot on your head. So Sun Wansheng was honestly handcuffed, and Lu Qing and the others didn't dare to say anything else here. Bureau Han, we are the ones who know the situation best at that time. Should we go to the police station to cooperate with the investigation to tell all the truth? But Lu Qing wouldn't just leave Sun Wansheng alone. After all, he had also received benefits from others, and not caring was definitely not an option. So he was ready to drag the other managers down with him and take everyone with him to the police station. He believed that no matter how much those other administrators held the mentality of watching the show, for them, at this time, they could only help Sun Wansheng. It was because they and Sun Wansheng were actually in a one-for-one relationship. If Sun Wansheng was defeated, then their next days would definitely not be easy either. Lu Qing wanted to take these people to the police station to put pressure on the police officers. Director Hu, you see, Han Wenyuan didn't directly agree, but asked about Hu Longgang, although he is the deputy director of the Bureau of Transportation, and will soon be corrected. Theoretically speaking, the status is to be higher than Hu Longgang, but he was the person beside Secretary Lin before, and he knew very well how powerful this guy Hu Longgang was. That's someone who even Secretary Lin has to brag about when he mentions it. If this guy is not his own twisted nature, have to hold on to the previous case, now only afraid to have long become the Yunzhou City Public Security Bureau of the Bureau of Leadership. Therefore, talking to such a person, Han Wenyuan would never put on any condescending attitude. Of course until they go to the institute. Hu Longgang sneered. I happen to want to know what the hell just happened. Alright then, Han Man nodded farther. He knew that in terms of solving crimes and investigations, Hu Longgang was much better than himself, and there was absolutely no need for him to worry about the other party. Since Director Hu has said so, you people will follow Director Hu's people to their office in a while, and you must be truthful and cooperate with the investigation. Understand? Despite the reassurance, it is important to instruct. Yes. Definitely. Lu Qing and the others promised while following the police officers outside. As they walked away, they even gave each other a few winks, meaning that they must be more careful when talking in a while. However, this thought of theirs didn't work. They just arrived at the police station. They were separated by Hu Longgang, who arranged for the police to come and ask about what happened before. Each one in a room with 2 police officers. In this situation, not to mention that they had simply matched their words, even if they had discussed in detail what to do in response before, it would still be difficult to put things in a seamless way, and once they disagree with each other, it can be a serious matter of giving a false confession. Lu Qing naturally realized this, so he vehemently disagreed when he was to be taken to an interrogation room. You are interrogating us as if we were criminals. Who are you to do this? I firmly object. I want to contact Director Han. I want to contact Director Su. He was there yelling and screaming. What are you yelling about here? Who said anything about interrogating you as a prisoner? Isn't this taking your statements? Hulong Gang walked over and said with a frown. This is an interrogation room. You're not interrogating us as criminals. Why are you letting us into the interrogation room? Lu Qing pointed at the sign above the interrogation room and questioned. You say this Sorry, we have a limited number of rooms in the institute. There is really no way to find a more suitable place for you to record your statements, so you can just condescend to record it here. But I can assure you that this is definitely not an interrogation. It's just an ordinary recording of a statement. Hulong Gang did look as if he was a bit helpless. Of course Lu Qing didn't believe him on this. With such a big police station and so many rooms, can there not be a room where you can take your own statement? And, even if there weren't enough rooms, that would be just the thing to get them all together to take statements. This also happens to make it easier for them to testify against each other. However, Hulong Gang had said so, and there was nothing Lu Qing could do to refute it. He can't say he can't take statements in this interrogation room. I hope you can do what you say. Lu Qing had no choice but to go in obediently. Hulong Gang winked at the two policemen who were taking statements and then left. The one he had to deal with was naturally Sun Wansheng. That kid had dared to hurt Li Hua. He would never forgive. And this time, Li Hua, who was thought to be seriously injured, had already been sent to the hospital surgery. And the one who examined and treated him turned out to be an acquaintance as well. Director Li, what's wrong with you? Xiao Wanru immediately became nervous when she saw Li Hua's condition. After she came back from training in Jinling, she switched from the emergency clinic to the outpatient clinic, not expecting that within a few days of arriving at the outpatient clinic, she would meet the person she had been thinking about every day. Seeing Li Hua injured, Xiao Wanru's heart was also very bad. She immediately started checking it out. Nothing major, messed with a crazy person, but it should all be superficial injuries. Li Hua was overjoyed when he saw that the doctor was also an acquaintance. The plan he had in mind was looking more attainable. Don't move for now. I'll give you a good check. Xiao Wanru began to show her professional side. She first helped Li Hua clean up the wound, and then carefully pressed the latter's shoulder with her hand to check if there was any damage inside. We'll need to take a radiograph to see exactly what's going on, but it shouldn't be a big problem. After checking, Xiao Wanru finally breathed a sigh of relief. Thank goodness the problem wasn't too serious or she would have been heartbroken. Dr. Xie, there's no hurry for the examination first. Can I trouble you with one thing? Li Hua said with a smile. Can you make my injuries as serious as allowed? Chapter 99, The Real Results. On a more serious note? What do you mean by that? Xiao Wanru frowned. It never occurred to her that there were people out there who wished their injuries were worse. This is also because she is still relatively young and has only been doing this job for a short time. And when she does it more, she will realize that there are still many people who will want to make their situation look serious. As you can see, I was given a beating, and I wanted him to be punished more, Li Hua said indifferently. That may be one of his reasons, but it's definitely not all of his reasons, and it's not his most important reason. However, he told Xiao Wanru that he could only use this reason. The good thing is that the latter was very understanding and immediately made common cause with him. That's right, he must be punished even more severely for that to happen. Don't worry, leave this matter to me. Xiao Wanru clenched her small fists, wrinkled her small nose, and said viciously, but she was just a cute girl. She really couldn't make a fierce expression, even if this viciousness looked festive. With the help of Hulong Gang and Xiao Wanru, the nature of the incident of Li Hua being hurt was characterized as very serious. Originally, Li Hua's injury was at most a minor injury, but after some exaggeration by Xiao Wanru, it was directly determined to be a minor injury, and Hulong Gang's side is even more powerful. He seized Lu Qing and the few managers of the inconsistency of the confession of this point of poor pursuit. Directly to these people are dry confused, and finally got a true to even a little bit untrue confession. In this statement, Sun Wansheng is long intentionally want to target Li Hua. He is simply a long time to plan, and even with the purpose of injuring the name of the person to cause disability. When Sun Wansheng saw these confessions, he too was directly dumbfounded. He even wondered if the managers of those other service areas had some kind of long-standing grudge against him, and how come this statement appeared as if they were trying to get him killed. To be honest, he wasn't too scared after he was caught in the police station, because although he has long known the great name of Hulong Gang, but after all, he is also very well connected in the ground. But it is just a beating incident, will not cause too much impact. The big deal is to lock yourself up for a few days and fine you some money. What else is there? Sun Wansheng felt that at most, that was it, so he didn't take it too seriously, until he saw this deposition. That's when he really panicked. If this confession materializes, one will not be locked up for a few days, but will have to think about being locked up for a few years. Sun Wansheng had a great life outside, and he didn't want to be locked up for a few years. He wanted to be mad as hell and apologize and pray for forgiveness, but all this came too late. In Hu Longgong's eyes, he was no different from a dead dog. Kid, I know you're quite a bit of a man in Yunzhou. I'd like to see if it's my great ability to let you go in and squat for a few years, or if it's your great ability to come out soon. But these are not the results of this event, nor was it an outcome Li Hua wanted to see. Although Li Hua also hated Sun Wansheng and hoped that this guy would be finished earlier, but the most important thing for him is to fix the highway service area. He had no grudges with Sun Wansheng in the past, so why did he have to spell out his own injury to clean him up? What he hoped was that by taking advantage of this incident of his injury, he could get the work of remediating the service area to move forward. And what is most crucial to make this happen is the attitude of the higher-ups. That attitude came quickly. 2. Lin Yi, the secretary of the Municipal Party Committee, directly slapped the table in shock and anger after hearing that Li Hua had been injured by a service area manager during the remediation work conference. Are they contractors in the service area or triads? In the conference room of a state unit they dared to openly beat up a state cadre. I can't even think of what they could do if they were in a service area. These black service areas must be cracked down on severely, and anyone who dares to confront the remediation efforts again must be severely punished. By all rights, what Secretary Lin said in his own office should be considered rather secretive. Still, his words spread quickly. Within a few days, the working group for the improvement of highway service areas in Yunzhou City was greatly expanded. The members of the previous remediation working group were all from the Transportation Bureau, as if the remediation work was the internal work of the Transportation Bureau. But now, at the request of Secretary Lin of the Municipal Party Committee, the Deputy Chief of the Municipal Security Detachment has joined the remediation team. While the public security bureaus of all counties and districts are required to cooperate with the remediation team's actions, and the implications of this are self-evident, and that's not all the new units joining the remediation team. In addition to the Public Security Bureau, the Construction Committee, City Management, Commerce and Industry and other departments have also sent their manpower to join the remedial team. And these people, although it could not be said that they were all under Li Hua's call, at least he could ask them to cooperate with the work. This time, Li Hua can almost a small half of the municipal power, and at this time, he was still lying in the hospital. When you do a play, you have to do the whole thing. You can't act like you don't know what you're doing. Since he had asked Xia Wanru to talk about his injuries in a serious way, he couldn't be discharged from the hospital in 3 or 2 days. In that case, it would look too fake. Also, it was easier for him to act like his injuries were more serious, and for leaders to take notice and see the sacrifices he was making for his job. Li Hua is a born-again person. He is not the kind of hairy young man who only knows how to bore his head in work, and thinks that he doesn't need to care about anything else to get the job done. He knows very well that getting the job done is one thing, and letting the leadership see you give it your all is another. Sometimes, even this latter aspect is a little more important than that earlier one. So, for Li Hua, lying in the hospital for 2 more days now is still important. Much more important than doing work outside for a few more days. He did not lie in vain. It still attracted some eyeballs during the days he was hospitalized. The next day, Zhou Guangliang came over to see him. The former secretary of the municipal party secretary, the current deputy secretary of the party committee and executive deputy mayor of the Market Port district in the city is still very heavyweight. He came to visit Li Hua in the hospital, giving a very obvious signal. This is Secretary Lin's regard for Li Hua, the municipal party committee's regard for Li Hua. In the next day, the number of people who came to see Li Hua increased all of a sudden, including the middle-level cadres of the leadership team of the Transportation Bureau and most of the grassroots employees. And then there are the bureau and office folks who were ordered to go into the remediation team. Even Hu Longgang and those of his men, as well as those of Captain Wu, had come over to visit him for a while. For a while, Li Hua's hospital room was directly filled with fruits and milk and other things. Of course, along with these things were brought the red packets. Chapter 100: The Trouble with Red Envelopes. These red envelopes are a problem that Li Hua did not expect. In fact, to see the patient to send some red envelopes, in the cloud state, is considered normal human relations. No big deal. But the crux of the matter is that a large portion of these people who came to visit Li Hua and gave him red packets were people he couldn't even name. Of the remaining half that he could name, again at least half were people he could also just name and knew nothing else about. So, to say that these people are having some kind of favor with him is an absolute joke. Well, a bunch of red herrings like that can be very problematic. If you want to be hard on it, it doesn't seem to be a problem to call it a bribe. Of course, it is now 2006. And not much attention has been paid to this issue from the top to the bottom, And no one will put a hard line on this kind of thing, because those who can go to the top have a bunch of favors to do themselves, and if they don't give others normal favors, then what about their own? Therefore, generally not many people will care about this kind of thing. And even many leading cadres are taking advantage of some minor health problems or family members have some minor health problems, this kind of opportunity to enrich themselves. But Li Hua didn't want to accept such a big pile of red envelopes in a haphazard manner. This is because he knows very well that although there are no regulations in this regard now, it won't take 10 years for the central government to issue the relevant regulations. He's a man with big plans, and he doesn't want to be 10 years down the road with any kind of stain on him that could be attacked by his political enemies at any time. While that kind of dirt those political opponents may have as well. Just because someone else has a problem doesn't mean they have to have one. If you want to have a long and smooth career, it is most reassuring to have no problems whatsoever. Moreover, the most crucial thing was that Li Hua was not short of money. He had already won hundreds of thousands of dollars on his previous World Cup tickets and had cashed them all out. He also bought the latter ticket and won another couple $100,000, but hasn't gone to cashing yet. But his total winnings are already over $1 million. In 2006, these properties were already quite large. Plus he has the advantage of foresight to know what stocks will rise to a very ridiculously high price in the future. And he also knows which places in downtown Yunzhou are going to be demolished in the future, and which neighborhoods will rise in price very sharply in the future. He just need to buy a few stocks, a few sets of houses there. The future of the property and then inflate it dozens of times are very easy things. In contrast, most of these red envelopes contain $100 or $200, and although there were a large number of red envelopes, the total amount added up to only $10,000 or $20,000. That amount of money is nothing to him, but it will likely cause him big trouble in the future. Therefore, he absolutely cannot accept these red envelopes. It is just that this is not a decade from now, and there is a centralized policy in a decade from now, and there are reasons for people not to receive red packets, and they will not be offended. But now, people are kindly sending you a red packet, and if you don't accept it, it's very likely that it will be interpreted as not wanting to have dealings with other people. And you might even offend them. After all, this trend of sending red envelopes is still very prevalent in Yunzhou right now, and if you are too much of a maverick, you can go wrong. So, outright refusal of a red packet won't work either. Li Hua was a little hurt. Yo, you guys are different when you're leaders. It's only been a day. The wards are going to be stacked up for you. Just then, Xia Wanru walked in. In the past few days, the time and number of times she came to Li Hua's ward clearly exceeded the time and number of times a normal doctor would visit a patient's ward. But it's also her job to care for her patients and keep checking on them, and it makes sense that she'd come more often. As to whether she is really here to care for her patients or not, that's for her to know. However, seeing that in just one day's time, so many people had come to visit Li Hua and sent so many gifts, Xia Wanru was still a little less than thrilled. After all, she was only a young person who had just graduated not long ago, and had been working in a place like a hospital, where she was busy with work every day, and didn't have too much time to mess around with those kinds of things. So, she still has some innocence in her heart. She had always been somewhat displeased with those corrupt officials and whatnot that she saw on TV. However, now that she saw Li Hua, whom she was very fond of, was similar to the corrupt officials she had seen on TV, and received so many gifts just for being injured and hospitalized, her heart was very complicated, and she spoke with some barbs. It can't be helped. The comrades are just too enthusiastic. I said I didn't need to come to see me, but I still had to come. Li Hua smiled bitterly. He really didn't want so many people to visit him if they could. I think you are about to laugh your ass off. These people come to see you can not just bring fruit and milk, but also red packets. Received a lot, right? Can catch up with the first half of the salary? Xia Wanru was in an irritable mood and continued to put in stabs. Li Hua estimated the number of red envelopes. In the heart of the calculation, 1 or 2 million should be there. Although not to half a year's salary, but 3 or 4 months have to have, is not a small number. Tell me about you officials. A little injury in the hospital bed for 2 days. You can earn tens of thousands of dollars. And those poor children in the mountains. But because they can't afford to give up $1.50 a day for meals and don't eat lunch and starve until they go home at night and then eat again. The same are all people. How come the gap is so big? Xia Wanru thought of a report she saw on TV last night that had a story about difficult children in the mountains, and her heart became even more uneven. Of course she knew that none of this had anything to do with Li Hua, but after she saw Li Hua receive so many benefits just by lying there, she couldn't help but give it out in a moment of excitement, especially since the reason why the latter was lying here was that she had given exaggerated injuries to cause it, as if she was an accomplice. After all, Xia Wanru was still young, not quite able to control her emotions, too easy to go to the head. However, her words were a great reminder to Li Hua. The money in this red packet is not too good to be refunded if you don't dare to use it yourself. But you can donate it, as long as you donate this money and keep the donation voucher. If someone really attacks you with this in the future, as long as you take out the donation voucher, it's a shutout. Things like donations can, in many cases, be used for more than they are worth. Thinking of this, Li Hua jumped off the bed at once and came to Xia Wanru's front, excitedly shaking her hand. Dr. Xie, you really are so smart. Thank you for reminding me. I know what to do. Chapter 101, Pretending Not to Understand. Ha? You? What are you doing? Xia Wanru's face instantly turned red. Although the modern society, there has been no such thing as a man and a woman are not kissed, but has been quite like the man suddenly ran to their own front to pull their hands, this kind of thing. Or let Xia Wanru blush heartbeat. She had even long forgotten about those earlier grievances. There was only one thought inside her head right now. He took my hand like this. Does he like me? What if he confesses to me? Li Hua found a solution to the red envelope problem. His heart was really excited. He completely did not realize that the little ninja in front of him had changed so much, and it was a common gesture of thanks to him. And after it was done, he dropped the other man's hand and turned to check up on his red envelope. Don't say, these red envelopes are really quite a lot. There are dozens of them. He had to open all these red envelopes and count out how much money was in them in total before he could take the next step in his donation drive. Xia Wanru was still full of charm, but she didn't expect the person in front of her to suddenly leave. Looking at Li Hua, who was carefully counting the money in the red envelope, she then realized that the other party didn't seem to mean anything to her as she thought. Was he perhaps truly inspired by what he had just said? Director Li, what did you mean when you said you appreciated my reminder just now? What did I remind you of? Xia Wanru asked cautiously. It's the red envelopes. I was worried that I don't know how to deal with these red envelopes. It's not appropriate for me to keep this money, and it's even more inappropriate to return it. You've reminded me that I can donate this money to the children in the poor mountainous areas. Even if I can only help them to improve their living conditions, it's also good, Li Hua said as he counted the money. Ha? You're going to donate all this money? How could Xia Wanru not think that she had just casually spit out a couple sentences? But it would be such a result. She knew just by looking at it that all that money in Li Hua's hands was definitely not a small number. To be honest, although she was still spitting about it just now, if she were to lie in a hospital bed for 2 days and then receive so many red envelopes, she would never be willing to donate all that money. This is all normal human contact, and it will all have to be repaid in the future. So how can it be donated? That's over $10,000 after all. Xia Wanru is also a normal person. Normal people will have the idea of shedding. But Li Hua was as if he was a person who had completely transcended the lowly materialistic desires. When he said that he would donate this money, he didn't hesitate at all. Director Li, I just casually said that. You must not take it seriously. Red envelope, this thing is normal human relations. You are sick, they come to see you to give you red envelopes. In the future they are sick, you go to see them is also to return. Do not need to donate. Xia Wanru carefully persuaded. She didn't want Li Hua to lose such a large sum of money because of her few words. No, I think what you just said is right. There are still a lot of people in this world who need our help, so we should try to help them as much as we can. Li Hua of course will not tell Xia Wanru that he is worried about these red packets to leave a stain on his career, so that he wants to donate also have to be a bit of a grandiose reason. Director Li, you are really wonderful. Yet Xia Wanru was incredibly moved. She thought that perhaps Li Hua was such a noble person that he decided to donate such a large sum of money to the children in the mountains just because of his own 2 words. What a great spirit this is. What a nice guy this is. Xia Wanru's eyes almost had little stars in them. She felt as if she had sunk even further. Yet she didn't feel like sinking into it. What's wrong with liking such a perfect person as a normal girl herself? It's nothing. It's not like it's my money. Looking at Xia Wanru's innocent eyes, Li Hua suddenly had the feeling that he had made a mistake. Perhaps making yourself too perfect in front of such a simple girl wasn't the right thing to do. Especially when he saw the girl's eyes, Li Hua felt as if he should just keep a little distance from her. You have someone you love. And since you can't give anyone anything, you can't just mess with them. Dr. Xie, you're coming over here this close to the end of your shift. Is there something you need? He hastily changed the subject. Oh, I don't have much to do. I just came over to see how well you've recovered, Xia Wanru said with some panic. Don't you understand my situation? It's almost healed. If it weren't for the fact that I still have to pretend, I wouldn't even need to be hospitalized, Li Hua said somewhat helplessly. This woman is also considered to be her own attending physician. She knows her condition best. It's just a little skin wound. What could be the big deal? That's a bit of a poor excuse. Oh well, that's how it is. Do you have dinner tonight? Xia Wanru became even more flustered. She had the feeling of not finishing her homework in school and getting caught by the teacher again. Yes, I ordered hospital delivery, did you forget? Or you recommended it to me. Li Hua was even more helpless. The girl acted too obviously, but didn't say anything outright, which made it impossible for him to even refuse. Otherwise wouldn't he become the so-called pushin' man in the latter days? Oh, then it's fine. I'll leave first. Xia Wanru couldn't think of any other excuse and could only flee. Li Hua glanced at her background inside before lowering his head and continuing to count the money. He didn't want to get involved in any emotional matters right now and could only pretend that he couldn't read Xia Wanru's mind. It didn't take him long to open all the red envelopes and count the money. 16,300. After counting, Li Hua was also a bit shocked. If you don't say that everyone wants to be a leader nowadays, the benefits of being a leader are really quite a lot. He is not yet a big leader, just a small cadre of the Transportation Bureau, and even the middle level is barely. But even so, he was injured and hospitalized, and the red packets sent by those who came to see him amounted to more than $16,000 in one day. And that's just the red envelopes from people in the system who can be considered colleagues. If this matter were to be known to those builders who are preparing to contract for the BRT project, I'm afraid that the total amount of red envelopes received would be a lot more than that. This is indeed a scary thing, and if one is not cautious, then one will definitely flip the script on this in the future. After Li Hua counted the money, he took out some more from his own wallet and made up a round number of $20,000, then took a piece of newspaper and wrapped it up and put it under his pillow. Chapter 102, Meeting Again. 3 days later, Li Hua finally healed from the hospital, back to work in the Bureau of Transportation. This time he walked into the traffic bureau, before everyone on his strange and ignore has all gone, replaced by a warm smile and a warm greeting. Director Li, come to work. Director Li, are you physically fit? Director Li, do you want to sit at my place? I have good tea. Facing a face that was familiar or unfamiliar, but now all of them were smiling at him, Li Hua also responded one by one with the fullest enthusiasm. Finally, when he sat down in his office, he touched his face and felt a little stiff. He is now slightly able to understand why some leaders in the face of subordinates' greetings but still face just a nod even if it is a response over, because the vast majority of them have to greet the leader, and if every one of them responds with a smile, then within a few days, the leader will probably be able to facepalm. Leaders are human and feel tired, so it's natural to respond in the least labor-intensive way possible. Of course Li Hua didn't spend too much time on this issue. He wasn't quite a leader at the moment and wasn't qualified to respond to someone's greeting in the simplest way. He just sat down and got into the swing of things. After a trip to the hospital myself, there is no longer any room to bargain for remedial action in the service area. With Secretary Lin of the Municipal Party Committee in a rage, and with the cooperation of the Public Security, Urban Management, Industry and Commerce departments, it is unlikely that any service area will dare to engage in any form of confrontation with the remediation team. So for Li Hua, the next job is to fix the service area to what it is. This is also important. The remediation team has made such a great deal of noise. If after the remediation, it is just a lot of thunder but little rain, just to make the prices in the service area lower, those who are forced to buy and sell less, it is far from being enough. Although it is said that these things are things of vital interest to the people and are the most important things, it is equally true that they are the things that are least visible and the things that can least be counted as political achievements. To do the job, you still have to make something that can be seen by the leaders and can be taken out and praised by them. It's a perfect job to be affordable and to save face at the same time. What Li Hua is now going to develop is a different publicity program based on the different characteristics of the place where each service area is located. The service area after the remediation must let those who have visited immediately know what place they have come to and what is different about this place from others. Li Hua had considered these things before, but he hadn't thought that it could be done to this extent before, so he hadn't thought about it in such detail. Now if you put all this work into the hands of those service area managers and let them do it on their own, I guess it would be very difficult for them to produce something that would satisfy them, let alone satisfy their leaders. So, Li Hua had to come in person to do it. Li Hua was seriously writing and drawing in the office. When he was struggling in his previous life, he also used to work in a construction company, and it was still no problem to draw some rough drawings or something. Anyway, what he put out first was just a sketch. Surely the professionals should be left to the professionals for what comes after. Li Hua was busy with his work when there was a sudden knock on his office door. Come in. He didn't raise his head and continued to go about his business. Anyway, no matter who was coming and what they were coming for, they would speak up on their own. His time was too precious now. He didn't want to waste a single second, so he had to keep working even for such a little time. However, it was another full minute after he heard the footsteps of someone coming in, and he didn't hear the sound of a half-dozen voices speaking, which surprised him. How is it that any other person comes into their office and just stands there without saying anything? Li Hua raised his head, wanting to see who on earth could have done such an outrageous thing. However, as soon as he raised his head, what entered his line of sight was actually Lu Qing's face, and with a few pleasing smiles. Seeing that face, Li Hua's face changed and he lowered his head again to continue his business. He didn't know what Lu Qing had come to see him for, but he knew that he had nothing to talk to Lu Qing about. At one time he had hoped to be able to take advantage of the latter's help to get the job of remediating the service area done. As a matter of fact, if it was possible to do it right at that time, then there was no need for him to spend so much effort now, designing each of these service areas within the city of Yunzhou with their own specialties. After all, at that time the remediation team was still confined to within the Department of Transportation, and the matter had not yet become a big deal. At that time and in that situation, it would have been enough to knock down the prices of the service area, upgrade the service, and then add a little bit of architectural features, such as a little painting and wallpaper. But now it's different. Now the remediation team's momentum is so great. Do not make some big noise to say that Li Hua, even if it is Secretary Lin, is not good to explain to the city. So, if we really want to talk about the first person responsible for this matter getting to this point today, Li Hua thinks that it is Lu Qing. If this guy hadn't changed his mind on the verge of a fight, accepted favors from others and refused to contribute to the work, how would things have developed to this point? Now this guy came running to himself and had a better attitude than every previous meeting, but Li Hua wasn't going to say anything more to him. What's the point of nagging him when he's able to do his job without him now anyway? Director Li, busy? Lu Qing couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed when he saw Li Hua raise his head and see himself before lowering it again. Naturally, he could see that he was unpopular, but he could do nothing about it, and he was now at his wit's end. Yes, thanks to Director Lu's blessing, our work has become more important now, and the results we need to produce are going to look even better than before. Can we not be busy? Li Hua still didn't look up, but his mouth was grimacing. Director Li, I know that before it was my lack of understanding, it was my attitude that was problematic. I admit all of these, but we are still in a cooperative relationship. What do you need me to help? You have to speak up. Lu Qing smiled awkwardly, but the person stuck to him like a sticky candy. This cannot dare. Before I need the Director of Lu to help. The results of the Director of Lu to help me to help a body injury, but also the more help the more busy. My shoulder is still in pain, and we're still dare to let the Director of Lu to help. Li Hua still didn't even raise his head, but he had stayed a little more mindful, and retook a few sheets of paper and placed them at the top in front of him. This way, the real things that he wrote and drew would not be seen by Lu Qing. Defense is not an option. Chapter 103 Anxious Lu Qing. When Lu Qing heard Li Hua's words, his heart became even more embarrassed. After all, Li Hua's injuries were inflicted by Sun Wan Shang, and it was because of his acquiescence that the latter felt that he could safely get through this remedial action. So much so that he acted impulsively only after being continuously pushed. Therefore, there was no way for him to deny it by saying that Li Hua's injury was related to Lu Qing. However, despite this, he had to make this trip because he had something very important to ask Li Hua for help. Division Li, no matter what, we are comrades in arms side by side. No matter what, we have to help each other out. Lu Qing continued. Li Hua finally raised his head as he heard something unusual. This guy, in trouble? How else did this guy's words go from wanting to help himself to wanting to help each other? Moreover, as soon as he came in with such a careful and pleasing appearance, Li Hua thought at first that he was guilty, but now that he thought about it, he still overestimated this guy's quality. Where is he someone who would have a guilty conscience? It's simply that he has nothing to do. Let's get straight to the point. If you have something to say, there's no point in you and I going around and around playing dumb riddles here. Li Hua finally started to look at him. I'm just thinking that we are colleagues, the head and deputy director of the executive office of the remediation team. We must cooperate with each other to help each other. Nothing else. Lu Qing continued to laugh awkwardly. His business was obviously not that straightforward, and he was probably wondering in what way getting this off his chest would be more likely to get Li Hua to help him. But he hadn't thought of that yet, so he had to pull something first. If it's to say these words, Lu Division, please go back. I know these truths better than you, and I'm very busy right now. I don't have time to listen to you say these unnutritious words. Li Hua boarded up his face, and even started to give an expulsion order. You don't say it, right? If you don't say it, forget it. I won't give you a chance to say it. Seeing that Li Hua had actually issued an expulsion order, Lu Qing then panicked. He knew that if he didn't say something, this guy might actually try to get rid of him. At that time, regardless of whether or not he would be ousted, the plan of trying to seek help from the other party would definitely be completely finished. So, now he has to say it. Okay, I'll talk. Lu Qing first turned back and closed the door of the room before pulling another chair over to sit next to Li Hua. Division Li, have you heard? The remediation team this time has the cooperation of Public Security, Industry and Commerce, Urban Management, and Construction Commission on the surface. In fact, even the Municipal Commission for Discipline Inspection has set up an investigation team. Hearing this, Li Hua instantly understood why this guy came to find himself. That's fear. The investigation team set up by the Municipal Commission for Discipline Inspection to echo the remediation team. The purpose is very simple. That is, to investigate whether there is any corruption in the contracting work in the service area appeared. As for this Lu Qing, it is hard to say whether he had received benefits from those service area managers before, but he must have received benefits from Sun Wanqing later. Therefore, he panicked when he heard that the remedial action even involved the Municipal Discipline Inspection Commission. His point of this matter, the Municipal Discipline Inspection Committee will be able to give a clear investigation. By then he did not say is to keep his position. Will not go in is a difficult thing to say. So he ran to Li Hua, hoping that the latter could help him. Lu Qing is very clear. Don't look at him and Li Hua. Two people are the executive office of the remediation team director and deputy director. It seems as if it is almost the same, but in fact, the real can play a role. Only Li Hua, and he is at most a supporting role. The reason was also simple. Because Li Hua was Han Wenyuan's man, Secretary Lin's man. This was the reason why he would be jealous of Li Hua in the beginning. But there's no point in thinking about that now. Lu Qing had approached the director, Mr. Su Johnson, and the latter had told him very clearly that he would never get involved in such crap. Su Johnson is about to leave the Transportation Bureau. He certainly does not want to be involved in this again. And how could he possibly have the heart to care about his previous subordinates when his own future was still uncertain? Lu Qing has seen very clear. Now in the Bureau of Transportation, the Secretary Han Speak has been much heavier than the weight of the Secretary Su, but he didn't have any friendship with Director Han, and rarely even fought with him, so if he rashly went to the latter, wouldn't it be no different from throwing himself into the net? So, after thinking about it, Lu Qing finally decided that he should come to Li Hua and see if this kid could help him. He could already be considered to have staked his fate. This is a good thing, yet Li Hua didn't have any intention of trying to help him even though he understood his mind. Good thing? Lu Qing's heart went cold. The reason why we have heavy resistance to this rectification activity is mainly because there are many illegal procedures in the contracting process of these service areas. If we can have comrades from the Discipline Inspection Commission to investigate and make the illegal procedures clear and solve the problems, then our work will naturally proceed more smoothly. What else can it be if not a good thing? Li Hua said with a smile. He was originally worried about what to do in the process of remediation, involving the unseemly collusion between the managers of those service areas and some people in the Department of Transportation. Now it's good that there are people from the disciplinary committee involved and it's just a matter of handing it over directly to them. Li Hua didn't want to get into this mess. He just wanted to do some real work. Of course, what you say makes sense, but the involvement of the Discipline Inspection Commission will also lead to a lot of people being on edge, making it impossible for a lot of people to work with peace of mind. And that's also a big problem. Lu Qing put on an appearance of worrying for others. I think you're the one who's too upset to work. Li Hua had some disdain in his heart. But it's also out of our control and all we can do is do our job. He knew what the other party wanted him to say. Just something like what should be done or something like that. And then Lu Qing would be able to go on and say something to help him. But he just doesn't say that. Lu Qing looked like he was already in a bit of a hurry. However, because we have more relationships between the highway department and those in the service area, it is inevitable that there will be a bit of a problem in this area. And if the Discipline Inspection Commission really wants to find out, I'm afraid that our entire highway department will be paralyzed. As a last resort, he just pulled the entire highway division out to block the gun. But that's not really too much of a problem. After all, the managers of those service areas actually know how to behave. And the entire highway department was indicated to when they were indicated earlier. But that's all it is. A mere expression. Chapter 104, Lu Qing's Revenge. If there is such a thing, then Director Lu should be more careful. This so-called indication of indication is likely to be a sign of corruption. I mean, if Director Lu can take the initiative to go to the comrades of the Discipline Inspection Commission to make it clear and hand over the improper income, there shouldn't be anything wrong. Li Hua said with a serious face. This so-called indication of indication is actually kind of a normal thing in certain subterfuges. But what makes a subterfuge is that it's something that doesn't make it to the top. And if it's found out, it's definitely not going to work. And this idea given by Li Hua is exactly the kind of approach to take when something like this that can't be on the table is likely to be targeted. You go ahead and account for yourself, because there are some reasons for this in itself, and the amount is usually not too large, so the top will just turn a blind eye and forget about it. After all, if this kind of thing are to be dealt with severely, then the system is not to say that all the people to be jacked off. At least jacked off a third and a quarter is no problem. However, for Lu Qing, This practice was something he absolutely could not accept. Others at the highway division may be able to do so, as they are just being shown the door, but Lu Qing is the head of the highway department. The one that was given to him before indicated that it was the most, and that was even if he had just received another one from Sun Wanqing 2 days ago. It's no longer as simple as indicating that. He can't account for this one. Li Division, you are the core figure of the remediation team. Everyone is working with you. You go and greet the people from the Municipal Commission for Discipline Inspection, so that they do not expand the investigation too much, so as not to affect our normal work, okay? Lu Qing's tone was already close to pleading. There was really nothing else he could do. If the city's disciplinary committee were to find out about him, then he would definitely be going in. After all, he had other things on his mind besides the service area and this matter of Sun Wansheng. He is very afraid of checking. He could only pin all his hopes on Li Hua. Now it seemed as if this young man was the only one who could stop the city discipline committee from finding out about him. I'm sorry, I'm not a core person. I'll only do what I can do. I can't handle half of the city's disciplinary committee. Yet Li Hua was still shaking his head without any room for accommodation. Not to mention that the relationship between him and Lu Qing was rather stiff, not even a friend. And even if they were considered friends, he wouldn't get too deeply involved in such matters. A gentleman does not stand under a dangerous wall. This guy earns benefits himself to call him to cover up. At that time, if it is found out, others will certainly think that they are in league with him, but in reality, he never even got a dime. So why should he help him take such a big risk? Divisionally, we're colleagues at least. There's no need to even refuse to help with this favor. Lu Qing's face gradually turned iron blue. He probably saw that Li Hua was not going to be able to help him. It made him very angry. Though if he were to change places and be in Li Hua's position, he would likewise not agree to such a request. But it's okay for him to not promise others. It would be insensitive for others to not promise him. Lu Qing's heart was filled with anger. He was thinking about how he could bring Li Hua down as well if he planted himself. He had to make this kid as finished as he was before he could do it. Mr. Lu, I think I've made myself clear. So you'd better return. Li Hua didn't bother to pay any more attention to him and lowered his head to continue working on his own. This kind of guy who uses people toward the front without using them to go backward. He is not at all favorable. How can he help? Not only will he not help, he'll have to beat up on the fallen dogs later in the day, if he gets the chance. Anyway, it is unlikely that this kind of guy will be able to provide much help to himself if he stays in the remediation team, so it is better to clear out as soon as possible. You'll regret it. Lu Qing put down a sentence and viciously left. It didn't work with Li Hua, and he had to hurry to rethink if there was anything else he could do. Either way, he sure as hell didn't want to be done with it. Li Hua didn't even bother to raise his head when he heard the door slam shut. As for Lu Qing's words that would make him regret, he didn't even want to ignore them for a second. He had not done anything wrong, so how could he be afraid of those people setting him up? For Li Hua, the most important thing was to first organize the design ideas suitable for each service area, and then find professionals to make them. Next you can formalize the remediation phase of the service area. However, the reality was not as rosy as he had imagined. Li Hua felt that he hadn't done anything unseemly, so he wasn't afraid of anything. But he forgets that there are people in this world who will slander and defame him, and the consequences of these slanders can still be very serious if they are exploited by those who are interested in doing so. On the third day after Lu Qing slammed the door on his office and left, Li Hua finally finished his entire design idea, and he was about to contact the people from the construction committee and ask them to arrange a designer to put his idea into practice, when suddenly there were a few people knocking on the door and entering his office. Hello, is this Director Li Huali? At the head of these people was a man not quite in his 30s, who always had a rather kind smile on his face, easily giving people a good feeling. I am. And you are? Li Hua asked back with some curiosity. We are from the 2nd Discipline Inspection Office of the Municipal Commission for Discipline Inspection. My name is Sun Hu, and this is my work card. The man who always had a smile on his face handed over his work ID. Li Hua took the work permit and glanced at it, and his heart stuttered. He knows that the 2nd Discipline Inspection and Supervision Office of the Municipal Commission for Discipline Inspection is specializing in the management of municipal organs cadres to comply with and implement the party constitution, party rules and discipline and constitutional laws and regulations of the department. Their own Bureau of Transportation is their positive management. Moreover, he had heard of this guy called Sun Hu. After more than 10 years, Sun Hu had become the Deputy Secretary of the Discipline Inspection Committee of Yunzhou City, and had a notable reputation throughout Yunzhou. Especially those cadres in the districts, counties and municipal organizations would shiver at the mention of his name. People nicknamed him the Smiling Tiger, meaning that although he was smiling all the time, he was quite ruthless when it came to laying his hands on them. Quite a few people have been screwed by him. However, What Li Hua does not understand is that if the Municipal Commission for Discipline Inspection wants to investigate, it should also go to the Highway Department. What are they running to their place to come? Chapter 105 Understanding the Situation. Hello Team Leader Son, may I ask if you are here? Although he knew that the people from the Discipline Inspection Commission had come to his office with this formation, in all probability they were going to investigate him, Li Hua still asked again with a sense of luck. He felt that, normally, he should not have anything to be investigated by the disciplinary committee. After all, they have a little power in the hands of a total of not a few days' time, even if you want to make a mistake. But not that opportunity. Comrade Li Hua, we have some circumstances we want to find out from you. Can we trouble you to come with us? Sun, who was still smiling and his tone was very polite, even as if he was all about discussing with Li Hua. But Li Hua knew very well that this so-called polite discussion could not allow himself to refuse. This kind of talk of having a situation to understand and having someone follow them around is considered second-rate harsh wording in the disciplinary committee. The harshest of all is, of course, the at a specified time at a specified place, which is also known as double jeopardy. Generally speaking, if the Commission for Discipline Inspection with specified time and place such wording requirements, basically there is no way to run, because it means that the Commission for Discipline Inspection has grasped a very sufficient situation. Depending on how much you can put down, the understanding of the situation is relatively better, which means that the disciplinary commission has some suspicion, but the lack of sufficient evidence, but also need to carry out further investigations. But even then, it's usually hard to get out of the way for those who are brought in to find out what's going on. That's the disciplinary committee. It's a nightmare for all officials. Now these officials, which body does not have some big or small problems, who see the Discipline Inspection Commission shall not be scared from the bottom of their hearts. Plus the disciplinary commission has many other means. Those means may not be quite enough for some professionally trained spies, but against these pampered officials, it's definitely enough. So even the officials who were asked to find out what was going on rarely made it back. Li Hua knew that he would be investigated by the Discipline Inspection Commission on this day sooner or later ever since he was reborn and determined to follow the path of his career. Because even though he was reborn, he didn't have strong enough connections, he had to go through everything on his own. Therefore, it is inevitable that one will be attacked and framed by others, and one will certainly need to go through the disciplinary committee. But he hadn't expected this level to come so quickly. But Li Hua wasn't very scared. He didn't do anything wrong and wasn't afraid of ghosts. The disciplinary committee couldn't be scarier than ghosts. So what did he have to be afraid of? He's a little nervous at best, which is a normal human reaction. It's like many people who have never done anything bad, but if they are suddenly confronted by the police for questioning, they will also be nervous. It's just a normal reaction. I can cooperate with the investigation, but I have some work in my hands. Can I assign it first? Li Hua pointed to the ones he had just finished in front of him. Sun, who finally frowned. He was well aware that the work Li Hua was doing now was something that even Secretary Lin of the Municipal Party Committee attached great importance to, and they actually came to this young man this time with a bit of a lack of evidence. It would be fine if something was found out. Even if it delayed Secretary Lin's work, there would be something to say. But if he didn't find out anything and delayed Secretary Lin's important arrangements, that would be a big problem. When the time comes, they, the grassroots cadres of the disciplinary commission, will have to take the blame. Don't look at Sun Hu. The smiling tiger seems to only be able to rectify people. In fact, to do his job. In addition to being able to rectify people, the most important thing is also to be able to self-protection. Is 10 minutes enough? He hesitated, deciding it would be better not to take things so far. Anyway, they were reported to the Discipline Inspection Commission to get the authorization of the leadership after the formal investigation. There is no need to engage in secrecy, that's set. No need. I'll just give these to Bureau Han. You guys can follow along. I'll leave with you after delivering the stuff, Li Hua said with a smile. As long as Han Wenyuan knows that he was taken away by the Discipline Inspection Commission, nothing else matters. His biggest worry was that no one would even know where he went after he vanished for no reason. Yes, Sun Hu nodded. It's about investigating the case. He's not going to say anything like you just go ahead and they'll wait here. In case the kid does have a problem and runs away, then they'll be on the hook again. So Li Hua picked up the documents on the table and brought the 3 members of the disciplinary committee with him to Han Wenyuan's office. Bureau Han, this is the improvement plan for a few service areas that I've made. Please contact the construction committee to let them design it according to this plan of mine. I need to go and cooperate with the investigation of the comrades of the Discipline Inspection Commission. Li Hua didn't hide anything, and directly said it in a big way. Comrades from the Disciplinary Commission? May I ask, what are you investigating? Is there anything wrong with Comrade Li Hua? Han Wenyuan didn't look at the documents, but looked at the men from the Discipline Inspection Commission and frowned. Sorry, We can't say this. Sun Hu shook his head. He knew that Han Wenyuan was a redneck in front of Secretary Lin, and he definitely wouldn't dare to investigate Han Wenyuan if he was asked to, but it was only a matter of rejecting Han Wenyuan, and he could still do it. After all, the disciplinary commission has its own confidentiality regulations. Okay, you can investigate, but I hope you can enforce the law impartially, but don't do anything to force a confession under torture. I'll contact your leaders. Han Wenyuan gave them a deep look before turning his head back to Li Hua. Comrade Li Hua, don't worry about going with them. As long as you haven't done anything illegal, no one can do anything to you. Of course I believe in party discipline and state law. Li Hua nodded before turning around and following Sun Hu away. After they left, Han Wenyuan's frown never soothed. He sat there, mulling it over for a moment, then picked up the phone on his desk and prepared to call out. However, he had only pressed 2 buttons before he put the phone down, stood straight up, straightened his clothes, and headed out the door. He had only walked out not more than a few steps before he turned back again and picked up the piece of material Li Hua had just given him before hurrying out the door. On the other side, Li Hua was taken to the car by the people from the disciplinary committee. The disciplinary committee's car was different from ordinary cars. It was a specially treated van with black curtains all around, fought to prevent the people who were taken away from seeing where they were taken to. Comrade Li Hua, will you do it yourself or will we help you? Sun Hu held a piece of black cloth, still smiling, as if he was holding something good. Li Hua silently took the black cloth and blindfolded himself. This trip to investigate feels more ferocious than breaking into a dragon's den once. Chapter 106 must be accounted for. Seeing Li Hua so calmly blindfolded, Sun Hu collected his smile. He smiled all the time, of course not because of a natural love of smiling. His smile was actually his protective color to hide what he was really thinking. Now that his target had a blindfold on and couldn't see anything anymore, there wasn't much need for him to cover up. There was some pressure in Sun Hu's mind. One was that what Han Wenyuan had said earlier was clearly backing up Li Hua. Han Wenyuan itself is not very able to influence the Discipline Inspection Commission, but he is a close confidant of Secretary Lin of the Municipal Party Committee, and Secretary Lin is very able to influence the Discipline Inspection Commission. This is just as well. After all, as long as the Commission for Discipline Inspection can find real evidence, even in the face of the higher-ups, at least it will not be afraid of anything. The most crucial thing was still this Li Hua's calm attitude now, which made Sun Hu somewhat unable to calm down. He had been working in the disciplinary commission for some years, and had seen countless officials who had been arrested, but he had never seen any cadre so calm after getting into a disciplinary committee car. This kid, it's like he's really not afraid of the investigation at all. How is this possible? Anyway, with Sun Hu's so many years of experience in investigating cases, as long as it is an official, there is no one who can withstand the investigation. There is no one who has had an exception. Only this kid in front of him gave himself a feeling as if it was really impossible to find out something on him. However, if we really can't find out anything, we'll be in big trouble. In the midst of Sun Hu's thoughts, the car stopped. Li Hua was brought to a room, the furnishings of which he was still familiar with, somewhat imagining the interrogation room of the City North Police Station that he had previously entered. The only difference from the interrogation room was that the windows in this room were covered with black cloth, and not a bit of light came through. For criminals, the police aren't worried about them knowing where they are. But for the corrupt officials, the disciplinary commission is less willing to let them figure out what they're in for. That's probably because of the different results due to different goals. In addition to the windows being covered, the edges of the tables and chairs and whatnot in this room were wrapped, and even the walls were covered with a layer of sponge. The purpose of this is also very clear, to prevent those brought in from committing suicide. After all, many of the people brought here weren't brought here for the ultimate purpose. The ultimate purpose was so that they could dig up the big fish behind them. However, they will have to save the big fish behind them with their lives for some reason. And preventing them from committing suicide is just a very important thing. Please sit down, Comrade Li Hua. Sun Hu looked at Li Hua, who was still surveying the room's furnishings. Anyone else who gets here is scared to death. This guy even had an inquisitive look on his face and looked around. Was there really no problem? Or was he emboldened to such an extent? Sun Hu didn't know it, but he knew that it was time for him to get to work. Li Hua took his seat, and Sun Hu sat across from him with an assistant. Pop. He switched on the searchlight on the table by hand as he sat down. Li Hua instantly felt as if his face was sizzling. It was a feeling that was a lot worse than staying in the sun on the hottest summer day. He knew that the bulb of this searchlight only had a few hundred watts or even more power. Otherwise it would never have such an effect when it shone on his face. He also knew that this was probably what the disciplinary committee called a tactic. After all, nowadays, the case, direct hit is certainly not. Want to clean up people must take a little unusual means. and that high-powered searchlight roasting people is obviously a very good means of doing little visible damage, but also making it very difficult. Li Hua was being roasted so hard right now that he couldn't even open his eyes, and could only turn his face sideways, slightly hiding from the light. However, the same high-powered light on his head stung so much that he had the feeling that his hair was about to burn. Speak for yourself. Sun Hu looked at his difficult appearance, and his heart was relieved. Luckily, you're still a normal person. If you don't feel anything even when you're roasted by this light bulb, then I really don't know what to do with you. He took out his book and pen and made a show of being ready to take notes. Say what? Li Hua asked rhetorically. Although he was being roasted very hard, he didn't really know what to say. Even if you're going to refute it, you should at least have a target to refute it with. Comrade Li Hua, you probably haven't figured out your situation yet. What kind of place do you think this is? You still want to have a lucky break when you're in a place like this? I advise you to better recognize the situation and give a thorough explanation of your problems, so that you may be granted leniency, Sun Hu said in an unusually serious manner. When he was working, even he, a smiling man, had to curb his smile. It was a professional requirement. My problem? What problem of mine? Please make it clearer. Team leader Sun. Otherwise I really don't know what to explain, Li Hua said indifferently. He really didn't know what sins these people had listed for him by catching wind, but he knew his situation very well, and there was absolutely no such thing as breaking the law. Since this was the case, then he himself would sit steadily in a fishing boat, and it was absolutely impossible for these people to make themselves accountable so that they could reveal more of their horse's feet. How can you reveal something that wasn't there in the first place? Comrade Li Hua, it seems like you still have a fluke in mind, but it doesn't matter. We have plenty of time and patience. I'd like to see how long your fluke can last. Sun Hu pressed again at the back of the searchlight, and the light was suddenly more than twice as strong as it was a moment ago, scorching with a searchlight, then not letting people sleep, not even giving water to drink in the back, and only giving some dry buns for meals. These are all the means of their disciplinary committee. The pampered cadres who get here, press on without all this coming all over again and fall apart. Sun Hu believed that even if Li Hua was a bit tougher than those people, he couldn't possibly hold out for too long. He had to make this kid account for not being able to in the next 2 days, because it was the request of a great man hidden in his heart. No matter what, we have to make Li Hua account for the problem. This claim is telling because the possibility that Lavar is okay with it is not considered in this claim. Rather, no matter what. That said, when it comes down to it, this kid, whether he has a problem or not, has to have a problem in order to do it. Sun Hu looked at Li Hua, and a hint of ruthlessness flashed in his eyes. Chapter 107, Steamer. Li Hua wasn't aware of Sun Hu's determination, but he knew that he had to top it in order to do so. He had heard countless examples of submission to torture, and his current situation, while not beaten, was not far from being tortured. However, if he gave in and confessed to a mistake he had not made, then his future would surely be all but completely ruined. Even if one clears one's own wrongdoing through other channels in the future, the lost political life will never come back. That's why being an official seems to be a very powerful and enjoyable job. But in reality, it's really a job that involves walking on thin ice. Political life is very fragile and just one little flip-flop can bring it to a complete end. Li Hua closed his eyes and leaned back in his chair. He knew that even if Secretary Lin would come to his rescue, it couldn't be too soon. He would have to carry through the first round on his own. He must conserve his strength, conserve his water, and stay as still as he can. Only then could he barely manage to fight a protracted battle with Sun Hu. Sun Hu sat there, purposely not looking at Li Hua, and he also found a book from nowhere and flipped through it. It's not like he's being roasted by a searchlight anyway. He won't feel hard done by. However, after a while, when he raised his head again, he found that the person across the table even seemed to be half lying there as if half asleep, and he could not help but be furious. You're comfortable, aren't you? Though he knew that the temperature over there was so high that it was unlikely that he would normally fall asleep, he just couldn't see the other man getting so comfortable. What's going on? Wake up! Wake up! Is this where you sleep? He slapped up the table, and decided that if that yell didn't wake up the kid across the room, then he'd just go over there and lift the guy up. Before he could stand up, however, he saw the man across from him open his eyes. That's right, Li Hua simply opened his eyes, without making any half-assed movements. That is, he did not sit upright, nor did he ask a question. He remained half lying there like that, staring at Sun Hu with his eyes. Perhaps there was a hint of doubt in his eyes as he asked the latter what he really wanted. Such a look made Sun Hu very unhappy. Since you haven't thought of it yet, let me remind you if you've done anything against discipline and the law since you started working? He couldn't care less about the simmering eagle tactics he'd thought of earlier, and started asking direct questions. Never. His question had just been asked when Li Hua answered it bluntly. However, The speed with which he answered was just too fast. Not to mention Sun Hu. Even if a random person saw him answering like that, they would think that he hadn't even thought about it. Does that answer count? Li Hua. You have to think clearly. If you say it yourself, I will mark it here as your own account. But if you refuse to say it and we end up asking, then the nature will be completely different. Sun Hu sneered. What are you asking me to account for that isn't there? Let me make up a bunch of my own words about having received money from others to give you evidence to falsely accuse me? Li Hua similarly sneered. It seems like you're planning to resist to the end. Then I'll have to see if your mouth is that hard or not. Sun Hu stood up. It's too dark in this room. Commissioner Li needs more light. Yes. Immediately, people from the disciplinary committee moved several more searchlights, all aimed at Li Hua. As soon as these lights were turned on, Li Hua only felt as if he was staring at the sun at noon in summer, and he hurriedly closed his eyes again. It would be a big loss if there was any irreversible damage to the eyes from confronting these people. The more times like this, the more you have to protect yourself to do so. This room doesn't look too warm to me. Add some more temperature to Director Li. Sun Hu continued again. Someone else turned on the air conditioner and turned on the hot air at 30 degrees. And someone else moved several small sun heaters and whatnot. And all of them were aimed at Li Hua as well. After only a moment's work, Sun Hu and the others who were hiding next to him felt that they were starting to sweat. Not to mention Li Hua, who was at the center of the heat wave. Well, let Commissioner Li think about what he's done here. Sun Hu snorted coldly and turned around to go out the door. Of course, the disciplinary committee could not leave Li Hua alone in the house. He went out. And another man came in to keep an eye on Li Hua along with the one who had been in the house right before, to prevent the latter from committing suicide. However, the two of them had only been staring for less than 20 minutes before they couldn't take it anymore and rushed to open the door to the room. Director Sun, it's too hot in this room. We just can't take it anymore. It's the middle of summer, and it's already hot, so it's already not very comfortable to be in a room without an air conditioner, let alone with so many high-powered bulb hot air conditioners and heating devices on. This room is not a place for normal people to be in, at all. If you can't stand it, then switch. We'll work 3 shifts. I don't believe we can't get through him, Sun Hu said while peeking at Li Hua in the room again. The people from the disciplinary committee couldn't stand sitting next to each other, and Li Hua, who was at the center of the heat wave, was surely supposed to have an even harder time. Sure enough, he was now soaked to the bone, and although he still hadn't opened his eyes, his entire spirit had wilted. Sun Hu felt that he shouldn't be able to last much longer, so the disciplinary committee changed too and continued to keep an eye on Li Hua in the room. However, more than 2 hours had passed, and the disciplinary committee had changed 6 or 7 of the people they were staring at, but Li Hua never showed any signs of wanting to open his mouth again. Now, even these ordinary staff members of the disciplinary committee were a bit unable to hold on. It wasn't so much the heat in the room that they couldn't hold out, but the potentially dire consequences. Director Sun, if this keeps up, I'm afraid that Li Hua will just die here, and that would be troublesome. He still hasn't spoken? In the other room next to him, Sun Hu had already eaten and slept, and was still a bit disoriented. No, he always sat there motionless. If he wasn't still breathing, we would have thought he would have died. The staff member shook his head and said, "This kid, he really doesn't know what he's doing. I'll go see him again." Sun Hu was a bit angry. He's going to see the situation for himself. Just as he entered the door of the room, however, he was pushed straight out by the heat inside. It was now the middle of summer, and the outdoor temperature had to be 33 or 34 degrees at a conservative estimate. But even so, there was a feeling that the temperature had risen sharply by several times as soon as he entered the room where Li Hua stayed. What kind of place is this for people? How can anyone possibly stand this? Is this kid not human? Sun Hu stood outside the door and looked inside, and when he saw Li Hua, who was still sitting there, he couldn't help but have a somewhat horrifying thought pop up in his mind. Chapter 108, Who wants to harm Li Hua? Of course Li Hua is human. He's just trying to endure. Though this kind of heat was not something the average person could stand, and he could only try to visualize this interrogation room as a sauna with somewhat higher temperatures. He had suffered a lot in his previous life after all, and his endurance was much stronger than the average person. So for 2 or 3 hours like that, it really held up for him. Of course, at the back of the room, he was also a bit overwhelmed and thought about giving up, but by this time he was already very weak, and even if he wanted to say that he wanted to give up, he couldn't really say it. Li Hua, have you thought about what you're going to say yet? Sun Hu couldn't get into the room, so he could only yell loudly outside to talk to him. Li Hua's lips moved as if he was trying to say something, but his voice was just too weak. Not to mention Sun Hu, who was hiding outside the door. Even the staff member who was in the room didn't hear what he said. Turn off the heater and get him some water and see what he's trying to say, Sun Hu said with a frown. The electric heaters in the room were finally turned off. The air conditioner was set to cool air, and even the high-powered searchlights that had been pointed at Li Hua were turned off until only one remained. The air conditioning hadn't kicked in so quickly, but the room wasn't so bad that you couldn't even get into it anymore, as it had been before. Speak up. It's your last chance. If you don't, then it only proves that you're still a bit cold and we'll just have to keep heating you up. Sun Hu came to Li Hua and commanded his men to slap a bit of water on the latter's face and lips. Even just this little bit of water made a big difference. Li Hua quickly opened his eyes. Say it. Sun Hu looked at him with some amusement. Okay, I'll say it. Li Hua's voice was a bit weak, but it was still very firm. Sun Hu became even more complacent. Even if you are an Iron General, when you come under his hand, you have to honestly do whatever he tells you to do, don't you? Li Hua, think you're so tough that you don't want to admit you've made a mistake? What's changed now? He signaled back to his men to hurry up and get the record ready. Tell me what mistakes you've made. Seeing that his men were ready, Sun Hu began his questioning. I've made a terrible mistake. Li Hua began. Because of his weakness, his voice was broken and breathless, making it a little hard to hear. In order to be able to record better, that staff member of the disciplinary committee also brought his body over. Sun Hu had even bent down and cocked his head, listening attentively. I was instructed by an important leader to fabricate a crime against an innocent man, and for that reason I scorched him with 4 high-powered searchlights and baked him with several electric heaters and air conditioner hot air, just so he couldn't take it anymore and tell what he hadn't done. Li Hua said slowly. During these few hours, although he had been half lying there with his eyes closed as if he was asleep, in reality, how could a normal person sleep under such circumstances? The question that had been on his mind was who had instructed the disciplinary committee to do this to him. The question is not really simple, because now in the entire Yunzhou city, at least at the municipal level, there were quite a few people who knew that Li Hua was a close confidant of Secretary Lin of the municipal party committee, or at least someone who could be trusted. Moving him is like messing with Secretary Lin, and Secretary Lin's authority in Yunzhou city, that no one dares to fight head-on. Therefore, the people of the Municipal Commission for Discipline Inspection, even if they had received a catch-all report about him, did not dare to arrest him so easily, because once if they made a mistake, then what they would have to endure would be the wrath of Secretary Lin. Not to mention that Li Hua hadn't made any mistakes, and even if he did, it wouldn't be a simple matter for the Municipal Commission for Discipline Inspection to move him. There is an old saying that you have to look at the master when you beat a dog. Li Hua is certainly not a dog, but he is considered to be Secretary Lin's man, and the Municipal Commission for Discipline Inspection will not move him easily even if it is even for the sake of Secretary Lin. But now, the people from the Municipal Commission for Discipline Inspection not only moved him easily, but also used such powerful means against him, which was a considerable risk. It is absolutely impossible to say that there is no one behind them. However, just a service area issue could have alarmed the Municipal Commission for Discipline Inspection to make such a big deal out of themselves? Li Hua didn't think it was possible. He felt that the service area remediation work should be just a trigger. This work led to someone doggedly reporting himself, but what really made the Municipal Commission for Discipline Inspection make a big fuss about himself had to be someone else. That must be someone who also wields considerable power within the city. Perhaps that person didn't have the means to confront Secretary Lin head-on for the time being, but he already had the power to sway at least a portion of the city's disciplinary committee staff. With such a character, a person, Lan Qi, popped up in Li Hua's mind. Lan Qi herself was of course not so powerful, but behind her could be hidden a man of considerable power. It should be known that before Li Hua was reborn, that is, 18 years later, this woman had reached the position of deputy mayor. Although she had progressed so quickly thanks to her status as an ignorant girl, there were actually so many ignorant girls in the system, and without someone strongly boosting her behind the scenes, this kind of good thing couldn't fall on Lan Qi's head. Therefore, the man behind her must be someone who could have considerable influence in Yunzhou. And this time, the city disciplinary committee made a big fuss about himself. In all likelihood, it was also his hand. Lan Qi, I haven't even gone to you yet, and you're going to make a move on me first? Li Hua's heart still burned with anger when he thought of that name. He had been refraining from thinking about that person for some time recently, not because he had put his hatred down, but because he knew that rashly trying to take revenge when he was not capable of doing so would only be like flying a moth to the flame and asking for death. The first thing he had to do now was to build up his strength. Only when he had enough strength would he be able to take revenge again. However, instead of going to Lan Qi, the latter took the initiative to approach him, so he had to think about how to properly fight back instead before he could do so. These were all things that Li Hua had been thinking about while half lying there just now, and it was precisely because he had been thinking about these things that made this sizzling on his body not so unbearable, allowing him to barely endure it. Damn, looks like you boys are still obsessed, aren't you? I see you're still a bit cold. You need to be warmed up again. Sun Hu exploded before Li Hua could finish his sentence. How could he hold back from cursing when he had been told all about himself? However, his heart would be fluttering wildly at this time. He could not understand how such a secretive thing could be known by this kid. Chapter 109, Secretary Lin's words. Sun Hu was more or less furious at being revealed, and he decided to ruthlessly clean up this guy who didn't know how to die until now. So he ordered his men to step up their game and steam the boy even harder than they had just done. He just can't believe it. 2 hours this kid can hold up. Another 2 hours, 4 hours or even 8 hours. Can he still hold up? This time, however, his men hesitated a bit. Director Sun, that kid's body is already weak. If he keeps baking, there's a good chance something will happen to him. To put it bluntly, the disciplinary commission is just a job. And although this job is slightly more special, it is just a job after all. Since it is a job, it is necessary to have a normal work attitude. For example, if a person is killed in the course of interrogation, he must have made a big mistake and has to bear a big responsibility, which is absolutely not acceptable. How can you hitch your future or even your job for a job? That's not a normal work ethic. In particular, what Li Hua had just said had also alerted these people in their hearts. They had originally felt as if Sun Hu's behavior today was somewhat abnormal. Although this guy was ruthless before, he used to be more or less gradual and a bit patient. But today, this guy feels as if there is no patience at all, directly pulling to the fullest, as if there is some deep hatred with the one called Li Hua, hating to directly get the latter cannot. The minds of these staff members were filled with doubt and great incomprehension. However, Li Hua's words just now gave a possible answer to the doubts in their minds. Perhaps it was because Sun Hu had received authorization from the big man that he had to bend over backwards against Li Hua in order to do so? But the problem is, once the submission is unsuccessful and something happens, Sun Hu has a big shot to protect them. So what do? They didn't believe that Sun Hu refused to even tell them that there was a big man behind the authorization. Could he possibly help them when they were in trouble? Of course not. So, let them continue this job at the risk of something happening to them. What can happen? People aren't that fragile. Don't worry. Keep roasting. I think he can last at least another day. Sun Hu waved his hand, signaling the people below to go on. I'm sorry, Director Sun. I don't dare to do this. If you want to continue baking, you do it yourself. However, the people below looked at his attitude and were about to run straight away. Joke, now disobey Sun Tiger's orders. After the fact, at most is criticized a sentence of disorganization and indiscipline. Just a little bit of what cannot be affected. And even bonuses will not be less than a point. But if they listen to Sun Hu's words and go to do it, then if something really happens, their future will be over. After all, Sun Hu, this old boy, even a sentence out of the matter I bear, this kind of comforting words do not dare to say. How do they dare to do it? You guys, is this your attitude to do your job? Or did you guys take favors from that Li Hua? Sun Hu was exasperated, but withholding hats was his specialty, and he directly gave a few of his men a big hat. If Director Sun thinks there's something wrong, then check us out as well. But no matter what, we'll never do anything for you that could potentially kill someone. The subordinates' faces went cold when they saw this indiscriminate labeling of his. To put it bluntly, we are all just making a living. If you force everyone to make mistakes with you, or even exchange everyone's future for yours, who will be willing to follow you? Fine. This is what you said yourselves. Sun Hu was completely enraged. He directly took out his phone and was about to dial the number. He was going to call the head of the disciplinary committee to tell him about these few people below who disobeyed his orders. And of course he wouldn't forget to falsely accuse these people of a handful of things in the meantime. When the time comes, these guys will definitely be dealt with internally. That's what happens when you dare to disobey his orders. However, before Sun Hu's phone call could go out, he saw a young man quickly walking over accompanied by Zhou, the director of the Office of the Municipal Commission for Discipline Inspection. Director Zhou? He immediately regained his smiling expression and warmly greeted him. It couldn't be helped. Who made Director Zhou's status much higher than his? Don't look at Sun, who is also a leader, a director, but in reality, he is far worse than Zhou, a serious director. He was merely the head of a group under the 2nd Discipline Inspection and Supervision Office of the Municipal Commission for Discipline Inspection, while Zhou was a member of the Standing Committee of the Municipal Commission for Discipline Inspection on an equal footing with the director of the 2nd Discipline Inspection and Supervision Office, as well as a sidekick to the Municipal Secretary for Discipline Inspection. The gap between the two was not to say heaven and earth, but at least there was a huge chasm. That was why Sun Hu was always unconsciously so short when facing Zhou. This time, however, the latter had little leisure to pose before him. Comrade Sun Hu, this is Comrade Song Jia from one of the Municipal Party Committee office. He is looking for you to find out some things, Zhou said very seriously. Sun Hu's entire body immediately shook. Song Jia's name is known to him. This is Zhou Guangliang's successor, Secretary Lin's current secretary. And the room next to his own was holding a man who had almost become Secretary Lin's secretary before. Could this guy be coming over now? Sun Hu's heart drummed. And the truth was exactly as he had suspected. Comrade Sun Hu, Secretary Lin asked me to come over and ask if Comrade Li Hua is being held here by you? Song Jie's attitude was a bit arrogant. Not at all like Zhou Guanliang's cordiality. But every secretary has their own style of doing things. And they don't really care what the people below them think. The key is to be able to make the leaders appreciate it. Sun Hu did not answer directly, but looked at Zhou, who was on the side. After all, the Discipline Inspection Commission still has some confidentiality regulations, although in the vast majority of cases, the local party chiefs are absolutely not in the scope of being kept secret. But the necessary hesitation is still necessary. Just say it straight when Director Song asks you. Zhou was a little upset in his heart. What are you looking at me for? Can I still let you cheat Song Jie? You know, Song Jie is here under the banner of Secretary Lin. Cheating him is tantamount to cheating Secretary Lin. Who dares to bear this crime? That's right. Someone reported that he has some problems and is now cooperating with our investigation here. Sun Hu gritted his teeth and said, Secretary Lin said that he would not interfere with the normal handling of cases by the Discipline Inspection Commission, and he also believed that the Discipline Inspection Commission's handling of cases would definitely be carried out in compliance with the law, and he hoped that his comrades in the Discipline Inspection Commission could stick to their principles and seek truth from facts, and that they would not let a bad person off the hook, and would definitely not wrongly accuse a good person. Song Jie continued, Secretary Lin is very concerned about this case. He still has a lot of work in his hands that needs to be done by Comrade Li Hua, and he also hopes that Comrade Discipline Inspection Commission's investigation will be faster. Chapter 110, Transportation to the Hospital. Song Jie left after saying this. He didn't even ask to see Li Hua for a second. However, Sun Hu was directly dumbfounded. Even if he was more stupid, he could hear. Song Jie relayed the words of Secretary Lin. Although it has been said that will not interfere with the normal handling of the Discipline Inspection Commission, so that he will not be affected. But these words are in the protection of Li Hua. This isn't even a veiled reminder anymore. This is out in the open. It even said that there was a lot of work to be given to Li Hua. Isn't that telling the disciplinary committee that this person must be released without any problems? It's just that Secretary Lin refuses to take on the reputation of interfering with the disciplinary committee's cases, and he won't even let Song Jie look at Li Hua. He does things in a way that doesn't let anyone pick on him. Looking at Song Jie's far away back, Sun Hu opened his mouth, but nothing came out, then turned his head to look at Zhou again. He knew that this leader had personally come over, and it was definitely not just as simple as showing Song Jie the way. Zhou is, after all, a member of the Standing Committee of the Municipal Commission for Discipline Inspection, is a hallowed leader of a full division. There is no need to be so lowly to flatter a secretary, even if the secretary is the side of the Municipal Party Committee's #1 figure. If he's here, he must have other intentions. This is what makes Sun Hu a little worried. After all, this time the case, he is a little self-interested. What the hell are you up to? Sure enough, as soon as Song Jie's figure disappeared, Zhou lowered his voice and reprimanded. Haven't you heard what Li Hua is? Why did you take matters into your own hands? Zhou's tone was filled with irritation. Although Li Hua's rank was not worth mentioning in his eyes, the problem was that it was someone who could go to Secretary Lin's office at any time to report on his work. Zhou himself didn't have this treatment. Of course, that's not the point. The point is, your Municipal Commission for Discipline Inspection has arrested Secretary Lin's people. What does that mean? It means that the Municipal Commission for Discipline Inspection and Secretary Lin are not of one mind? This is a very serious political mistake. The Municipal Commission for Discipline Inspection of course also works under the leadership of the Party Committee, and in Yunzhou City, the only person who can represent the Party Committee is Secretary Lin. Zhou knew that the Municipal Commission for Discipline Inspection had made a mistake in this matter, and he had come this time to correct that mistake. This is that Li Hua's level is too low. But if the level is a little higher, such as Zhou Guangliang, if this matter, the Secretary of the Municipal Commission for Discipline Inspection will have to personally run with a trip. I'm sorry Director Zhou. I also acted on impulse and acted after receiving the report. Sun Hu didn't shrug it off. He knew that dumping at this point would only put him in a worse position. It's done, and he has to carry this thing on his shoulders to do so. What about the results? You guys have also been investigating for not too long. Have you found out anything yet? Zhou asked somewhat nervously. The City Discipline Inspection Commission was already in a passive state when they brought Li Hua back. And now, whether they find out anything or not, it's not a good thing. Not yet. Sun Hu shook his head. Since we didn't find out anything, why don't we release the people? Zhou said with a frown. although releasing someone without finding out anything means that the disciplinary commission has arrested the wrong person. Our party has never been impervious to mistakes in its work, and finding mistakes and correcting them is the right way to work. What's more, the fault was also Sun Hu's, and it had nothing to do with them in the middle and upper echelons of the disciplinary committee. Sun Hu was a little hesitant. If he released them now, he didn't guarantee that Li Hua would be able to walk out on his own. Show me. Zhou is also an old disciplinary committee, and looking at his appearance, he knew that they must have used means against Li Hua. It gave him a not-so-good feeling in his heart. The people down there are really too bold to even dare to touch Secretary Lin of the Municipal Party Committee. Is this going to poke a hole in the sky? Sun Hu does not have any way. If it is Song Jia wants to see Li Hua, he can still find all kinds of excuses to stall. After all, Song Jia for the Discipline Inspection Commission is ultimately an outsider. You can use some of the relevant provisions of the Discipline Inspection Commission to block a little, but Zhou is his superior leader. How else can this be fooled? Sun Hu could only take him to that room. Zhou just tried to go in and was directly pushed out by the heat wave. What's going on here? He asked grimly. Quickly turn on the air conditioner, cool air. Are the electric heaters turned off? Sun Hu said in a hurry. Although the electric heaters had all been turned off before and not turned on again, the heat in the room wasn't dissipating that easily and quickly, and it would be, at least, several degrees warmer in this room than it was outside. Zhou is the old disciplinary committee. For the disciplinary committee to toss people means naturally also very clear. He only looked at the heart already know what is going on. That's not just going to the top. That's going to the top. Watching those few staff members busily moving those electric heaters out, Zhou's face grew darker and darker. Director Zhou, the temperature in the room is now ready. After a while, the cool air from the air conditioner finally did its job and made the temperature in the room about the same as outside. And only then did Sun Hu make a motion of please. Zhou then slowly walked in. He saw Li Hua half lying on the chair and his face instantly changed. The latter's face would be pale by now. Not a drop of sweat could be seen on his face, and his whole body was still twitching slightly. No good. He's not doing too well. Hurry and get him to the hospital. Zhou's experience was a bit richer after all. What kind of situations he had seen. With just one glance, he could tell that Li Hua was currently in a very bad state and was already on the verge of danger. Originally, the disciplinary committee gave him the means is already a difficult thing to explain, and now even let a person in danger. Then the trouble is really going to be big. Zhou couldn't help but be a little flustered as well. Several staff members rushed over, 7 hands and 8 feet to Li Hua to move up and run out. Director Zhou, isn't this a bit unorthodox? Sun Hu had a bit of a headache. If he were to let Li Hua go just like that, he would always feel a little less than willing. Rules? Your rules are to bring someone back for a few hours and almost get them killed? Zhou gave him a cold look, his tone already extremely unpleasant. This is not that serious, right? Sun Hu scratched his head. Not so much? Do you have to let someone die here before it's not so bad? Zhou looked at Li Hua who had already been moved out and also hurriedly followed him. Before leaving, he glanced at Sun Hu again. Don't go anywhere for the last 2 days, and if Li Hua's situation is really serious, then you must be disciplined. With that, he was gone. Li Hua was brought to the hospital in a rather critical condition and was sent straight to the resuscitation room. The news reached Lin Yi, and the entire city of Yunzhou was shaken. Chapter 111 Lin Yi's reaction. Lin Yi was still very angry about the fact that the Municipal Discipline Inspection Commission had taken Li Hua away, because he only knew about it after reading that material that Li Hua did to conceptualize the rectification of each service area that Han Wenyuan brought. Han Wenyuan knew Secretary Lin very well, and he knew that the latter valued his subordinate's ability to work the most. So, he specifically brought Li Hua's work product with him when he came to say this. As expected, Lin Yi was very appreciative of this idea of Li Hua's. Each service area has its own characteristics according to the place where it is located, and it has done a good job of publicizing the service as well as doing a good job. Good. Very good. Lin Yi didn't mince his words of praise. If Li Hua was here, he probably wouldn't have said it so directly for fear that the kid would be proud. But since Li Hua wasn't there, then he naturally didn't have that much to worry about. Secretary Lin, this material was given to me by Li Hua before he was taken away. Han Wenyuan saw that Secretary Lin was very cognizant of the material this time, so he spoke up about Li Hua being taken away. Taken? Taken by whom? Was he approached with another important job? Lin Yi was still flipping through that material. He didn't take what Han Wenyuan said to heart, mostly because he didn't think in that direction at all. This cannot be blamed on him. Who else is in his position? There is absolutely no way that he would have thought that Li Hua would have been taken away by the people of the Municipal Discipline Inspection Commission. This kid to the Real Power Department a total of only a month or 2 time. even if he has the power to start greedy. The Commission for Discipline Inspection, and when so efficient, people just greedy to find out? Moreover, many people at this level of the city knew that Li Hua was someone Lin Yi looked up to. Therefore, if the people from the Municipal Commission for Discipline Inspection wanted to move Li Hua, they wouldn't be able to disregard Lin Yi's relationship, and it was even likely that they would need to come over and report or subtly hint at a test. However, Lin Yi hadn't received any hints, so he hadn't even thought about it in that direction. It was taken by the city's disciplinary committee. Therefore, when Han Wenyuan said these words, Lin Yi was directly shocked. What? Who did you say? Taken by whom? He couldn't even quite believe his ears. Municipal Discipline Inspection Commission. I don't recognize the one who brings people, but the one who comes over to bring Li Hua. The level is certainly not very high, as Han Wenyuan said. Lin Yi grabbed the phone on the table at once. He wanted to call the Discipline Inspection Commission right away to ask for clarification, but his finger had only pressed one number when he stopped. He considered it for a moment, but put the phone down. If he had taken the initiative to make the call, it would have been tantamount to a suspicion of interfering with the disciplinary committee's handling of the case, while, in reality, the city clerk has the power to interfere with everything in the city. There are some things to keep in mind, at least in name. Do you think Li Hua will make any mistakes? Lin Yi raised his head and looked at Han Wenyuan in front of himself. I don't think so. Han Wenyuan thought for a moment before shaking his head very hard. I personally believe that Comrade Li Hua can be considered to be single-mindedly devoted to his work. So far, everything he has proposed is for the sake of his work, and I do not see in the least any suspicion of seeking private gain. He has not spoken up for any enterprise, and he has not spent any money that he should not have spent, and I really do not see any possibility of his making a mistake. That's a pretty high rating for him, to say the least, but that's how he's been feeling in his job for a while now. In this short period of less than a month in the Transportation Bureau, how much work has Li Hua done, and how much work have the others done in total? These are the things that leaders can look at, and Li Hua is still consciously staying away from scenes where he could potentially make a mistake. For example, the choice of BRT project construction companies. Han Wenyuan wanted Li Hua to be involved, but the latter refused. That's not the only thing he's turned down. It's also the procurement of construction materials, etc. He runs faster than a rabbit from almost any project that might have anything to do with money. Under these circumstances, to say that Li Hua had made some mistake that required him to be arrested by the Discipline Inspection Commission, Han Wenyuan would be the first to disbelieve it. Lin Yi was affected by his attitude. He trusted Han Wenyuan's judgment. Little Song, come in for a moment. Lin Yi picked up the other phone on the table and said. Song Jia came in quickly. Comrade Li Hua was taken away by the Municipal Commission for Discipline Inspection. I will not interfere with the normal handling of the Commission for Discipline Inspection. I also believe that the Commission for Discipline Inspection to handle the case will certainly be able to carry out under the premise of compliance with the law. But you go to find the specific responsible for this matter of the case officers. Instructed them to adhere to the principle of truthfulness and truthfulness. Do not let go of a bad man, but also can never be wrongly accused of a good man. Lin Yi said to him. You tell them that I still have a lot of work on my hands that I need Li Hua to do, so that the Discipline Inspection Committee can handle the case a little faster. There was no doubt that Song Jia had brought Lin Yi's words as they were. These words undoubtedly saved Li Hua before he could be rushed to the hospital in time. According to the resuscitation doctor, if the person had been brought over an hour or two later, he might not have made it to the hospital. Even as it is now, the patient's body is so damaged that he needs a period of bed rest before he can recover completely. This result left Lin Yi completely shaken. On the one hand, Li Hua was indeed a young man he thought highly of. He felt that this young man was very thoughtful and capable, with a promising future, and he very much wanted to cultivate him properly, but as a result, he was almost ruined by the people from the Discipline Inspection Commission. How could he not be angry? On the other hand, the people from the Municipal Discipline Inspection Commission knew that Li Hua was his person, but they still had no scruples and used the most cruel means directly after the person was brought in, which was really hateful. This made Lin Yi feel that his majesty had been challenged, and that his control over Yunzhou had been severely affected, so he called a small impromptu meeting straight away. The so-called small-scale ad hoc meetings are those with a small number of participants that do not reach the level of the standing committee. Such meetings are generally not too formal, unlike standing committees where every word and reaction spoken by everyone is recorded and sealed. Although such small-scale ad hoc meetings are also recorded, both the content and form of the record are far less formal and important than that of the standing committee. However, this does not mean that the small ad hoc meetings are not important. On the contrary, because the participants of the small-scale interim meeting are all heavyweights, the small-scale interim meeting is very important instead. Generally speaking, What is agreed upon in a small ad hoc meeting is no more than a formality when it comes to the standing committee, because what these people have agreed upon, no one can change anymore. Chapter 112, Mini Conferences. The scope of this small-scale interim meeting convened by Lin Yi was indeed very small, and the only participants other than him were Mayor Wang Zhongyuan, Municipal Party Committee Deputy Secretary Su Zhanyang, Municipal Commission for Discipline Inspection Secretary Su Liang, as well as Municipal Party Committee Secretary General Kong Yunsheng, who participated in the meeting and was mainly in charge of the record-keeping work. These people, without exception, are all members of the Standing Committee of the Municipal Party Committee of Yunzhou City, and in addition to Kong Yunsheng, the remaining few people are all top-ranking members of the Standing Committee of the Municipal Party Committee. It could be said that these few people together could already solve everything perfectly in Yunzhou City, is all. However, at such a meeting with such weighty participants, Lin Yi lost his temper. He hadn't lost his temper in a long time. Because of his strong control over Yunzhou, the vast majority of things were able to develop according to his heart, and the few that didn't go according to his heart were basically his default. So for him, there was nothing that required him to lose his temper. But this time, he really lost his temper. The meeting had just begun when Lin Yi slapped the table so hard that it almost didn't shake Su Liang's teacup, which he hadn't yet put firmly in place. Over. What is the matter with the Municipal Commission for Discipline Inspection? Why would they rashly go and arrest an innocent young cadre without any real evidence and without reporting to the higher-ups, and use very cruel methods on him? Are they staff of the Municipal Commission for Discipline Inspection, or are they bandits and bullies? Lin Yi's voice was much higher than usual, and anyone could hear that he was in a very unattractive mood at the moment. Su Liang secretly screamed in his heart that he was unlucky. This matter he also just learned about it. It is completely unmitigated disaster. He wasn't sure what kind of nerve the team leader, called Sun Hu, suddenly had, arresting a cadre from the Transportation Bureau, and then directly resorting to the most powerful means. He even wondered if there was some deep hatred between these two, but Su Liang knew that it was meaningless for him to say something like he didn't know anymore at this time. As the secretary of the Municipal Commission for Discipline Inspection, the Municipal Commission for Discipline Inspection out of anything, are their own thing, which is to escape also cannot escape, to hide also cannot hide. Secretary Lin, this is all my responsibility. As the secretary of the Municipal Commission for Discipline Inspection, I usually neglected to discipline my comrades below me, and didn't educate them enough on their ideology, which led to some of their reckless behavior. Su Liang didn't say any excuses. He directly took the responsibility on his shoulders. This incident also gave me a wake-up call. I go back. Will certainly strengthen for the comrades' thought of education work, improve the cognitive height of all comrades, let them and the Municipal Party Committee's thoughts united. Do listen to the party command and follow the party. After taking responsibility, he made a statement of determination. The so-called listen to the party command and follow the party meaning is already very obvious. In the city of Yunzhou, can represent the party only one person? That is Lin Yi. Su Liang was stating that in the future, the actions of the Municipal Discipline Inspection Commission would be completely under Lin Yi's command, and that there would be absolutely no room for error. In fact, the Municipal Disciplinary Committee was also like this before, but who let out such a file? He did not. Restatement cannot. Sure enough, this very direct statement soothed Lin Yi's attitude, but this incident still exposed some problems within the Municipal Commission for Discipline Inspection, such as internal communication problems and individual comrades entrapping their personal belongings, all of which the Municipal Commission for Discipline Inspection must address, and the relevant responsible persons must also be dealt with seriously. Although he was satisfied, Lin Yi still raised some more questions. There are some things that can't be solved just because Su Liang has a good attitude. That Sun Hu is not dealt with. How should I explain to Li Hua? That's why Lin Yi added such a sentence and explicitly demanded that the relevant responsible persons must be dealt with seriously. And I believe that everyone understands his attitude as well. Sure enough, everyone's expression got a little more serious. Originally, they had thought that Lin Yi was just taking advantage of the situation, wanting to continue to strengthen his grip on the Municipal Discipline Inspection Commission. In hindsight, maybe that's part of it, but definitely not all of it. The regard for Li Hua was also one of the major reasons why he had called this small, impromptu meeting today. If it wasn't for the fact that everyone hadn't heard of the name Li Hua before, they would have just assumed that there was some kind of kinship between this kid and Secretary Lin. But it was just a passing thought, something that simply wasn't going to happen. If Li Hua really had a close relationship with Secretary Lin, he wouldn't have been benched for a year at the party school of the Municipal Party Committee. Secretary Su, I'll take the liberty of asking, are tactics such as these often used by comrades of the Discipline Inspection Commission in handling cases? At this time, Su Zhanyang, the Deputy Secretary of the Municipal Party Committee, who had kept his head down without speaking, suddenly raised his head and looked at Su Liang. Su Zhengyang was in his 40s this year, tall and good-looking. To be able to sit at this level at his age is proof enough that he is quite powerful, both personally and with the help behind him. His sudden opening caused Su Liang to frown. Actually, it's not entirely true, but Secretary Su should also understand that there are a lot of corrupt people who violate the law, and discipline are often illusory. They always think that even if they go to the disciplinary commission, as long as they don't open their mouths, someone will definitely fish them out. So if we handle the case with too gentle means, the difficulty will be greatly increased. Despite some misgivings in his heart, Su Liang told part of the truth. Anyway, all the leaders should understand this kind of thing, and there's not much he can do about it if he really doesn't. Moreover, it's not as if these tactics of the disciplinary commission are beating and scolding, just making things difficult for people, and to say that it's torture is surely going too far. He wasn't too worried about it. I understand the difficulties of the comrades of the Commission for Discipline Inspection, but after all, we are a civilized society. No matter what we do, even if it is law enforcement, we need to pay attention to civilized law enforcement. Some of the old traditions of the past, old tactics, the elimination of the old or to be eliminated, even the criminals, even the corrupt, they also have human rights. So I think that the Discipline Inspection Commission in the handling of the case, the way and method also need to keep pace with the times. Do not wait until one day to make a human life. Can be a problem. Su Zhengyang smiled gently, and even turned his head to look at Lin Yi again. What do you think, Secretary Lin? Secretary Su has a point. Secretary Su needs to consider it, Lin Yi said without moving. Everyone's outward appearance seemed normal and calm, but in reality, in everyone's mind, a not-so-similar reaction took place. It was Su Zhengyang's passage that led to this, because Su Zhengyang's paragraph on the surface seems to be concerned about the Discipline Inspection Commission's handling of the case means, in the concern for human rights, concern not to get into trouble with these issues. But in fact, this paragraph is an ulterior motive. Ordinary people may not be able to find out, but these people present are all veterans of officialdom. How sharp is their sense of smell? They noticed the irregularities at once. Chapter 113 Improvements. Lin Yi was talking about dealing with the people in the Discipline Inspection Commission who were directly handling Li Hua's case before, which was a very normal thing to do. After all, these people were also at serious fault. However, in a few words, Su Zhengyang had risen from those who had directly handled Li Hua's case to the entire Discipline Inspection Commission's way and means of handling cases. What he means is that the disciplinary committee is handling cases in this way, so we cannot be too harsh on those few people. And what should be corrected is the way and method of the entire disciplinary committee in handling cases. If he followed his train of thought, then Lin Yi's meaning was obviously going to be taken the wrong way. However, Su Zhengyang wasn't directly confronting Lin Yi, so his intentions were rather hidden. But which of these people on the scene is not savvy enough to do so? This little thought of Su Zhengyang's could not escape their eyes. Discipline Inspection Commission's way and method of handling cases really need to be improved. The times are developing and progressing. Our way of working should likewise keep up with the times, but at the same time, and the improvement should also pay attention to the degree of the problem. Don't affect the normal work. This is a point that you should grasp, the Secretary Su. Lin Yi continued, as if he was giving guidance to the work of the Municipal Discipline Inspection Commission. Of course, as the city clerk, he does have the qualifications. Alright, I'll try my best to do it. Su Liang nodded, but in his heart, he was screaming bad luck. The phrase improving the way the disciplinary commission works is easy to say, but how can it be done? Those embezzlers are all very stubborn and have a wide network of connections, and all of them have a lucky break in their hearts. So how can they possibly confess truthfully if we don't give them some tactics? That's making the disciplinary committee's job more difficult. But the good thing was that Secretary Lin also said to pay attention to the degree of the problem and not to affect the normal work, which meant that his own improvement did not need to be so radical, which was okay. We'll have to have a good meeting when we get back to discuss this and have the following come up with a plan to improve it. As for Sun Hu and those people, if Secretary Lin did not make a further statement, just simply punish them and forget about it. After all, they were at least members of the disciplinary committee, and it wouldn't look good if they made too much of a fuss. Su Liang slowly had an idea in his mind. I suggest that the improvement actions start with that so-called operator of the Li Hua case this time. He won't be able to use the correct way of handling the case, so it's a good time to take this opportunity to let him feel what the correct way of handling the case is. Even though he doesn't have the chance to work on the case anymore, it's still necessary to make him realize his mistake before he can do so. Lin Yi continued again. Okay, Su Liang nodded again. It's not that simple. Secretary Lin certainly wouldn't let Sun Hu off the hook so easily. Sure enough, he directly named Sun Hu as the first feeler of the disciplinary commission's improved case handling. How do you feel? Run him? Of course. Moreover, There seemed to be other hints in Secretary Lin's words, but one needed to go back and slowly comprehend them. Hearing Lin Yi's words, Su Zhenyang's face was also a bit gloomy, but the city clerk had spoken on such a specific issue, and he had no thoughts of saying anything else. In Yunzhou, no one could fight against Lin Yi. The meeting ended. Su Zhenyang returned to his office, took out his cell phone and dialed a number to say a few words. He then dropped his cell phone on the table and walked over to the window to look out once again. Outside the window was a great river and mountains, but it was so hateful that such a beautiful river and mountains couldn't be the picture scroll for him to wield his own talent with abandon. Lin Yi didn't realize that he would be being read to by Su Zhenyang at this point, and when he returned to his office, he called in Song Jia. What do I have scheduled next? Next your work schedule has. Song Jia pulled out the small book he carried with him and read it. Secretary Lin's daily schedule of daily actions was something he had already memorized deeply in his head, but even so, he still had to read from the book when the situation permitted. The most important thing about serving a leader is that you can't make a mistake, not showing how accurately and quickly you remember things. Keeping track of these things is about being prepared, not about showing off. Song Jia quickly finished reading Lin Yi's work schedule. Let those people outside go back first. I won't see them today. Lin Yi listened and quickly made a decision. After the documents are approved in a while, you'll go with me to the city's first people's hospital to visit Comrade Li Hua. Okay. Song Jia nodded in agreement before exiting Lin Yi's office, but his mind was very surprised. Li Hua was a name he had heard of, and it was rumored that if he hadn't come himself, it would have originally been that person who would have assumed his current role. But Song Jia didn't take this matter to heart. He was a man with a very deep background, and being a secretary for Lin Yi was only one of his choices, but since he'd made that choice, there wouldn't be any problems. He never thinks about whether or not he's likely to be replaced by anyone. As long as his background stays intact, his position will be very secure. Now Lin Yi's side to study and exercise for 2 years, then out to the grassroots polishing 2 years, next transferred to the province. This is his plan for his career path. So a turn down. He may have been the province's youngest cadre of a certain level. The rest of those who messed up, pressure is not in his eyes. However, Lin Yi's regard for this person called Li Hua still exceeded his imagination. That kid is obviously just a small cadre at the deputy section level, but he can report directly to Secretary Lin, and he can also plug into the queue of those full departmental secretaries of directors and clerks. Moreover, after that kid had been arrested by the Discipline Inspection Committee's people, Secretary Lin had even asked himself to make a personal trip to deliver a message to scare the Discipline Inspection Committee's people. Now, Secretary Lin even had to personally visit that guy in the hospital. This series of actions made Song Jia realize that Li Hua still carried quite a heavy weight in Lin Yi's heart. Perhaps his position will not be threatened, but as the same young cadre in Yunzhou City, this kid has weight in Secretary Lin's heart, and perhaps his own weight has been divided. This thought created a trace of displeasure in Song Jia's heart. He had been living as if he were being star-crossed since he was a child, and now that he had entered the career path, he knew that the leaders around him could no longer hold him up as they had before. However, now that he suddenly knew that someone else was occupying the position that was originally supposed to belong to him, he would still feel a little uncomfortable. Perhaps something should be thought of to make Li Hua's image plummet in Secretary Lin's mind. As Secretary Lin's first secretary himself, the closest person to the latter, it shouldn't be a difficult thing to do if he wanted to do this. Chapter 114, Personal Visits. When Secretary Lin rushed to the hospital, there was no one else in front of Li Hua's bed except for Xia Wanru and a staff member from the Transportation Bureau's Infrastructure Division. This is also a very normal thing. After all, Li Hua was taken away by the Discipline Inspection Commission, and now, although he is hospitalized, the Discipline Inspection Commission has not made a statement about his situation. So in everyone's opinion, it's still a bad thing to say whether something happened to him or not. The city council had met, but what happens in such small, ad hoc meetings doesn't spread that quickly, and word apparently hadn't reached the transportation department yet. In this case, of course, everyone should stay as far away from him as possible. Anyone who got too close to him now would be targeted by someone with a heart of gold and get involved in some messy business. In the system, everyone thinks about how to be smart, but no one wants to go snowballing. Of course, Han Wenyuan wasn't among these bright people. It's just that he's really busy with his work. He's responsible for the BRT project, and the service area remediation work left behind by Li Hua's departure is also going to fall on his shoulders. He now hated to split one person into two, and for a while he hadn't been able to take the time to see Li Hua in the hospital. Therefore, except for a young cadre from the Infrastructure Division, no one from the Transportation Bureau was at Li Hua's bedside to see him. Xia Wanru ran over here on her own. She was in surgery and wasn't supposed to be in charge of Li Hua's bed, but when she heard that Li Hua was in trouble, she didn't care about that much and ran straight over. Looking at the originally handsome man now suddenly became haggard and dry. Her heart was like being strangled by a knife, and she dropped a lot of tears on the spot in front of the bed. Li Hua was on fluids and didn't have much mental strength, so he couldn't care less about comforting her, so he simply let her go. Just then, Lin Yi walked into the hospital room with Song Jia in tow. "Comrade Li Hua, Secretary Lin is here to see you." Song Jia walked ahead of the briefing. Originally, the normal municipal party secretary traveled, even to the hospital to see a patient. It must be the front and back, not to mention, the deputy mayor in charge of health, the head of the health bureau, and the head of the hospital all had to show up to accompany them. However, Lin Yi wasn't the type of person who liked ostentation. He had come to see Li Hua as a private person and hadn't asked Song Jia to inform those people. But even if you don't bring that many people with you, the briefing that you should have still has to happen. Lin, Secretary Lin? Xiao Zhou, an ordinary cadre of the infrastructure division, was a bit confused. He didn't remember who exactly this Secretary Lin was referring to for a moment. This cannot be blamed on him. After all, the average person where can think. The Transportation Bureau Infrastructure Division, a deputy director, and still in the eyes of many people maybe the deputy director of the mistake of hospitalization. Even to be able to alarm the secretary of the municipal party committee personally come to visit? Not to mention the secretary of the municipal party committee, even the secretary of the party committee of the Transportation Bureau may not come to see it. When Xiao Zhou was still racking his brain to figure out which deputy secretary inside the bureau was surnamed Song, Li Hua had already struggled to sit up and wanted to get out of bed. "Lin, Secretary Lin, what brings you here? What are you going to do? You must stay in bed and recuperate in your current condition. You absolutely cannot move." Xia Wanru was startled and rushed up to try to hold Li Hua down. "Load. Performances. What a slick guy. No wonder Secretary Lin likes this kid." Song Jia sneered in his heart as he drew conclusions about Li Hua's reaction. However, just when he wasn't paying attention, Lin Yi unexpectedly walked past him at a fast pace. Seeing that Secretary Lin actually had the intention of going up to help Li Hua, Song Jia was taken aback. In any case, no matter how he judged Li Hua's reaction just now, he couldn't let Secretary Lin do this personally. He hurriedly rushed over at a faster speed, which enabled him to press Li Hua before Secretary Lin. "Comrade Li Hua, don't get excited. Your body is still not well. You must rest well and listen to your comrade doctor," Song Jia urged while holding Li Hua down. As he said that, his head turned and saw Xia Wanru next to him, and he couldn't help but be a little dazed. Since she wasn't in class, Xia Wanru didn't wear a mask. Her clean, beautiful face looked too attractive against the white coat and hat. Is this the legendary White Angel? Because of his noble birth, Song Jia had seen countless beautiful women, but his interest in those people was average. Until today he didn't realize that it wasn't that he didn't like beautiful women. He liked beautiful women like this. It's amazing that he's still a uniform guy. But Xia Wanru didn't half notice him. All of her attention was focused on Li Hua. "Little Song is right, little Li. Your task now is to rest in bed and make sure you get well." Lin Yi's voice also sounded behind the two. Only then did Li Hua stop struggling and obediently lie down. "Secretary Lin, you're so busy with your work. You have so many things to do every day. How dare you bother you to come and see me? I'm really deeply ashamed." Though no longer moving, words of gratitude are still spoken. And Li Hua did really appreciate it. The difference in status between him and Lin Yi wasn't half a point. It could be said that it was not too much to describe it as coming down from heaven and earth. But Secretary Lin was able to come and visit him in person. This was definitely not a disguise. This was something that really valued him. Don't you say that. If you want to say you're ashamed, it should also be me who says I'm ashamed. The fact that you would encounter this kind of problem is a problem within the Municipal Discipline Committee, while all the problems in the city are my problems. So it's because of my problems that you're in such a state, and I want to apologize to you for that. When Lin Yi saw Li Hua's parched appearance, his heart was a little hard to bear, and at the same time, he was very angry. The reason why he had to make a trip to the hospital in person today was that apart from wanting to take a look at Li Hua, there was another important reason, and that was to tell everyone that Li Hua was the person he valued so much. Only such a relatively formal announcement could possibly give those who were still hitting on Li Hua's idea some scruples. Otherwise, if anyone were to take such a hit, Li Hua, even if he had 9 lives, I'm afraid that he would still be tossed away very quickly. At this time, Xiao Zhou, who was on the side, suddenly covered her mouth with an ah. Only at this moment did he realize which Secretary Lin this Secretary Lin was. That's the most unique Secretary Lin in all of Yunzhou City. How could he not expect that Secretary Lin would personally come to the ward to visit Li Hua? This seemed to mean that an unintentional move of his own actually seemed to have bet on a treasure. Zhou trembled with excitement. and the news that Secretary Lin had personally come to visit Li Hua in the hospital had finally gotten out. A few moments later, the leaders of the hospital all rushed to the ward. It wasn't long after that, the leaders of the Health Bureau and the Transportation Bureau all arrived as well. Chapter 115, Lin Yi's attitude. Please rest assured, Secretary Lin, that our First People's Hospital will definitely use the best medicines and the best doctors to firmly ensure that Comrade Li Hua will be able to make a smooth recovery as soon as possible. Seeing that Secretary Lin had come personally, Hospital Director Zhao Dawei knew he had made a serious mistake. He knew about Li Hua being brought in for medical treatment, but he didn't pay much attention to it, because he had also heard that Li Hua had been sent from the disciplinary committee. In the cognition of these ordinary cadres of theirs, a person into the Discipline Inspection Commission, that basically equals to be completely finished. Not to mention that this kid is also the Discipline Inspection Commission on the means. Is the Disciplinary Commission going to just put means on anyone? Therefore, Zhao Dawei felt that he didn't need to pay any special attention to Li Hua at all. Just treat him as an ordinary patient. Does an ordinary patient need his mind as a dean? Not at all. So he turned his head and put the matter completely behind him. However, Secretary Lin's arrival showed him that his previous thoughts were very wrong. How could a cadre so highly regarded by Secretary Lin be completely finished? In the entire Yunzhou, how many sick hospitalizations can make Secretary Lin personally come to the hospital to visit? Zhao Dawei grasped his hands and counted. I'm afraid there were only about 10. Even if an ordinary deputy mayor was hospitalized, Secretary Lin might not even take a look. Yet he came to see Li Hua. At this moment, Zhao Dawei knew that. Not to mention that the Discipline Inspection Commission had arrested Li Hua and had given the latter the means to do so. Even if the Discipline Inspection Commission side had already determined that this kid had problems, there was no problem now. Secretary Lin is the sky of Yunzhou. Who dares to say there's a problem with the cadres he favors? Thus, Zhao Dawei panicked and summoned the members of the hospital leadership team and hurriedly rushed to the ward to make such a statement. Best doctors, best medicine? Secretary Lin surveyed the hospital room and didn't say anything else. Zhao Dawei's sweat instantly came down. Although this ward was only used by Li Hua alone, it was a separate ward for him considering that he might be a suspect of the Discipline Inspection Commission. Fearing that it would be bad for him to come into contact with other people, but it didn't mean that the conditions were good. In fact, the condition of the ward was so poor that it looked very shabby. Because this is the old ward of the hospital more than 30 years ago, it has long ceased to be used now, and is only waiting for the allocation of funds from the upper level to come down to demolish and build a new one. Giving Li Hua the use of such a ward and licking his chops to make a statement is a very face-slapping thing to do. Secretary Lin is a person who can't get sand in his eyes. He didn't say anything more, but Zhao Dawei's psychological pressure was already very high. Because the hospital's wards are a bit strained, Comrade Li Hua is only temporarily placed here. I've already coordinated it, and will be able to switch him to the best ward in a little while. After all, Zhao Dawei had worked in the hospital for so many years, and he still had experience in dealing with this kind of thing. He immediately made the best choice. That's your hospital's job. I'm not going to interfere. I'm just here today to visit the patients, Lin Yi said indifferently, and he turned his head back to Li Hua, who was lying on the bed. Comrade Li Hua, you just recuperate and adjust your body during this period of time. There's even more important work for you to do behind you. With that, he turned and left. Health Bureau, Transportation Bureau and the hospital that a large number of leaders are naturally followed to send him, in an instant, had been full of wards and immediately empty down. Li, Director Li, you're going to be rich. It was only then that Xiao Zhou, who had been frozen to the side all along, called out in surprise. Municipal Party Committee Secretary Lin's regard for Li Hua even a blind man can see, and in Yunzhou City, as long as you get the Secretary Lin's regard, it is bound to be all the way to the top. Zhou was excited for Li Hua, but also for herself. It was so worth it to see yourself at Director Li's bedside to help out before everyone else even arrived. And this cold stove was burning. What's developed or not? Just be able to live. Li Hua shook his head and smiled bitterly. In the eyes of others, he seems to have made a fortune this time, having received the direct approval of Secretary Lin. Whatever he does in Yunzhou City in the future will certainly be unimpeded. But only Li Hua himself knew how menacing a day he had had. Don't look at him now seems to have nothing to do. But, if in the Sun Tiger those people forced to confess their own one did not bite the bullet, admitted to have had disciplinary and illegal behavior, then the situation is completely different. By then, when the people from the Municipal Discipline Inspection Commission get their own statements, even if there is nothing substantial, they can tell everyone that they are a corrupt cadre who breaks the law. Even if Secretary Lin wanted to speak for himself, there was no way to do so. Thanks to Li Hua's 2 lives, endured countless hardships, willpower than the average person to be a lot stronger, which is sort of grit his teeth. So that son who's fast to get his confession to the implementation of the crime to the plan fell through. Otherwise, he would really be completely screwed now. The one who would use such ferocious and violent means to deal with himself obviously wouldn't be Sun who hadn't had any interactions with him before. Then, Lan Chi, and that powerhouse behind her, is the real mastermind behind this incident. I just don't know if I can find out who that mastermind really is through Sun Hu. Li Hua is still mulling it over. However, at this time, Zhao Dawei, who had finished sending off Secretary Lin, re-entered. Comrade Li Hua, I'm sorry, the hospital wards are indeed very tight, so before I could only ask you to temporarily condescend here for a while, but I've coordinated it now, and I'll change the wards for you right away. Just wait a little bit right away. As he spoke, several medics came pushing at transfer bed. Dean Zhao, there's no need to go to so much trouble. I'm fine staying here. Li Hua didn't want to change the place. He knew that the one that Zhao Dawei had arranged for himself must be a high cadre ward, but with his current status, it was really inappropriate to go and live in a high cadre ward. It was to be secretly scolded behind his back. He really didn't want to be poked and prodded in that spine, and he felt fine staying in the current ward. How can that be? This ward is dark and shabby. It's really not conducive to your physical recovery. Secretary Lin has said that there's still a lot of important work waiting for you in the city. So for our hospital to take care of you and allow you to recover faster is also considered to be contributing to the development of the city. Zhao Dawei is worthy of being a leader, and he speaks with a set of words. After he finished a few words, he no longer gave Li Hua the chance to continue saying anything and commanded a few people to carry Li Hua to the transit bed. Chapter 116, this is considered enrichment, right? The new ward is indeed spacious and bright. The decoration is also very beautiful. People who do not know at first glance will definitely not think that this is a hospital, but will think that this is a high-grade hotel. A ward like this, in the past, would not have been enjoyed by a cadre who was not at or above the rank of a full division. Even if you are a full division cadre, it depends on whether your position is important and whether your connections are strong. Otherwise, it is unlikely that you will be able to get in. However, Li Hua, a small deputy section-level cadre, enjoyed this kind of high-ranking ward, which could only be said to be entirely thanks to Secretary Lin's blessing. After all, it is only a matter of time before a cadre who is valued by Secretary Lin is promoted to the full division level. After Li Hua was sent to the high cadre ward, all those other leaders who had gone to see Secretary Lin off returned and surrounded his hospital bed, saying words of concern. Of course, the time of all these leading cadres is also very valuable, and each of them has said a few words to put their own meaning into place. After all, he hadn't been able to make it here before Secretary Lin, and it didn't make much sense to show anything more now. After the words of concern, the leaders were ready to leave. But before we leave, there is one more very important thing to do. That's giving red envelopes. In Yunzhou City, especially in the official world, it is very inappropriate to visit a patient without giving a red envelope. Even Secretary Lin, including him, had just secretly stuffed a red envelope under Li Hua's pillow, an action that did not escape the eyes of most people. Even Secretary Lin gave a red packet, so what else could they do? No? Are you better than even Secretary Lin? So everyone pulled out their wallets and took out money. However, because this time it came in too much of a hurry and did not make preparations in this regard, so everyone can only give money directly. It is not good to wrap it up again. There's no need for this. There's really no need for this. Li Hua lay there, protesting with his very uncomfortable voice. Of course he didn't want the red envelopes. These leading cadres, in addition to those leaders of the Bureau of Transportation, most of the rest of him is the first time to meet. Before the press simply did not have any interactions. After the opportunity to have interactions is also not very big. How can you receive people's red packets? But those people, as if they hadn't heard him at all, just shoved the money under his pillow and left. In no time at all, Li Hua's pillow felt a little higher. He cried a little. It's only been a few days and I can't believe I've received 2 sets of red envelopes for being hospitalized. If the Municipal Disciplinary Committee had to use this as an excuse to arrest himself, he felt as if there was nothing wrong with it. And he knew that there was more to this red herring than that. I'm afraid. Just give the red envelope are the Transportation Bureau, Health Bureau and the First People's Hospital leaders. Then the next, colleagues of the Transportation Bureau, and colleagues of the remediation team, the construction committee, those people, even including Hulong Gang, those people, I am afraid that will run over to see themselves, give themselves a red envelope. It gave him an immense headache. Though he had already thought of donating whatever red packets he received, no matter how many red packets he received, and then keeping the vouchers. Still, he felt a little ashamed to have so many people give him 2 bonuses in a short period of time. After all, most of these people are not considered leaders of any kind and are living on dead wages, and their income can only be described as okay, not much more lucrative. It's still a bit stressful for them to be asked to give 2 bonuses in a couple of days that definitely can't be considered small compared to what they earn, especially those young people who just got married. It is the time when they have no money. When they meet this kind of thing, they are only afraid that they will all curse their mother, but there's nothing they can do about it. Even Secretary Lin of the Municipal Party Committee had gone to see Li Hua, and the leaders of the unit had also been there, so what else could they, the ordinary workers, do? So, in the next 2 days, Li Hua received many more red envelopes one after another. He was able to clearly feel that this time's red envelope seemed to have surpassed the previous one, both in terms of overall quantity and individual value. It's not uncommon. After all, the last time he was merely a red herring in the transportation department, having just been assigned an important job. And this time, he was already an important person who had been officially certified by Secretary Lin of the Municipal Party Committee, a future star that was about to rise in the political arena of Yunzhou City. Then accordingly, it's only right to come and see him with a thicker red packet. This is quite a good income you've been making lately. When Zhou Guangliang came to see Li Hua for the second time, the latter was counting his money, so he couldn't help but laugh and snicker. Li Hua came out of the disciplinary committee for the second time, and when he saw that the former was in a much better state than the previous 2 days, he put his heart down and began to joke about it as well. What income or not? This is all a shackle worn on the body. Li Hua sighed. He finally finished counting, and this time the money was indeed much more than the last time, amounting to more than $50,000. Such a large sum of money, even if he donated it, he felt quite a lot of pressure in his heart. How many young people are going to have to live with their belts tightened for quite some time? That's not so bad. Just pay attention in the future and enter the hospital less often. Zhou Guangliang smiled. From his point of view, it is a traditional custom to receive some red envelopes for hospitalization, which is a normal thing and has nothing to do with corruption. In fact, a lot of people do it, and if everyone does it and you don't, it makes you look different. You say that as if I'm the one who wanted to go into the hospital, but I had nothing to do with myself both times. Li Hua sighed again. The 2 times he had been in the hospital, once beaten by Sun Wanqing and once tortured by the Municipal Discipline Committee, were indeed both nothing to do with himself. In his case, it could be said that he was unlucky, and it could be said that he wasn't. In short, in the system, if you want to do something that isn't going with the flow, offending people is inevitable, and it's even more unavoidable to be offended and retaliated against when you haven't reached a certain status. The only way to avoid this is to rise through the ranks, and as long as your rank reaches a certain level, then no matter what you do, no matter who you offend, it is unlikely that you will be retaliated against, because whoever dares to retaliate against you in that situation will be seen as provoking the dominance of our party and will be regarded as a public enemy of the state. There is no one in this land who can challenge this country. Well, without going into all that, I came over this time because there's something I want to ask you. Zhou Guangliang's expression suddenly became serious as he looked around warily, then came over to Li Hua's bedside and asked cautiously, "Have you, by any chance, offended some important leader?" Chapter 117, Secretary Lin's own people. Nope. Did something happen to me? Li Hua's face showed a bewildered look. Of course, that's what he's pretending. Only, if there was no such thing as rebirth, then he was not supposed to know that there was another man behind Lan Qi now. So, according to the correct timeline, in his mind right now, he really hasn't offended any important leaders. If it was known, it would involve a lot of things. Maybe even the fact that he was a reborn might be guessed. And being reborn was Li Hua's biggest secret. He couldn't let others guess the secret of his no matter what. That's strange. Zhou Guangliang frowned. Sun who was arrested. Although his mouth was hard and he didn't confess anything, but according to our speculation, there should be a big person behind him directing him. That's why we wondered if you had offended any important leaders. My resume Joe should be very clear. Before the party school stayed for a year. Even the vice-chancellor cannot contact a few times. And then was transferred to the Municipal Party Committee. And then came to the Bureau of Transportation. A total of not much time. There is simply no opportunity to offend the leadership unless it's because of the rapid transit line or service area remediation work. Li Hua even helped analyze his situation. Zhou Guangliang nodded. He knew that Li Hua was right. With this kid's status, there was no chance of offending an important leader. So, Zhou Guangliang frowned. If Sun Hu wasn't going after Li Hua this time, then the problem would be serious. Brother Zhou, could it really be because of these 2 jobs of mine? I'm just working earnestly, trying my best to do my part for the development of Yunzhou City, and I'll also offend others so that they have to cause me death? The expression on Li Hua's face was still very puzzled, and there were even a few moments of panic. He acted as if he was really a young man with a dream, bent on dedicating all his efforts for the sake of development, only to realize that he had been stabbed in the back. Zhou Guangliang knew that if he were to receive such a blow, he might be devastated in the future. And even if it wasn't to that extent, it was likely that he would no longer dare to be as aggressive as before. And what Secretary Lin admires most about this kid is his radicalism. And his ability. This radical must be maintained. Forget it, he was a party to it anyway. So let's make some things clear to him so he can be on guard in the future. Zhou Guangliang made up his mind. Li Hua, what I'm telling you now, you mustn't tell anyone else. Remember, Li Hua froze and nodded. Your encounter this time, if it's not directed at you, then there's only one possibility. It's directed at Secretary Lin. Zhou Guangliang said seriously. What? Li Hua covered his mouth at once, not daring to scream out in shock. You are the person that Secretary Lin sees and promotes. If something happens to you, it represents a problem with Secretary Lin's vision. Don't look at Secretary Lin's prestige and control in Yunzhou. But there are some people down there who have always been dishonest and have always been stupid. And if there's a chance to trip up Secretary Lin, they definitely won't let it go. Zhou Guangliang lowered his voice and said in a tone that only two people could hear. This is too much. Li Hua seemed to no longer know what to say. However, their plotting and scheming is unlikely to succeed. Just this time let you aggrieved. You must remember in the future. You are Secretary Lin's people. Do things must not give Secretary Lin smear? And you should be clear. As long as you have not done anything wrong, then there is a Secretary Lin in the city of Yunzhou. Anyone cannot put you how. Zhou Guangliang continued to exhort. Okay, I got it. Li Hua was a little excited. In fact, ever since he had been transferred to the municipal office, there had been talk that he was Secretary Lin's man. But he himself knows that Secretary Lin may have some appreciation for him, but it's still far from treating him as one of his own. It takes time to build up a relationship between people, and one hasn't known Secretary Lin for very long in total. So why should he let a municipal party secretary see himself as one of his own? However, after experiencing this incident with the disciplinary committee, Li Hua knew that he had really become Secretary Lin's man. In the future, no matter what comes up, as long as he hasn't really made a mistake, then Secretary Lin will definitely bail himself out. No, even if he made some mistakes, as long as they weren't mistakes of principle and weren't considered serious, Secretary Lin would definitely protect himself. That's the benefit of being the leader's own man. Alright, feel at ease and recuperate. I'll leave first, when you're well enough to be discharged from the hospital and come home for dinner. I've recently learned a few dishes, so you can taste my handiwork. Zhou Guangliang patted his shoulder and got up to leave. He was now also the third in command of a district, considered to be in a high position of power, and was busy even after work. It was a trip to the hospital, and he was still passing through before he came in this next time. Okay, take care brother Zhou. Li Hua got up and walked into the door of the hospital room until she saw him get into the elevator. Then she closed the door and went back to sit on her bed. Zhou Guangliang's trip over had brought him a very important message, that the big shot behind Lan Qi had indeed set his sights on himself and started messing with him. Although after he firmly denied it, he would make Zhou Guangliang and the others think that the person's target was actually Secretary Lin. But that didn't really do much for him, because that person would never let go of the opportunity to keep screwing themselves so easily. After all, he was now a thorn in the side of the Lan family's eyes, and that man, as the Lan family's de facto son-in-law, had slept with someone else's daughter for so long that he had to do something. It's a good thing that he now has Secretary Lin as a talisman, so it's not so easy to be counted on, but he still needs to be more careful. The only regret I have is that I still don't know who that person really is. However, even though he didn't know exactly which one it was, Li Hua was still able to guess the general range. After all, that's someone who's good enough to instruct the disciplinary committee to operate in the dark and still get the latter to carry things for him. This kind of person, at the very least, must be a cadre above the level of the main department, or even likely to be the level of the standing committee of the municipal party committee. Eliminate a few more unlikely ones, and there aren't many of the remaining options left. So which one of those guys is it? Li Hua began to think about it in his mind. He even considered whether he should do something more risky and use his own flesh as bait to lure that person out to take a look. But it was just a passing thought. He wouldn't really do it. He's really not in a position to do anything risky right now. His best bet was to play it steady and borrow Secretary Lin's power to quickly improve his strength. When he is strong, that person will definitely reveal himself. Chapter 118 Service Area Improvement Project. Li Hua didn't stay in the hospital for too long. Only 4 or 5 days he was discharged. And this time, the people from the building committee had already drawn up the design of the rectification of several service areas according to his previous sketches. Looking at the design drawings, Li Hua was in a good mood. If several service areas are so changed, it can definitely be considered a beautiful landscape on the Yunzhou Expressway. It's just that remodeling a building costs money, and that money is never going to come out of those contractors' pockets in full. So Li Hua brought the design to Han Wenyuan again. Li, discharged so soon? Is your body alright? In fact, I mean that you stay 2 more days, and then do a full body checkup to make sure that there are no problems before coming out. The body is the capital of the revolution. Han Wenyuan didn't expect Li Hua to come out so quickly, and was quite surprised, and said some warm words again fiercely. Thank you for the leader's concern. My body has been completely healed, now strong as an ox. I must hurry to get out and do some work before I can do it, or else I'll be suffocating in bed. Li Hua laughed. He didn't say any more nonsense, and directly put the design drawings brought over from the construction committee side onto Han Wenyuan's desk. Bureau Han. The design drawings from the construction committee have come out. I've seen them, they're very well drawn. If our service area can be remodeled a bit like this, it will definitely be very bright. Let's see. Han Wenyuan picked up the designs and looked at them carefully. To be honest, neither he nor Li Hua was a construction-related major, and they couldn't understand the particularly specialized diagrams. Good thing that this is the building committee out of the map. That side has considered that these plans are to be shown to some layman leaders, so specially drawn to look like they can also read and understand. It's really a great design, very creative and eye-catching. Now there's only one problem, and that's whether it's going to cost a lot of money if you remodel it like this. Although Han Wenyuan was not a professional in construction, he was a professional when it came to leadership. He knows very well that anything that involves the remodeling aspect can't get around the question of money. Without money, nothing can be done, let alone remodeling a building. If it's a general situation, with the service area remediation efforts supported by Secretary Lin, getting a sum of money to remodel these buildings is certainly not a problem. But now, the city of Yunzhou is engaged in a big rapid transit project. This project is quite a money-burning, just a phase of the work of the Yunzhou originally not rich finances to burn almost. I am afraid that it would be very difficult at this time to think of another sum of money from the treasury to spend on such work as remodeling the buildings in the service area, which is hardly in the eyes of the leaders. The cost is really not bad. The engineers of the building committee have calculated a figure and it is written here for you to see. Li Hua patted over and pointed to a number on one of the pages. What a guy! Han Wenyuan sucked in a breath of cool air. That's a pretty good estimate. This is a government project. You also know that now many people do government projects like to roam the price, because this price also contains the cost of setting up all kinds of relations to open up all kinds of channels, and generally people will think that the government projects have to earn a little bit more. That's why this price will be so high. But if the operation is done correctly, maybe we can't even spend half of the cost. Li Hua is well aware of some of the doorways in government projects. For example, this time the service area renovation project. If in accordance with the conventional government project ideas to do, then the service area remediation team of those leaders each must send a thick gift. Ordinary members also have to have a less than the leadership but cannot be too little gift. The rest of the construction commission of these related departments to indicate that also have to indicate too. With all of this set of all get down, maybe 30 to 40% of the entire project is gone. So, if we were to eliminate all of these, it would not be impossible to cut the project cost in half, but we're not very good at setting this precedent. Are we? Han Wenyuan frowned. He may not have the mind to make much profit in this project. After all, for him, as long as all these jobs are done well, promotion is a sure thing. There is no need to affect his progress for such a small profit. But he also didn't really want to get in the way of others by being a maverick. He knew very well that if he had to affect someone else's finances because of his presence, then even if those people weren't his leaders, it could make his job difficult in the future. Working in the government sector, being in harmony with the light is a very important thing, and you can't afford to seem too out of touch. Indeed, if we were to do this project and then look at all the funds very strictly, then I'm afraid that we are going to offend a large number of people. Li Hua also nodded in agreement with his point of view. So I was wondering if we could try doing these projects in a different way? A different way? Han Wenyuan came to be interested. I knew you kid must have a solution. Tell me, how do you plan to get these projects up and running? There are a lot of problems with these service area managers nowadays, and I personally think that if they want to keep contracting service areas to do their job, they have to pay something, and getting these remodeling projects done is the price they need to pay. Li Hua said. But they're not cuties either. No one will do anything that makes them invest money for nothing. Han Wenyuan frowned. This money is not for nothing. As long as their remodeling project and rectification plan have passed our acceptance, then in the next few years, we can return this money to them by reducing their contracting fee, which is equivalent to the model of highway tolls. I believe that they should be willing to do so, Li Hua said. A lot of highways use this model, where the contractor pays to build the road first, and then when the road is fixed, they can charge tolls for as many years in the future to get that money back to them. Li Hua had merely changed this pattern slightly, and there was nothing wrong with using it in the service area. This would be a great way for the DOT to complete the renovation program without investing a dime, with the only downside being that there would be less revenue in the future. But that doesn't matter. But what if they're not happy with the program or want more fees returned? These guys are greedy as hell. Han Wen-yuan was still frowning. Highway tolls return a lot more money than just fixing a highway. And again, these service area contractors want more than the money spent on remodeling. I'm afraid the transportation department is going to lose a lot of money if this is messed up. That's easy too. Li Hua laughed. Chapter 119, Li Hua's problem. If they don't want to, then we'll re-tender them. We're very dissatisfied with them anyway. If they don't listen, they'll be replaced. There's plenty of people who want to do this kind of surefire business like the highway service area. There'll always be someone who's willing to do it. Li Hua said chestily. One big difference between service area renovation and building a highway is that the investment in the former is much smaller compared to the latter. The latter, because the investment is so large, few investors can have such ability and vigor, so they must be given enough temptation before they will be willing to do it. And it takes only a few dollars to remodel a service area? It won't take long to make that money back, I guess, and the rest is pure profit. This kind of good thing. If those few current contractors don't want to do it, there are plenty of people who want to do it. Li Hua is not afraid of not being able to find anyone. You can try this method. Han Wen-yuan thought for a moment and finally nodded. If it had been a remediation team set up only within the Transportation Bureau before, it would have been absolutely impossible to achieve this level of success. Almost every one of those server contractors has some local skills, and it's absolutely impossible to get them to honestly spit out the meat in their mouths. However, after the experience of Li Hua's last beating, the level of the remediation team has been raised a lot, which includes not only people from the Transportation Bureau, but also the Construction Committee, the Public Security Bureau, the Urban Management Bureau, the Commerce and Industry Bureau, and the governments of various counties and districts together. Now, the remediation team said to remediate who a bit. That can be said to be hand to hand. You again have the ability in head. Can top so many departments, so many leaders? This is a project that Secretary Lin of the Municipal Party Committee is personally focused on. So who dares not to take it seriously? Anyone who invites trouble in this is definitely asking for death. Thinking of this, Han Wen-yuan gave Li Hua another deep look, knowing that the latter's last beating was mostly intentional. This kid really is a tough guy, trading his own physical injuries for a remediation team that works well. You'll be in charge of this matter. Unite all departments together, and clean up whoever doesn't listen. Han Wen-yuan felt that it was already like this. If he didn't vigorously support it, he would be too sorry for this desperate young man. Okay, I know. Li Hua nodded and began to pack up his things. After gathering his things, he was just about to leave when he suddenly stopped again. Just say whatever you want to say. Do you still need to be hesitant with me? Han Wen-yuan could tell that he had something he wanted to say, so he simply asked directly. Leader, I want to know why the discipline committee took me away last time? Logically speaking, for no reason at all. They had no reason to take me away. Li Hua made an aggrieved expression. I'm kind of suffering a little bit, and I don't know why, but I'm really holding it inside. Han Wen-yuan felt that he could understand Li Hua's current feelings. After all, people are doing a good job. They are busy. Suddenly appeared a few people from the disciplinary committee. They took people away, and then when they arrived at the place, they went on the means, and within a few hours, half of their lives were tossed away. Whoever comes across this will want to trace the roots of the incident and want to know exactly why they were taken. It's human nature. It is said to be reported that you and the builders' material merchants have collusion, deliberately manufacturing works for them to profit, and accept their huge bribes. They also said that you have quite a large amount of unexplained property. Of course, we all know now. This has wrongly accused you. This matter you do not need to rush. We'll definitely give you an explanation. Han Wen-yuan half explained, half consoled. Li Hua was taken aback in his mind. He didn't realize that he had ever been in a rather dangerous situation. After all, huge property. He has it. He's got millions of dollars lying around in his bank account. That's a pretty hefty amount of property for a civil servant. Although he was able to explain the source of the money, if he had been beaten into submission at that time, coupled with this sum of money, I was afraid that it would be absolutely impossible for him to retract his confession afterwards. Thinking of this, Li Hua's back was almost completely wet with cold sweat. Seems like some things have to be reported in advance. Leader, there is something I must confess to you. Li Hua stood there honestly, well behaved like a student. Oh, what's wrong again? Look at your appearance. It seems like you've actually made a mistake. Han Wen-yuan couldn't help but look at his appearance. This kid seems to be a little bit scared. I really didn't expect that this kid would be scared too. It's not true that I'm wrong. but I really do have a large amount of money, Li Hua said honestly. You have a ton of money? How much money can you have? Han Wenyuan laughed softly. As a leader, he still had some knowledge of the family situation of a subordinate who had once almost become the secretary of the municipal party secretary. Li Hua's parents are both teachers, although both can be considered working class, but the salary of teachers in Yubei County is not high, and the two of them are now estimated to make only $3,000 or $4,000 a month combined. This kid's so-called large sum of money is probably the wife's book that his parents have been saving up for him all his life, which isn't much given both of their incomes. Lots and lots. There are millions, Li Hua replied. How much? Han Wenyuan was taken aback. He, the hall deputy division level cadres, will soon be promoted to the main division level, working in the city for so many years, enjoying almost all of the high welfare. Save the money is not a million. This kid is claiming to have millions. Is it hard to believe that he really made a mistake? What the hell is going on? You give me a clear explanation. Don't breathe heavily. Han Wenyuan's expression became serious. He knew that there shouldn't be too much of a problem if Li Hua dared to tell himself about it. But looking at how formal this kid is, it doesn't seem like a good idea to say anything. It's still important to ask. If this kid really had any problems, Han Wenyuan wouldn't bail him out. Isn't the World Cup being played recently? The Sports Lottery Center came out with a guessing ticket about the World Cup, and I also bought it, and then I won. And all the ones I bought won, Li Hua explained carefully. Winning the lottery? Lottery tickets are sold by the state authorities. Of course it's not illegal to buy this stuff. Just, how did this kid win for good reason? Han Wenyuan is also considered half a soccer fan. During the World Cup, he will also look at the ball, will also buy some lottery tickets to entertain. But he hasn't even won $2 so far. Is there really such a big difference between people? You're telling the truth? Is there proof? Of course. Han Wenyuan wasn't the kind of person who believed whatever others said. He had to get things straight. Chapter 120 Reflections. I have the return slip for the check withdrawal from the sports center, and a picture with the director of the sports center. But I've left all of these things in my dormitory, so I'll bring them to you tomorrow if you want to see them. Li Hua's voice was still weak, as if he really wasn't sure if he had a problem or not. But Han Wenyuan had made sure that as long as he was telling the truth, then he wouldn't have any problems. And, even if there will be a little problem, but after reporting it once today at your own place, it will no longer be a problem. It's just that this kid is really kind of lucky. Is it possible to win every game in the lottery? It's not necessary to show me. But when you bought this lottery ticket, did you go for a loan or get money from somewhere to buy it in bulk? That's also very important. Han Wenyuan continued to ask again. He knew that some people would pay a lot of money for a lottery ticket to get a lot of those possibilities down with a view to winning a big one. Behavior like this isn't so much of a violation, but it's still not advocated. Even though Li Hua had won money this time, he still had to give a good warning before he could do so. That's not true. I just bought the same result every time. Just slightly more bets. Li Hua hastily shook his head. How can you win all of these? You're not related to FIFA, are you? Did they help you manipulate the results of the matches? Han Wenyuan finally couldn't help but say it. He studied for so long, spent so much energy, and never won a prize. So what makes this kid buy just one number and win every time? This is too unreasonable. This is not. Just this year's World Cup cold quite less. I went to school when the most favorite to watch is the soccer game. Europe's top 5 leagues of the game can watch almost every game. So I still have some research on these. Li Hua brought out the same rhetoric he had used to coax the director of the Sports Lottery Center. This line of reasoning is a bit outrageous, but it's a lot more plausible than any possibility that he's related to the president of FIFA, or that he has deep ties to the world's largest casino. So tell me, what's the winner of the next round of lottery winnings? Han Wenyuan asked with a deadpan stare. The next round is the final, and there is no betting on the final. But I personally am more optimistic that Italy can win the championship, Li Hua said. Yeah? There's surprisingly no quiz for the finals? Han Wenyuan was taken aback. He had easily found a way to get rich, but he was going to lose it like this? But winning one of these prizes wouldn't be much money, tens of thousands of dollars at most, and you'd have to buy a lot of copies to win a lot of them. Yeah, the bidding just opened up to the final 4. Li Hua also looked slightly regretful. He bought all the tickets until the final 4, and no doubt he won them all. But now it seems that the money would be better left on its own. When I go home next time, I'll give these lottery tickets to my parents and ask them to go to Jiling to cash the money and save it. Then I'll find the right time to buy a couple of houses in the right place, and then I won't have to worry about almost anything in this life. But both parents are teachers, and although they don't get paid much now, it won't take 5 or 6 years for their salaries to explode like a blowout, rising several times in the next decade or so in a row. So, even without that money, They don't have to worry about anything else in their lives just from their salaries and retirement pay. Alright then, that's it. I know about this matter, and it counts as you backing up. Han Wenyuan sighed somewhat sullenly. Since you have so much money, you must remember to stick to your heart in your work in the future. But don't let the sugar-coated bomb of money get you down. It was still droning on, but he felt that he was making absolutely no sense at all with this droning on. People already have so much money. What's the point of sugar-coating it? On the contrary, he himself, after so many years of work, turned out to be less rich than a youngster. Han Wenyuan felt that if a sugar-coated bomb of money happened to hit him now, he might have to be knocked down. Hey, I can't think about that anymore. Anyway, as long as I work hard, I'm sure I won't lack anything for normal living expenses. Thank you for the reminder. Leader, I'll always keep it in mind. Li Hua bowed to Han Wenyuan before exiting the latter's office. Back on his own turf, he began to go over what he had just said and done, thinking long and hard about what could have gone wrong. It's kind of a rehash, and it's still helpful for progress to come back to this after all the important things that have happened. After determining that what he said and did was nothing, Li Hua began to consider another issue. That is, what Han Wenyuan said. Someone reported himself to the Municipal Commission for Discipline Inspection. He knew that this was the root of all things. Without this report, no matter how much the disciplinary committee's people, or that big man in hiding, hated themselves, they couldn't just casually arrest themselves. There has to be a reason for it to work. And that tip-off was a good enough excuse. And when they saw that excuse, I'm sure they were very excited to think that they could take themselves out this time. Though their purpose was not realized, there was much more for Li Hua to reflect on. What he needs to think about, in particular, is how to avoid this situation again in the future. He didn't want to be reported every 3 days, especially when he was still being watched. Even if he managed to get away with it every time, his body couldn't take it every time he was tossed around like that. There were several possibilities in Li Hua's mind as to who actually reported him to the Discipline Inspection Commission. One possibility was Lu Qing. At that time, he came to himself and wanted to ask for his help, but he ignored him, so it was not unlikely that he hated himself and made the first move. The second possibility is that those service area contractors, for whom continuing to allow themselves to dominate the remediation team would only be a serious infringement of their interests, would not be surprised to do what they reported for the sake of profit. The third one could also be Lan Qi, and the possibility that this woman had directed such a show was also very high. Anyway, the person who reports it shouldn't be out of all three. The third of these, if Lan Qi had directed himself, then there was really no way for him to avoid it. It was already considered a mortal enemy between him and this woman. Even if the other party didn't come to him, one day he would have to retaliate back. There's no way to fix this one. But the first two reports are not without possibility of avoidance. The crux of this problem lies in the way that the work is done. Chapter 121, Changing the Way of Working. Prior to that, Li Hua's work style was, if you could describe it in one word, fierce. He's always slugged it out and has always played the role of the blackface at work, as if he's generally the one who does all the things that are bad for people that make them unbearable. Such a role is certainly needed in the workplace, especially for leaders, who will work much more smoothly with a subordinate in front to help them charge ahead. But for Li Hua, this would only make him a lot of enemies. Once more enemies are made, then reports and even backstabbing will follow. He didn't want to live in fear, so he decided that in the future, in the work, to change the way, he did not want to continue to be so fierce. All the people who should be offended should not be offended, all offended. He wanted to be the one who hid in the background, letting others be the villains and being a good guy himself, so that in the end he could not only get things done, but also be remembered as a good guy. Only, to do so requires the appropriate level and skill. Li Hua level wasn't quite there yet, but he was ready to hone his skills. Of course, this kind of thing isn't what's being rushed at the moment. Right now he has used his own daredevil punch out a piece of heaven and earth. At least in the work of rectifying the service area, there will no longer be any obstacles. It was also true that with Secretary Lin's endorsement and the cooperation of several departments as well as various counties and districts, even though those service area contractors wanted to find another excuse to delay a bit, Li Hua had directly set a deadline for them and there was nothing they could do about it. Eventually, several service areas all began remodeling projects. At the same time, those who sell goods in open stores and services in the service area were also gathered for training. The main content of the training is to reduce prices and improve the quality of service. Everyone understands that the entire Yunzhou city service area will get a huge boost. During this period of time, Li Hua put all his energy into this work. His day is to run between service areas. There are many jobs that he needs to direct, and there are many things that he needs to make decisions on. Don't look at him as just a small deputy section level cadre, but with this title of the director of the executive office of the remediation team, His words are very good for all departments. However, the busy schedule also leaves Li Hua with absolutely no time for anything else. The others are fine, but the lottery tickets expire if you don't go to cash them in. This time, however, Li Hua hadn't originally planned to cash the lottery in person. He got off the highway after one of his visits to the Elk North service area, stopped by his home, and gave the ticket to his father so that the latter could go and cash it in for him. Poor Li Yongda saw his son was ready to say a few more words of instruction, but when his son pulled out the lottery tickets and told him that the total value of these tickets was more than $1 million, he was dumbfounded. Li Yongda and Zhou Huaxiang have worked as teachers for more than 40 years in their lives combined, and have not earned $1 million in total. As a result, how can they stand it when their son now brings back a few random lottery tickets and tells them they're worth over $1 million? It's best for you two to go to redeem your prizes, not to go together, and for the two of you to go separately and in 2 separate trips, lest the people there ask something messy that you can't answer. Li Hua shoved the lottery tickets into their hands and then droned on. After redeeming the prize directly to save up, and then you can play in Jinling. You also worked hard for most of your life. What you want to eat, want to shop, want to buy are free to buy. Anyway, we now have money. Do not care about those. Son, tell mom the truth. You really didn't make any mistakes, did you? Zhou Huaxiang's hands shivered as she received the lottery ticket. Just one piece of paper was worth more than $100,000, and that was her entire income for 3 or 4 years. It's just too scary. What mistake can I make? Besides, who would give a gift of a lottery ticket? No one knows what the winning numbers are before the lottery, and you can't buy them after the lottery. So who would give this? Li Hua was a bit helpless. If you can give a lottery ticket as a gift, it saves you from having to launder the money. It's just that such a thing is simply impossible. Unless one comes back from a rebirth like yourself, and perhaps buys the surefire winning numbers. This is just simply not possible. Don't worry, I haven't made any mistakes before. With this money from the lottery winnings afterward, I'll be even less likely to make mistakes. Li Hua waved his hand. After you go cash in your prizes and take your money home, I'll tell you where to buy a few houses, and then we'll just wait for the real estate to appreciate and make money. Alright, we'll all listen to you, but you must remember that you must never do anything illegal, or I'll be the first to not forgive you. Li Yongda took a deep breath and said, he teaches math, and he knows that giving a gift with a lottery ticket is a very bad thing to do. So, he believes that these lottery tickets should be won by his own son by a stroke of luck. That being the case, he would have to help his son guard this money, or at least make sure he had nothing to worry about. Yeah, that's it. I have work to do, so I'll leave you guys to it for now. Li Hua nodded, waved at his parents, and headed out the door to drive away. He knew that his mother still wanted to keep him home for dinner, but he'd lost a lot of time just coming here, and there was literally no time left for dinner. The most important thing for Li Hua during this time, besides fixing the various service areas, was to buy a house in the city. He could see that perhaps because of the impact of the butterfly effect of his rebirth, a lot of the demolition work in the downtown area was likely to start earlier than in his previous life. If you want to make money through demolition yourself, then you must act fast. After all, most of the houses being demolished are owned homes in older neighborhoods, and just because they may be unoccupied doesn't mean they will necessarily be sold. There are also a lot of people who are waiting to get rich from demolition. Although everyone is not sure when the demolition of downtown Yunzhou will be carried out, but the country's big cities have had the experience of demolition. Yunzhou City, although it is not considered to be a big city, at least it is a serious prefecture-level city. It is always necessary to demolish a demolition. In particular, these houses don't have much of a sales value on their own, and if someone starts wanting to buy them, it means that demolition is likely to start soon. Therefore, trying to buy these old houses through normal channels is actually a rather difficult task. It's a good thing Lavar has other ideas. Chapter 122, Hu Longgong's Heartache. That afternoon, Li Hua, who had just returned from the Nanguan service area, called Hu Longgang and asked the latter to have dinner with him. This guy was a very important part of his plan to realize. Hu Longgang is the director of the city's North Police Station, the city's public security cadre of well-known figures, everyday dinner invitations that are countless. He could almost guarantee himself a drink every day at noon and night if he wanted to. It's absolutely impossible for someone like him to suddenly call for a dinner date when it's getting close to the point of eating, but Li Hua's position in his heart was different after all, and he agreed without much thought. Older brother, your kid is a man with nothing to do. You wouldn't be so kind as to want to treat me to dinner, and in such a nice place, would you? Li Hua's place of treat is in a not low-grade hotel, and just 2 people. He wants a private room, although it is a small private room, but it is also enough for 6 or 7 people to sit. This grade is definitely not low. Hu Longgang is also a human savant. As soon as he arrived at the place he knew that tonight's meal was 80% nothing good, most likely to find their own business. there was some minor irritation in his mind. He felt that his relationship with Li Hua was still good enough to be called a brother. If you're looking for a brother to do something, you'll do it if you can. And if you can't, you'll make it clear. So what's the point? However, Hulonggang did not explicitly say, he is ready to wait for a little drink, and then find an opportunity to say this matter. His brother casual just good. Do not make it so formal. However, Li Hua's first words took him by surprise. The main reason why I booked the place here today is to celebrate Husho. Celebrate? Celebrate what for me? What do I have to celebrate? Hulonggang's face was full of confusion. He really didn't know what he had to celebrate. Of course it's to celebrate the fact that Husho's wish of many years has finally had the chance to be realized. Li Hua continued. Hulonggang frowned, but quickly smiled, the case hidden in the back of his mind. This kid shouldn't know about it. My wish for many years has been that there would never be any more evil in this world, but I think that's probably unlikely to come true. After all, as long as there are still people, there will be gloom, and there will be no shortage of evil. Hulonggang had been a police officer for so many years, and he knew very well that evil could never be completely eradicated. Sin will not be completely eradicated, of course, but a specific case may still be solved. Li Hua smiled. What do you mean by that? Having said that, Hulonggang would not be him if he hadn't realized something. He had realized that what Li Hua was talking about seemed to be the case he had been pursuing for years. That case wasn't really complicated. The only difficulty was that the bad weather at the time had destroyed all traces, leaving the police with no clue to go on. Robbery murder cases are different from other murders. The motive of this kind of case is to rob money. If there are no clues, it is too difficult to find the murderer. But Huron just studied the case for years, and he's pinned the killer down within the city limits. He believed that the murderer was a native of the city and had not fled after committing the crime, but had stayed behind and gone on with his ordinary life. That's what makes that guy so hard to catch. It's impossible to catch a murderer who hides in the general population and leaves no clues. Therefore, Hulonggang in the obvious can leave. The case of the City North Police Station insisted on staying, is because in the police station work to be able to be closer to the people. From the murderer can also be closer to some. Just what did Li Hua mean when he suddenly mentioned this case and said he wanted to celebrate himself? Does this kid already know who the killer is? It doesn't seem completely impossible. After the last rape case was solved, Hulonggang grabbed Li Hua and questioned him carefully for a long time. Judging from the content of the two people's chat, the latter should be a detective novel enthusiast, very fond of logical thinking and reasoning, and at the same time have very strong observation skills. Having these conditions is really useful in solving crimes. So, if Li Hua also had some insight into that robbery and murder case, Hulonggang wouldn't be too surprised. The only question remains, how did this kid know about the case? It's a case from a few years ago, so it stands to reason that not many people would mention it anymore. I have been working in the remediation team recently. No less than a few colleagues from the city bureau set off together. We chatted about you inadvertently when we chatted. The colleagues of the city bureau for you to stay in the police station for that case back in the day. This matter is quite admirable. Li Hua said with a smile. Hulonggang was instantly enlightened. Li Hua recently has a lot of work are required to work with the police together. We work together. It is inevitable that they will chat together. And they are both of them are more familiar with the people. Chatting about themselves is naturally very normal. Since this kid is also a member of the system and a good friend of his, it's not a big deal for his coworkers to give him a little more information about themselves. And then the boy was incredibly treacherous, often able to detect hidden things coming from some details, and maybe that's what made him know a lot of things one way or another. It's not an outsider anyway, so let him know and let him know. In fact, this is nothing, at best. It is just a piece of my heart. This case cannot be solved. I always feel sorry for the original victims, and do not have the heart to do more important work. Hulonggang said faintly. So, did you just say you wanted to congratulate me on discovering something about the case? His eyes gleamed as he looked at Li Hua, as if he wanted to look directly into the latter's heart. Clues don't count. I just had a not-so-mature idea. Li Hua laughed. However, whether this idea of mine is reliable or not, I still need you to do me a favor first. You kid, every time you speak, you cover up. It doesn't hurt at all. Can't you just say what you have to say? Hulonggang glared up with a rather unpleasant expression. This is serious business on my part. I didn't mean to keep it from you. I can't tell you the results until after you've done me this favor and confirmed my judgment. Li Hua, however, was not the least bit moved by this, as if he would not say anything unless the other party agreed to his request. Hulonggang stared at him again for a while, and he also stared back hard with his head held high, not falling into the wind at all. Well, can't afford to piss you off, kid. What kind of favor do you want me to do? Tell me. After a full minute, Hulonggang finally admitted defeat. Chapter 123, Convincing Hu Longgang, who has been working at the City North Police Station for so many years. He should have a good idea of the less honest guys in this area, right? Li Hua asked as he picked up the bottle and poured a glass of wine for Hu Longgang. Not very honest? How dishonest do you mean? The latter glanced at the label on the bottle, which was, thankfully, just a locally produced wine of not too high a grade but definitely not too low either. It's less likely to make any mistakes drinking this wine. Like the ones who like to smoke a couple puffs or gamble a couple hands if they're not doing anything, Li Hua said with a smile. What are you doing? Hu Longgang frowned. You're still young. Your future is just right. Don't make any mistakes. Hu, overly concerned aren't you? Li Hua laughed. Of course I won't make a mistake. I'm looking for these people. On the one hand, to do some business. On the other hand, it's also to help Hu find clues. That's right. The targets Li Hua had set his sights on this time were the addicts and gamblers in Hu Longgang's district. These are people with high expenses, and it is inevitable that they will come across one who has been very strapped for cash lately and is in dire need of money. If they had a house in their hands that Li Hua needed a lot for, then it would always be much easier to try to buy a house from them than trying to buy it from an ordinary family. Of course, it is also Li Hua has such a relationship with Hu Longgang, so he dared to come up with this method. Ordinary people can never use this hand. Tell me about the business you want to do first, then I'll consider whether I want to help you or not. Hu Longgang still didn't let go. What kind of business can you have with junkies and gamblers? That doesn't sound like a good business. He would never help Li Hua to do anything that violated the law and discipline. Alright, then I'll tell you, but it's fine for you to follow along and make some money. But don't tell anyone. Li Hua lowered his voice. This opportunity to get rich, he didn't mind sharing it with Hu Longgang. After all, they'd been close in a previous life, and it was entirely possible to renew their relationship in this one and make it even better. You know Songyun Road, right? Isn't there a patch of junior colleges and universities there, as well as a whole bunch of old houses? I think that area should all be demolished and relocated. The secondary colleges and universities will all move east. The houses will all be demolished, and then the current Yunhai College of Technology and Xinyun Middle School will be moved there. What do you mean? This is the news you heard from the city? Hu Longgang was taken aback. He was also considered one of the better informed people in Yunzhou City, but he could almost be said to know nothing about this big move to demolish the city. However, since it was Li Hua who said this, he didn't completely disbelieve it. After all, Li Hua is now known to everyone in the city as Secretary Lin's favorite, and it's a very normal thing for him to know some of the plans that are still under consideration by the big leaders. It's just that hearing about the leaders' plans and then sneaking out to buy a house and wait for it to be demolished is not a very nice thing to hear. There's no such news yet. It's just my judgment. Li Hua shook his head. This demolition work will not start to make any noise until a year later, and it will not be completed until 2 or 3 years later. And of course there will not be any half-heard rumors about it now because those bigwigs have not yet thought about it now. However, as a born-again, he knew that the work of this piece of demolition could not be changed. After all, Secretary Lin's heart of the city's eastern expansion of the idea has been very firm, and Songyun Road is the main direction of the city's eastern expansion. That area of old houses is completely unplanned, and then interspersed with a large number of secondary schools and colleges. It is a mess and very much affects the image of the urban area, so it's inevitable that it will be demolished there. It's just a matter of time at best. In this life, because of his own arrival, it made quite a few things ahead of schedule, and the demolition thing might be ahead of schedule as well, so he had to hurry up and get started before he could do it. Just in case if you wait until the word gets out before you do it, it's not a good buy, and it's going to be a lot more expensive. Is this judgment of yours reliable? Now everywhere is rumored to be demolished. The price of these old houses has gone up a lot. If you don't get it right, you'll smash your hands. Hu Longgang frowned, his heart very torn. He is also an ordinary person and cannot live without money. As the chief of the old city police station, he had many ways to make money, but because of his own integrity, he refused them all. However, if he could make a fortune through demolition, it would definitely be very good for him. It's just that to make that money, you have to have something invested in it. This commitment is not a small number for him and he has to be very careful about it. Brother Hu, would I say anything unreliable to you? I can't be too specific with you on this matter, but I can tell you that in less than 3 years, that land will definitely be demolished. Li Hua couldn't say too much to Hu Longgang, and he couldn't say too much about things like this. He could only tell the result, and let the latter judge for himself as to whether he believed it or not. To be able to say this, he could already be considered benevolent. So, you're looking for addicts and gamblers to buy the houses they're holding as well? Hu Longgang asked again. Yes, you also said, now everywhere is rumored to be demolished. That area is no exception. Everyone is waiting for the demolition. The house, even if you want to sell, it is a very high price. We cannot eat this loss. When Li Hua heard him say that, he knew that he should have already had his heart set on it, so he smiled again. So we have to look for the kind of people who are in desperate need of money and must bite the bullet and cut their flesh even if they know that they are being slaughtered by us. Such people are more common among addicts and gamblers. And of course, some who have lost money in business, but we don't know which ones are in business. And slaughtering those kinds of people would be a bit too much on our conscience. Or there's no pressure to find addicts and gamblers. Hu Longgang thought deeply. Junkies and gamblers basically can't be considered human in his eyes. If it weren't for the fact that there were so many restrictions, he would have wanted to arrest all of these people in his district and lock them up forever. There's still no psychological pressure to screw them out of a fortune. And what about the clues you said you'd get me? What clues can these people give me? Of course, although Hu Longgang was interested in making money through formal channels, what he cared more about was still that case of his own. Just now Li Hua said that looking for these people could help him find clues. This was something he wouldn't forget so easily. He didn't feel, however, that the junkies and gamblers would be able to shed any light on that murder. If it did, one wouldn't have failed to find it after all these years. Chapter 124, Bargaining. Junkies and gamblers, these people, are indeed capable of anything and everything, as well as things like robbery and murder. But there's only one thing they're absolutely incapable of doing, and that's keeping secrets. Because whether it's smoking DU or gambling, it's a very easy thing to get into, and once people get on top of it, they can't control what they say or do and blurt out things that they've done that seem awesome. Over the years, addicts and gamblers have not committed many crimes, but apart from those who have absconded to foreign countries, the rest of them have not been able to escape the sanction of the law. Therefore, Hu Longgang didn't understand what Li Hua meant by those people being able to provide clues. After all, I have been mapping and visiting and checking on those people over the years, but all of them have come up empty-handed. This can't be said for the time being, because I'm not sure if they can provide us with valid clues or not. Li Hua, however, shook his head. The reason why he said that he would look for clues from addicts and gambling addicts was because the clue that Hu Longgang finally caught someone in his previous life came from an addict's mouth. The reason that addict was able to keep it a secret for so long was also because at the time he didn't care about the clues when he saw them and just put them behind him. More than 10 years later, Hu Longgang, who had long since become an ordinary person, once chatted with him and inadvertently chatted about that incident, which allowed the latter to successfully solve the case. Li Hua had only heard something about this matter at that time, and did not know the full details. He only knew that it was related to a drug addict. So, he simply took the opportunity to buy a house and wait for the demolition to map it out first. If we find it, we'll have earned it. Even if you can't find it, it doesn't matter. Just take your time and find it later. Anyway, the murderer didn't do it again after doing it once in the first place, so it's no big deal to let him get away with it for a while. If he couldn't, Li Hua could still go directly to that murderer, and he could always find a little bit of clues from the murderer. Right? You brat. You don't know what in the world you're going to do with all the secrecy? Hu Longgang was very dissatisfied, but seeing how tight-lipped Li Hua was, he couldn't say anything. Those two things were sort of settled, and the two began to concentrate on their drinks. The next day, Hu Longgang got a list of names. The list is full of people who have houses on both sides of Songyun Road East, along with some extremely feeble hobbies. Li Hua got the list and looked around, and sure enough, he found the memorized name on it. Then this one will go last. Let's get the big get-rich-quick plan taken care of first. It was certainly impossible for all these people on the list to be selling their houses, and even if they were all selling, Li Hua wouldn't be able to afford it. So, he had to ask from person to person to see if there was anyone who wanted to sell their house recently and was in a hurry, and whose price could be lowered. Li Hua's plan didn't go very well though. While all of these people have very costly hobbies, not all of them are in dire financial straits, or they may not be willing to show their embarrassment. The first few phone calls Li Hua made, asking people if they had a house to sell, 2 of them directly cursed out, and the remaining 2, although they did not curse, were very careful to ask him back why he wanted to buy their house, and for what purpose. Like this, he just hangs up the phone. Although it may not be impossible to take their house by talking about it, the possibility is relatively low, and it is also easy for those people to think that their place is really going to be demolished, which may cause another wave of price increases. Li Hua didn't want to waste more time on this kind of meaningless things, so whenever he met those who didn't have the obvious will to sell their houses, he just hung up the phone. After all, his funds were also very limited. He couldn't buy a few sweets, and there was no point in talking too much. Finally, after he'd made 8 calls, he came across one that was somewhat reliable. You want to buy my house? The one on Songyun Road? Yes, at a price of $400,000. The man spoke a mouthful of Yunzhou dialect. His gibberish was a little hard to hear, Yunzhou City is a very strange place. Although it is only a small prefecture-level city, there are several dialects. Downtown Yunzhou and Yunwan County are one dialect. Yubei County is one dialect. And West Ocean County has two dialects. One partial to downtown but somewhat different. And the other partial to Yubei but also somewhat different. South Pass County, on the other hand, is closer to the Hamlet City dialect directly to the south. Therefore, even though Li Hua had 2 lifetimes of experience and had dealt with countless people in downtown Yunzhou, he still found it a bit of a struggle to listen to this man. $400,000? Are you sure you said $400,000? No kidding? He was somewhat taken aback by the other party's asking price. Those houses are all some built up for several decades of older houses. The normal price of the smaller ones do not even need 100,000. The larger buildings at most only 1 or 200,000 only. This guy even opened his mouth to ask for $400,000. He's just going crazy. Well, the house is a 2-story, 4-room drop. It's a big house, not just a small bungalow, the man explained, still in his slurred downtown dialect. It was good that after a few conversations, Li Hua finally adapted to his accent and was basically able to grasp his meaning. $400,000 for a second floor is too much. My friend bought a house in your neighborhood last year, also a second floor, and it only cost $180,000. He began to haggle over the price. How can $180,000 be possible? Well, this house has 4 rooms, and this house is close to the road, so when it's demolished, it will cost more. So of course the price will be more expensive. The man was also holding out his asking price. Apparently, although they haven't confirmed the demolition there yet, this kind of buzz has been going around. It has also given many people the feeling that they should sell their houses at a high price or else they might as well wait for demolition. In fact, this feeling is right. After all, when they demolished the house here, such a set of houses can pay out more than $1 million. However, in the end cannot be demolished. No one can say, if dry weight down not demolished can only grasp the blind. It's not out of the realm of possibility. For example, of the several places that were rumored to be demolished along with that piece of land, there were 2 places that hadn't been demolished until Li Hua was reborn. The people who clutched their houses in those places and waited for the demolition are waiting blindly for the demolition yet. Therefore, Li Hua knew that the mentality of these people was actually not that firm, especially since the guy is a drug addict, and since he has the intention of selling his house, it's probably empty. In that case, he can't be blamed. Chapter 125, Growing Discontent. I see that you don't really want to sell the house at all. I haven't even seen the house, and you've directly offered a sky-high price that is simply impossible. I'd better ask someone else. Li Hua used the tactic of I'll leave if you don't sell. He was sure that if the guy on the phone was genuinely anxious to sell his house, he would never let himself go just like that. However, if the guy is not in a hurry for money and just wants to take advantage of the news of the demolition to sell his house at a high price, then there is no need for him to talk too much nonsense with him. Granted, you can make some money buying the house here for $400,000. But why do you have to make him less when you can obviously make more money for the cost of $400,000? Li Hua didn't have many operations scheduled for himself to make money in this life, so every time he tried to make all the money he could. Okay, well, I don't want to bother. If you really want to buy it, a price of $360,000. How about it? The person on the other end of the phone finally made a concession. I said, are you selling the house or not? Li Hua was getting a little impatient. I haven't even seen your house. You're here to start bargaining. Shouldn't we basically look at the house first and then negotiate the price? But also right, you quoted this price. I think there is no need to see. After saying that, he directly hung up the phone and then dialed the next number at a very fast speed. The reason why he was so impatient with this person's attitude was because this person's name was marked with a red circle added by Huron just now. This so-called red circle refers to the fact that the person is likely to be very short of money and has a higher likelihood of taking it. Of course, this is only Hu Longdong's judgment. Whether it is true or not, who knows. However, Li Hua wanted to give it a try. So instead of bull ting the guy, he moved on to the next call. He wanted to make sure that the person was really short of money, and if it was true then the person would have called him back. And more than one. As soon as he saw the other party's callback, then the initiative was in his hands. It didn't take long for Li Hua to finish several more calls. Then he glanced at the text messages, where there were already several call logs from the guy from earlier. It seemed that Hu Longdong's judgment was still accurate. A small smile appeared on Li Hua's face. This entire weekend he has been busy contacting people about buying a house. Not only did he have to do some work for himself, but he also had to incidentally help Hu Longgang contact a house or two as well. Because of the special nature of the latter's identity, there is certainly no way to personally buy this house by himself. so the preliminary contact work was handed over to Li Hua, and if he really wants to buy it at a later stage, he will let his wife come over and follow Li Hua to pay the money and do the formalities. Even if Li Hua is very efficient and is considered to be more of a bargain hunter, buying a house is after all a big deal, and it's even harder when it's this kind of house with the possibility of demolition. It was a weekend and he'd only just worked down 3 sets, which was a bit short of his plan, but he wasn't discouraged. If this week didn't work, the next week would, and if the next week didn't work, the next week would. And anyway, it was still very early in the day before the news of the actual demolition came out, so he still had plenty of time to pull his punches with those people. His main priority right now is to do his job, which is the remediation of the city's various service areas. However, although the focus of his work is now on remediation, he is also involved in the construction of the BRT project. He is, after all, the deputy director presiding over the infrastructure department, and he is definitely not the one to be bypassed when it comes to works relating to transportation. Although he did not participate in the bidding work of the project builders and building material suppliers, he still has the power to monitor the quality and service of those project builders and building material suppliers. So, for a long time, there were people who kept approaching him, trying to get through to him as a joint, so that his supervision could be reduced a little bit in order to save costs. But Li Hua is completely blind to the various temptations offered by these people, and when push comes to shove he will even call the Discipline Inspection Commission directly, which directly puts those builders and suppliers out of business. However, there are benefits to his doing so, the biggest one being that the BRT project in this life is pretty well assured in terms of quality. Although the previous generation of rapid transit project is also a good project for the benefit of the country and the people, but because of the quality of control is not strict, not only led to a number of officials fell from power, but also led to those rapid transit stations and lanes, and what will happen every now and then a little problem need to be repaired. These repairs not only affect the normal travel of ordinary citizens, but also Secretary Lin's reputation in Yunzhou City. Although the latter people mentioned Secretary Lin is mostly praise his good words, said if not he gave the people to repair the rapid transit project. Now Yunzhou's traffic still do not know how bad it will be, but there are a number of people who are very dismissive of this. They believe that the BRT project is just a means for Secretary Lin to make money, and the latter does not know how much money he has rolled up through this project. Their reason is that the quality of the project is not good, and the quality is not good must be due to jerry-built materials caused by jerry-built materials. Jerry-built materials where the money to go must be who put forward the credit to whom to greet away And so, although Secretary Lin had long since left Yunzhou that time, and had even personally presided over the taking down of a large number of corrupt officials, he was still taking the fall for those people. This time, Li Hua decided that even if he couldn't help Secretary Lin completely unload this pot, he should at least relieve him of a large portion of it. He was extremely strict about quality, which affected the progress of the project. Of course, the most important thing is that he has also affected the interests of many people, and even Han Wenyuan, who has already become the director of the Bureau of Transportation, is quite critical of him. Han Wenyuan didn't intend to reap much benefit from this project, but for him, it is a very important thing to have this project completed as soon as possible so that the BRT can start operating in Yunzhou City as soon as possible. Li Hua had made the quality control too strict, and it had already affected the work schedule, which was why Han Wenyuan was also a little less satisfied. He is not even satisfied, and those whose interests are affected will of course only be even more dissatisfied. As a result, many people were secretly colluding and discussing what they could do to make Li Hua no longer a hindrance to this project. Of course, because of the previous disciplinary committee incident, everyone knew that false accusations could never work for this guy, and if there was another false accusation, no one could guarantee that Secretary Lin would not be completely shaken. Since framing him to get him down won't work, there's only one other option available to everyone. Chapter 126 is leaving. In the late fall, when the secretary of the County Party Committee of Yubei County was reporting to the secretary of the Municipal Party Committee, Lin Yi, he suddenly put forward the idea of wanting to second a number of young and capable cadres from the city to strengthen the grassroots townships. His idea was sudden, but it was highly regarded by Lin Yi. Allowing young cadres to go to the grassroots townships for a while to do some work and exercise is definitely very beneficial to young cadres. It's just a little difficult to know who to send down there. In 2006 it wasn't yet like the latter days, when there was so much enthusiasm for going down to the grassroots, and the young people who were now able to get into the municipal authorities were either very good themselves or had very good families. With such conditions, they naturally want to stay at the center of power in the city. And who wants to go down to the grassroots townships to suffer? Lin Yi authorized the organization department to select the first batch of lists, and made it clear that these people, as long as they can stay below the grassroots level for 2 years, no matter whether they are willing to stay below or go back to the city, there is no problem. and the level of all of them can be raised by half a level. That's a pretty good deal. Yet the organization department still couldn't get the first list together. Later, the Minister of Organization made a suggestion that he would like to ask Secretary Lin for a beloved general as an example, so that everyone can see that even Secretary Lin's beloved general is going to go down there. Then other people will naturally not be so resistant anymore. And that love interest is Li Hua. When Lin Yi heard this suggestion, he also froze for a moment. He did have the intention of letting Li Hua go to the grassroots for a few years of exercise, which was the best way to train cadres. But now, the highway service area improvement work is just coming to an end, and the BRT project can only be considered to have just begun shortly. Li Hua's importance in both jobs is very great. If he is transferred at this time, it is hard to say whether it will affect the advancement of these two jobs. So Lin Yi called Han Wenyuan over, wanting to ask his opinion. I think that we can't delay Comrade Li Hua's development prospects just because of one or two jobs. Grassroots work is still a great way to train people. And if we go to the grassroots for 2 years, Comrade Li Hua's future is unlimited. Han Wenyuan mulled it over for a moment before speaking his mind. And this point of the work of the Bureau of Transportation, even if it is to the head, but only to repair the road to engage in the project, for a young man like Li Hua, is absolutely too big for the job. This job for anyone can do a good job. How much of what he said was genuinely for Li Hua's sake and how much was to prevent the latter from affecting the progress of the BRT project is anyone's guess. Lin Yi stared at his face for a long time before he finally said something. I see. After Han Wenyuan returned to the Transportation Bureau, he called Li Hua into his office. After a summer of regular workouts running the construction site, the latter was much darker and thinner. However, it was probably because he had great skin, so even with all that tanning, his appearance didn't look old, but instead was still a little more manly. Comrade Li Hua, it's been a hard time for you. Looking at the much-changed Li Hua in front of him, Han Wenyuan said from the bottom of his heart. Even though he didn't quite approve of some of the kid's ways and means of working, he had to admit that the kid was indeed a man who did his job. Anything that is put in Li Hua's hands is reassuring and completely different from others. Leader, what are you talking about? These are my duties. Is what I should do. Talk about what hard work or not. Li Hua grinned, revealing a mouthful of white teeth. Still very good looking. Most of all, he was well aware that he had gotten so much sunburned in the meantime, and it wasn't all because of running the construction site. After all, running a construction site where you spend most of your time in your car, the chances of getting sunburned aren't really that great. Instead, he's been running around buying houses lately and getting pretty sunburned. But finally, he was able to buy 6 houses waiting to be demolished at a relatively low price. He knows very well that those houses will be demolished in the future as a big few million to come. Then he will not worry about money even if he is not an official. Your work attitude is still very good, and your work ability is also sufficient. So the organization believes that the current job position is still somewhat incapable of fully utilizing your abilities for you. Han Wenyuan continued. Leader, what do you mean? Li Hua was taken aback. He wasn't stupid. Of course he heard the other side's meaning. This was to transfer him, but he's only been at the Transportation Bureau for a few months. So where can he go if he's transferred? Is it hard to go to the city office and continue to sit in the office? Although it is also said that the work of the Municipal Party Committee office is also very good. And it is easy to express oneself because of the proximity to the Municipal Party Secretary Lin Yi. But Li Hua is still more accustomed to doing some practical work. It's so annoying to have all that paperwork and stuff every day. The city may make some adjustments to your work, although I also do not want you to leave. But your new job position can better exercise your ability to improve your level. This is a very hard-won opportunity. You must grasp it. Han Man nodded farther. The comrade who will take over your work will come over today. You do a good job of handing over the work and then just wait for the notification. This period of time is considered to be a small vacation for you. You also relax and rest. Don't wear yourself out. Li Hua returned to his office with a heavy heart. Zhou followed him into the office, then attentively poured him water and cleared his desk. Since he visited Li Hua in the hospital, he has just become the leader's own person in the infrastructure division, helping the leader to do these trivial things every day, just like a secretary. Of course, Li Hua, at this level, is far from being qualified to be paired with a secretary, but the subordinate is willing to perform. He is also too lazy to stop. After all, for some people, this opportunity to perform is also rare. This time, however, he stopped Zhou, who was about to go about his business. Xiao Zhou, sit down. I have something to tell you. Looking at Li Hua's not so good expression, Xiao Zhou's heart was also a bit jittery. He sat carefully in his chair, eyes on the leader, waiting for the latter to speak. I know what you're thinking, but I'm really sorry. I may have to leave the transportation department and won't be able to help you. Li Hua was very direct in what he said. Zhou was pandering to him for no other reason than to get ahead. His original idea was also to wait until he had finished all the work at hand. And when he reported the credit upwards, he also gave Xiao Zhou a report to help the latter progress. Can't let the youngsters get cold feet, after all. But now it seems that none of this can be done. But one always has to talk to people and give an account. Ha? You're leaving? Xiao Zhou was taken aback. And then, it was as if he had made an important decision. Leader, take me with you. I want to keep following you wherever you go. Chapter 127, Qianhai Town. Xiao Zhou, I can understand your feelings, but look, although I seem to be considered a small leader, I'm actually just an errand boy. How can I lead others around when I can't even decide my own fate? Li Hua smiled and shook his head. He understands this idea of Xiao Zhou wanting to bet on him. If he is now a division-level cadre, even if it's only a deputy division level, it's still normal to say that the job transfer takes someone away. But he was only a small deputy section, and where he was going to go in the future was unknown even to himself. Isn't it like telling a joke to say you're taking someone with you in this situation? I've already heard that your transfer this time may be to go down to enrich the grassroots townships. I'm at least a cadre in the municipal authorities, so if I apply to go to the same townships as you, there shouldn't be any problem. Zhou, however, was very determined. Not only was his own attitude very firm, he even knew Li Hua's movements. The latter couldn't help but give him a look, but didn't say anything more. He knows that don't look at the transportation bureau is just a small temple, but the ones inside this small temple may not all be small Buddhas. It's not clear to anyone which one of these people has what kind of big background. Xiao Zhou was obviously someone who had a way with the world, and was even able to know his movements in advance. Only, if this guy has the way, why would he still be an ordinary junior section officer after working for several years and still want to follow him? This is something Li Hua hasn't figured out, but he didn't bother thinking about it. It wasn't something he needed to think about. I can't control what you have in mind for yourself, but I have to tell you in advance that the future may not necessarily be as optimistic as you think, and I won't necessarily be able to develop well, so it's better for you to be more cautious. Li Hua still advised. Since you have a background, stay in the city to develop how good prospects. There is no need to go down. Leader, you can rest assured. I have my own plans. Xiao Zhou, however, seemed to have completely thought it through. Li Hua looked at him as if his mind was made up, so he didn't say anything else. This kid is also an adult and takes the consequences of any decision he makes on his own. He could persuade a couple of people, but having to force people to listen to him was something he wouldn't do. The city is still moving quickly. After determining to add Li Hua to the list of people who will go down to the grassroots, the first batch of candidates has finally been determined. Li Hua was assigned to Qianhai Town, which was the northernmost township in the entire Yubei County, and could even be said to be the northernmost part of Yunzhou City and even Jiangnan Province. He was a little surprised that he had been assigned to this township. After all, although the former town is to the north, it is still considered to be in very good condition in the whole of Yubei County, because he was on the easternmost coast. With a complementary maritime economy, the people were fairly well off. Yubei County is a very uneven economic development of the place. A few coastal townships in the northeast by the sea to eat the sea. The income is not bad. The south of the two by the national highway junction of the townships by the road to eat the road. The conditions are also considered quite good, and the rest of those towns are a dime a dozen, and most of them are poorer. Li Hua originally thought he would be assigned to a relatively poor township to exercise his ability to lead the people out of poverty and into prosperity, but reality was not what he thought it would be. However, Li Hua was fully able to understand the leader's intentions, because Qianhai Town is one of the two wings of the one and two wings of the idea of Secretary Lin. Of course, the concept of one body and two wings in his previous life was a concept that Lin had come up with, while now, the concept was brought up by Li Hua. So, Secretary Lin simply put him directly onto one of the wings, wanting him to open up the work here. In the past life, after more than 10 years of development, Qianhai Town built a large port with 10,000 tons of throughput capacity, while also attracting investment to introduce a steel plant, petrochemical plants and other large enterprises. The strength of the Qianhai Industrial Park is not even worse than that of the Yubei Industrial Park. There is such a development. Firstly, it is the guidance of Secretary Lin's important ideas, and secondly, the efforts of several leaders of Qianhai Town are also very important. In comparison, the town of Head Haven, just south of Front Range, is somewhat outclassed. Before 2010, Tuhai Town relied on the marine fishing industry. The economic level of the county are second to none. The strength is much stronger than the former town. However, with the development of the Qianhai port and the entry of several large-scale enterprises, Qianhai Town has gradually left Tuhai Town behind. Although the town of Tuhai has since recovered some of this by relying on live e-commerce in the form of live banding and selling seafood, But the e-commerce economy has never been comparable to the large brick-and-mortar economy. One of the simplest examples is that since roughly 2015, the party secretary of the town of Qianhai has been on the standing committee of the county committee. Since then, every party secretary in Qianhai town has been among the standing committee members of the county party committee. In comparison, although Tuhai town is not bad, and there are even a few billionaires in the town, the political status of their town leaders is always incomparable to Qianhai town. Having arrived at such a place and about to work with such a group of capable leading cadres, Li Hua's mood was undoubtedly very excited, because it will mean that in the future, his figure will be one of those that cannot be erased in the takeoff of the town of Qianhai. And, what is also very important is the position to which he was appointed, Executive Deputy Mayor. This is without a doubt a very golden position. The Executive Deputy Mayor should be ranked around 5th or 6th in the entire party committee, mainly because Li Hua's seniority is relatively shallow and he is a newcomer, so his ranking should definitely be a little bit further back. But the importance of this position is definitely to be ranked in the top 4 in the whole town, and even in a township like Qianhai, which has a strong momentum of development, it can be ranked completely 3rd. This meant that Li Hua had unlimited room to utilize his abilities. He was very excited to learn the news, but he didn't rush to the former town at the first opportunity, as many fictional stories would have it, to begin his so-called micromanagement for his job. He was still enjoying that little vacation Han Yuan had given him, and would be lying on his bed in his old home, flipping through a martial arts novel he'd read in school that he'd found somewhere. Still not up by now? You're a working man too. Why are you still so good at staying in bed? At noon, home to cook Zhou Huaxiang saw his son even still lying in bed, could not help but be angry. Granted, my son has been back home and lying around for a few days now, but can he be the same now as he was just 2 days before he came back? Don't you know how to get up and cook so your hard-working mom and dad can rest too? She rushed straight into Li Hua's room and slapped her son on the arm. Chapter 128, The Father Who Gives You a Headache. Didn't I tell you to take a break? The $1 million you cashed in last time wasn't enough for you to take a break? Li Hua was slapped and didn't bother to move the book from in front of him. He knew that homecoming would be good for just the first 2 days, and from the 3rd day on there would be something wrong with everything. If he had been at his age in his previous life, he would have found a way to sneak out of the house and not stay there any longer. But now that he was living again, he was not willing to let go of any opportunity to be able to spend more time with his family. He knew that once he got busy, it was not unusual for him not to see his parents for months, and that such opportunities were not really many and should be cherished. How can that be? How can I stop working when I have money? I'll have no place to cry when I lose my pension. Zhou Huaxiang is already more than 40 and almost 50 years old, and has long since lost the mind to struggle hard to put up a fight at work. The only thing that keeps her going to work now is the fact that she has to make it to normal retirement to get her full pension. Don't worry, I'll give you a greeting. You can retire peacefully now even if you don't go to work, Li Hua said with full concern. Don't look at him in the city as if he is just a small soldier egg, but now down to the local, that is also considered a leader. With his current status as executive vice mayor of Qianhai town, even if he doesn't know the leaders of the education bureau yet, he will definitely be able to make friends if he wants to. He just need to casually greet, give his mom a sick leave or something, home recuperation, do not have to go to work, or a very simple thing. What's more, according to the memories of her previous life, mom's health really wasn't very good, and she also had a major surgery, after which her health got even worse. Letting his mom recuperate at home early was also something he had long thought about, only lacking a suitable opportunity. Just you say hello now? Did you get your new job or not? How many days have you been at home? If you don't, I think you're going to be sent away. At that moment, Li Yangda also arrived home from work and walked into his son's bedroom. As a father, he was also unhappy with his son staying in bed every day, but he was more worried about his son's job. That's the big question. Before the son in the city traffic bureau as a small leader. There are cars to drive, which in the eyes of Li Yangda is almost a glorious ancestor behavior. He also often have something to do in school to put his son's business on the side of the mouth, not moving to mention the car and things like that. But now, my son even ran back home before the weekend, and said that he was no longer working in the transportation bureau, and was waiting for his superiors to arrange a new position. This worried Li Yangda immensely. Would a normal employee doing a good job suddenly lose his position and then wait for his superiors to reassign him? That's just not possible. In fact, the reason why Li Yangda was so worried was because he had once experienced a similar past event. When Li Hua was only 10 or so years old, he also became a small leader in the school, very much valued by his superiors, and had a high prestige among his colleagues. But it didn't last long. The school got a new big principal, and his power as a small leader made the big principal look bad. So, after 1 semester, he was stripped of all titles and awaiting his superiors. This incident is a big blow to Lee Yongda. Originally he is also considered a young and promising future. Many people think that it does not take 10 years 8 years. He can also be the position of the chancellor. But after this blow, he wasted away until he retired and was just a very ordinary school cadre. Lee Yongda for his own fate is recognized. But his son is his all hope. He is not willing to see his son to go back to his old way. He was really fuming inside. My position is required to be arranged by the city leaders. How can it be implemented so quickly? You think the municipal party committee is run by our family? Li Hua said somewhat helplessly, although he already knew that his new position was the executive deputy mayor of Qianhai town. This was something he had inquired about through the grapevine, and the organization had not yet made an official announcement, so he didn't want to publicize it, especially if you don't want to say it to Wing Li, because he knew his father. The man was an okay guy, but that mouth could really get annoying. He knew that if he told his father about his new position, the latter would spread the word everywhere, itching to let the whole world know that his son had become the deputy mayor when he was only in his 20s. To make such a proclamation when the organization has not yet announced the posting arrangement is anyone's guess as to whether it will cause any unnecessary trouble, especially since Li Hua knew that there should be a pair of unknown eyes staring at him right now, so he needed to be even more careful. So the first person he had to guard against was his own father. He could never let his father learn anything until the news was announced. I've asked others. In your case, the organization should already have an arrangement in place. It just hasn't been announced yet. Don't you know how to ask around on your own? Li Yongda said with dissatisfaction. Li Hua's eyes rolled. Sure enough, he was right. And his father was going around worrying about useless things again. Keeping it from him was a very good choice. You do not blindly inquire about it. At ease waiting for the superior arrangement on the line. I am still young. Arrange to where to do is not dry work? There is no need to be anxious to inquire about what. Li Hua hoped his words would put his father at ease. But he also knew that his father had never once listened to himself, in his previous life or in this one, and this time would probably be no different. No, I'll have to make a trip to the city when tomorrow's the weekend. We had a classmate back in the day who now works for the city. I'll have to go and ask him to help me ask around. Seeing that he couldn't talk to his son, Li Yongda decided to inquire about the situation himself. Many of his classmates who went to the teacher's college are still doing well, although they haven't been in touch for many years. But they are still more or less in the same classmates' friendship. It was definitely impossible to get those people to get a good position for their son, but there was always no problem in getting them to help out with some information, right? Li Hua had a big headache when he saw that his father was so stubborn. He also knew that his father did have some friends in the city, and he could really ask something if he went to ask. After all, he was now a celebrity of sorts and size, so he had to put a stop to this behavior in a hurry. Never. We have something important and big to do this weekend. Li Hua sat up from the bed in a flash. Didn't you guys go to Jiling last time to collect that 1 million plus bonus? We can't keep this money in our hands all the time. Keeping it in our hands is like a constant devaluation. We have to spend it in order to make money out of it. We'll go spend it this weekend. Chapter 129, Disliking to the Point of No Return. When can't money be spent? Your future is the most important thing. Li Yongda was a bit hateful. He felt that he was about to die of anxiety and worry. How is it that this son is not anxious? What a mess. Li Hua looked at his father somewhat indifferently and said nothing. Whether it was in his previous life or in this life, his father had always been like this, as if he was a know-it-all master who knew everything, and no matter what it was, he would have to operate a little bit according to his own ideas, or he would have to make his own tall tale. To be honest, Li Hua was quite annoyed. No one likes it when others are always lecturing them, especially when the person lecturing them actually doesn't know these things at all. You can fix my prospects? He asked directly in return. If I were that capable I would have gotten it done for you a long time ago. Li Yongda froze for a moment, but still stubbornly said, since you can't manage it, what's your hurry here? Does this matter need you to be in a hurry? Li Hua sneered. How do you talk? I'm not concerned about you. Li Yongda was very angry. He felt that he was obviously well-intentioned, but his son never appreciated it, which made him very frustrated. You care about me so you can get involved in my business? Do you know that my matter involves Secretary Lin of the Municipal Party Committee as well as many of the Municipal Party Committee standing committees tug-of-war? If you mess around with it, it's very likely that it'll affect Secretary Lin's layout, and by that time, our family will all be screwed. Li Hua wouldn't eat his moral abduction. For so many years in his previous life, Li Yongda liked to point fingers at anything and everything, and when he was disliked, he said that he was just concerned in just being nice. But he never understood that the greatest help he could give his son was not to interfere with his work life in any way. Too much interference, especially this kind of self-righteous interference, even with the best of intentions, will only help. What are you babbling about? How can it be that serious? When Li Yongda heard these people from the municipal party secretary and municipal party standing committee, he was obviously a bit abashed, but he absolutely refused to concede with his mouth. He had never lost in all his life. You don't think it's that serious, do you? Good. Li Hua walked over to his father, pulled out his cell phone, and held it out in front of the latter. Watch this. This is the phone number of Secretary Lin of the Municipal Party Committee. All I have to do is press this button and the phone is dialed, and Secretary Lin will get through, and then you can ask whatever questions you want. However, you have to remember one thing. After you ask the question, your son will be put into the cold palace forever. Thrown into a random nook and cranny corner will never be used again. Come on, press this dialing button yourself, and I promise you'll never have to rush again. Li Yongda there dared to press the dialing button, although he was very articulate and told a set of crooked reasons, but that was all nonsense in front of his juniors or colleagues and friends, and he was even more complacent when others gave him some face and wouldn't dislike him. He would not dare to ask him to go and call the city clerk, not to mention the fact that my son said he was going to be put out of business after this call. Li Yongda dared even less. Fight or not, if you don't fight I'm going to help my mom cook. Li Hua gave his father a helpless look. His dad was like that, pissing off idea after idea, never ending. When it really comes down to it, you'll back off right away. Humph. Li Yongda snorted coldly and went back to his room, laying down on the bed and posing in a very hurt state. Li Hua didn't bother with him either. He was in his 40s and approaching 50. If he didn't even understand that, there was no point in caring about him. And the bottom line is that you want him to not be like that. You have to compromise with him and agree to all sorts of unreasonable demands. Li Hua didn't have the heart to coax him to play and went straight into the kitchen. Another fight with your father? Zhou Huaxiang had gone to the kitchen to cook after her husband came home, so she wasn't aware of what had happened between her husband and her son. No, what are we arguing about? Li Hua smiled. My dad is teaching me to do things again, so I'll just give him the city council secretary Lin's number and tell him to call him and reassign me to something. You brat. How can you bother Secretary Lin because of your own family's business? Zhou Huaxiang was startled. For the previously Yongda Zhou Huaxiang, a couple of ordinary countryside teachers, the county director of education is already big enough to control their destiny. And their destiny has been played by this kind of big man once. The county party secretary was already a big shot they couldn't even think about. And the city party secretary, that was even more of a legendary existence. Now that their son opened his mouth and closed his mouth to the secretary of the municipal party committee Lin, it was really something that they had never dared to dream of before. Don't worry, where would my dad dare to make this call? Li Hua smiled while taking the shovel from his mother's hand. I'll fry the dishes for lunch today, so you can taste my handiwork. Oh yeah, one more thing. I just told my dad that we're going to go to the county together tomorrow weekend to figure out how to spend the little bit of money we just won. Stir frying was very skillful for Li Hua, and he quickly fried 2 dishes, and even made a special trip to call out to his father. Li Yongda originally wanted to continue to lie in bed to take a pinch, but hearing that this is the son personally fried dishes, he is also a little impatient. Finally still got up, dawdling to the table, eat up the meal. The next day, Li Hua took his parents with him to walk to Tuhai town, then took the number 2 bus to the county seat. Their house is still pretty close to Headhaven and not too far from Front Range. If possible, Li Hua intends to go to Qianhai town to work before a period of less busy time can temporarily live at home. But in that case, a necessary piece of transportation is still a must. In fact, Li Yongda and Zhou Huaxiang still did not agree to spend the money right away. They also wanted to save the money for their son's next marriage. But Li Hua said that all they had come out to buy this time were things for the wedding. Hearing him say this, the old couple did not say anything, and the family came to the county town happily. Li Hua is ready to buy, of course, or house. Said to get married to use the thing is not any problem. After all, married to get a new set of room to live is also a matter of course. However, in 2006, it wasn't popular to say that you had to buy a house in the city to get married, so a house wasn't really a necessity. The most important big thing to get married in this day and age is still the 3 golds, and there are big families who buy hardware. Li Hua hadn't planned to buy gold, but when he got out of his car and walked past the entrance of a gold store he saw the price of gold on the billboard and he immediately changed his mind. Chapter 130, Buying Gold. That billboard says, Jumping Price Promotion. Kilo gold 168 yuan per gram. This price immediately made Li Hua's heart flutter. To know, before he was reborn, the price of finished gold weigh in the gold store has risen to more than 600 per gram. Even if you go to the bank to buy that kind of gold bars, you have to be 400 big dozens of dollars per gram, and also have to add a fee, and need to make an appointment to limit the purchase. Compared to that time, the price of gold can be considered quite low now. Of course, the rise in the price of gold is still pretty far from houses and certain stocks, But Li Hua's status dictated that it wasn't appropriate for him to put all his eggs in one basket. That would be too noticeable. Besides, he didn't need too much money, almost enough to take it out for an emergency at a particular moment, and his daily salary was perfectly adequate. So, he's never considered maximizing the growth of his money ever. It's better to diversify. Come on, let's look at the gold first. Li Hua led his parents into the multi-million-dollar jewelry store. Hello 3, what would you like to see? No one came to greet the trio when they just walked into the jewelry store, and it took almost half a minute or so before a young saleswoman came out of it and greeted them. This is a very normal thing in the jewelry store to do. A long-time sales has long been able to analyze what people can buy, what people cannot buy. Looking at the kind of young couple with or without their parents, the kind that are obviously getting married soon, has to be the kind of client that everyone is going to be competing for, because they're likely to be spending a ton of money. And like Li Hua's family of 3, 2 people in their 40s and 50s with a young man in his 20s or a man, especially since they were dressed plainly. This kind of probably just came in to take a look and was unlikely to buy anything. After all, even if they want to buy gold for their daughters-in-law, that also have to bring their daughters-in-law together over to pick it. It is unlikely that their own home to buy a good send a person, which in the event that if the time to wear the inappropriate cannot look good. So, no one wanted to greet Li Hua's family of 3 when they first entered. Everyone thought that these 3 were probably just going to take a quick look around and then leave. Only the newcomer salesman, Xiao Lu, who had just been called to the back of the store by the store manager and criticized, would be stupid enough to receive them. Many sales even snickered. Why was Xiao Lu criticized? But not for his poor performance? Why does she perform so poorly? And isn't it because she doesn't know how to tell which customers are likely to spend money and which are less likely to spend money? She spends all her time with clients who won't spend money, so it's not like she has to perform poorly. You have gold bracelets here, don't you? And gold necklaces, gold rings, we want to see them all, Li Hua said. Li Yanda and Zhou Huaxiang did not object this time. After all, they carry a card with millions of dollars on it in their arms, and these things are necessary to get a daughter-in-law. The previous daughter-in-law didn't spend any of that money, and that didn't go away. The next one must get bored. We have everything here. We just don't know how many grams you want to see. Xiao Lu introduced it with a joyful smile. She felt that she should have her luck turned. Just after being criticized by her leader, she met a heavyweight client. Looking at the way this young man was talking, he might be able to buy several pieces of gold weight, which would cost a few $1,000s anyhow. With such a single business, one's performance this month will be accomplished quite a lot. Ha ha, look at Xiao Lu's silly face. She really believes that these guys can spend money. At this time, however, a few of the salesmen next to them burst out laughing outright. They felt that Li Hua probably just swelled his face and came in to have a blind look, saying that he wanted to see everything, only to end up leaving with a random excuse. It's only cuties like Xiao Lu who just got a job. Only then would they believe such a person. It's just silly. Look at these bangles. Sir, these are the master artisans of our house. Xiao Lu ignored the gossip of those people and continued to introduce Li Hua and the others. Mom, do you see anything you like about these bracelets? Li Hua turned his head to look at his mother. Me? I like it when I look at it. Who could not like gold? Zhou Huaxiang said with a smile. That's fine. Pick me up the biggest and take 2. You guys, this is 1,000-foot gold, right? Li Hua nodded. What? What did you say, sir? Xiao Lu was shocked. She was a bit not quite daring to believe her ears. The chatter behind them stopped, and everyone froze a bit. I said, pick up the biggest bracelet and take 2. My mom's hands are pretty big. She can't wear the bracelet if it's small, Li Hua said, while casually pointing to the 2 gold bracelets inside the cabinet that seemed to have the largest ring and at the same time the thickest. These 2 can both be 50 or 60 grams. Are you sure you want to take both? Xiao Lu asked cautiously. What? Afraid I can't afford to pay? Don't worry. Take it all out for me and try it on my mom first. Li Hua laughed. Okay. Xiao Lu hurriedly opened the cabinet, his hands shivering a bit. Today this is to meet a big customer. This spending power is much more powerful than he thought. Xiao Lu, be careful when taking things. At this time, the store manager also walked out from the back, and seeing this, he hurriedly walked over and reminded. What she was saying was to be careful with the stuff, but she was actually telling Xiao Lu not to take 2 out at once, but to take them out one by one for people to try. That way, if something goes wrong, the damage isn't too great. Don't worry, you guys can bring the POS machine over first. I'll just swipe my card and pay before I try. There won't be any problems. Li Hua took out his father's bank card, on which all of his $1 million plus winnings were located. The latter is much simpler. They bought 2 gold bracelets, 2 gold necklaces, a gold ring, and a small solid gold Buddha statue all at once. Gold bracelets and gold necklaces were bought in too, one of which was for the future daughter-in-law. The other was for Zhou Huaxiang, and the small gold Buddha was for Li Yangda. Li Hua hoped that by wearing the statue, his father would realize some Buddhist Zen and talk less in the future. Of course, all these things they bought were all big weights, and under the gaze of all the red eyes of the sales, Li Hua took his card and swiped more than $30,000, and then left directly with that big pile of gold. From the door to buy finished checkout, they also used a total of less than 15 minutes of time. Can be said to be the 10 million jewelry store since the establishment of the most painful business. Chapter 131, A Day of Consumption. Little Lu, this is a big profit. Yes, Xiao Lu, your luck is also too good. You've accomplished half of a month's worth of tasks in one go. Little Lu, you must treat us today. It's impossible to say if you don't. After Li Hua and the others left, a group of salesmen surrounded Xiao Lu in the center, coaxing her to treat her. After all, half of their salesmen's tasks each month is 50,000 or 60,000. Xiao Lu this single did more than 30,000 performance, at once completed the task of the majority of the month, as long as the rest of the time to do a good job. To complete the task is certainly not any problem, although for them, accomplishing the mission was nothing, but for Xiao Lu this was the first time. So here they are up in arms, having to ask for a treat, which is really just a disguised expression of workplace bullying. Xiao Lu, however, stood dumbfounded, as if he had not heard at all what those colleagues beside him had said. Don't gather here. Do you still want to work? All disperse. The store manager saw that Xiao Lu didn't react and finally shouted, driving those sales away. Xiao Lu, good performance this time. Do a good job and take your time on the line. She also didn't forget to encourage Xiao Lu again. Anyway, this kind of words don't cost money. It's nothing to say. However, Xiao Lu still seemed as if he hadn't heard it at all. She was still reminiscing about the man who had just swiped the gold. She kept thinking about that man, not because he was handsome or rich, but because she seemed to know him. He seems to be a friend of my brother's. It looks like it should be developed by now. So, can he help his brother? Xiao Lu's mind was already full of his own family's personal matters, so how could he care to listen to what the people around him were saying? All the words of others fell on deaf ears. See, that little ninny's got a spring in her step. I told you she came to work at the store just to seduce rich men. It's so true that you know what you're doing. Those salesmen changed places and started whispering again. Li Hua didn't realize that his purchase of a bit of gold jewelry could also cause others to talk. He took his parents to a few more clothing stores, and bought 2 outfits for each of the old couple, and by the way, some clothes for himself as well. In a few days, he would be reporting for work in the former town, and still had to have the proper attire. The former town is different from the city. Inside the city, there are more young people. Li Hua himself is young, and is not considered a leader, so he can be a little casual in his dress. Although it's also mainly shirts and pants, the style and color of the shirts can be a little less serious, but it's a different story when it comes to front range. He was considered one of the top few leaders in Xianhai town, so in terms of appearance, he had to look like a leader to be able to do so. Besides, he was relatively young, and if he didn't dress seriously enough, he looked like a young man in his 20s who had just graduated, and he couldn't stand out and convince the crowd. So, the clothes he picks out for himself are basically shirts and jackets and stuff that are darker in color and very serious in style. You are going to enter the system to work, right? In fact, there is no need to dress so formally within the system. This is what the leaders wear. If you young people dress like this instead, it will make the leaders less happy. The salesman selling the clothes was obviously experienced as well, and guessed Li Hua's identity by looking at the clothes he picked out, and made a sales pitch. You can check these out. Perfect for who you are and for your age. No, just get me these pieces I chose. Li Hua smiled and shook his head. Despite the fact that this sale is very experienced and discerning, and reads people correctly, she probably still can't imagine that she's so young that she's about to be the executive vice mayor of a town. Thinking of this, he was also slightly pleased in his heart. Even though he himself had only achieved this much by the chance of being reborn, it was not an easy thing to be able to walk at the age of 25 to a position that many people could not walk at the age of 50. After buying clothes, Li Hua took his parents to a cell phone store and bought a cell phone for each of the old couple. In 2006, cell phones have begun to popularize. Fixed-line phones began to be gradually eliminated. The old couple before the use of the small smartphone is like a meteor. Just shine for a moment and then completely out of shadow. Get them each a cell phone and get them on the government access service, which is still relatively good, and you'll save a lot of money on phone bills in the future. Although there is no need to save this phone bill with their family conditions, but there is a cheap not to take advantage of. After buying these things, quite a bit of time had passed and Li Hua felt a bit tired. For him, Shopping was a very tiring job at any time of the day, and even though he had bought everything very quickly this time, he had still walked quite a bit because he had bought so many things. Let's go. Although we haven't finished buying things yet, it's almost noon now. Let's eat first. Let's go to Elm City people's house to eat, Li Hua said. Elm City family? It's not cheap, is it? We're a family of 3. We can just eat whatever we want. There's no need to go there. Zhou Huaxian was more careful with her money, and she was already very distressed after spending so much money today, but all of these things were actually still considered somewhat necessary, so she didn't say anything. But if you go to an Elm City home for a meal, even if it's just for 3 people, it's going to cost you about $200. That's enough money for both of them to live on for half a month. It's really a waste. It's good to go and see the world. Let's go. My treat. Li Hua, however, couldn't help but pull his mother's arm and walk off. Although Li Yangde is also a little distressed about the money, but he is a good face, can go to the people of Yuqing to eat, but also his son to bring. He also feel the face of the light. Do not need to be said. He followed up on his own. Elm City People is at the other end of the walkway and is considered one of the more famous local restaurants in Elk County. This hotel consumption level is not low. The main focus is a business. Usually come here to eat people, either when a little official, or business. They people need a little bit of rowdiness whether they're treating or being treated. And the Elm City family is just right for them. The more senior leaders, on the other hand, have more advanced and more private places and instead don't come here. Li Hua is very clear about this. After all, in his previous life, after he came out of prison, his parents in order to help him make a way out, but also in the Yuqing people invited a friend with energy to have a meal. That meal with food and drink can take a total of small $2,000, but that energetic friend after eating and drinking and take but just find yourself a security job, and then never heard from again. This time when he revisited the old place, Li Hua had some feelings in his heart. Chapter 132 Let the private room. Sir, how many of you are there? Do you need a private room or to sit in the lobby? The waiter's enthusiastic question interrupted Li Hua's thoughts. He lifted his head and looked at the stairs in front of him, then back at his parents. 3 of you. Give me a booth. Sir, our private room here requires a minimum consumption. It's a bit not worth it if you sit for 3. If you don't have any personal matters to talk about, you can make do in the lobby. The environment in our lobby is also very good. The level of the waitress of the people of Elm City was still very good, although she did not want to give the private room to these people in front of her, but she said kind of reasonable, also sounded and felt that it was considered from the customer's point of view, but it is not offensive to people. We'll just sit in the lobby, Zhou Huaxiang said in a hurry. When she heard that there were still low consumption in the booth, she didn't want to use it. What's the point of wasting that money in the first place? It wasn't like the lobby was off limits. And there was no need to find a backwater when they were eating as a family of 3 and had nothing particularly private to say. No, we'll just go to the private room. Low consumption is not a problem. You arrange it for us. Li Hua waved his hand, signaling to listen to himself. Okay, then I'll arrange a private room for you. The waiter sighed in his mind, though she could see that this young man had some poise, and shouldn't be the kind of person who couldn't afford to go out on a low spending spree. But they were only 3, after all, and it looked like a family of 3. How big a belly can 3 people have? How much can they eat? Again, unlikely to drink too much, so even if they reach low elimination, they are probably just getting there. Far less than the kind of 5 or 6 men together. The kind of food and drink up to get up to a meal on the thousands of dollars. Not that they're just enough low consumption much stronger, but the customer was so insistent. She as a waitress couldn't say anything. She could only recognize her own bad luck and lead their family of 3 towards a private room. As he walked away he was still calculating how much commission he would lose if he opened up such a table. Do you think this room is okay? It's a 6-bedroom, very spacious for the 3 of you to sit in, and the minimum spend is only 399 yuan. The waiter opened a private room door and introduced them. It's the smallest booth they have here. Open this one up for them and the damage will be less. Okay, no problem. Order. Li Hua walked in and sat down. Zhou Huaxian was practically sitting beside him through gritted teeth. It's a waste that this meal costs $400. Wages in Elk County don't compare to the city, and it's a bit outrageous that she only makes about $2,000 a month, which is only enough for 5 meals here. Don't worry, we don't eat here every day. We just come once in a while for a taste. It's not a problem. Li Hua looked at his mom's heartbroken appearance and couldn't help but comfort her with a few words. As you can see, it's our first time to come to your place, so recommend us any specialties, and ask for the delicious ones that you guys are good at making here. After comforting his mom, he turned his head back to the waitress. If you want to talk about specialties, it must be seafood. Our pike crab, shrimp, women's octopus, yellowtail are especially good here. The waitress was in a better mood when she heard how generous he was. If the kid had spared some food, then maybe he could have spent a little more money too. After all, seafood wasn't cheap, especially the seafood they had here. That was several times more expensive than what was available in the market. It's almost fall now, so pike should be good, but shrimp women aren't very good this season, are they? Li Hua asked. Boss, don't worry, there is absolutely no problem with the quality of our shrimp ladies here. You are guaranteed a top-notch one. The waiter was much nicer when he heard that this customer came up and ordered the pike and then asked the price of the shrimp lady. If you order 3 or 5 courses of seafood, you'll definitely have no problem scraping together enough to cover the low consumption, and maybe even exceed it by quite a bit. Then let's have a shrimp granny and a yellow fish as well. Li Hua knew that his mother liked shrimp wives and fish, and these 2 dishes were ordered especially for her. However, he is more of a meat lover. After ordering these dishes he ordered a spare ribs and beef. They don't eat 5 dishes here. They say it's a graveyard dish, so he added a sea oyster soup. I'll be able to have a good seafood day today. After ordering, Li Hua was a little excited. Before he was reborn, because of the electric business bandwagon, the price of seafood is climbing, has reached a level that an ordinary family like him cannot afford to eat much. Now back again. Although the seafood in this restaurant is also still expensive, but he has money now cannot care so he decided to have a good meal and enjoy it. After all, although the seafood from the people of Elm City was expensive, the quality of it was all very good, quite a bit better than what you could get in the market outside, and it made his high prices slightly more reasonable. You're just going through the motions here, ordering so many dishes, where can you eat them all? And it's so expensive, it's such a waste. Zhou Huashan looked at the menu that the waiter had left behind and couldn't help but feel a pang of flesh. These dishes added up to almost a third of her month's salary, so she couldn't help but feel bad. Mom, watch your influence, you're a millionaire now anyways. What's the big deal about spending a few $100s on a meal? Li Hua had to keep joking. Zhou Huashan sighed. Yes, she does count herself a millionaire now, and is rich in every sense of the word, but she was so used to living frugally that she didn't really have the sense to spend money at such a sudden flash of wealth. You guys, don't be so frugal in the future. Our family is now 3 people get paid. The income level in the city's families is considered to be the top, not to mention that we still have so much money. We can't fall into any problems because of excessive savings. Li Hua continued again. Neither of my parents were in very good health in their previous lives, and each had several very difficult to deal with illnesses. It's hard to say if their illness has anything to do with overly frugal living habits, but regardless, it's better to enjoy life a little early than to not have enjoyed a single day of bliss when they're all gone, isn't it? You're right. It seems like we need to change our mindset in the future. Zhou Huashan sighed. She wasn't as stubborn as Li Yangda and was still more than willing to change herself. Li Hua's heart was happy. He knew that as long as his mother was willing to change and enjoy her life ahead of time, it would be fine. As for his father, the old codger, he didn't bother to advise anything more. Besides, if the mother changes, won't the father be able to enjoy the benefits along with her? It's all natural. He was about to say something else when the door to the booth was suddenly pushed open. It wasn't a hotel waitress who came in, but a bald, chubby man. Li Hua originally thought he was going the wrong way and was about to wait for him to leave before saying something, but he didn't expect him to open his mouth. Man, you guys have this meal on me today. Please switch to eat outside in the lobby. This private room is given over to us. Chapter 133. Scram. Li Hua's face clouded over as he directly spat out a single word. In fact, he wasn't so grumpy. It's just that this guy who suddenly rushed in was just too arrogant. Can't it be that this guy thinks the whole of Elk North County can't accommodate him anymore? Kid, I'm not discussing with you. Don't get yourself into trouble. The bald fat man's face also changed. He hadn't heard anyone dare to talk to him like this for a long time. Do you have any idea who I am? I don't care who you are. If you don't get out of here right now, I will definitely make today the most regrettable day of your life. Li Hua's voice was very cold. He didn't know who this guy in front of him was, but he could figure it out if he wanted to, guessing that 9 times out of 10, he was just a street gangster. This kind of status was still a bit intimidating to the average person, but to Li Hua, it was nothing at all. Not to mention this general gangsters, even if it is known as the Yubei County gangsters boss Wang Sansong, when he went in, but only because of the offense of a party secretary. These gangsters look as if they are very powerful and do whatever they want on the streets, and no one seems to be able to do anything about it. In reality it's only because they've never dared offend anyone they couldn't afford to offend. But now, this bald fat man had obviously offended someone he shouldn't have. Xiao Hua, be careful, don't be like this. Zhou Huashan carefully pulled on her son's clothes. She looked at the fat bald man with some fear. She was nothing more than an ordinary teacher, and still had some fear of such street thugs. After all, If she were to get beaten up, she would really not be able to find anyone to help her out. On the contrary, Lee Yongda had little fear on his face. He was, after all, someone who had been a bit of a leader in school and had had some contact with all sorts of people in society. He knows very well that it is useless to be afraid of this kind of gangster in the face of this kind of gangster. If you are hardened, he will not dare to do anything to you instead. Law and order isn't great these days, but in the end, it's still the party. As a party member, could he be afraid of a punk? The bald fat man didn't care that much. He only saw Zhou Huaxiang's small movements and became more certain in his heart. This would be a very ordinary family of three. Nothing powerful. This is the kind of person he doesn't need to be afraid of. However, direct action is definitely not possible. No matter what, they are two people. They are only one. Although they are very capable of fighting, but really fight, it is not good to say what will be the result. So it's better to go out and get all the brothers outside in first. They wouldn't be afraid of anyone if they had to compete with the number of people. Good boy. Big mouth. Don't leave if you have the ability. Wait for me to come back. He pointed at Li Hua, then turned directly out the door. Let's run quickly, before they come, or we'll definitely suffer in a while. When Zhou Huaxiang saw the bald fat man leave, she immediately stood up anxiously. It's fine to leave first, or just call the police. I don't believe they'll still dare to do anything when the police come. Li Yongda said calmly. What's the use of calling the police? These people are old men. They'll run faster than a rat when they see the police, but they'll definitely keep an eye on us, and it's not like we can have the police following us all the time. Zhou Huaxiang said anxiously. Don't worry, Mom. It'll be fine. I'll just make a phone call. Li Hua smiled and patted his mother's hand to settle her down a little, then took out his cell phone and dialed a number. Woo. Xiao Lia. Yes. Hello. Ha ha ha. I'm now in the Yuqing people ready to eat it. I want to ask you to eat or not. Did not eat it is just the right time to sit together and catch up. Just now there is a bald fat man want to rob my private room. I did not let. He let me wait. I do not understand what he means. Well, you will be there soon, right? Okay, I am on the second floor of the rightmost private room. After a few words, Li Hua hung up the phone, then pulled his mother again. Mom, sit down. It'll be fine. I'll call someone. Hey, Zhou Huaxiang stood there, watching none of her husband and son move, and couldn't help but sigh. In her opinion, even if her son had called someone, it was unlikely that he would be as ruthless as these street gangsters and ruffians, and the outcome would not be easy to say when the time came. Moreover, although his son's future was uncertain, he was now in a public capacity after all, so if he were to get into a mob fight with others in a public place, the situation would be very unfavorable. Zhou Huaxiang wanted to persuade her son some more, but she also knew that Li Hua's ideas were so big now that he wouldn't listen to him at all. No matter what, you mustn't do anything in a while. That's the most important principle. Do you understand? She only had to give one more admonition. Don't worry. Why would I fight them? Li Hua smiled. Just after he finished his sentence, a burst of chaotic footsteps came from outside the door, followed by the door of the private room was bang kicked open. Bald fat man with a few people rushed in. Kid, you've got some guts. You haven't even run yet. He looked at Li Hua and burst into a strange laugh. It seems like you have a bit of stamina, but even if you have great skills, you'll still have to suffer today, because my big brother is also here today. When he finished speaking, he stepped to the side to make way for the one who was walking most calmly at the end of the line. My big brother is the second wolf brother of the 3 streets. No one dares not give him face in these 2 streets around the pedestrian street. The bald fat man introduced his big brother in passing, bragging about it in a good way. Kid, if you're scared, come kneel down in front of me now, lick your shoes clean for me, and then lick my big brother's shoes clean for him, then I can let you go. Otherwise, I have to waste you today. When the bald fat man saw a hint of surprise on Li Hua's face after he saw his big brother, he became even more complacent. His big brother in the whole county is also considered a person. Think the opposite side of the kid is also heard of the big brother's name. It is estimated to be afraid, but it's too late to be afraid. The bald fat man has already thought about it, in a moment to properly pack this meal, just as the meal money entertainment. However, when he was about to say something, he suddenly saw a blackness in front of him, and a huge black shadow came directly at his face. Pop! A resounding slap was thrown directly onto the bald fat man's square face, directly reddening his face. Everyone was stunned, because out to hit this bald fat man is not someone else. It is that big brother in his own mouth. 3 Street 2 Wolf Brother. Chapter 134, What to do about it? Brother Second Wolf. Are you hitting the wrong person? The bald fat man also froze for a while before reacting. He asked, covering his face, rather aggressively. Although Brother Second Wolf is a man with a bad temper and often beats people, but after all, He is his little brother. He is his own people. How can he beat his own people? Shut the up. Brother Wolf threw another slap at him, while cursing fiercely at the same time. The bald fat man no longer dared to say another word. Only then did Brother Wolf carefully take a few steps forward, and his original flaunting appearance quickly turned into a nodding one. You are Director Lee, right? Director Lee? This kid Xiaoguang is not very good in the head. Talking and doing things are not slippery at all. I can't control it. Please don't take it personally. Everyone looked at his appearance and was completely dumbfounded. The famous second wolf brother of 3 Road Street was nodding his head to a young man, and he didn't care at all about his own little brother's death. Was this still the same second wolf brother they knew? So who the hell is that young man? How was he able to make Brother Wolf look like this? Everyone's heart was filled with curiosity, but no one dared to ask. You know me? Li Hua was also taken aback. The reason he was taken aback when he heard the name Brother Wolf was because he had heard the name in his previous life. It is said that the reason why Yubei County ruffian boss Wang Sansong was sentenced for so many years was because one of his little brothers, a wolf, sold him particularly well, almost telling all the bad things he had done in his 8 generations. At that time, when he heard about this matter, Li Hua merely listened to it as a joke. But now, looking at this guy's appearance, he realized that the rumors he had heard before were only not rumors. The way this guy is acting, if he really gets into trouble, he'll absolutely betray his accomplices with his life. I'm Mr. Xiao's bodyguard, and I've seen you a few times while following Mr. Xiao. Brother Second Wolf said carefully. The reason why he was in the position he was in today had nothing to do with his status as Xiao Jun's bodyguard. After all, the Xiao family in Yubei County is also considered to be a relatively powerful family. The second wolf brother is considered to be a dog raised by their family, then naturally called up extraordinarily. However, some time ago, the service area contracted by Xiao Jun was severely ordered by the higher-ups to rectify the situation. And even if the Xiao family is so powerful, there is absolutely no way to fight back, and they can only honestly do what the higher-ups want them to do. During the rectification period, there is a what remediation team above nothing will come down to check. Every time that team comes down to check, Mr. Xiao will personally go to the reception. The second wolf brother naturally followed a few times, so he saw, in the Yubei County mighty Xiao Jun Xiao, in front of a young man called Director Lee inside the remediation team, every time to be admonished, completely unable to raise his head. Those scenes really left too deep an impression on Brother Wolf, so much so that he could still recognize Li Hua at a glance even now. Of course, he was not aware that the reason why Li Hua was able to reprimand Xiao Jun at that time was not because he was much more powerful than the latter, but mainly because of the remediation team. After all, at that point in time, everyone knew that the remediation team had represented Secretary Lin of the Municipal Party Committee, and in Yunzhou City, who else would dare not give Secretary Lin face? Even if Xiao Jun counts as a dragon in Yubei County, but Secretary Lin's will came. He has to be honestly grounded and cannot have half a movement. So it's Mr. Xiao's bodyguard. Li Hua nodded, then glanced at the bald fat man again. The bald fat man was still covering his face, but he was also peeking at the situation over there through the cracks of his fingers. And when he saw Li Hua looking over, he immediately shivered. Their kind of people are the most bullying. How hard they bully people up, and how much harder they are afraid of people who are even more powerful. Although he still didn't understand what this young man was really about, he already knew with Brother Wolf's words that this guy was able to get involved with the Xiao family. This little body of his is nothing in front of the Xiao family. At this time he is really completely afraid. So, tell me, how should this be resolved today? Li Hua continued to ask again. We'll settle it however Director Li says. We definitely don't dare to have half a complaint. Brother Wolf was very honorable. He hadn't offended Li Hua anyway, so he didn't need to worry about retaliation. As for that bald fat guy, he's just a little brother. Even if he's killed and sold for meat, what's it got to do with him? He wouldn't care at all. Hearing his big brother's words, the bald fat man's body directly shivered. He felt as if it was a very real possibility that he would break an arm and a leg today. Actually, he had misunderstood Brother Wolf a bit. The second wolf brother knows, in front of this Director Lee is the official people. These officials do things, cannot be so ruthless. They certainly cannot be with their own these small ruffians catty. That is too down. That was why he had taken the initiative to say that he would dispose of the other party as he pleased. And only in this way would he be able to suffer less. Let me handle it? I'm not very good at disposing of it. Li Hua saw what he was thinking and couldn't help but sneer. But there's a man coming soon who's very good at disposing of this sort of thing. And I think he'll dispose of it very well for me. His words threw everyone into a state of confusion, and no one could understand exactly what he meant by that. Someone who is very good at dealing with this kind of thing. It's hard to believe that this guy called a gangster over as well. And a very experienced old gangster at that? However, by the time Team Wu, The deputy chief of the Yubei County Public Security Bureau's security brigade rushed over out of breath. Everyone knew that they had thought wrong before, and were still very wrong. This young man is not a gangster. His level is higher than that of a gangster. Okay? Vice Captain Wu was pretty much the person these ruffians were most afraid of, and as a result, panted and ran over just for this person. What are you doing here? All of you stand against the wall with your hands on your head and nobody move. Vice Captain Wu was shocked when he first arrived and saw that so many street ruffians had actually blocked Li Hua in the private room. He was the person sent out from the Yubei County Public Security Bureau's side to work with the remediation team, and he naturally knew Li Hua's position within the city. This is the close confidant of Secretary Lin of the Municipal Party Committee. If such a person is in Yubei County by a group of small ruffians to beat, that is to the entire Yubei County officialdom, large and small leaders of Li Hua. So he didn't say a word, directly came up and kicked the group of small ruffians all kicked to the wall. Even the second wolf brother was not an exception. What 2 wolves and 3 wolves? In his Vice Captain Wu's eyes, there was no difference. Chapter 135. Vice Captain Wu's appearance directly controlled the scene. Even though he's only one man, what is he? He's specialized in controlling these little ruffians. When these guys saw him, it was basically like a mouse seeing a cat. No, when a mouse sees a cat, it at least has to desperately think of ways to escape. But when this group of small gangsters see Vice Captain Wu, they don't even dare to think of running. The only thought they had now was to honestly behave themselves and not move anything, hoping that Vice Captain Wu would just let them go as if they were a fart. Vice Captain Wu cleaned up these little ruffians in 3 or 2 strokes, then rushed to Li Hua. Director Li, how's it going? Are you alright? If anything happens to you, even if I skinned these guys, that wouldn't be enough compensation. Brother Wu, thank you for arriving in time. If you hadn't come, I would have been a little unsure of what to do. Li Hua stood up with a smile on his face and extended his hand to shake Vice Captain Wu's. He neither said that he was fine nor that he was not fine, but only said that if Vice Captain Wu did not come, he did not know what to do. That is, he wanted to make this matter more serious, but not too serious. I think Lieutenant Wu will know what to do with it. Don't worry, Director Li, I will definitely take care of them. Vice Captain Wu really did know a thing or two, and immediately nodded his head in agreement. He originally intended to teach these people a lesson and let them get out, but looking at the situation now, directly releasing them is definitely not possible. More or less have to be arrested and locked up for 2 days. It can't be helped. Who made them mess with the wrong people? Brother Wu, we're old acquaintances. What's the point of being polite to me? Call me Little Li or Elder Brother Li. Calling Director Li would be out of place. Li Hua was happy to see that he understood his words. Now that he was back in Elk County for development, he really did need such an event to spread his reputation a bit on a certain scale. After all, these days there are still a lot of small and large gangsters. Some small gangsters want to find their own trouble is really quite a headache. With this one, I think that the so-called road in Yubei County should all know that there is a person named Li Hua who cannot be offended. Alright old brother, then I'll be polite. Vice Captain Wu was delighted. He knows very well that Li Hua is a big red man in the city, and his future development prospects are unlimited, and it would be an honor for such a person to call himself a brother. Brother Wu shouldn't have eaten yet. If you don't mind, why don't you join us? This side of the private room needs low consumption, and we can't finish the dishes we ordered quite a bit. Li Hua began the invitation. Alright, I'll deal with these guys first, then I'll come. Vice Captain Wu very painfully agreed. Then he turned and glared at the little ruffians, his voice once again hard. You guys, come downstairs with me. I'm warning you to be honest. If anyone tries to run and I catch them back, the nature will be serious. You should know whether you can run or not. After that, he led the guys downstairs. His subordinate police officers will already be downstairs soon. He has to send these few small ruffians to his colleagues first, and then come back to drink with Li Hua. As for the question of whether or not these little ruffians would run, he hadn't worried about it in the slightest. As a matter of fact, all the information of these people is recorded in the police station, and it is too easy to catch them. It's just that these guys usually don't make big mistakes or small ones, and the cops are too busy to bother with them. Now that they had kicked the can down the road, it made perfect sense to take the opportunity to teach them a lesson. Who was that guy just now? A cop? Why do those punks look so scared of him? Vice Captain Wu led the group of small ruffians down the stairs, and it was only then that the stunned Zhou Huaxiang asked. She'd just given herself a fright. Yeah, Brother Wu is the deputy chief of the county police department's security brigade. Those little ruffians can't be like rats seeing cats when they see him. Li Hua laughed. Son, you're really getting ahead now. Zhou Huaxiang lamented. She was not an official, but at least she was a teacher. Half of the system. She knew very well what the deputy chief of the county police department's sheriff's brigade meant to ordinary people. Yet such a person, His own son could make him come running over here on business with a single phone call, which was definitely not an ordinary ability. The son is really something. What's this? I'll be more accomplished in the future. Li Hua smiled. Although Li Yongda had kept his face dark and didn't say anything, his eyes were also filled with pride. For a face-loving person like him, he was naturally most pleased that his son was able to have such a skill. Only, he had just quarreled with his son yesterday. He had not been able to pull his face down yet. And today, no matter whether he was buying gold or cell phones and clothes, he always had a black face, just following along, but refused to say a word. That's how he's expressing his little bit of fragile fatherly authority, even if no one cares about his little bit of authority anymore. After Vice Captain Wu handed the group of little ruffians over to his colleagues, he didn't go straight back to the private room, but first came to the front desk. Show me the menu for that booth on the far right on the second floor, and I'll settle the bill. As he spoke, he pulled out a pile of money from his own handbag. Hello, here's the bill. The front desk naturally wouldn't turn away anyone who checked out. In fact, in places like theirs, it's a very normal thing for someone to come out and pay someone else's bill in advance. Vice Captain Wu took a look at the bill and also froze for a moment. He didn't expect Li Hua to order so many good dishes. The price wasn't cheap. You add 2 more bottles of wine for me. 118 Jiananshan I think. Give me an invoice along with it. Just write down conference venue fee. After paying the money and opening the invoice, Vice Captain Wu once again returned to the private room carrying 2 bottles of wine. Older brother, you invited me to dinner. I can't be worse. This wine will be arranged by me. Today is the weekend. We can have a good drink. He put 2 bottles of wine on the table. Li Hua looked at the 2 bottles of wine and felt a bit of a headache. For him, a caddy of wine is of course not too much of a problem. But the problem is that these when the police are generally quite able to drink. His biggest fear is that after 2 bottles of this guy wants a whole beer. 2 kinds of wine can be a problem when mixed. At least it's nothing to do in the afternoon. However, the other Vice Captain Wu had just done himself a great favor, so he wasn't too good at dismissing his face. Brother Wu is a sea of awe. It seems that I have to give up my life today. Forget it. I was going to do something more in the afternoon, but now it's cancelled. I have to accompany Brother Wu to have a good drink. Today we do not get drunk and do not return. Li Hua bashfully tapped the table. Chapter 136, there's still much to learn. When he said that, Vice Captain Wu was a bit embarrassed instead. People have things to do in the afternoon, and it's not really appropriate to drink so much with yourself at noon. If you have something to do this afternoon, we can drink less, or we can just open a bottle. Drink first. Drinking with a good friend means drinking well and enjoying yourself, not how much you have to drink. As long as Wu can enjoy himself, I don't have a problem even if I drink as much as I want. Li Hua however seemed to be energized. He knew that the more he said, the less likely Lieutenant Wu would let him drink too much. Perhaps because of Vice Captain Wu's face? The food at their table was served quickly. Generally, Elm City homes are slow to serve food because they have so many guests. But their table was served several dishes one after the other after Vice Captain Wu came in, without stopping at all. Come on, it's our first time drinking together. I'll mention one. Let's finish this one in 3 gulps and wish us all the best. After the food was served, Vice Captain Wu poured wine for himself and Li Hua. He uses a tall glass, and there's almost about 2.5 to 3 drinks in a glass. 3 dry sips of one of these glasses would be quite deadly, but Vice Captain Wu expressionlessly took a sip, and directly more than a third of the wine was gone. Getting better. Li Hua didn't hesitate and took a big gulp. Li Yongda and Zhou Huaxiang both drank water. Zhou Huaxiang was a woman and Li Yongda was in poor health, so neither of them drank. But seeing their son drink so much made them all a little worried. But they didn't stop them. After all, they are also considered half of the system. It is clear that working in the system, drinking that is considered one of the necessary abilities. Since their son had taken the job, they just couldn't get away with these things, and they didn't think to say anything about it. 3 mouthfuls were quickly finished, and according to the rules of the Yunzhou city drinking scene, this time it is necessary to introduce them, so that the people on the table who are still not too familiar with each other can get to know each other. There was no one else at the table who could act as an introducer other than Li Hua. Brother Wu, this is my dad and my mom. Both of them are working as teachers, working at Longwang Elementary School. Mom and dad, this is my oldest brother, Captain Wu Shunai of the County Public Security Bureau's Security Brigade. Uncle and auntie, it's our first time meeting. I'll toast you with this glass of wine and wish you good health and all the best. Wu Shunai was unambiguous and raised his glass again. This time, however, he didn't split it into 3 bites, but just took one straight bite and finished it off. Although he was quite a bit older than Li Hua, and Li Yongda Zhou Huaxiang was a bit closer to him instead, he still followed Li Hua to call out uncle and aunt. To put it bluntly, this uncle and aunt called up. He was equivalent to lowering himself a generation in front of Mr. and Mrs. Li Yangda. But that's pretty normal for the system. After all, if he called his elder brother and sister-in-law to Mr. and Mrs. Li Yangda, he would be a generation higher than Li Hua, and that would be too inappropriate. Brother Wu is a good drinker. I'll accompany you. Li Hua had been holding his wineglass, ready to accompany, but he also didn't expect Wu Shunai to finish off an entire cup in one gulp. But it was inappropriate for him not to drink after people drank. He had no choice but to pick up the glass and pour it into his mouth. Older brother, you accompany a sip on the line. This is the first time I meet with my aunt and uncle to have a toast. You do not have to. Wu Shunai could see his pain and hurriedly came up to snatch his glass down. He was already happy that Li Hua could have this attitude. But surely this kind of youngster's drinking capacity could not be compared to his own alcohol-tested old geezer. You can't make a fool of yourself by getting drunk. Drinking in the system is a very delicate matter. You have to keep people company and not feel like they're not having a good time. But you don't want to make a fool of yourself by drinking too much. That's why the real masters of drinking, that are able to take into account the state of each person at the table, no matter how much they drink. It's a very important ability for them to always be watching what's going on with others and then adjusting their strategy to what's going on with them. Wu Shunai is clearly considered a master of the drinking game. He could see that it would be difficult for Li Hua to drink the cup in one gulp, so he handed out the ladder at the right time. And Li Hua went straight down the ladder. I really can't compare to Brother Wu's C volume. In theory I should drink all of this cup, but I'm afraid that I'll be finished after I finish this cup and can't accompany Brother Wu anymore, so I can only leave a little bit of volume first. As he spoke, he couldn't help but laugh bitterly in his heart. He had originally thought that even if his drinking capacity was not as good as Wu Shun's, he should have no problem holding out for a few rounds at the very least. After all, it's okay to drink a pound of wine slowly by yourself. But I didn't expect that this was just the second round up, and I couldn't top myself at all. These people's drinking is nothing like their own kind of slow drinking. This also made Li Hua feel a hint of caution in his heart. He is not quite able to cope with Wu Shunai in drinking, so after arriving in Qianhai town, can he cope with those township cadres? Li Hua knew that in the townships of this era, a lot of work was often done over drinks. If you can't hold your liquor and can't handle those cadres, then if you want to carry out your work, I'm afraid it will be a little difficult. Moreover, township cadres, especially those who are a bit older and have been in the township for a decade or two or even longer, that are definitely all alcohol tested. A person of Wu Shun's caliber wouldn't necessarily be able to get it right when he met them, let alone himself. It seems that one's drinking capacity, too, still needs to be practiced a bit more, especially when it comes to drinking fast. Li Hua was mulling over his own affairs in his mind while drinking and chatting with Wu Shunai, so he was able to do both. After this drink, Wu Shunai drank most of it, drinking a catty 3 or 4 taels by himself. Li Hua was taken care of by him. Instead, he only drank 6 or 7 taels. Only, when he went out to settle the bill, Li Hua heard that his bill had already been settled, and when he went to look for Wu Shunai again, the guy had long since disappeared to somewhere. This old Wu, he really knows how to do things. After this drink with Wu Shunai, Li Hua felt that he had learned a lot. He and the former were not actually very familiar with each other even though they called themselves brothers and sisters. So, this meal of theirs was supposed to be one of those drinks where they slowly familiarized themselves with each other. However, this meal of wine, people Wu Shunai everywhere in place, very care of themselves. While they are not doing anything, the performance is too much worse than others. One still has a lot to learn. Indeed. Chapter 137, The Provisional Test of Secretary Lin of the Municipal Party Committee. Although Li Hua had an idea in his mind, the trip was as usual, and in the afternoon he accompanied his parents to look at some houses in the county. In fact, at this time in Yubei County, the real estate development work has only just begun. The house is still in a very cheap state. Most of the newly developed commercial houses only need 100,000 or so to buy 100 square feet of house. Of course, there are naturally good and bad in these houses. Some of them are quite good quality and have been after 18 years is also the first choice of many people to buy second-hand houses. And some houses are of such poor quality that they have been plagued with problems ever since they were built, even causing people to be afraid to live in them. Li Hua, as a born-again person, of course knows how to choose a house, which ones to choose to ensure that you can earn the most, and where to choose to ensure that you can live the most comfortable. That's right, he's not just buying a house to prepare for appreciation, he's buying a house to live well in. After all, it's unlikely that your parents will be able to stay in the countryside all the time when they get older and retire in the future. While there are many conveniences for many people living in their hometown, the inconveniences of living there far outweigh the conveniences for parents. Li Hua had already decided that one of the houses he bought this time would be for his parents to live in the future, and it must be far away from the hustle and bustle. while making sure that it would be convenient no matter where he went. Houses like this weren't really that easy to find, but he still found one quickly. He spent the afternoon with his parents and did all the work of buying these houses. Li Hua didn't look for those houses that were likely to be demolished, because unlike the urban area in Yubei County, this place didn't carry out large-scale demolition work in the course of later development, or didn't do much demolition work in the short-term 10 years or so. It was developed by building another new town directly into the wasteland to the east of the current county seat. Although the practice of building a new town in the middle of nowhere was not without criticism at the time of its construction, from the point of view of 18 years later, it did save the county a great deal of money and greatly increased the possibilities of the county. Li Hua feels that even if he is allowed to be in charge of Yubei County, he will go for the idea of building a new city in the development of the county, and this idea is really successful. But then, demolition just doesn't exist. He has no regrets. Not demolition. Not demolition is good. First buy some houses. When 10 years later when the price of housing rose to the highest point of sale, the money earned is not less. And he also left a part of the money ready to invest in gold. By the time the family and then prepared a few kilograms of gold. Do what do not have to worry about. After finishing these things, Li Hua started to enter the stage of waiting for the transfer order to come down. He knew that his superiors weren't going to keep him waiting for too long, and that the leader was never going to let him rest for too long. Sure enough, on Monday, the Ministry of Organization announced the list and new positions of their batch of people assigned to the bottom, and Li Hua was unsurprisingly on the list, with the position of member of the party committee of Qianhai Town and executive deputy mayor of the town government. According to the procedure, he needs to go to the organization department of the municipal party committee to get his own letter of introduction, and then report to the organization department of the Yubei County Party Committee to get the county's work certificate, and then go to the town to report to the town, and then finally be considered to be really in the work state. The sequence may seem a bit tedious, but that's the procedure, the rules, and there's no room for confusion. However, Li Hua had just arrived at the organization department of the municipal party committee, got his letter of introduction, and was about to go to the county when he suddenly received a notice. Secretary Lin wants to see him. For a time, those cadres in the organization department of the municipal party committee all stopped their work and looked at him with bated breath. Everyone's eyes were filled with envy and jealousy. There is no way that the organization department, although known as the best progressive department, is still far from the favor of the municipal secretary. It was known before that Li Hua was highly regarded by Secretary Lin of the municipal party committee, but who also did not expect Lin's secretary actually valued him to such a degree, even if he is going to put him down before the trip, but also had to call him over to talk. How many people could be eyeballed to death with this kind of treatment? Li Hua was quite frank. He had been waiting for when this conversation would come. He knew that Secretary Lin would never send himself down without smothering him. The leader must still have some arrangements for himself. Is there anything in your mind when you're sent down to the townships without you? In the office of the secretary of the municipal party committee, Linny didn't look at the meeting papers or anything first like he did before. He sort of received Li Hua in a more formal manner this time. The only thought in my mind is, thank you leadership, so that I can have the opportunity to spend more time with my family. After work for various reasons, the opportunity to go home is very little. Recently went back twice. See, my parents have a lot more gray hairs, can spend more time with them too. Good, Li Hua said with great sincerity. That's really what he's really thinking. He knew that the time he had spent with his family before was indeed too little, and the opportunity to be able to spend time with his family after taking on a more important job wouldn't be much. And taking advantage of the fact that he was now working in Qianhai Town to be able to spend time with his family was definitely a very good thing. He thanked the leader from the bottom of his heart for this arrangement. Well, that's indeed one aspect of consideration, but more consideration is still on the job. Lin Yi nodded back. He did consider the factor of proximity to home when he first placed Li Hua. He already knew everything about the latter, so he was able to fully understand everything the latter said. Putting the kid to work in Front Range did have a few ideas about letting him spend more time with his family. There is no one in any leadership cadre who does not like his subordinate to be a filial person. After all, filial piety is the first of all good things, and if a person can't even be filial, it's hard for you to expect him to have any good qualities in other areas, especially Chung. Although there is an old saying that loyalty and filial piety are difficult to reconcile, in reality, most people are still loyal and filial. And do those who are unfilial really think that they will be loyal? Not at all. Seeing that Li Hua was very filial, able to appreciate this layer of his intentions, and was the first to say so, Lin Yi was still very satisfied. Yet, that was not all that was on his mind. Qianhai Town occupies a very important position on the future development map of Yunzhou City, and on that plan you gave me, Qianhai Town also has a very important role. Lin Yi continued. I put you in Qianhai Town this time to see how much of your ideas for Qianhai Town you can realize on your own. Chapter 138. Li Hua knew that this was considered a very significant test for himself. The position of Qianhai Town and the development plan of Yunzhou is one of the two wings of one. If this wing is not able to develop, then the two wings of one will only be treated as a joke. As for how to develop it, that would depend on Li Hua's merits. And what Lin Yi wished to hear today was one of his ideas for the development of this place. If it was an ordinary person, Lin Yi wouldn't expect him to be able to come up with any planning ideas for a place before he'd even taken up his post. It wasn't realistic. Not even for him. But this is Li Hua, a man who claims to have started thinking about how Yunzhou City should develop while he was still in college. A man who has already proposed the 1 and 2 Wings Grand Plan and the construction of the bus rapid transit project as well as the image project of the service area before he even touched the core stuff. For such a person, even a big shot like Lin Yi couldn't help but raise his expectations a bit. He felt that Li Hua should be able to do things that ordinary people couldn't do, and only then would it be worth his expectations of him. This place, Qianhai Town, is not far from my home and I have done some research. It is located in the northeastern part of our city, on the shores of Yunzhou Bay, with a golden coastline of 12.3 kilometers, 2 national highways and 3 expressways running through the territory, and there is also the possibility of a railroad or even a high-speed train running through it in the future. So it can be said that traffic is very convenient and transportation is very well developed, and we want to develop Qianhai Town to take advantage of its advantages. Li Hua didn't have any trepidation about Secretary Lin's test, and he opened his mouth directly. First of all, I think that we need to build a port on the coastline of Qianhai Town. After the construction of the former seaport, it can be used as an integral part of the Yunzhou Harbor Port area, to undertake a part of the cargo throughput of the Yunzhou Harbor Port area, and to the north to implement a competition with the Sunshine Harbor of Sunshine City. Secondly, after having the port, we can introduce some large-scale enterprises that need to import raw materials in Qianhai Town, such as steel refineries and petroleum refineries, which can not only employ a large number of employees, solving the problem of too much idle labor in the society, but also lead to a series of upstream and downstream industries. What Li Hua said was nothing new. These were the directions that the former town had taken in its previous life and what it had done. Moreover, these efforts were actually first proposed and led by Secretary Lin. However, now, at this point in time in 2006, even Secretary Lin has not yet given such specific and in-depth thought to Qianhai Town. However, after he listened to Li Hua's narration, he immediately had a feeling of enlightenment. He just felt that this young man didn't know what was going on, but he had spoken straight into his heart at once. These words can be too much for your own liking. It seems like letting yourself plan the development of this township is about as far as you can go. Getting this kid to go right down to the front lines of the township is really the right choice. Your idea is great, but being able to think of it is one thing, being able to do it is another. Lin Yi nodded in satisfaction. Let you go down this time. Really choose the right person. You do not tie your hands after arriving at the bottom, despite letting go to do. As long as it is what you think is right, you can be brave to try. Do not be afraid of failure. Do not be afraid of someone to hinder. If you do not go to try not to do, and how can you grow it? Even if something goes wrong, it doesn't matter. There are still us old leaders inside the city to keep an eye on now. The implications of Lin Yi's words could be quite deep, and even Li Hua hadn't expected that the municipal party secretary would say something like that to himself. These words could be said to be a naked attempt to back himself up, and he couldn't even think of not being moved. Secretary Lin, with this encouragement and help from you, if I still can't do a good job, then I'll be too sorry for your cultivation. Don't worry, after I go down there, even if I have to fight for my life, I will definitely develop Qianhai Town according to your plan. Li Hua excitedly stood up from his chair and trembled as he made his statement. He knew that Lin Yi didn't need any words of gratitude from himself, or even words of loyalty. In the eyes of a leader like Lin Yi, as long as you can get things done, that's the best reward for him, and that's exactly what Li Hua intends to do in return. Good. You have this attitude is very good. Do not get excited. Go down after or pay attention to the way and method. Work is important. The body is more important. Put up a fight. This kind of words can never say again. The body is the gemming of the capital. Well, Lin Yi nodded. Well, I won't keep you from reporting to Elk County, so grab it. What was to be heard and said was over, and he ended the conversation. After all, Secretary Lin has a lot of things to do and time is tight. It is impossible to delay too much time on Li Hua's body. To be able to even out to him so much has been considered quite valued. After leaving the municipal party committee compound, Li Hua's mood was still a little excited. After all, this was the first time Secretary Lin of the municipal party committee had so obviously expressed his support and protection for his work, and he was even wondering how many other people in the city could have such treatment. He knew that with Secretary Lin's words today, He even had a Danshu Tianwu win gold medal. In the future, when he is in Qianhai town, as long as he doesn't make any mistakes of principle, then, even if something goes wrong at work, he won't be affected by anything. Even if something very serious happens to him, his future is not expected to be affected, because Secretary Lin had already said that he should be brave enough to try not to be afraid of failure, which meant that he had the capital for trial and error. Thinking about this, Li Hua was still in a very good mood, though he also knew that it was unlikely that he would ever be able to hold the background from above over others once he got down there. But with this layer of support, one's job is undoubtedly going to get a lot better. He beautifully came to the Yubei County Party Committee Organization Department reported, and then again in the organization of the Department of the Arrangements. Early the next morning, by the County Party Committee Organization Department Cadre Section Chief Hu Xinning sent to the town of Qianhai. Even up to this point, Li Hua still didn't feel that anything was not quite right. Although the organization department of the Yubei County Party Committee seemed to be paying little attention to him, only sending a cadre section chief to send him down, and not sending a bigwig like the vice minister of the organization department to send him down, he didn't care. However, when he came to the territory of Qianhai town and saw several cadres standing by the side of the road waiting for him under the scorching sun as he entered the town's party committee premises, his heart suddenly thumped. Targeting just seems to come. Chapter 139 Complications. Li Hua's idea was not an unfounded pipe dream. As a matter of fact, the way these cadres in Qianhai town were greeted was really unusual. If the organization department down is the minister, this county party standing committee county big brother, then, Qianhai town, including the party secretary, including all members of the party committee, at least to the village outside the highway to meet, and even some excessive, can run directly to the edge of the town boundary to meet. That guy is a real big shot after all. And it can't be considered very much of a stretch to do anything. If down is a vice minister of the Ministry of Organization, then according to the importance of the position of the vice minister or ranked successive, the town will also choose to send different personnel to the roadside to meet. But unless the executive vice minister personally down, or meet the highest level of personnel as the deputy secretary of the party committee only. But now, the county party committee organization department down is just a cadre section chief. Although the organization department of the people see the official level, but the level of the cadre section chief is a small unit level only. Normally, the town can send an organization committee member to meet at the door of the party committee compound. The treatment can already be considered okay. Yet here in Front Range, several people came to the curb to greet them, which is obviously problematic. Having been a man for 2 lifetimes, Li Hua's eye for people was still some, and he could tell with just a glance that these people should all be leaders. Although in the township, the real sense of leadership, only the party secretary a person, at most plus a township chief, the rest of the actual meaning of the others are only officers of the pawns. However, in terms of rank and job content, there are still so many dozen or so deputy section leaders in a township. In fact, to be able to mix in the township to the level of deputy section is already quite a difficult thing, so even the deputy section of the township, there are some different from the ordinary workers of the aura of a clear-eyed person can see at a glance. Li Hua then saw that these people waiting by the side of the road were obviously all deputy section leaders. Theoretically, these people are even colleagues at his level. It was a very offensive thing to make these colleagues wait for themselves on the side of the road in the hot sun. So, when the car stopped, Li Hua hurriedly got out of the car at the first opportunity. Hello, are you all the leaders of Qianhai town? I'm the newcomer Li Hua. I'm glad to meet you all just after coming to Qianhai town. As he spoke, he pulled out a pack of cigarettes and dispersed them to the crowd. Li Hua himself is not a smoker, but in the officialdom, especially in the township officialdom, you cannot smoke yourself, but you absolutely cannot not know to spread smoke to others. So, before he came to Qianhai town, he bought quite a few cigarettes and brought them with him, just to prepare for this scene. However, those people directly ignored him and walked towards Song Bo, the head of the cadre section of the organization department of the county party committee who got off the bus after him. Section Chief Song. It's still hard for you to personally make a trip to our Qianhai town on such a hot day. It's really a labor of love. It's so touching to us. The man at the head of the group held Song Bo's hand and spoke in a heavy tone. His words seemed to be addressed to Song Bo, but Li Hua sounded as if he was speaking to himself. With a slight pondering, it occurred to him that the guy was blaming himself for making them run to the side of the road and wait to pick him up on such a hot day because he was coming. But the problem is, it's not myself who made them wait here in the sun. So why are they taking this grievance out on me? Li Hua was quite uncertain in his mind. Secretary Wang is overstated. This is all my part. Come on, let me introduce you. This is your Qianhai town's new executive deputy mayor, Comrade Li Hua. Comrade Li Hua. These are your colleagues, Qianhai Town's deputy secretary of the party committee, Wang Qianli, Qianhai Town's organization committee member, Yi Wenxiang, Qianhai Town's deputy mayor, Li Shengli, and Qianhai Town's deputy mayor, Lu Tao. Song Bo was a smart man. He could see that Wang Qianli had brought a few people with him to deliberately snub Li Hua, so he simply introduced both sides. If he himself had accepted these people's boasting and then been flanked by them to the party compound, he would have left Li Hua out in the cold. Song Bo didn't know much about Li Hua as a person and didn't know if the latter would hold a grudge against him for this, but he really can't do this kind of thing. Not to mention the fact that the boy was brought in by himself, and it was his duty to introduce him to the former Haiku town. This kid's connections within the city alone, one should never offend him. Although Song Bo didn't quite understand why the leaders of the organization department were deliberately snubbing Li Hua, he didn't have the guts to do so, so he had to take the initiative and make the introductions. Comrade Li Hua. Hello. Having been introduced, Wang Qianli naturally couldn't afford to deliberately pretend that he didn't see Li Hua anymore. He very perfunctorily shook hands with the latter and then turned his head to look at Song Bo again. Section Chief Song. Secretary Zhou is very happy to hear that you're coming. He's already prepared tea in his office, just waiting for you to drink it. Let's go quickly. The remaining Yi Wenxiang, Li Shengli, and Lu Tao did not even carry out such a perfunctory greeting and handshake. Everyone was looking at Song Bo, and they were still deliberately cold-shouldering Li Hua. Comrade Li Hua, what do you think? Yet Song Bo was not willing to just leave Li Hua out in the cold. He took the initiative to ask again. Since Secretary Zhou is already waiting, let's hurry and go. Li Hua nodded. A few of the leaders of the former town deliberately snubbed him, and he watched them. These guys were doing the same thing, but there was some difference in their reactions. Deputy Secretary of the party committee Wang Qianli seems to be really did not put himself in the eyes. Between words and deeds is not even lazy to look more than a glance at himself. Although Yi Wenxiang, the organization member, was also deliberately cold-shouldering himself, he stole a couple of glances at himself from time to time, as if he was observing his reaction, so perhaps cold-shouldering himself was not his intention. The two deputy mayors, Li Shengli and Lu Tao, although they also glanced at themselves from time to time, but their eyes were full of disdain, anger and even a little bit of hatred. Their situation in Yi Wenxiang is again completely different. I can't imagine that a small Qianhai town, only just so few deputy section leaders, there are so many things. It is true that the complexity of the work of the townships is far too powerful than that of the municipalities. Li Hua had prepared himself mentally enough before he came, but he now realized that perhaps his mental preparation wasn't quite enough. But, come as you are, you're going to barge in hard on your own, no matter what the situation is here. Qianhai Town, after all, is still just a township under the leadership of our party, and it is not a dragon's den. So what is there to be afraid of? Thinking of this, Li Hua's spirit was invigorated, and he walked towards the Qianhai Town Party Committee compound with his head held high.